Your Majesty, the Crown Prince secretly released the demonic girl from another country. He must be severely punished. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is profligate and devoid of principles. He must be severely punished. Your Majesty, please dethrone the Crown Prince and banish him to the Cold Palace. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has no morals. Please banish him to the Cold Palace. In the great hall of government, every civil and military official had gathered. Each wore serious looks on their faces while pleading with His Majesty to dethrone the Crown Prince. The Emperor of the Yuhua dynasty sat on the throne. He looked at the confused Crown Prince, whose cultivation had been wiped out, and said coldly, "Approved. Remove Lin Jiufeng's title of the Crown Prince and banish him to the Cold Palace. Without an imperial decree, he is not allowed to leave."
What?
A cold rebuke echoed in Lin Jiufeng's ears. In a daze, he opened his eyes to find that he had been escorted to the door of the Cold Palace. "I've been transmigrated. I'm the Crown Prince of the Xuanhuang Great World, Yuhua dynasty, Lin Jiufeng. 3 days ago, the Crown Prince was banished to the Cold Palace for secretly releasing the demonic girl from an enemy country. The public was outraged. The trial is today, and I transmigrated here today." Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He transmigrated and became a crown prince in a world where cultivators reigned powerfully. With his standing in this world, he should have been able to effortlessly soar to the sky. But who would have thought that he would be banished to the Cold Palace, and his title as the Crown Prince would be taken away from him in a blink of an eye? Great sorrow and great joy truly were companions. In this world, he was deposed and banished to the Cold Palace. All these meant that Lin Jiufeng would not be able to change his fate in this life. The palace in front of him had crumbling courtyard walls, exposed red bricks, and weeds sprouting from the base of the wall. No one bothered clearing them. The 2 stone lions at the entrances had broken claws and teeth. The place looked desolate, along with Lin Jiufeng's bleak figure. Not far away, the Imperial Guard commander sighed. A crown prince ended up in such a situation just because of a demonic girl. It's sad and lamentable. That demonic girl is said to be the holy maiden of the great Yan dynasty. She was born with a vision and was extremely beautiful according to rumors. The top echelons of the various demonic sects and the Taoist sects all wanted to marry her. "It is understandable that our prince would be captivated," the deputy commander said. "That may be the case. But he should have been next on the throne, running the court and ruling the people. Not staying in the Cold Palace," the Imperial Guard commander said. "That's true. The Crown Prince is gentle and courteous. He is extremely talented. With his royal bloodline, he has a promising future. It's just a pity that he is in this situation now." The deputy commander shook his head and lamented. "You saw what happened to all the people that were sent to this Cold Palace in the past." The Imperial Guard commander sighed. "Yes, this Cold Palace is infamous." The deputy commander could still remember the story of this place. 3 years ago, Imperial Consort Jia was banished to this Cold Palace after having interfered with politics. 3 months later, she became thin and emaciated. After constantly crying out loudly about injustice, she died. 10 years ago, the 3rd prince was dissatisfied with the crown prince position falling into the hands of Lin Jiufeng. He launched a coup with several major families and was sent to the Cold Palace. In less than 6 months, he cried until he died. 30 years later, His Majesty succeeded to the throne and placed his 3 brothers into the Cold Palace to suffer for 5 years. They died of depression. This Cold Palace had witnessed the losers of the royal struggle of the Yuhua dynasty, each of whom did not live long. Now Lin Jiufeng was banished to the Cold Palace. His future would probably not be good either. Lin Jiufeng listened to the conversation between the commander and the deputy commander. He lifted his head to look at the huge Cold Palace. "Is that how I will end up in the future?" Lin Jiufeng was unwilling. "Sign in front of the Cold Palace." A line of words suddenly appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. His pupils shrank, but he was pleasantly surprised. "Ajid. Although late but better than never. Sign in." Lin Jiufeng immediately responded. "You have signed in front of the Cold Palace. Received ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill." Another line of words appeared before him, and a complete supreme sword skill came to his mind. "Can I sign in indefinitely?" Lin Jiufeng asked, surprised. "You can sign in once a day." Signing in at different places produces different rewards. The more dangerous the place, the greater the reward. Some places can only be signed in once. Some places can be repeatedly signed in. But the rewards will gradually decrease. The explanatory words kept appearing in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. His eyes were bright and clear, and the worry and fear in his heart instantly disappeared. This is an extremely frightening world. Although I'm the crown prince, my cultivation was wiped out in the big prison. Thankfully, I am able to sign in silently in this cold palace. The most powerful of cultivators can bring down a country on their own. Some could tear the skies apart with their sword and pave their way to nirvana, and some could knock on the gates to nirvana with their sword. I am now rejected by millions. In that case, I might as well sign in here quietly until I am invincible before going outside. As Lin Jiufeng thought about his life going forward, his expression became indifferent. He turned to the Imperial Guard commander and said, "I'm going in now, you may return." The Imperial Guard commander asked, dumbfounded, "You're actually going in on your own accord?" In front of the cold palace, regardless of who it was, they would cry and wail and refuse to go in. In the end, the guards would have to carry them in. Who would take the initiative to enter like Lin Jiufeng? Lin Jiufeng laughed and asked, "If I stall for time, can I not go in?" Now that he had no cultivation and was disliked by the court and commoners of the Yuhua God dynasty. No matter how big this world was, the only place he could go was this cold palace. The Imperial Guard commander was speechless. He could only cup his fist and say, "I will take my leave after you have gone inside." It didn't matter to Lin Jiufeng. He straightened his clothes and crown, then he pushed open the dusty door. Creak. This door had not been opened for a long time. Dust came falling down as the door was being pushed open. When it was opened, the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. The snakes, insects, and rodents were startled by sudden disturbance. The state of the courtyard was indescribably bad. Although this cold palace is very big and was quite highly ranked in the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty, there is not a single servant or maid here. It's no wonder that everyone who was sent here became crazy and died before long, Lin Jiufeng lamented. If he didn't receive the ability to sign in, he wasn't sure how long he could have lasted in this place. But now, with his mind at peace, he felt that these trivial details weren't that important. He stepped into the cold palace and closed its door calmly under the gazes of the Imperial Guard and Deputy Commander. Boom! The sound of the cold palace's door closing was dull and loud. Once closed, it would be difficult to open this door in the future. The Imperial Guard commander spoke up, "Let's go. It will be hard for the dethroned prince to get out from here in his lifetime. I will arrange for someone to deliver his meals. After all, he's the first person to walk in on his own accord, and a dethroned prince at that. His personality is also good anyway, so he has to eat well every day," the deputy commander said to the commander. "You can make the necessary arrangements. It won't affect anyone anyway." The commander shook his head and led his men to return. The deputy commander saw a powerful young man who was full of grandeur in the team. It has not been a long time since he had been selected into the team. Knowing this, the former shouted, "From now on, you will provide meals for the dethroned prince. 3 meals a day. The food has to be good, understand?" The newbie in the team was very honest. He nodded as he agreed. "I will take good care of the dethroned prince." The cold palace had been abandoned for a long time. The last time anyone was here was 3 years ago. There were cobwebs and weeds everywhere, and the air smelled of decay. Entering an inner room, he saw a few tables, chairs, and benches that had been bored through by the worms. They were already in a state of decay. The place certainly was in bad shape. But Lin Jiufeng didn't care about this. He found a relatively clean step and sat down. Closing his eyes, he began to check out the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill mentally. After signing in, the full version of the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. The first step of the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill was to wipe out one's existing cultivation to form a sword body. My cultivation has been wiped out. This is just right for practicing the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up, and he meditated cross-legged, which was the first step in practicing the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Sword body. It would be very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. However, for Lin Jiufeng, it was something he got when he signed in. It was very easy for him to cultivate it. He had no difficulties at all. He spent the first day cultivating the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill after entering the Cold Palace, directly breaking through Foundation Establishment and creating a sword body in his Danshin 1, energy center of the body. My predecessor was a prince who had cultivated since childhood. He had countless resources, but it still took him 3 months to reach Foundation Establishment for the very first step of cultivation. The skill I got from signing in is really easy to comprehend. Lin Jiufeng thought to himself in delight. Upon the arrival of the night, moonlight cascaded upon the ground like a waterfall. Lin Jiufeng wanted to continue the momentum of his cultivation akin to striking the iron while it was hot. But someone knocked on the door of Cold Palace, shouting, "Your Royal Highness Jiufeng, I brought you food." Lin Jiufeng had no choice but to stop cultivating. Since his cultivation had been wiped out, the Imperial Guards knew that they had to arrange food to be delivered to him. After all, they weren't allowed to let him starve to death. But they had no idea that Lin Jiufeng had already rebuilt his cultivation foundation after just a single day. With his current cultivation, he could live for 10 or more days without any sustenance at all. Walking to the door of the Cold Palace, Lin Jiufeng saw a small hole blocked by a stone. The person outside said, "Your Royal Highness Jiufeng. Move this stone away and I will pass you the food." Lin Jiufeng did as he asked. A hot meal with meat and vegetables was passed through the hole. Lin Jiufeng was taken aback. "I get to have such good food." The person outside the door laughed. "Although you have been dethroned, you are still the prince. The commander has ordered me to arrange better food for you." Lin Jiufeng smiled. "Thank your commander for me." The person outside said, "Have your meal. I will come again tomorrow. 3 meals a day, I promise not to be late." Lin Jiufeng wanted to tell him that he did not need to send food, but the person outside the door had already left. Lin Jiufeng had no choice but to eat his first meal since arriving in this world. After eating, he continued in his cultivation, not wanting to delay for even a moment. The initial steps of cultivation were Qi training and foundation establishment. It was only after the completion of Qi training and after foundation establishment could he move on to becoming an acquired cultivator, innate cultivator, golden core cultivator, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial sage, and finally human god. Innate cultivators were able to take on 10,000 enemies, golden core cultivators could suppress an army that was 1,000,000 strong, grandmasters could suppress a city, and great grandmasters could go up against an entire country. As for martial sages, each of them was in existence with unimaginable power. Human gods were even more powerful. Lin Jiufeng was only in the realm of Qi training and foundation establishment. He was still too weak. He had to continue working hard. Practice silently, sign in silently, do not create trouble or any waves, and develop steadily. Anyway, I'm alone now and have been removed from the position of Crown Prince. I can stay here peacefully and just continuously sign in. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. On his first night in the Cold Palace, Lin Jiufeng meditated cross-legged all night, increasing his cultivation realm substantially. There were 9 levels for Qi training and 15 levels for foundation establishment. Lin Jiufeng reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment overnight. He had no difficulties cultivating the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill that he received from signing in at all. Early in the next morning, Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was to sign in. "Do you want to sign in before the steps inside the Cold Palace?" "Sign in," Lin Jiufeng said without hesitation. "Sign in successful. Received 1 essence cleansing pill. Sign in can be repeated here until the sign-in effect disappears." The next 2 lines of words that appeared one after another made Lin Jiufeng happy. "Essence cleansing pill, this is a good thing. Only a master of alchemy can refine it. It costs a few thousand silver in Yuhua God Dynasty." A pure white pill suddenly appeared in Lin Jiufeng's hand, and he swallowed it immediately. "It just so happens that my cultivation was wiped out, and my body needs to be cleansed." Lin Jiufeng immediately began to cultivate. 2 hours later, when the sun rose, Lin Jiufeng had completely digested the essence cleansing pill. His cultivation rocketed to the 5th level of foundation establishment. He wanted to continue cultivating, but the morning food delivery person came. When Lin Jiufeng took the delivered food, he said, "From now on, it's enough to deliver it once every 7 days. You don't have to come so frequently. Don't you know you are disturbing my cultivation?" "Won't your highness be hungry like this?" asked the honest imperial guard outside the door. "I'm cultivating to rebuild my foundation, don't worry." Lin Jiufeng replied honestly. He was not lying. After his cultivation was wiped out, it was not out of the ordinary for him to cultivate and rebuild his foundation. "Okay, I'll come back in 7 days and bring something delicious for you, your highness." The honest imperial guard agreed. Satisfied, Lin Jiufeng ate his breakfast and continued to cultivate. He can sign in peace for 7 days and cultivate during that 7 days before eating another delicious meal. Such a quiet and beautiful routine was perfect for Lin Jiufeng. After delivering breakfast, the honest imperial guard went back to report to his deputy commander. His Royal Highness said that it would be enough to send food every 7 days in the future. He's cultivating to rebuild his foundation and doesn't want to be disturbed. Deputy commander shook his head and said, even if His Royal Highness is a well-known genius in the dynasty, he can't defy the heavens and rise again after his cultivation was wiped out. He can at most enter the ranks of acquired cultivators. Forget it, let him be. Just send him food every 7 days in the future. Yes. The honest imperial guard cupped his fists and accepted the order. After he was dethroned and banished to the cold palace, the tumultuous incident came to an end. No one mentioned the prince, who was once a peerless genius again. The entire Yuhua God dynasty began to compete for the new title of crown prince. No one cared about Lin Jiufeng, who was in the cold palace. Of course, Lin Jiufeng didn't need them to care. He continued to cultivate quietly and signed in regularly. For 7 days in a row, Lin Jiufeng signed in on this step. He sat cross-legged here every day without going anywhere else. 7 days later, Lin Jiufeng broke through and entered the ranks of acquired cultivators. This was the highest realm that Lin Jiufeng could possibly reach according to the Deputy Imperial Guard Commander. After Lin Jiufeng broke through, the honest Imperial Guard once again came to deliver food. Lin Jiufeng moved the stone away and took the delivered food. There was even wine and meat. The meal sure was extravagant and good. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but ask, "What is your name?" "My name is Dachun. That's what everyone calls me." Honest Dachun replied. "Okay, see you in 7 days." Lin Jiufeng was in a good mood and laughed as he spoke. When Dachun heard Lin Jiufeng's laughter, he asked curiously, "Your Highness is in a good mood." "Well, I remembered something to be happy about," Lin Jiufeng replied. He picked up the dish of wine and meat, sat on the steps, and began to enjoy the meal. After a satisfying meal of food and alcohol, Lin Jiufeng looked at the dirty environment he was in. "It's time to make a room out of this. I can't keep staying outside," Lin Jiufeng muttered. Without hesitation, Lin Jiufeng cleaned up the courtyard near the gate of the cold palace. The ground was densely covered with weeds. Using a branch as a sword, Lin Jiufeng drew his sword and began chopping. Clang! In an instant, sword energy proliferated. Sharp sword energies erupted and directly uprooted the weeds. Vines and poisonous snakes were also wiped out under Lin Jiufeng's sword energy. After all the work, the room was finally cleaned up. Lin Jiufeng let out a long breath. Finally, a proper place to live in. Lin Jiufeng sighed. If nothing happened, he would have to stay here for a long time. It would be nice to create a quiet environment for himself. After cleaning the courtyard, Lin Jiufeng found a well. The well that was previously covered and hidden by weeds could now be seen. This well was covered with a well cap and was sealed tightly. Lin Jiufeng walked over, but a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. "Sign in at ominous well." Lin Jiufeng was shocked. Ominous well? What does that mean? Sign in. Lin Jiufeng still agreed. He hadn't signed in for the day yet. Signed in successfully. Received magic treasure, demon-slaying sword. In the very next moment, a purple longsword appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng. Although the longsword was sealed in the scabbard with its blade covered, the chilling cold air it emanated still struck Lin Jiufeng, giving him the chills. Just in time. It just so happens that my ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill has also entered the next stage, and I need to practice using the sword. Lin Jiufeng took the demon-slaying sword and injected true qi into it. Zing, zing, zing. The demon-slaying sword trembled and emanated a joyful sound that reverberated in the area. Then it transformed into a stream of light that entered Lin Jiufeng's body. Lin Jiufeng could clearly feel that the demon-slaying sword was powerful and had a special damage bonus against evil demons. After he was done signing in, Lin Jiufeng looked at the sealed well. What's in the well? Lin Jiufeng opened the well cap but found nothing. The water was clear and had few impurities. Not being able to find anything, Lin Jiufeng fetched some water to wash. Then he cultivated in the room. The well was then covered by Lin Jiufeng. 3 years passed in a flash. For 3 years, Lin Jiufeng had been signing in quietly inside the cold palace. Stuck in the cold palace and unable to leave, he continued to sign in inside his small courtyard. Signed in under the tree in the cold palace. Received Spring Pill Sutra. Signed in on the bed in the cold palace. Received 30 sets of dust-free suits. Signed in at the north gate of the cold palace. Received Sword 22. Signed in at the cold palace courtyard. Received the glorious dream of spring and autumn technique. Lin Jiufeng repeatedly signed in on the steps for the essence cleansing pills. Before he exhausted the sign-in effect, he received hundreds of essence cleansing pills. Most of them were eaten by Lin Jiufeng, who is now a powerful cultivator at an extremely high realm. However, he still had no intention of leaving. In these 3 years, he only moved around his small courtyard, which was at most a few hundred meters in size. The cold palace was huge, and there were places that Lin Jiufeng had yet to visit. But he had plans of exploring the other parts of the cold palace. In the past 3 years, Lin Jiufeng did not take the initiative to inquire about the outside world. He had no idea about the current situation of the Yuhua God dynasty. The person he met the most was Dachun. Dachun chatted with Lin Jiufeng every time he came. And this was the only time Lin Jiufeng spoke. But he didn't feel lonely. Instead, Lin Jiufeng was content to see himself getting stronger and improving every day. In particular, Dachun told him a few days ago that the world outside was turbulent. The 18 sects of demonic cultivation had made their existence known, and powerful factions from overseas had started invading. Evil was running amok, and several martial grandmasters had already perished in battle. Hearing that, Lin Jiufeng immediately said that he would not go out. He would stay quietly in the cold palace, sign in, cultivate, and become stronger. On this day, Dachun came to deliver the meal again. Lin Jiufeng was enjoying his wine, listening to the honest Dachun's words. Some were useful news, but most were insignificant matters. Once Lin Jiufeng asked Dachun why he talked to him about those insignificant matters. Dachun replied, "There's no one in the cold palace to talk to your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness must be very bored. If I talk to your Royal Highness every time I come to deliver food, your Royal Highness might become happier." Lin Jiufeng smiled warmly. He did not stop Dachun from telling him about these small matters. This time when Dachun finished talking, he suddenly said, "Your Royal Highness, your Majesty has announced the new crown prince today." Lin Jiufeng was stunned. He asked, "Who is it?" He began to recall in his memory. Was it second brother, third brother, or fourth brother? Dachun replied, "It's the sixth prince. He defeated the other princes and became the crown prince." Sixth brother. Lin Jiufeng was really shocked. The sixth prince and Lin Jiufeng were born to the same consort. He was 5 years younger than Lin Jiufeng and was talented and as outstanding as Lin Jiufeng since he was a kid. The difference was that when Lin Jiufeng was being trained to become a crown prince, the sixth prince was taken away by the royal family's clan experts. The sixth prince was very close to Lin Jiufeng before he turned 5 years old. But after he was taken away, he didn't see him again. He never expected to hear of his name from Dachun. "It's the sixth prince. I heard that the sixth prince returned to the imperial capital half a year ago. His cultivation is at the innate cultivator realm. An innate cultivator before 20. Everyone said that he will become the next great grandmaster. Now that he's the crown prince, he's a source of great pressure on the other princes," Dachun said. An innate cultivator before he turned 20, Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. "Not bad." It wasn't just not bad. Dachun asked cautiously, "Your Royal Highness, are you upset?" "No, I'm okay. You may not know, but the sixth prince is my real brother." Why would I be upset? Lin Jiufeng smiled. He was now living a wonderful life every day. Why would he care about the crown prince position? Being the crown prince was stressful. He would have no time for cultivation, and he also had a great responsibility to handle. It was unlike Lin Jiufeng's current lifestyle. Your Royal Highness, I should take my leave. I will talk to you again next time. Dachshund stood up and said goodbye. Lin Jiufeng passed the empty plates to him and looked at the huge cold palace. Let's sign in at a different place today. Lin Jiufeng got up and walked towards another compound area. The cold palace was huge. It had 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It had a lot of courtyards, not just one. Lin Jiufeng spent the last 3 years just outside in a small courtyard near the gate. Today, he was heading inside. As he stepped onto the threshold of the first enclosure, a line appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Do you want to sign in at the threshold of the inner wall of the cold palace? Sign in, Lin Jiufeng said. Sign in successful. Receive the core condensing pill. Sign in can be repeated here until the sign-in effect disappears. Lin Jiufeng smiled. What a pleasant surprise. It knows that I am already a golden core cultivator, and it gave me a core condensing pill. Core condensing pills were made especially for golden core cultivators. It was much more expensive than the essence cleansing pill. The essence cleansing pill could be purchased for a few thousand silvers, but the core condensing pill could not be bought with silver alone. Each pill was extremely valuable. But since Lin Jiufeng could repeatedly sign in to this location, he would never lack core condensing pills in the future. I just broke through the innate cultivator realm and entered the golden core cultivator realm. I thought my cultivation would slow down a bit, but it seems that I can still continue to improve rapidly. Lin Jiufeng thought happily. Lin Jiufeng swallowed the core condensing pill and let its energy explode in his body. The energy rushed into his danshan, increasing his strength. In his danshan was a powerful sword energy formed from the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill and the sword 22, which Lin Jiufeng cultivated. These 2 techniques were both very powerful sword skills. Together with the glorious dream of spring and autumn technique that he received from signing in, Lin Jiufeng's current combat power had reached its peak. Even the original owner of this body of his, which was the crown prince, only managed to reach the pinnacle of the innate cultivator realm. There was even an entire country supporting him, yet it still took him more than 20 years to achieve such a realm. Lin Jiufeng, who spent all his time quietly signing in within the cold palace, had surpassed the realm of the original owner of his body in just 3 years. Getting his cultivation wiped out back then didn't feel that bad anymore. It was Lin Jiufeng's first time venturing into the interior of the cold palace. Passing through the inner wall, he saw a vast garden, a rockery, and a stream of water. There was a pavilion and a bamboo forest in the far distance. The scenery here was once pleasant. There once existed a group of exquisite palaces built according to the first prince's specifications. But then the first prince failed to seize the throne and was banished here. He ultimately died of depression. Since then, it was gradually left to deteriorate and became the infamous cold palace within the palace. The once lush garden was now completely overgrown. Weeds and trees grew disorderly, and vines entangled the house. It looked more like a gloomy haunted house in the wild mountains than a palace. Lin Jiufeng put his hands behind his back and looked at all of these with a calm expression. This was the cold palace that everyone was afraid of, but it was also the place where he could repeatedly sign in. What once was a road was overgrown with weeds. Lin Jiufeng narrowed his eyes and lifted a finger. Using it as a sword, he slashed at the weeds. The first stance of sword 22. Boom! The entire garden was instantly filled with dancing sword energies. It exterminated all the surrounding weeds, revealing a path. Lin Jiufeng wandered around. He then accidentally discovered that there was also a large well that was tightly covered by a well cap within this place. Although it wasn't that of a big well that there was a well in this place, the important detail was that the well was exactly the same as the one in Lin Jiufeng's courtyard. The colors and design were exactly the same. The well in my yard is an ominous well. Is this one the same? Lin Jiufeng wondered. However, he had already signed in for today, so he had to wait for the sign-in the next day. After strolling around in the garden, Lin Jiufeng left in the evening. The sky had dimmed and he returned to his yard. Then he meditated and started cultivating. Before cultivating, Lin Jiufeng looked at the old well in the courtyard. In the past 3 years, he had not opened that well again. But tonight, for some reason, Lin Jiufeng suddenly wanted to open the well. Upon opening the well cap, the water inside was as clear and as clean as always.
What?
In the wee hours of the night, Lin Jiufeng meditated cross-legged. The demon-slaying sword hovered, spinning in circles around him. He was done cultivating the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill, as well as the sword 22. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng was trying to get to know the demon-slaying sword. The moon was dim that night. Dark clouds filled the sky and gusts of cold wind blew in the quiet, cold palace. A cloud of black smoke was floating up out of the uncovered well at this moment. It morphed into a woman. "Why did you imprison me in the cold palace?" With a mournful wail, the woman rushed directly into the room and began attacking Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes at that instant, grabbed the demon-slaying sword, and immediately activated the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill.
Slash.
An extremely terrifying sword light exploded, directly lighting up the yard, and instantly nailing the woman who had morphed out of the black smoke to the wall. The surging sword aura of the extremely powerful ultimate, heaven-slashing sword skill firmly suppressed the black smoke. The woman's expression looked malicious and she struggled hard, but it was useless and futile. Lin Jiufeng walked out of the room and saw the woman's face. He said in surprise, "Imperial Consort Jia." This woman was none other than the former master of the Cold Palace. She was Imperial Consort Jia, who had been banished to the Cold Palace 3 years ago. She was banished on charges of political activity within the palace and causing trouble to the court. Thinking that she was favored by the king, she disregarded the queen and disrespected her position. She helped push her younger brother up in the ranks with pillow talk, which offended a lot of people. Then she was banished to the Cold Palace. Only about 3 months after being imprisoned, she could no longer tolerate the conditions and died. Lin Jiufeng looked at her non-substantial body and repulsive appearance. No reason existed within her, only hatred. Imperial Consort Jia wasn't a powerful person. How could her soul still remain 3 years after her death without dissipating? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. He looked at the well. It was uncovered. Lin Jiufeng looked at Imperial Consort Jia Gui, who had already lost her intelligence and reason. She was merely struggling numbly, her face filled with hatred. Lin Jiufeng contemplated silently. "Do you want to sign in before the vengeful soul?" A line of words suddenly appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He couldn't help but look up. "Seems like it's already the dawn of the next day." "Sign in," Lin Jiufeng said decisively. "Signed in successfully. Received the Eye of Judgment. It can read the memory of a soul and exorcise it." Lin Jiufeng's eyes suddenly became inundated with intense pain and itch. Something seemed to be coming out of it. He gritted his teeth and braced himself. Fortunately, after a minute, the sensations disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked at Imperial Consort Jia. Imperial Consort Jia's soul was immediately seen through by Lin Jiufeng. Boom! All of Imperial Consort Jia's memories from when she was alive, as well as how she became a wandering soul, were all made known to Lin Jiufeng. Area deep underground beneath the Cold Palace is actually an area with extremely strong negative energy. It's easy for evil spirits to form at places like this. Lin Jiufeng finally understood why no one paid any interest in such a big palace after the first prince's fall from grace. It turned out that it was because of the bad geomancy here. This palace was probably built after the first prince had been deceived. Otherwise, who would build a palace in a place where there was extreme negative energy? Those that came here after the palace was abandoned were all tortured to death by the land itself. A prime example of this was Imperial Consort Jia. She only managed to persist for 3 months before dying. Her soul was then absorbed by this land of extreme negative energies. Her soul didn't dissipate, but since she was not versed in the ways of soul cultivation, she ended up in her current situation. In addition, she was muddled, and her entire being was filled with thoughts of revenge. She hid in this well, and as long as it wasn't covered, she would be able to come out. Lin Jiufeng murmured. He suddenly smiled. He just learned from the memory of Imperial Consort Jia that she had wanted to come out 3 years ago. But that night after Lin Jiufeng washed up, he sealed the well once more. Hence, she didn't manage to come out. After that, Lin Jiufeng did not open the well for 3 years. She had waited for 3 painful years. If Lin Jiufeng didn't notice the well whom he had forgotten for 3 whole years, he wouldn't have opened it, and she would have had to continue her wait. But Lin Jiufeng unsealed the well once more, so she took advantage of that opportunity to take her revenge for what the former had done 3 years ago. Unfortunately, the current Lin Jiufeng was vastly different from who he was back then. She was nailed to the wall of the courtyard by a beam of sword energy. The powerful force even made the wall expand outward with her at the center of it. The wall was then covered with scars from the crisscrossing sword energies. Lin Jiufeng didn't hurt Imperial Consort Jia. After browsing through her memories, he chose to restore her memory. He did not want to let her be trapped in this place that was full of negative energy and continue being in such a wretched state. When the Eye of Judgment awakened Imperial Consort Jia's memory, her resentment slowly faded. She looked at the cold palace with a complex expression. "You're the crown prince. Have you also been banished into the cold palace?" Imperial Consort Jia recognized Lin Jiufeng and said in surprise. Lin Jiufeng nodded calmly. It's sad the imperial family has no affection for anyone. No matter how important anything is, it is not as important as the throne. Imperial Consort Jia sneered. She looked at Lin Jiufeng, her expression part sympathetic and part ridicule. I thought your position was stable and that you would become the next king. I didn't expect that you would follow in my footsteps in the end and be banished to this terrible cold palace. For reasons unknown, Imperial Consort Jia was perversely happy. Seeing Lin Jiufeng, the once aloof prince, the prince with unlimited prospects, end up like her, she couldn't help but want to laugh. However, Lin Jiufeng said calmly, I think it's not bad here. There's no disturbance from the outside world. However, it's time for you to be on your way. Let me stay. I can cultivate a spiritual body. I wasn't fully awake and didn't know how to cultivate before, but now I can cultivate a spiritual body and remain here to serve you. You will be lonely here alone if I leave. Imperial Consort Jia didn't want to leave just yet. She started to seduce Lin Jiufeng. I have many skills, Imperial Consort Jia started. Boom! But Lin Jiufeng immediately pulled out the demon-slaying sword. The brilliant sword gleam flashed and exorcised Imperial Consort Jia in one stroke. Biological exorcism. I want to use the Eye of Judgment to exorcise you, but I don't need it anymore. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. Imperial Consort Jia looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. She asked, puzzled, don't you feel lonely all by yourself in this cold palace? Lin Jiufeng looked at her gradually disappearing figure and shook his head. I'm not lonely. I find new happiness every day. You won't understand it anyway. This was a place of extremely negative energy, and there could also be something hidden underground. This was a perfect place for him to continuously sign in. Lin Jiufeng wouldn't be lonely. Imperial Consort Jia would never be able to understand Lin Jiufeng's words. She slowly disappeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Subsequently, the well was also covered by Lin Jiufeng. Looking at the wall that had been ravaged by his sword, Lin Jiufeng raised his hand and advised himself, I have to be gentler next time I attack. I can't destroy this yard, I still want to continue living here. He had no plans to change places for the time being.
What?
When everything was over, the sun had also appeared. The eerie and terrifying aura brought by the soul the night before disappeared under the sun's rays. It was a new day. Lin Jiufeng changed into a dust-free suit. This was the one he got when he signed in. It prevented dust from coming into contact with his body, and it made sure that his body was clean and pristine. Furthermore, it looked good on him. Lin Jiufeng had been wearing dust-free suits for the past 3 years, and he had never once bathed since then. The new dust-free suit was white. With Lin Jiufeng's handsome face, he really looked like a dashing young man. Dressed like this, Lin Jiufeng seemed out of place in contrast to his surroundings. He appeared to be an exiled immortal from the heavens, and all around him were filth. As his cultivation level increased, Lin Jiufeng's bearing also became completely apparent. After 10 years as a prince, how could he not have cultivated his bearing? Today, Lin Jiufeng planned to go to the inner courtyard again. However, when he walked out of his small courtyard, he saw the main door of the cold palace that had not moved for 3 years slowly open. Lin Jiufeng stood still and looked over. The main door of the cold palace would not be opened unless someone was being banished into this place. No one who had entered the cold palace in history managed to leave. Who got banished to the cold palace? Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. Unexpectedly, the person who entered the cold palace was not someone that had been sentenced to be banished. It was the sixth prince who had just inherited the position of the crown prince. He was Lin Jiufeng's younger brother in this life. When he was 5 years old, he was taken away to cultivate, and the two were separated. It was until now that they finally got to meet each other again. Lin Jiufeng recalled the sixth prince from his memory and compared him to the sixth prince of today. The change truly was great. Back then, the sixth prince was just a snotty kid. But now that he had grown up, he became as tall as Lin Jiufeng. He was full of vigor, and his eyes were strong and confident. Big brother. Standing near the main door of the cold palace, the current crown prince yelled cordially. Whenever he was with other princes that were older than him, he would always call them royal brother. With Lin Jiufeng, he always addressed him simply as big brother. After all, they had the same mother. Although it has been 10 years since they met, blood was nevertheless thicker than water. Lin Jiufeng smiled. A sense of intimacy spontaneously rose within his heart. Perhaps this was something that came from being of the same bloodline. But Lin Jiufeng was bewildered by the sudden visit. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you here?" "I'm here to visit Big Brother." The current crown prince walked in. He looked around and said in surprise, "I heard that there are overgrown weeds in the cold palace, but it's so clean here. Did Big Brother clean it up?" Lin Jiufeng nodded and said, "It happened to be convenient." After he had achieved success in his sword skill training, he only needed to move his fingers, and the sword aura would make quick work of all the weeds. Big Brother has worked hard. Unexpectedly, the prince sighed forlornly. Lin Jiufeng knew that his brother had misunderstood. But he didn't know how to explain the situation, so he changed the subject. "Visitors are not allowed at the cold palace. Why have you come?" "You will get impeached." Lin Jiufeng was worried. "Big Brother, I begged Father to let me come to see you. Our mother has gone and the closest person to me in this world is Big Brother, so Father agreed to let me visit you," the sixth prince said. Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, "I'm doing pretty well. You see it too, everything is fine." I knew Big Brother would not wallow in self-pity. Although the cold palace is terrifying, Big Brother will definitely persevere. The sixth prince truly admired Lin Jiufeng. Having stayed in the cold palace for 3 years, not only he didn't go crazy, but he seemed to be living very well. This sure was an incredible achievement. "I haven't congratulated you yet. You are now the crown prince, and the next step for you is to become the emperor of Yuhua God dynasty." Lin Jiufeng smiled as he accepted his brother's expression of brotherhood. "Big brothers, you don't blame me." The sixth prince looked at Lin Jiufeng worriedly. "Why would I? I was dethroned as crown prince due to my own carelessness and mistake. Big Brother will only be happy for you. The fact that you were able to rise to that position is due to your own ability," Lin Jiufeng said sincerely while shaking his head. "Big Brother, don't worry. You must persevere. When I succeed to the throne, I will definitely pardon Big Brother," the sixth prince whispered. Lin Jiufeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he wanted to leave the cold palace now, he could have done it easily. The key was that he was able to get a lot of things from signing in within the cold palace. He didn't want to go out before he had the power to crush everyone. But he could not possibly tell the crown prince about this. Seeing his steadfast look, Lin Jiufeng continued to change the subject. "Okay, let's discuss the future in the future. Father is in his prime, you should learn from him. Don't make mistakes like Big Brother." Lin Jiufeng treated the crown prince as his brother, so he gave him some advice. "I know. I'm relieved to see that Big Brother is okay. There's still a lot for me to do. I made time to visit you, but I have to report to Father now, so I'll make a move first," the sixth prince said. "Go." Lin Jiufeng nodded and watched him leave. "Big Brother, wait for me. You will get out." The sixth prince walked a few steps, then turned back to hug him and said firmly into Lin Jiufeng's ear. Then he left without looking back. Lin Jiufeng never had a chance to explain. "I don't want to go out yet," Lin Jiufeng muttered helplessly. The sixth prince left the cold palace and immediately went to see His Majesty. In the palace, His Majesty, who had just finished dealing with the state affairs, asked, "How is that rebellious son?" The sixth prince said softly, "Big brother is in good condition." He didn't dare to say that Lin Jiufeng was in better shape than he was, and his fleeting and indifferent aura was not like someone who had been banished to the cold palace. His Majesty sneered and said, "He's living a good life." The people who were previously banished into the cold palace all became crazy. Yet the prince who he once favored was actually living well. And it was after staying there for 3 years. One should know that even imperial consort Jia only lasted 3 months before she went crazy. Father, big brother knows his mistake. The sixth prince defended his elder brother. Knows his mistake. Who would have expected that his Majesty was still very angry? Do you know about the heavenly concubine whom he released 3 years ago? She returned to the Great Yan dynasty and has risen to become the state sorceress of the Great Yan dynasty from a holy maiden. She is now in charge of all the ritual activities of the Great Yan dynasty. I heard that she can communicate with the heavenly deities and is worshipped by everyone as a divine maiden. She has slowly elevated the Great Yan dynasty, and they gradually created a great state base. This is all thanks to your elder brother. His Majesty grunted coldly. The sixth prince was speechless. That rebellious son is just lustful. He can stay in the cold palace for the rest of his life. Even if you succeed the throne in the future, you are not allowed to let him out, understand? His Majesty said sternly. The sixth prince's face turned pale, and he hurriedly tried to explain. But His Majesty gave him no chance to do so. He said coldly, "I will issue an imperial decree. There's no need to talk about this matter anymore." The sixth prince looked at his father helplessly and couldn't help but feel sorry for his elder brother. Recently, some cultists from those demonic sects have infiltrated into the capital. You take charge and investigate this matter. It's not safe now. The members of those demonic sects are making their existence known to the world. They should be plotting something. You need to put more care into this matter. As for your elder brother, let him take care of himself. His Majesty declared indifferently.
What?
Lin Jiufeng did not know about this matter. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter to him. Anyway, he had no intention of leaving. This cold palace was a good place to sign in. He would continue staying there. After the sixth prince's visit, Lin Jiufeng's days resumed their peacefulness. Lin Jiufeng signed in and took the core condensing pill to improve his golden core cultivation every day. The path of cultivation in the golden core realm was not easy. The realm had 9 levels to it. In the golden core realm, there was the false core, inner core, true core, and golden core. Each level had an upper, middle, lower, and major perfection level. The Lin Jiufeng was currently at the false core, major perfection realm. He was just one step away from the inner core realm. He had the core condensing pill for his cultivation needs. He did not have to worry about not being able to break through. Other than cultivating, Lin Jiufeng also explored the vast garden in the cold palace. The garden shore was huge. Considering that beneath it was a place filled with extreme negative energy, it should have a lot of evil spirits. Lin Jiufeng searched the entire garden, but he did not find a single evil spirit. He didn't even find another lost soul, like Imperial Consort Jia. The garden would become very eerie at night. But there wasn't a single evil creature, which made Lin Jiufeng feel helpless. But thinking about it carefully, no one could enter the cold palace. It was normal that there weren't any evil spirits. I've taken out my demon-slaying sword. Let me kill 1 or 2 evil creatures at the least. Lin Jiufeng sighed helplessly. Then he continued to sign in silently. Just like that, 1 month passed. Lin Jiufeng's cultivation had reached the peak and was on the verge of breaking through. Lin Jiufeng temporarily stopped cultivating when he reached fake core major perfection of the golden core realm. He was in no hurry to break through. He tempered his true qi every day and continued to reinforce his foundation. When the time came 1 month later, he naturally broke through. On this night, Lin Jiufeng was busy taking pills. After swallowing a core condensing pill, Lin Jiufeng had broken through in his own courtyard. True qi gathered in his dantian, forming a sphere, which was then slowly polished and turned into an inner core. Then the 2 sword techniques, ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill and sword 22, practiced by Lin Jiufeng, transformed into countless sword energies that surrounded his inner core like a dragon. Boom! When all of this was done and over, the inner core and the sword energies in Lin Jiufeng's dantian exploded. Radiant white sword energies surrounded Lin Jiufeng, spreading to every inch of his body, including his spiritual consciousness. In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng's strength skyrocketed to a terrifying point. His spiritual consciousness was also rapidly expanding. He cultivated with his eyes closed. But the surroundings of this courtyard were all in Lin Jiufeng's mind. And the range of his spiritual consciousness continued to expand outward. At this moment, everything seemed to have come under Lin Jiufeng's spiritual consciousness. The place where he was at, the vast garden that he had thoroughly explored. These locations appeared clearly in Lin Jiufeng's mind. Suddenly, Lin Jiufeng realized that someone had sneaked into the cold palace. The intruders were two men in black. Both were true core golden core cultivators. They went around and explored the cold palace. Observing these two men, Lin Jiufeng did not make a move. Instead, he observed quietly. Despite being in the golden core realm like Lin Jiufeng, their spiritual consciousness could only cover a few meters around them. Unlike Lin Jiufeng's, that could cover a distance thousands of times greater than theirs. The leader, who was walking in front of the other, turned his head to look at his partner. Seeing what the other party was doing, he was suddenly infuriated. "Lao why are you behaving so sneakily?" The big brother scolded. "Big brother, we're thieves now." "We must be careful," Lao said softly. "Thieves, my foot. This is the famous cold palace in the Yuhua God dynasty. There's only a dethroned prince here. There's no one else here other than him. What's the point of being so sneaky?" Big brother scolded. "That's true. That dethroned prince has no cultivation whatsoever. There's no way he will discover us." Lao was suddenly enlightened. He got excited and kicked a tree whose trunk was as thick as a bowl. Boom! The leader was so angry at what Lao had done that he slapped him and scolded. "He won't discover us, but this used to be the place where we hid the corpses of our chasing corpse sect. The ground beneath us is filled with extreme negative energies. If something terrible came out because of you, we will both lose our lives." Lao submitted. He didn't dare to fool around anymore. "We are just here to make an outpost and investigate the place. Now that all the major sects are out in the world, our chasing corpse sect cannot reveal any weaknesses. We must retrieve our old ancestors that are buried deep underground so that we can recover our prestige," the leader said sternly. "But big brother, when will our chasing corpse sect go out in the world?" Lao asked carefully. "It should be 10 years later when our sect master makes a breakthrough. You're only here to make an outpost. No one knows that the ancestors of our chasing corpse sect are buried here underground in this place of extreme negative energy. There's no need for us to hurry. Once we have the location mapped out, we will return to report," the leader said seriously. "Big brother, it seems that many people from the demonic sects are here in the capital of Yuhua God dynasty. They seem to be up to something," Lao asked excitedly. "I heard the news too. A senior from a demonic sect is here to assassinate Yuhua God dynasty's emperor. There is a storm rising, and the world has become tumultuous. Let's take advantage of the situation, get the exact location that we needed, then we'll immediately take our leave," the leader said softly. "All right, big brother." Lao nodded obediently and began their search. "Big brother, I think this is the place." Lao finally found the location. The leader immediately came up and said excitedly, "Yes, this is it. Let's make a mark on our maps and come back afterwards." The two men immediately got busy. Lin Jiufeng was stunned. He opened his eyes in his courtyard and mumbled, "People from the demonic sects are here to assassinate the emperor." Underneath this cold palace was not only a place of extreme negative energy, but it is also the chasing corpse sect's secret burial place for their ancestors. He seemed to have discovered a terrible secret. He must keep their mouths shut. With that on his mind, Lin Jiufeng pulled out his demon-slaying sword. Using his sword 22 technique, he killed them through the countless walls. Lin Jiufeng's sword cut across the numerous yards. Like the first ray of light cutting through the darkness at dawn, it lit up the cold palace. The two golden core realm cultivators from the chasing corpse sect were both a little stronger in cultivation realm than Lin Jiufeng, but they were still not a match for his sword. Sword 22 was not a mortal sword technique. It involved the great Tao of heaven and earth. Especially the last move, similarly named Sword 22. It was powerful enough to kill people thousands of miles away without being seen. The two were decapitated by the stroke. Blood flowed everywhere and they fell to the ground, dead. They died without even knowing who it was that attacked them. Lin Jiufeng also arrived. He looked at the two bodies, paying special attention to certain places that were specially marked, lost in thought. Were the ancestors of the chasing corpse, sect buried deep underground here? According to them, the sect master of the chasing corpse sect will only reappear in 10 years after a breakthrough. Does that mean that I can dig out the ancestor of the chasing corpse sect right now without repercussions? Lin Jiufeng had a sudden curious thought. Do you want to sign in before the 1,000-year-old underground corpse? Suddenly, a line of words appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes, stunning him. There is a 1,000-year-old corpse buried deep underground. Lin Jiufeng's heart pounded. But his mouth did not remain idle. Sign in, Lin Jiufeng said. Sign in successful. Received Netherworld Corpse control technique. Then a massive amount of memories was transmitted into Lin Jiufeng's mind. He instantly comprehended every secret of the technique. With the technique, one would be able to control corpses and nurture a brand new soul in the corpse. It would then awaken and follow the orders of the one who used the technique on the corpse. This was a very powerful technique, considering the fact that it was able to nurture a brand new soul within a corpse and inherit everything from the corpse. After Lin Jiufeng confirmed his understanding of the technique, he acted decisively and started digging. Supported by his golden core cultivation base, he quickly dug down tens of meters underneath and soon saw a coffin. It was a copper coffin covered with various corpse refining array drawings for the purpose of refining this 1,000-year-old corpse. But the 1,000-year-old corpse was in the cold palace. It could not get any nourishment from the blood of the living. The chasing corpse sect did not dare to approach this area after the Yuhua God dynasty built their imperial capital here, as they were afraid of alerting the dynasty to their existence. For the past century, the corpse in the copper coffin had been in a state of deep sleep. It had never gone out of its sleeping place. However, it was slowly becoming stronger. Lin Jiufeng brought the copper coffin out, filled the pit, and returned to his yard. In the courtyard, the copper coffin sat quietly. Moonlight shone on it, and its surface glowed with a metallic luster. He opened the copper coffin and saw a middle-aged man lying in it. His face was pale, with no trace of blood beneath his skin. He laid there quietly. Lin Jiufeng used the Netherworld Corpse controlling technique and began to infuse his energy into the body. Incubate slowly, create a new soul in this corpse, and control it. This way, my hard work will not be wasted, Lin Jiufeng said as he looked at the copper coffin. He had been busy all night with the endeavor, but fortunately, he had the dust-free suit with him. Otherwise, he would have been covered with filth all over his body. Lin Jiufeng covered the copper coffin and placed it in a corner of the room. He observed slowly and curiously for the born of the new soul from within. Then he continued to sign in and cultivate daily while ignoring external affairs.
What?
In a flash, another 3 months passed. In these 3 months, his brother, the sixth prince, never once returned. He must be very busy. Lin Jiufeng heard about that from Dachan. Dachan still came every 7 days to deliver food and chat with Lin Jiufeng. Most of the time, Dachan talked and Lin Jiufeng listened. Dachan would tell Lin Jiufeng of the interesting things that happened in the imperial capital. And Lin Jiufeng would listen to everything Dachan said. He would sometimes give a simple reply as he ate. Afterwards, he would always return to his cultivation. After 3 months, his cultivation rose once again. From the inner core level of the golden core realm, he advanced to the true core level. He was also just 1 step away from the next level of the golden core realm. Lin Jiufeng was also finally able to see some changes on the corpse of the ancestor of the chasing corpse sect that he had been reanimating using the Netherworld Corpse controlling technique in the past 3 months. His face was no longer pale like a dead man. There were signs of blood flowing within, and his complexion had turned rosy. His stiff joints had become supple, and more importantly, a terrifying power could be felt within his body. The Netherworld Corpse controlling technique was evidently working. Lin Jiufeng would take a look at him every few days, and then he spent the rest of the time working hard on cultivating. Another week passed, and Dachan arrived once more. He brought wine and food as always, and they were as delicious as ever. Of course, he chatted with Lin Jiufeng. On the other side of the main doors of the cold palace, Dachan leaned against the wall and talked. On the opposite side of the wall, Lin Jiufeng picked up the wine glass, took a sip of wine and a bite of food as he enjoyed the meal. Then he listened to Dachun talk about various things. There were important matters and small matters, trivial issues, and personal stories. Dachun liked to talk and Lin Jiufeng was willing to listen, so they formed a harmonious pair. Your Highness, I may be a little busy lately. If I can't come next time, I will ask a friend to deliver your food. When I'm finished with what I have to do, I will send wine and food to your Highness again, Dachun said with an honest smile. Lin Jiufeng was taken aback and asked, Are you not just a small soldier in the uniformed royal guard? Why are you so busy? This was the imperial capital. The uniformed royal guards shouldn't be too busy. Recently, many masters of cultivation have come to the imperial capital. There are Taoist cultivators, demonic cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, and even masters from overseas. His Royal Highness, the Sixth Prince, has taken over the uniformed royal guards, mobilizing us and greatly increasing the capital's defense measures. We have to keep the public order of the imperial capital and catch the wicked people who have no qualms about doing evil, Dachun explained. Lin Jiufeng frowned. He immediately remembered what those two people had said from 3 months ago. A senior from a demonic sect was going to assassinate the current emperor, Lin Jiufeng's father. Although Lin Jiufeng knew about it, he didn't take any other actions. He was only in the Golden Core realm and couldn't possibly meddle in such things. Thus, he didn't care and simply continued signing in peacefully. 3 months had passed since then, and everything remained peaceful. Lin Jiufeng hadn't heard that His Majesty was assassinated. As a result, Lin Jiufeng thought that the matter was simply fake. But hearing Dachun's words, he suddenly remembered the words of those two people. Dachun, be careful when you are on duty outside. Don't try too hard. Your cultivation level is not high. Don't get involved in a conflict with those in the cultivation world, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. Dachun had constantly brought him food for more than 3 years and chatted with him for the same amount of time. Lin Jiufeng didn't want anything bad to happen to him. According to Dachun, it wasn't only the people from the various demonic sects that were here. Those that hailed from the various Taoist and Buddhist sects were also here. On top of that, a lot of overseas cultivators were also present. The presence of these people made things more complicated. It was best if Dachun didn't get involved. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. However, I'm just guarding the palace and will definitely not encounter trouble. This is the safest place in the imperial capital. I'm just afraid that I will not be able to deliver food when it's time to because I might be on duty, so I'm telling you in advance. Dachun smiled. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while. Then with a flick of his finger, a sliver of sword energy pierced Dachun's body through the wall. Dachun didn't notice it. The sword energy would not cause him any harm, but it would let Lin Jiufeng know when Dachun's life was in danger. We have known each other for 3 years. No matter what, I don't want you to be in danger. I will definitely protect you. Lin Jiufeng liked Dachun's honest and serious attitude. It was just a simple order from the deputy commander of the uniformed royal guards. Yet he had diligently sent good food to Lin Jiufeng, who had already been banished to the cold palace. This delivery stint lasted 3 years, and he had neither missed a delivery nor thought of receiving a reward. In everyone's opinion, what could a prince who has been banished into the cold palace do and hope for? However, Lin Jiufeng only cared about 2 people in the entire Yuhua God dynasty. Dachun and the Sixth Prince. Dachun left with the sliver of sword energy that Lin Jiufeng planted in his body. Lin Jiufeng resumed signing peacefully. He was now at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, the True Core level. The Golden Core realm consisted of the False Core, Inner Core, True Core, and the final level, Golden Core. Lin Jiufeng was close to breaking through to the Golden Core level. He silently continued his signing in for the core condensing pills, accumulating them as much as he could while cultivating for as long as he could. He truly enjoyed his undisturbed peace. Every few days, he would check the chasing corpse sect's old ancestor. He was glowing more and more in the coffin. His cheeks were rosier, skin fairer, and his face seemed to have become more handsome. His aura dignified and elegant. It seems that a new soul is about to be born. The Netherworld corpse control technique is finally having some results. Lin Jiufeng nodded, satisfied. Soon he would have a terrifying henchman. A 1,000-year-old corpse buried deep underground in a place of extreme negative energy. At the same time, the corpse was the chasing corpse, Sek's old ancestor. With these factors added up, Lin Jiufeng was simply going against the heavens. Of course, he would only be able to know just how powerful this corpse was when it woke up. Lin Jiufeng continued his routine of signing in. Day after day. His cultivation also improved quietly. Until the 7th day after Dachun left. On this day, Lin Jiufeng was waiting for Dachun to bring some food and wine. But the person who came was not Dachun, but his younger brother, the current crown prince, 6th prince instead. Why are you here? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously as the doors of the cold palace slowly opened. The 6th prince walked in. This was the cold palace, not just anyone could come in. The last time the 6th prince came, he had to beg his father just to meet Lin Jiufeng once. Big brother, I am now the supervising crown prince. I hold more power now. The 6th prince smiled, carrying delicious delicacies in one hand and a jar of good wine in the other. Right on the steps of the cold palace gate, this supervising crown prince set up the wine and food, then looked at Lin Jiufeng with a smile. What happened? You have just become the crown prince, and now you're supervising the state. Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but think about his past self. He had been a crown prince for over 10 years, yet he never had the chance to take on the responsibility of managing the state. This 6th prince only became the crown prince for God knows how long, yet he was already supervising the state. Big brother, the imperial capital is filled with demonic cultivators, combining their forces and gathering together. They put up a slogan, saying that on the night of the full moon, a sword would appear from the west on the top of the forbidden city to kill father. The 6th prince said solemnly. A frown appeared on Lin Jiufeng's usually calm face. He asked curiously, a royal sacrifice. The old freaks in the royal family are not taking action. They did. They have the major demonic experts under control. But the ones that are here to assassinate father are not the head and leaders of those demonic cultivators. It's a 1,000-year-old demon Dao ancestor. The 6th prince sighed. A 1,000-year-old demon Dao ancestor. He has a grudge against the current emperor. Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. That demon Dao ancestors sect is called the Among Flowers sect. They have been around for 1,000 years. The first demonic sect that our father exterminated after he ascended the throne was the Among Flowers sect. The 6th prince explained. Lin Jiufeng immediately searched through his memories. The Among Flowers sect truly was a despicable sect whose agenda was kidnapping beautiful women and doing unspeakable things to them. Their actions had angered the young emperor, and he ordered a holy decree, sending 100,000 troops to crush the Among Flowers sect. Among Flowers sect deserved it. They asked for it, Lin Jiufeng said. But the devil will never reason with anyone. They have sent a message to say that the next full moon night will be the day that father dies, the 6th prince said helplessly. Is he very powerful? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Well, he's already in the martial sage realm, the 6th prince replied. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Martial sage realm, he would indeed be difficult to handle. Big brother also knows that the emergence of a grandmaster in this era is already something worthy of a great celebration, not to mention a martial sage. Not a single martial sage has appeared in 1,000 years. Now this demon has broken through to the martial sage. After he comes out from seclusion, he would definitely do something big, and that is to assassinate the emperor of the top imperial dynasty of the world. The 6th prince drank a cup of wine, depressed. That's why you became the supervising crown prince. In case anything happens to father, you will immediately be able to succeed to the throne and stabilize the Yuhua God dynasty. Lin Jiufeng guessed the plans of his father, whom he got after his transmigration. His Majesty would do his best to prevent his own death. But even if the other party succeeded, the supervising crown prince would instantly ascend to the throne to stabilize the Yuhua God dynasty and prevent its downfall. Big brother, I don't know when I'd be able to come and visit you the next time. I will become very busy. Let's toast each other as brothers. The 6th prince lifted his glass of wine. He suppressed all the depressing thoughts in his heart and smiled. Lin Jiufeng lifted his wine cup and had a drink with this brother of his. When is the next full moon night? Lin Jiufeng asked. 7 days later. The 6th prince said after being silent for a moment. There were several grandmasters in the Yuhua God dynasty, but no martial sages. The old ancestor from the Among Flowers sect was probably the only martial sage in the Yuhua God dynasty. That was probably the reason why so many demonic cultivators flocked to the imperial capital. They must be thinking that the death of the emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty would signal the rise of the demonic sects. Yuhua God dynasty invited the various Taoist and Buddhist sects to the imperial capital to ask for their help. Lin Jiufeng stayed in the cold palace all day and had no idea that in the outside world, the entire world had their eyes on the Yuhua God dynasty. Each of them that knew the inner workings were silently counting down. 7 days later, on the night of the full moon, a sword would appear from the west in the Forbidden City. The sixth prince was obviously distressed. After finishing a jar of wine with Lin Jiufeng, he got up and left. But before he left, he hugged Lin Jiufeng after a moment of silence. After a while, he left in a hurry. His back was now straight, radiating composure befitting to that of his status. The next time they meet, it could possibly be when he was already the ruler of this divine dynasty. Boom! The door of the cold palace closed once again. Lin Jiufeng looked at the cold door quietly before walking around the courtyard. 7 days. Lin Jiufeng mumbled. He couldn't help but look toward the copper coffin in the room. Would the 1,000-year-old ancient corpse in the coffin wake up within the next 7 days?
What?
Time slowly passed. Lin Jiufeng continued to toil in silence, signing in and cultivating. This was his routine. The only thing that changed in his routine was the frequency of his glances at the 1,000-year-old corpse inside the coffin. He used to look at it once every few days. Now he looked at it a few times a day. On the 7th day, Lin Jiufeng surpassed the true core level and achieved the golden core level of the golden core realm. But he did not feel happy at all. Because today would be the night of the full moon, the same night when those group of demonic cultivators would start their rampage. As for the sword coming from the west on top of the Forbidden City, would the Yuhua God dynasty be able to stop it? During the day, the people in the imperial capital did not go out so much. The entire imperial capital was filled with demonic cultivators on a rampage. People from the demonic sects rejoiced with wild excitement. To them, the demon Tao would rule the world. In the evening, the entire Forbidden City was heavily guarded. The atmosphere was gloomy. Everyone waited for the moment when the moon was the roundest. And in the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng looked at the 1,000-year-old corpse in the copper coffin. At this moment, it slowly opened its eyes. Master! The elegant middle-aged man stood up and shouted respectfully. Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly and said, "Come, leave the cold palace with me." Lin Jiufeng, who was locked up in the cold palace, left for the first time in 4 years. He brought along with him his henchmen and headed for the Forbidden City. Tonight was a full moon. Tonight was a full moon. The entire Forbidden City was shrouded in a nervous atmosphere. The Imperial Guards strictly protected the palace grounds, but the people from the various demonic sects were still present, spying from the surroundings. Inside the Forbidden City, the Taoist and Buddhists silently awaited the arrival of the Among Flowers sect's martial sage in the Imperial Shrine. The centermost palace was desolate. The current reigning emperor sat quietly on the throne. There wasn't a single person around. All of a sudden, a human figure walked in from the outside. It was the sixth prince. Father, we are already heavily guarded. The 6 great grandmasters have taken their places. We're just waiting for that fanatic from the demonic sects. You'd better take cover. The 6th prince urged. I am the emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty. If I am not to be in this central hall, where would I hide? The emperor said placidly. He had no intentions of escaping. Father, if by any chance. The 6th prince said solemnly. Don't we still have you? The emperor looked at the 6th prince and said with satisfaction. Originally, your older brother was doing the best job in your position, but he was momentarily obsessed with lust and went on a crooked path. But your appearance has put me at ease. Today, there will only be an emperor that died standing up and no emperor that escaped. We have set up a waiting trap. If those demons dared to come, my Yuhua God dynasty will fight to the death with them. The emperor solemnly declared. The 6th prince wanted to say something more, but the emperor waved his hand. Take your leave. Go to the imperial shrine. They will protect you well. You are the hope of the Yuhua God dynasty. Nothing must happen to you. If he were to escape and the demonic cultivators turned to slaughter because they couldn't find him, it would be bad for the whole imperial household. He might as well quietly wait here. In any case, he was already suffering from a foul disease, and his days were numbered.
Child.
In today's world, one must still be powerful enough. Otherwise, even if you are royalty, it wouldn't make any difference. The emperor advised in a low voice. The sixth prince left, the emperor was now alone. Watching the arrival of the starry sky and full moon, his countenance was determined, and his gaze was ice cold. Gathering the strength of the entire Yuhua God dynasty to counter the top martial sage of the present age. When the full moon arrived, a demonic aura billowed in the air above the forbidden city. Countless members of the demon sect were cheering, running about, and letting out mad howls as they encircled the forbidden city. The demonic cultivators reveled.
Clang.
In the full moon sky, a sword shadow appeared. Following that, a frightening presence came weighing down. Everything beneath the skies was trembling. The moonlight was beautiful, condensed into a stretch of shining silk that slid down. An aged figure landed with it. A head full of white hair with a baleful countenance, he carried with him an extremely terrifying might. With a longsword in hand, the sword slashed through the sky. Emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty, you destroyed my Among Flowers sect's legacy. Get out here and meet your deaths. Among Flowers, Patriarch looked towards the central hall with an aloof gaze. As for the others, he didn't acknowledge them at all, including the 6 great grandmasters. Demon, do not be rude. The Yuhua God dynasty is not a place for you to be impudent. The Yuhua God dynasty stands upright even in the present age, with jurisdiction over hundreds of millions of people. How can it be something that you, a measly demon, can destroy? The Yuhua God dynasty's great grandmasters have come forth to kill you.
What?
Shouts came from all directions. The 6 great grandmasters of the Yuhua God dynasty acted together. Without holding anything back, their blood and vital energies surged. Vital essence fumes shot into the sky. They surely were powerful. 6 people came charging from 6 directions and surrounded this Among Flowers sect's patriarch. Great grandmasters. Among Flowers' patriarch only smiled at them in disdain. The gap between a martial sage and a great grandmaster cannot be crossed with you people shouting some slogans. The Among Flower sect's patriarch was extremely contemptuous. He delivered a strike, and as if the skies had fallen, the swift and fierce sword shadow shrouded these 6 great grandmasters. Thump, thump, thump. The 6 great grandmasters simultaneously spat out large mouthfuls of blood from the strike. In an instant, they suffered severe injuries and were sent crashing into the palace. On their faces were looks of despair as they came crashing down. Even the joint effort of 6 great grandmasters could not withstand one strike from the Among Flowers sect's patriarch. A martial sage was this terrifying. When the people of the Yuhua God dynasty and its court officials of all ranks saw this scene, their hearts fell into despair. They stared at one another. This demon was so powerful. He arrived stepping on the moonlight and smashed 6 great grandmasters with one strike. Who exactly would be able to restrain him? There was someone who said with gritted teeth, "Is this the heavens wanting to annihilate my Yuhua God dynasty?" Raising his eyes, he saw the people from the various Taoist and Buddhist sects. All of them had helpless looks on their faces as they looked at the patriarch of the Among Flowers sect. This was not a battle between equals. Standing on the tallest roof of the Forbidden City, every move of the Among Flowers patriarch attracted the attention of millions. People of the demon sect were cheering, laughing rampantly, wishing they could be dancing. Some had even charged into the Forbidden City and bowed in worship to this martial sage of the demonic sects. People in the entire Yuhua God dynasty had gone mute. Witnessing this scene, they felt a sense of powerlessness all over their bodies. The emperor in the central hall sighed and closed his eyes, feeling weak throughout. The trap that they had set up ended up useless against this martial sage from the demonic sects. Even the imperial guards guarding the palace were in despair as they watched the figure that appeared slightly hunchbacked beneath the moonlight. This martial sage of the demonic sects had single-handedly suppressed the entire Yuhua God dynasty. Dachan was guarding a side gate of the Forbidden City alone. It was very remote. No demonic cultivator had come over to this place. He watched the Among Flowers patriarch dazedly with a fully downcast look. Who can defeat him? Looking at it in the short term, no one could defeat this patriarch of the Among Flowers sect. The Yuhua God dynasty was about to undergo a great upheaval. Duh. All of a sudden, footsteps rang out. Someone was here. Dachshund curiously lifted his head for a look. This was an extremely remote area, but someone still deliberately came here. Under the shine of the moonlight, a youth with outstanding features walked over with a middle-aged man who looked aloof from head to toe. Dachshund asked in surprise, "Your Royal Highness, why have you left the cold palace?" The person who had come was Lin Jiufeng. He pointed calmly and answered, "I've come to defeat him." Dachshund looked over following Lin Jiufeng's finger. He was pointing at the Among Flowers patriarch. Dachshund blinked and said, "Your Royal Highness, your cultivation has been crippled for over 4 years now. You'd better not get involved. If you return now, I'll pretend that I haven't seen anything." Lin Jiufeng smiled placidly and said, "Then, watch properly. Nameless, can you defeat him?" Lin Jiufeng was speaking to the patriarch of the Chasing Corpse sect behind him. Through the sacrificial refinement of the Netherworld Corpse control technique, a new soul had been born for him. The patriarch accepted everything before him, including his cultivation realm. Lin Jiufeng did not know his previous name, so he simply gave him a new name. Nameless. Master, 1,000 years ago, this Among Flowers patriarch was already my defeated opponent, Nameless said indifferently. Lin Jiufeng ordered, "Go then, kill him, and this matter would be over." With a tap of his toes, Nameless's body became akin to an arrow that had left the bow. He reached the highest rooftop of Forbidden City in no time. Boom! Right as every one of the Yuhua God dynasty was in despair, an extremely vast martial sage aura arrived. Formidable and mighty, it instantly cleansed the demonic aura in the area before it directly faced the aura of the Among Flowers patriarch. Everyone in the Yuhua God dynasty was surprised. This is a martial sage. Is this a martial sage of my Yuhua God dynasty? It turns out that the Among Flowers patriarch isn't the only martial sage in the world. Great, this is great. My Yuhua God dynasty also has a martial sage. The emperor in the central hall commented in surprise. My Yuhua God dynasty does not have a martial sage. Could it be that a certain elder had made a breakthrough but intentionally concealed himself? Nameless's arrival kindled hope in all the civil and military officials of the Yuhua God dynasty, including the present emperor. And before the remote palace gate, Dachshund looked at Lin Jiufeng. His eyes blinked innocently. "Your Royal Highness, this person," Dachshund asked with a dry mouth. He watched Lin Jiufeng and seemed like he had come to an understanding about a terrifying matter. This dethroned crown prince actually has a martial sage under him. Wasn't this too frightening? Will I be silenced by His Highness? A lot went on in Dachshund's mind, but he gradually realized that Lin Jiufeng had no intentions of silencing him. The two people stood in front of the side gate and looked towards the highest rooftop of Forbidden City. Nameless, who had made a sudden appearance, caused the Among Flowers sex patriarch to turn pale with shock. He did not expect that the Yuhua God dynasty actually had a hidden martial sage. "No, you're actually him." The Among Flowers sex patriarch carefully surveyed Nameless. Suddenly his entire countenance changed, becoming both surprised and angered. He had recognized the Chasing Corpse sex patriarch. 1,000 years ago, both of them were peerless talents of the same era, both a mix of good and evil. However, the Among Flowers sex patriarch had lost 9 times against Nameless. His loss had long become his mental demon. "Didn't you die long ago?" The Among Flowers sex patriarch cried out as he shook his head. He was in disbelief. The death of the Chasing Corpse's patriarch resolved his mental demon. The former's death was a catalyst for his breakthrough to the martial sage realm. "Since you can live till now, I naturally can too." Nameless lifted his hand, a terrifying longsword condensed in the center of his palm. "Do you think that you can still defeat me now?" The Among Flowers sect's patriarch roared with a hideous countenance. Boom! Nameless did not speak. He was straightforward and directly unsheathed his sword. He made his move utilizing the sword skill, Sword 22. This move split the dark night. Magnificent sword glow condensed in the vast sky, extending for tens of miles, bringing incomparable brilliance to everyone at once. People in the entire Forbidden City could not help lifting their heads and gaping in surprise. It was dawn. At this moment, the masses were greatly shocked. This move was too frightening. It manipulated nature itself. This move was also accompanied by a dragon's cry that reverberated all around. This move contained Lin Jiufeng's will. At the side gate, Lin Jiufeng was like nameless, sword energy surging all over him. He closed his eyes, his consciousness interlinked with Nameless, as he displayed the might of Sword 22 through Nameless hands. Sword 22 was a sword skill that allowed a spiritual connection between two existences. The countenance of the Among Flowers sex patriarch changed. He immediately felt that he had to escape. This move by Nameless made him feel a sense of foreboding. Back then, he was no match for the Chasing Corpse sex patriarch. Now he was not a match for Nameless. Not to mention, there was also a Lin Jiufeng behind Nameless. The body of the Among Flowers sex patriarch became akin to a fleeting shadow. He sought to escape at the swiftest speed, soaring through the air. Boom! The sound of booming thunder came from the sky. It reverberated throughout. Under the illumination of this sword glow that resembled daylight, everyone got a perfectly clear look as Nameless's strike slashed out. The body of the Among Flowers sex patriarch fell with a rustle, like sand in dry bone dust. At this moment, the whole imperial capital was silent. Nobody dared speak. The people of the Yuhua God dynasty, the various demonic sect members, and the Taoist sect members all had their eyes wide. They rubbed their eyes. What did they just witness just now? Splitting the sky with a strike. Night turning into day. The Among Flowers sex patriarch was directly reduced to withered bone dust and was scattered into the wind. He was a martial sage, noted to be the first martial sage in 1,000 years. He was killed just like that. Was this a sword technique or a demonic technique? After this strike, the radiance that covered the skies gradually faded. Nameless figure also vanished with the arrival of darkness. The sky, it was raining. Drizzles covered the Forbidden City and the imperial capital. All of a sudden, an old peach tree in the city budded and blossomed. The aroma spread for tens of miles. Countless people lifted their heads, allowing the rainwater to fall on their faces as they stared in shock. The shock in their hearts spoke for itself. All the peach trees in the city bloomed with one strike. Was this the true capability of a martial sage? It was no longer just the cultivation of true qi, but it already involved the ways of heaven and earth. After the shock passed, the whole imperial capital fell into chaos.
What?
At the side gate of Forbidden City, Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes as he let out a long breath. Earlier, he was spiritually connected with Nameless to display that move of Sword 22 through Nameless hands. It possessed terrifying might indeed. The Among Flowers sex patriarch, who was of the same level as Nameless, was instantly turned into ashes with a fall of his sword. After a successful kill, Nameless silently returned and stood behind Lin Jiufeng, keeping his silence throughout. Dachun saw everything that had just happened. He wiped his face, it was covered in rainwater. His values, worldview, and his outlook in life had been overturned. Your Royal Highness, you are so powerful. Why are you staying in the cold palace without leaving? Dachun asked with a dry mouth. He could not figure out why. Why should I leave? Lin Jiufeng countered. Dachun was never good with words. He could not offer his explanation. The outside world is a mess. There are too many disorderly matters, and they easily divert my attention. There is nobody to disrupt me all year round in the cold palace, and I can cultivate with peace of mind while ignoring the matters of the outside world. Say, why should I leave then? Lin Jiufeng smiled and said. It was impossible for him to tell Dachun that he could sign in and get many good items in the cold palace. The other places did not have an environment that was as good as the cold palaces. Having witnessed a martial sage's strength tonight, Lin Jiufeng was even more determined that he would never leave without being a martial sage. Seeing Dachun's slow-witted manner, Lin Jiufeng said with a smile, "All right, remember to bring me dishes and wine next time. I still like listening to the things happening within the imperial capital." Dachun nodded obediently. If your Royal Highness likes listening, Dachun will share them. Don't tell anyone else that you've seen me. This is our secret. Lin Jiufeng instructed Dachun. Dachun nodded stoutly and said, "Don't worry, your Royal Highness. Even if I were to die, I will not speak of it." Lin Jiufeng then left with Nameless. Nameless had just been revived. He had the capabilities of a martial sage, but he could not instantly become well-versed in his moves, techniques, and whatnot. That was why Lin Jiufeng employed the Sword 22 through his hands, using a spiritual connection between the two. Now that he had gotten rid of the Yuhua God dynasty's trouble, Lin Jiufeng could return to the Cold Palace and continue his peaceful norm of signing in. He wanted to continue becoming even stronger. Only when the Yuhua God dynasty was no longer in danger could he continue signing in peacefully without being disturbed by anyone.
What?
Tonight's events instantly spread like wildfire. The Among Flowers sex patriarch had actually suffered a crushing defeat in the Yuhua God dynasty. He was killed with one strike by a mysterious powerful expert, unable to hit back at all. A great uproar. After this incident, not only did the Yuhua God dynasty not fall into pieces, it instead earned a great boost in reputation. Countless people started guessing who exactly was that mysterious man, and what relationship did he have with the Yuhua God dynasty. Meanwhile, the internal officials of the Yuhua God dynasty were also confused. In the central hall, the current reigning emperor sat on the throne, his countenance an exhausted one after experiencing the night's disturbance. Beneath him was only the sixth prince. Father, is this mysterious man really not the last card of our Yuhua God dynasty?
The sixth prince asked. No.
His Majesty shook his head and said, I summoned you here because I wanted to get you to investigate who this mysterious person is. Once you find out who he is, you must invite him to the palace. Be reverent and respectful, he saved my Yuhua God dynasty. The sixth prince nodded and said, I understand, I will investigate carefully. Go handle it. I'm tired, you will continue holding the post of acting regent. The emperor waved his hand in exhaustion and got the sixth prince to leave. Then he held his chest, an agonizing expression was on his face.
What?
The outside world was full of commotion, but Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace and started his quiet sign-in routine. Sign in front of the stone lions before the cold palace's gates.
Sign in.
Lin Jiufeng did not expect that a pair of stone lions could be used to sign in.
Sign in successful.
Received fearless lion imprint. A powerful imprint, it has devastating might. Transferred directly into his mind, Lin Jiufeng instantly mastered it. The fearless lion imprint that he gained from signing in allowed Lin Jiufeng to have another powerful martial art. The addition of this martial art would surely increase his capabilities. Previously, he only had a few sword techniques. But now that he had another technique up his sleeves, he finally had something that he could consider as his trump card. After signing in, Lin Jiufeng entered the cold palace. Once the gates closed, nobody knew that he had once left the place. As for the disturbances of the outside world, they all had nothing to do with Lin Jiufeng.
7 days soon passed.
As always, Lin Jiufeng quietly cultivated, striving to improve his potential. He focused on his sign-in routine for the sake of the core condensing pills that he needed to make an early breakthrough past the Golden Core realm into the Grandmaster realm. If he had been a Grandmaster in the past, he could be considered as one of the country's trump cards. But since the appearance of a martial sage, Grandmasters didn't seem to be that of a big deal to him anymore.
On this day, Dachshund came. He came with delicious dishes and good wine.
As usual, he shared the happenings within the imperial capital to Lin Jiufeng at the gates of the cold palace. Your Royal Highness, the people from the various demonic sects have already retreated. The members of the Taoist sects and Buddhist sects are also slowly taking their leave. The common people of the imperial capital have resumed their quiet life once more, Dachshund said.
It's a good thing.
Lin Jiufeng drank a mouthful of good wine and commented. I heard that a few vassals previously wanted to overthrow the Yuhua God dynasty under the commotion created by the Among Flowers sex patriarch's attack. But now they seem to have quietened down. They have expressed their allegiance to the throne, Dachshund said. Without capabilities at the martial sage realm, they wouldn't dare to rise in rebellion. Lin Jiufeng was completely unbothered by these things. These vassals were loyal subjects who had accompanied the Yuhua God dynasty on its establishment in the early years. As a reward for their loyalty, they were subsequently given a part of the land to manage, but their descendants weren't as loyal as their predecessors. Those 9 vassals were currently the mortal malady of the Yuhua God dynasty. Back when he was crown prince, they were also a great worry for Lin Jiufeng. But they weren't his problems to think about now, they were the troubles of the 6th prince and the current reigning emperor.
He would just sign in peacefully.
After eating and drinking his fill, Dachshund left. Lin Jiufeng's life was very tranquil, he cultivated quietly.
As for Nameless,
even though he was resurrected because of the Netherworld corpse control technique, and a new soul was born from within him, birthing a new consciousness that formed the current Nameless, he still wasn't a human in principle. To be precise, he was merely a puppet that took orders from Lin Jiufeng. He was at the martial sage realm, but was eternally unable to progress. Moreover, if Lin Jiufeng had no orders for him during the usual days, he would keep lying inside the copper coffin. Signing in day by day, Lin Jiufeng didn't receive core condensing pills from each of his sign-ins. He sauntered around the entire cold palace. On this day, he arrived at an abandoned palace. Kainyuan Hall. Locked up in this hall were the two brothers who had contended for the throne with the current emperor back in the past. In other words, Lin Jiufeng's uncles. After they died of grief, this place subsequently became deserted. No one came to tidy it, and it had long become overgrown with weeds that were covered in dense cobwebs. The palace looked dilapidated with broken and collapsed walls. It was evidently difficult to settle here. Lin Jiufeng looked at the dilapidated place. A helpless streak of sword energy swept across and cleared the weeds. Sign in at Kainyuan Hall. A line of words appeared before his eyes. Sign in, Lin Jiufeng said without hesitation. He wanted to see what he could receive from signing in at such a place. Sign in successful. Received Millennium Frost Jade Bed. Lin Jiufeng looked at this sentence in surprise. He immediately returned to his courtyard. As expected, there was a frost jade bed that constantly emanated a freezing cold air in his courtyard. It wasn't considered big though, it was just a single bed in size. This was a 1,000-year-old frost jade bed, an item of great nourishment to cultivators. Cultivating on the frost jade bed could help one's human body absorb the natural spiritual energies in the air, achieving twice the result with half the effort. With this frost jade bed, my path to the Grandmaster realm isn't far off, Lin Jiufeng said in delight. He immediately moved the frost jade bed into his room and started cultivating on it. Sure enough, his gains throughout a single day were equivalent to his cumulative gains of 3 days without the frost jade bed. This was already very fast. Except for his daily routine of signing in, Lin Jiufeng spent the rest of his time cultivating on the frost jade bed every day. Time moved in a flash. Half a year went by. Within half a year's time, Lin Jiufeng had raised his cultivation base to the Grandmaster realm. He was already at the 3rd step of the Grandmaster realm. The Grandmaster realm was divided into 9 steps. Everyone referred to these steps as 9 steps toward the sky. Most Grandmaster cultivators would never be able to complete these 9 steps in their entire life, but this wasn't difficult for Lin Jiufeng. Especially after he obtained the frost jade bed, his cultivation speed had truly improved significantly. Nothing special happened in the imperial capital in these 6 months. Every time Dachin came over, the matters he spoke of were small, trivial ones. However, when Dachin came this time, he said solemnly to Lin Jiufeng, "Your Royal Highness, His Majesty seems to be dying. The court officials and the commoners are all talking about this issue." Lin Jiufeng asked curiously, he's only 50 years old. According to his cultivation base, living up until 300 years would not be a problem. How could he be dying? It is said that His Majesty had forcefully cultivated the imperial household's mystic technique and damaged his foundation. He couldn't be cured at all. In the recent 6 months, his condition became more severe. The state affairs and whatnot were left to the 6th prince's supervision. His Majesty hasn't been going to the court much during these recent 3 months, Dachin explained. Lin Jiufeng was stunned. This father emperor of his that he had gotten without effort was really going to pass on. Then that younger brother of his would become the emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty. This news that Dachin brought this time caused quite a big fluctuation in Lin Jiufeng's mood. In any case, he was the father of this body. It was impossible to be completely indifferent. What? Forbidden City, Central Hall. The current emperor was already a bag of bones. Half a year ago, he was still the dignified emperor. Half a year later, he was on his deathbed. Outside the Central Hall, court officials knelt in a row. Grieving looks were on their faces. Inside the hall, there was only the current emperor and the crown prince. The current emperor has been in a coma for a month. Right now, he temporarily regained his consciousness right before his death. He opened his eyes to ask this question, "Child, have you found that Marshal Sage Sr.?" The 6th prince shook his head and answered softly, "I have not. We don't have any information about him at all. It seems that this Marshal Sage Sr. does not wish to be disturbed. You have to continue searching, but do not let up in training your own people. Right now, a Marshal Sage has already appeared. A great change has come to the spiritual energy of the world. Cultivation has become easier to do." In the future, there will be many, many martial sages that will emerge. The Yuhua God dynasty must have its own strength. The emperor gripped the sixth prince's hand tightly and conveyed some hidden matters with great difficulty. A great change in the spiritual energy of the world. Cultivation has become easier to do. Only a handful of people from some major forces knew about these matters. In the future, when the massive change finally hits the world, the Yuhua God dynasty must have countermeasures for it. In the vassal influences, after you accede to the throne, you have to handle them well. I understand. The sixth prince agreed. The emperor gasped. About your older brother back then, it was in a fit of anger that I wiped out his cultivation. At that time, he released the heavenly concubine. The court officials and the commoners were extremely displeased. You can improve his life, do not let him out for now, but as for later on. Before his words fell, his hands loosened. The sixth prince shouted loudly in sorrow, Father Emperor. Court officials of all ranks outside the hall also started wailing. What? On this night, Lin Jiufeng looked at the moon from inside the cold palace. He was dressed entirely in white with a peaceful countenance. All of a sudden, 9 tolls of a bell sounded from inside the Forbidden City. 9 represented the imperial throne. The bell represented death. The current emperor, that father emperor of Lin Jiufeng, who had become his father without much effort, had passed on. At his moment, weeping came from everywhere in the imperial capital. Lin Jiufeng sighed and turned to bow in the direction of the Forbidden City, sending him off. The passing of the emperor was a major event. The machine that was the Yuhua God dynasty started operating. The sixth prince naturally succeeded the throne and changed the title of his reign to Yuan. It was the Yuhua Yuan era. He was also titled Emperor Yuan. The state funeral lasted 3 months. Every vassal sent their children to come and greet the new emperor, but they themselves did not do so. Emperor Yuan gave a warm reception to the children of these vassals without any displeasure throughout. But in private, his countenance was ice cold. He was very angry. The late emperor had passed on, yet the vassals won't even come. Their wild ambition was abundantly clear. However, he had just succeeded the throne. He could not touch the vassals yet. That was why he welcomed them with a smiling face, appeasing the children of these vassals. 3 months later, the children of the vassals left the imperial capital. Emperor Yuan also started getting busy, managing the affairs of the state and nurturing talents. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng's cultivation was still advancing by leaps and bounds. He recently felt that the effects of the frost jade bed seemed to have improved. In the past, when he cultivated on the frost jade bed, 1 day's results were equivalent to 3 days of the old. But now 1 day could be equivalent to 5. Moreover, following the passing of time, his cultivation speed was also becoming increasingly fast. What's the logic here? Lin Jiufeng was very curious. Unbeknownst to him, this was a very early sign of the so-called great change to the spiritual energy of the world. Lin Jiufeng simply dismissed it, however, for he only found it a little abnormal. Just like that, a year passed. Lin Jiufeng spent his 5th year in the cold palace, which was also the first year after Emperor Yuan acceded to the throne. This year, Emperor Yuan took over state affairs and began launching reforms. However, he was met with strong resistance, and he was also so busy that he had no time to come see Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was busy as well, busy cultivating. At the end of this year, he had broken through the 9 steps of the Grandmaster realm. There were 9 steps in the Grandmaster realm, and Lin Jiufeng had ascended them all within a year. He made a direct breakthrough to the Great Grandmaster realm. Great Grandmaster was already the top existence of the current era, just below a martial sage. But these days, Lin Jiufeng had never heard of a martial sage appearing anywhere else in the world. He continued his silent routine of signing in. Similar to the 9 steps toward the sky of the Grandmaster realm, the Great Grandmaster realm also had 9 steps up the heavenly steps. Lin Jiufeng worked hard to surmount them every day. On this day, Lin Jiufeng was cultivating on the frost jade bed when the emperor walked into the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng walked out. Seeing the weary Emperor Yuan, he said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Big brother between us brothers, there's no need for this." The previous 6th prince and the current Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Jiufeng and said with a wry smile. He was under a lot of pressure. A lot. Managing a god dynasty was extremely difficult. Especially when one sought to pass reforms in such a god dynasty, it was doubly so. It was only after Emperor Yuan toiled for a year did he realize that his progress was incredibly slow. He felt depressed and wanted to find someone to talk to, but then he also realized that he had long become a loner. His wife, who had always shared the same bed as him, was concerned with nothing but power. She had her heart set on making her son the crown prince. Emperor Yuan felt bored. He thought of his older brother, and hence came here to look for Lin Jiufeng for a chat. Lin Jiufeng invited Emperor Yuan to sit down in the courtyard. He brewed a pot of tea and offered Emperor Yuan a cup. These tea things had naturally been delivered here by Dachshund. After being the emperor, the man above millions, you seem to be exhausted. Lin Jiufeng handed the brewed tea to Emperor Yuan. Watching this younger brother of his, who had always called him Big Brother, Lin Jiufeng was full of emotions. If the original owner had not released that heavenly concubine back then, the one feeling vexed right now would have been himself. Big Brother, this court is full of people who feed at the public trough, and the outside of the court is full of greedy and wildly ambitious people. I sought to reform the universe, but I am strong in will and weak in power. I cannot change the world, Emperor Yuan sighed. Lin Jiufeng looked at him and asked, where is the resistance coming from? Aristocratic families, the sects. Emperor Yuan's expression turned cold. The aristocratic families annexed the lands, oppressing the village people. The common folks lost their lands and became refugees, but they disregarded all of that. They get the court to dispense relief funds, then collude with corrupt officials to swallow up the relief funds, virtually audacious to the extreme. At the mention of this, Emperor Yuan was enraged. In those sect forces, the Taoist sects with many disciples occupy famous mountains and great waters. They are restricting their activities to a designated area, but they are still refusing to let local authorities interfere. And the Buddhist sects. They are carrying out a construction boom in Jiangnan, building temples left and right. Even if you are an extremely vicious and wicked man, so long as you believe in Buddha, so long as you are willing to turn over a new leaf, you can gain enlightenment, virtually absurd. There is a line in a poem that is very famous, 480 temples of the God dynasty, how many are in the mist and rain one. Lin Jiufeng did not speak, but he quietly observed this Emperor Yuan in front of him. Previously in Lin Jiufeng's heart, he was just a younger brother. But now he truly felt like an emperor. An emperor who was trying his best to bring changes to heaven and earth, but was ultimately limited by the power in his hands, unable to move the world whom he sought to transform. Big brother, do you know? Emperor Yuan suddenly looked solemnly at Lin Jiufeng. The 9 vassals colluded with the demonic sects. Back then, if the Among Flowers sect's patriarch succeeded, the 9 vassals would have stood up in rebellion. Fortunately, that martial sage acted, and the crisis was resolved. But during the recent few years, they have become restless once more, Emperor Yuan sighed. Not just them, there are also the Shu Mountain, Lingnan, Mobai. These big factions beyond the borders and the other countries. All of them are directing covetous looks on my Yuhua God dynasty, wishing to rush up in a crowd to chew up and devour the Yuhua God dynasty into their stomachs. Emperor Yuan had to get a lot of things off his chest, and as a result, his troubles were poured out to Lin Jiufeng. He shared them with others, but they were in awe of his identity and were unwilling to come close. Only by sharing them with his big brother could he truly unload the troubles in his heart. Governing a big country is like cooking a small fish, you cannot rush it. Lin Jiufeng sighed and commented, Big brother, now that I only have this small amount of power over the imperial capital in my hands, if things go on like this to the point that my decree cannot even leave the imperial capital, it would truly be impossible to turn the tables against them, Emperor Yuan said in worry. Don't worry, there will be a solution. You have to handle them slowly, no rush, Lin Jiufeng said placidly. Solution. Emperor Yuan laughed in self-mockery. Only if that martial sage appeared right now and publicly supported me will I have enough prestige to implement the new policies and change the world beneath me. There will be. Lin Jiufeng's calm smile deepened. All right, big brothers. You don't have to console me. After sharing these with Big Brother, I feel much better. Big Brother is right, governing a country is like cooking a small fish. I was too anxious. Emperor Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He did not believe in Lin Jiufeng's words. He thought that he said those words to console him. He wasn't able to find the martial sage in the years that have passed. How could he appear anytime soon? Big brother, do you want to leave? Emperor Yuan suddenly asked. Lin Jiyufeng shook his head and said, "The outside world is a mess. Why would I leave?" "Big brothers, you," Emperor Yuan wanted to go on. "All right, I'm used to the tranquility here. If you have anything bothering you in the future, you can come and pour them out to me. I shall not leave." Lin Jiyufeng rejected Emperor Yuan's good intentions. "Big brother, let me arrange for a person to serve you at the least. I have no other place to leave him anyway. I'll put him by Big brother's side. Please help me and guide him. It'll be pretty good if he can be a merchant millionaire, to say the least," Emperor Yuan implored. "Who?" Lin Jiyufeng asked curiously. "My illegitimate son." Emperor Yuan sighed and said, "In my early years, I made a pledge to marry, without the permission of our parents, with a young lady. Then she became pregnant. I subsequently wanted to bring her back to my home, but after becoming the crown prince, with the etiquette framework weighing on me, I could not do so. Otherwise, it would become a weakness that others could take advantage of to attack me with. After acceding to the throne, the pressure from the court and the commoners were massive, that I couldn't even acknowledge my own child. He is gradually growing up too. I hope to have Big Brother guide him." Emperor Yuan revealed the entire context. He was the emperor, every word of his carried weight. Yet he didn't even dare acknowledge his own child. This was the current situation of the Yuhua God dynasty. The night after Emperor Yuan left, Lin Jiyufeng woke up Nameless, who was in the copper coffin. "Master," Nameless called out respectfully. "From now on, your master is no longer me, but the emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty, Emperor Yuan. Go to him." Lin Jiyufeng ordered placidly, switching the identity of Nameless's master to Emperor Yuan. Although Lin Jiyufeng didn't want to handle the troubles that his younger brother had shared with him early in the day, handing Nameless to him and reducing the pressure that he was feeling with the help of Nameless was still something that Lin Jiyufeng could do. With Nameless, who was a martial sage, the resistance against Emperor Yuan's reforms would probably be greatly reduced. On the other hand, he also had a selfish motive in doing so. The more stable his younger brother's position was, the safer he was in the cold palace. Nobody would come to disturb him. If the Yuhua God dynasty really was to fall into pieces, Lin Jiyufeng's place would become far from the peace that he wanted. After all, beneath this cold palace was an area with extremely negative energy. Many people would definitely covet the secrets in such a place. Nameless turned and left the cold palace. He went to the Forbidden City to look for the current emperor. What? Lin Jiyufeng had no idea what happened in the Forbidden City last night. But when he woke up the next morning, he saw his own nephew. A very handsome little fellow with delicate and refined features. He was already 5 years old, but he had yet to be admitted into the imperial family's pedigree. It only struck Emperor Yuan, when he was at his wits' end, that his older brother was well learned and would definitely have no problem teaching a child. In the cold palace, Lin Jiyufeng looked at the little rascal before him and asked, "What is your name?" "Lin Tianyuan." The child answered in a clear and sweet-sounding voice. "Do you know why you have come here?" Lin Jiyufeng continued to question. "To listen to your Royal Highness's teachings," Lin Tianyuan replied. "All right, don't call me your Royal Highness in the future, just call me teacher." Lin Jiyufeng waved his hand. This child was sent here by his younger brother. No matter what, Lin Jiyufeng had to teach him well. "Yes, teacher." Lin Tianyuan knelt down to kowtow, neat and efficient. He did not have the muddle-headedness and meekness of other children. "Henceforth, you will follow me. I don't need you to serve me or whatnot. Just focus on cultivating, I will guide you," Lin Jiyufeng advised. "All right, teacher," Lin Tianyuan agreed. "Here's a secret manual, use it for cultivation." Lin Jiyufeng handed the glorious dream of spring, an autumn technique that he had gotten from a previous sign-in, to Lin Tianyuan. This was a very powerful inner strength cultivation technique. Lin Jiyufeng was also practicing the same technique. Lin Tianyuan received it reverently, then went through it in detail. He directly asked Lin Jiyufeng about the parts that he couldn't understand. One adult and one child began the days of quiet cultivation in the cold palace. What? Lin Jiyufeng gradually realized that Lin Tianyuan had a pretty good talent for cultivation. He had only started his cultivation a month ago, yet he had already completed his journey through foundation establishment. His speed was even faster than when Lin Jiyufeng was still the crown prince. Of course, the glorious dream of spring and autumn technique and the foundation establishment pills that Lin Jiyufeng received from signing in including Lin Jiufeng's personal pointers, all contributed to his swift cultivation speed. However, Lin Tianyuan's talent was truly astonishing, not to be underestimated. A month later, Lin Jiufeng imparted to him a sword skill. Ultimate Heaven Slashing Sword Skill. This was the sword skill that Lin Jiufeng received from his very first sign-in, and also one of his only 2 sword skills. It was tremendously powerful and could instantly kill an enemy. Lin Jiufeng instructed Lin Tianyuan to unsheath his sword 1,000 times a day without slacking. Without slacking meant that he must be focused all throughout the action of unsheathing for it to be counted to the 1,000 times per day. The 5-year-old Lin Tianyuan gritted his teeth. His thin and small body forcefully persisted throughout. Taking 1 foundation establishment pill every 2 days, all the nutrients for his body were sufficiently supplemented by the pill. Every 7 days, Lin Jiufeng would let Lin Tianyuan make a trip home to see his own mother, then he would return to continue cultivating. Of course, Lin Jiufeng could also relax while eating the delicacies and drinking the good wine that Dachshund brought. Afterwards, he would then listen to Dachshund sharing the trivial matters happening in the outside world. "Your Royal Highness, something big happened in the imperial capital yesterday," Dachshund said with a laugh. Lin Jiufeng asked, "What something big?" "His Majesty suddenly announced land reforms yesterday. It will start from the imperial capital itself. The first to bear the brunt are the 4 big family clans in the imperial capital. But they objected with everything. A good half of the court officials also objected," Dachshund said. Lin Jiufeng quietly drank his wine and prompted. Then His Majesty got the imperial guards to take down the members of the 4 big family clans and throw them into prison in the presence of the court officials," Dachshund said excitedly. "What reaction did the 4 big family clans have?" Lin Jiufeng asked placidly. After handing Nameless to Emperor Yuan, Lin Jiufeng knew that Emperor Yuan would make a big move, but he didn't expect that this younger brother of his could actually remain so calm to the point that he waited until a month later before acting. Of course they rebelled. The 4 big family clans directly contacted the Forbidden Troops 1, wanting to rid the emperor of disloyal court officials and rise in revolt at night, said Dachshund. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while. He might be cultivating last night, but he didn't hear the sounds of any upheaval. There wasn't any commotion last night. Although the cold palace was located in a remote place, he would still be able to sense the revolt of the Forbidden Troops. Of course, there was no commotion. Just as they were preparing to rebel, that martial sage acted. He killed all the experts of the 4 big family clans. The traitor general of the Forbidden Troops was also killed. He quelled the storm within a very short time. Today morning, the court underwent a great purge. His Majesty's prestige is unprecedentedly powerful. No one dares to act presumptuously anymore, said Dachshund agitatedly. After saying all of these, he quietly asked, "Your Royal Highness, was it you who got that martial sage to act?" In the entire Yuhua God dynasty, only Dachshund knew that Lin Jiufeng had a martial sage under his command. Lin Jiufeng laughed and said, "That is His Majesty's martial sage subordinate. I'm just a dethroned crown prince who is imprisoned in the cold palace. How will I have a martial sage subordinate? We're done here, pack up the things and leave. I'll see you next time." Dachshund let out an "oh." He knew that Lin Jiufeng didn't want to talk about that matter, so he immediately stopped asking about it. He obediently packed his things and left. After Dachshund left, Lin Jiufeng looked towards the Forbidden City and murmured, "You should be feeling less pressure by now. With a martial sage supporting you, any resistance against your reforms would be much smaller." Cleaning up the resistance in the court was just the first step. He still had a very long way to go next. Meanwhile, Lin Jiufeng continued to sign in. His routine continued as he waited for an opportune moment to make his breakthrough to the next realm, all the while guiding Lin Tianyuan as he cultivated. In a flash, 10 years went by. The 10th year of the Yuhua Yuan era, and also the 10th year of Emperor Yuan's ascension. Lin Jiufeng had now spent over 15 years in the cold palace. He transformed from a youth in his early 20s to a 40-year-old uncle. Through the trials of time, what remained unchanged was only that handsome face of his. At the end of the 10 years, Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base reached the peak of the great Grandmaster realm. Peak in its truest sense. He wasn't in a hurry to make a breakthrough, though. In fact, he could have done so 5 years ago. But Lin Jiufeng had just grasped the subtleties of the martial sage realm at that time and began polishing himself with no rush to make a breakthrough. All the way till now, he was still sharpening. But after the passing of a decade, Lin Jiufeng's strength had grown incredibly strong. Lin Jiufeng dared state that he could kill a martial sage, like Nameless, with a snap of his fingers. This was the result of his accumulation over the decade. Throughout the 10 years, the only person to witness Lin Jiufeng's might was Lin Tianyuan. He grew from a 5-year-old child to a 15-year-old teen with a very tall height and a young handsome face. Despite being so innocent-looking, his capabilities weren't to be undermined. During these 10 years, it could be said that the outside world had experienced a lot of sudden changes and persevered through many intense situations. 10 years later in the Cold Palace, things were still the same as before. Just that some of the interior parts had been cleaned up. Lin Jiufeng was the one who tidied and cleaned a few places here and there. He tidied up the vast garden and the lake, giving himself a place to stroll and relax. Over these 10 years, Lin Jiufeng's cultivation didn't require the aid of the Millennium Frost Jade bed anymore, so he let Lin Tianyuan use it. Other than signing in every day, Lin Jiufeng would just sit quietly beside the lake, looking at the sky, the earth, and the water beneath. His cultivation level had already reached the peak of the Great Grandmaster realm. The Martial Sage realm was just a fingertip away. He could break the barrier to this realm just by poking at it with his finger. But Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a rush to advance to the next realm. The Martial Sage realm truly is a realm far more profound than the previous realms. Being in existence of this realm is equivalent to being a sage of the martial path. Not only does a martial sage continues to accumulate true qi to further develop his meridians, but a sage also has to comprehend the concept of the martial path, creating his own unique martial will to destroy all enemies beneath the realm of the martial sage with ease. Lin Jiufeng muttered in his heart. He had been accumulating his own martial will for the past few years. After 5 years, Lin Jiufeng's martial will had become as vast and as deep as the sea, bottomless and boundless. He looked at the wide lake in front of him and formed a sword seal with his index and middle finger before he slowly raised his hand. Boom! All the water in the entire lake leaped into the air at this moment. The water splashed and turned into countless longswords for Lin Jiufeng's disposal. This scene was seen by Lin Tianyuan in the distance. His eyes widened in shock. It was because Lin Jiufeng didn't use any of the true qi in his body. At this moment, he was akin to an ordinary person, yet with just a thought, tens of thousands of longswords instantly condensed from the water in the lake. They streaked through the skies before they exploded at once. The rain of swords descended, each drop of water powerful enough to kill a great grandmaster. They all landed in the lake before Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng's true qi moved and condensed by itself inside his body, turning into water droplets. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. At this moment, the vast true qi in his body condensed into a river, flowing through Lin Jiufeng's body. He closed his eyes, and he felt as if his soul was wandering throughout the world by itself. He saw a small grass breaking through the soil in the distance, showing its head tenaciously. He saw the fish in the lake running in a panic, as if they were shocked by what Lin Jiufeng had done just now. He also saw the ants in the soil building a nest, and saw an ant in the nest working hard. What? Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes. The world depicted in his eyes seemed to have changed dramatically. But it also seemed that nothing had changed at the same time. Lin Jiufeng smiled and thought, the realm of martial sages doesn't seem difficult to reach. In the 5 years that passed, Lin Jiufeng's martial will had already become incredibly strong and solid. Just by closing his eyes, he advanced to the martial sage realm. This was extremely terrifying and powerful indeed. There are several stages in the martial sage realm. The first being profound insight. The goal is to obtain a profound understanding of the martial path. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. The profound insight stage was the first of the many stages in the martial sage realm. The differences between the stages in the martial sage realm weren't in the amount of their true qi, nor the power of their skills and techniques. It was in the strength of their martial will. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng recalled the 2 martial sages, the Among Flowers sect's patriarch and Nameless from more than 10 years ago. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking, they are both very weak in the martial sage realm. The martial will of the Among Flowers sect's patriarch could practically be called fragile. As for Nameless, he didn't have a martial will at all. Back then, Lin Jiufeng used his body to execute Sword 22 and killed the enemy with 1 strike. This was the truth of that event. After all, Nameless was a corpse that had been resurrected. To be frank, it was already good for him to have the strength of a martial sage despite not having a martial will. Lin Jiufeng compared his own martial will with those two. He found the difference between a drop of water and the sea. I can kill them with a flick of my finger. Lin Jiufeng sighed, feeling quite invincible. Martial will he spent 5 years comprehending and accumulating was really too vast and deep.
What?
After Lin Jiufeng broke through the realm of martial sage, the days passed by like usual. He would occasionally give Lin Tianyuan some pointers before spending the rest of the time comprehending his own martial will. But today, Emperor Yuan, who hadn't come to the Cold Palace for 10 years, came. The current Emperor Yuan wasn't as immature as before. 10 years had passed, and he was already 30 years old. The sense of majesty in him had grown stronger, and his cultivation level had also entered the realm of Golden Core. Not far from the realm of Grandmaster. But if he wanted to reach martial sage in this life, it was basically hopeless. After all, he was entangled by a lot of trivial, worldly matters. Big brother. Having not seen each other for 10 years, Emperor Yuan called out cordially when he saw Lin Jiufeng. Although he felt that something was amiss. Why did it seem that his elder brother, whom he hadn't seen for 10 years, hadn't changed at all? A cultivator could prevent their age from showing on their appearance, but their temperament would inadvertently change. However, in Lin Jiufeng's case, 10 years for him seemed as to only a single day had passed. His smile still was as cheerful as ever, like that of a teenager. His smile made everyone feel as if a breeze was blowing in their direction. It felt refreshing and peaceful. Standing beside him made anyone feel subconsciously at peace. Father, Lin Tianyuan greeted respectfully. His name wasn't inside the royal family tree, so he couldn't greet Emperor Yuan as Father Emperor. Emperor Yuan smiled gently. Compared to Father Emperor, he preferred the title Father much more. How are you doing? Emperor Yuan asked in concern. Father, teacher has taught me a lot, especially in the path of martial arts. His knowledge is broad and profound, but I am a stupid person and didn't even manage to learn 1% of teacher's knowledge, Lin Tianyuan said with shame. It's fine. Your teacher is very knowledgeable, but you aren't bad either. You're already at the Golden Core realm at such a young age, you have a bright future ahead of you. Emperor Yuan didn't take Lin Tianyuan's words to heart, only treating them as a compliment to his elder brother. Emperor Yuan truly believed that his elder brother's knowledge of literature was broad and profound. But as for the martial path, Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base was destroyed in the past. This was something that everyone knew. Although he had started his cultivation journey anew, he wouldn't be able to reach a considerably high realm anymore since he has to start from the beginning at such an old age. How come you have time to visit today? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously when he saw Emperor Yuan again after 10 years. Regarding Emperor Yuan's reforms, Lin Jiufeng would listen to Dachun speak about it once every 7 days. His reforms really were carried out on the corpses of many. In the past 10 years, Emperor Yuan never rested for even a single day. Lin Jiufeng sometimes couldn't help but sigh upon hearing Dachun's expositions. He felt that Emperor Yuan really was suitable to be the emperor. I haven't seen you for 10 years, so I came to have a look at you today. Emperor Yuan sat beside Lin Jiufeng. His anxious mood became relaxed due to the subconscious influence of Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base. He let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure that had been pressing against his heart for a long time disappeared without a trace. He closed his eyes comfortably. Lin Jiufeng glanced. He didn't do anything. Every movement of a martial sage cultivator could subconsciously influence those around him. It was because every martial sage had a special field of influence around them. This was also the reason why the realm had the word sage in it. Big brother, I came to visit you and also to bring Tianyuan away. He is already 15 now, and it's time for him to see the outside world. After all, he has already reached the Golden Core realm. Emperor Yuan said. Then, bring him out, Lin Jiufeng nonchalantly said. He didn't plan to teach Lin Tianyuan forever anyway. It wasn't like Lin Tianyuan could sign in like him. In that case, what was the point of staying with him in the cold palace all the time? Father, I want to continue learning from teacher, Lin Tianyuan insisted. Lin Tianyuan had seen the strange scene of Lin Jiufeng's breakthrough to the martial sage realm. He firmly believed in his heart that Lin Jiufeng was a very powerful expert. Learning from him was surely advantageous, so he wasn't willing to leave just yet. I am going to do something big, and I need your help. There's no one else that I can trust to help me with it, Emperor Yuan said solemnly. Tianyuan, go with your father. The cold palace isn't the place where you should be. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come back and find me. Lin Jiufeng gave a promise to Lin Tianyuan. They lived together for the past 10 years after all. Lin Tianyuan still wanted to say something, but Emperor Yuan was very busy with things, so he took him away directly.
What?
Inside the Forbidden City in the middle of the night, the central hall was brightly lit. The central hall was the place where future and past emperors handled official duties and met with important court officials. Emperor Yuan, who was already on the throne for 11 years, sat on the dragon chair. Underneath him stood an old man dressed in the uniform of officials. He was the cabinet chief and the first minister who supported Emperor Yuan's reform. He was also Emperor Yuan's most trusted person. Emperor Yuan studied literature with him in his youth, so Emperor Yuan had always addressed him as teacher. Teacher, it has been 10 years. I have reformed the Yuhua God dynasty for 10 whole years. Aside from the land occupied by the 9 vassals and the top sects, my reforms had already been implemented in all the other places where the people work and live in peace and comfort. The result of my reforms have strengthened my determination to implement them in the land occupied by the 9 vassals and the top sects, Emperor Yuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, the problem regarding the vassals, the top sects, and the aristocratic families shouldn't be rushed. We cannot afford to underestimate their strength, the cabinet chief advised. Of course, I know that it cannot be rushed. But it has been 10 years. 10 whole years have passed, but I still cannot solve these problems. If I continue to wait for the opportune moment, it would only get harder for me to solve these problems, for they will continue to consolidate their strength. Therefore, I have decided to act and remove the vassals first. Emperor Yuan said with a cold expression. Your Majesty, you mustn't do this. The forces of the 9 vassals united are enough to fight against the imperial power, not to mention that there are demonic sects supporting them. Removing the vassals from their power is equivalent to forcing them to join forces to deal with us. It will be a calamity to the nation. The cabinet chief's expression changed heavily. He knelt on the ground, advising against it. No need to say any more, I have already decided. Emperor Yuan remained determined, his eyes were faint and cold. He knew how difficult it would be to remove the vassals, but now there were powerful enemies both inside and outside. Even if he didn't try to remove the vassals, they were already planning to revolt anyway. He might as well launch a preemptive attack against them before they could revolt. Emperor Yuan was determined in his decision. He had been training his own forces for over 10 years now, and he also had a martial sage in his camp. If he didn't act now, when should he act? When the other side had their own martial sages to deal with his own. The cabinet chief couldn't persuade him against it. Seeing that Emperor Yuan was fixed on this, he could only nod and said, I will do my best and give my life to the nation and your Majesty. Emperor Yuan was moved and said, with the support of teacher, I am much more confident that we will succeed. I shall go back first. This time, the elimination of the vassals will definitely be a move that will shock the world. Preparations must be made first, otherwise, we won't be able to control the situation fully by then. The cabinet chief was quick to act. Since they had already decided to do it, they must prepare everything properly first. Tianyuan, send the cabinet chief out, Emperor Yuan said to Lin Tianyuan. Yes. Lin Tianyuan cupped his fists and replied in a deep voice. He then sent the cabinet chief out of the Forbidden City. When he came back again, Emperor Yuan was sitting on a raised platform in the center of the huge central hall, and a large pile of documents was piled up on the table, all of which were state documents. A dim light from a lamp illuminated Emperor Yuan's face, making him appear thin, albeit his eyes were firm. Emperor Yuan had been spending every day of the past 10 years the same way. Every night in this seat, he always went through various documents and memorials without spending a single day to slack. Even the most demanding people would say that Emperor Yuan was a diligent man who saved a falling nation from ruin by turning the tide around. However, the problems of the Yuhua God dynasty that had been accumulating for hundreds of years could no longer be resolved. It was about to explode at any moment now. Emperor Yuan dealt with the problems one by one, but he realized that the number of people that he could use was just far too few for the problems that he had to deal with. Fortunately, Lin Tianyuan was finally grown up.
He also had a decent cultivation base. This was why Emperor Yuan decided to bring him into the officialdom and officially groom him. Lin Tianyun watched as Emperor Yuan carefully reviewed the memorials. The memorials representing various national affairs were revised by him one by one, either by agreeing to it or by putting forward his opinions and sending them back to be revised again. Very busy. In the past, Lin Tianyun hated his father for not acknowledging his identity, but today, witnessing Emperor Yuan's predicament, the resentment in his heart vanished. Everyone had their own difficulties. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that Emperor Yuan finished revising the memorials. He let out a sigh of relief. Most of the oil in the lamp had already been depleted. Lin Tianyun stood straight. Standing on one side of the hall, he seemed to blend with the shadows. Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Tianyun's body that was taller than himself. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "You've grown up. Father, I will help you in the future." Lin Tianyun couldn't help but speak up. Seeing that Emperor Yuan worked so hard for the nation, Lin Tianyun really admired him. "You are already a Golden Core Realm cultivator. You can indeed help me out now," Emperor Yuan said with a smile. Father, Lin Tianyun hesitated. "What's wrong?" Emperor Yuan asked curiously. "My cultivation level has already reached the Grandmaster realm a few days ago," Lin Tianyun said solemnly. "What?" Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Tianyun in surprise. "A 15-year-old Grandmaster? You're not kidding. You're only 15 years old. How could you be a Grandmaster?" Emperor Yuan was surprised as he hurriedly asked. It's thanks to teacher's teaching. I am very stupid and could only swallow whatever the teacher teaches me without understanding all of it. But even so, I still managed to reach the Grandmaster realm," Lin Tianyun said from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, Lin Jiufeng was an invincible existence hidden in the cold palace. Big Brother, Emperor Yuan was at a loss for speech. How could it be? Wasn't Big Brother's cultivation base destroyed by their father 10 years ago? Didn't Big Brother have no resources for cultivation anymore after he was sent to the cold palace? How could his big brother groom Lin Tianyun into such a powerful cultivator? Various thoughts and theories appeared in Emperor Yuan's mind at this moment. Hearing his son's words, some confusing parts that he had noticed back then finally had their answers. 10 years had passed, and the stress from handling state affairs made him look older than he was before. Although he could rely on his cultivation base to look young, those with discerning eyes would still notice that he had aged. But his big brother still looked the same as before, young and energetic, living alone and away from the commotion of the outside world in the cold palace, like a celestial that was banished to the mortal world. In addition, that martial sage. Emperor Yuan suddenly remembered a matter from 10 years ago. I complained to Big Brother back then, and then the martial sage Nameless took the initiative to find me and help me kill my enemies to stabilize the nation. That martial sage Nameless was asked by Big Brother to come and help me. Big Brother, how powerful is he exactly? Emperor Yuan asked Lin Tianyun in shock. No one knows how powerful teacher is, Lin Tianyun shook his head and replied. Emperor Yuan never thought that his brother had a hand in this matter. After all, everyone knew that the previous crown prince's cultivation had been destroyed by the late emperor. But now everything seemed to fall into place. As for Lin Tianyun, he followed Lin Jiufeng for 10 years, yet he had never seen the latter execute any technique. The only time he witnessed Lin Jiufeng's power was at that moment when Lin Jiufeng broke through the martial sage realm. A lake of water turned into a rain of swords with just a casual swing of his finger. Lin Tianyun felt that he needed to learn from his teacher for a lifetime before he could have the ability to drive the world's energies with ease like his teacher. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother, Emperor Yuan smiled bitterly. When he was young, he wanted to surpass his big brother and obtain some achievements to make Big Brother proud. But now he couldn't help but smile bitterly. What? Cold palace. After Lin Tianyun left, Lin Jiufeng finally experienced quietness once again. No one bothered him anymore, and he also didn't have to sign in for the pills that Lin Tianyun needed to cultivate. Considering all of these, Lin Jiufeng's mood was quite good. He started his daily meditating and qi refining. Then he practiced controlling the world's energies, combining them with his martial will, and integrating them into his martial arts. Stacking these improvements layer by layer, Lin Jiufeng became stronger bit by bit. The martial sage realm was divided into several stages. Upon just reaching the martial sage realm, a person would definitely be at the profound insight stage, after which was the life-knowing stage. The stage of life-knowing was to thoroughly understand one's own life and one's own foundation. After life-knowing was fish leap. The entire sea was for the fish to leap. The world was the sea, and the cultivator was a tiny fish. Once the cultivator leaped over the shackles of the world, which was the sea, he would be able to truly transcend the world. The last stage was the martial path great sage. These 4 stages represented how strong a person would be in the martial sage realm. Lin Jiufeng was currently at the profound insight stage of the martial sage realm. But his martial will and his proficiency in harnessing the world's energies could crush those of the life-knowing stage. Lin Jiufeng thought silently, I'm already at the martial sage realm. I only have to slowly increase my cultivation base. There is no need to worry about other things. The Yuhua God dynasty was still stable anyway, no one would come to bother him. After reaching martial sage, Lin Jiufeng finally knew how to fly. His true qi had transformed into a vast and deep river in his danshan. Relying on his boundless true qi, Lin Jiufeng flew in the air like a bird, without the aid or support of any external forces. He flew in the air for about 2 hours before he finally stopped. Short-term flight is no longer a problem. As my cultivation base gets stronger, the flight time will become longer, which is good. Lin Jiufeng was satisfied. He could continuously fly for about 2 hours at an incredibly fast flight speed. He had no idea if he was too strong or the others were just too weak, but one thing was for sure, his flight duration and speed truly were terrifying. In the past, Nameless could only continuously fly for a quarter of an hour before his true qi was depleted. To kill an enemy thousands of miles away, Lin Jiufeng only needed a few minutes to travel to his enemy's location. It's been more than 10 years since I've arrived in this world. I am finally able to somewhat protect myself from others with my strength. In the past few years, the spirit energy in the world seemed to have increased by a large margin. It seems that a world of great competition and fighting is about to come soon. I still have to become stronger. Lin Jiufeng sighed. In his previous life, he had read a lot of novels. He knew that once the so-called world of great competition started, the various geniuses in the world would be like carps crossing the river, appearing in numbers so large that it would be uncountable. His little bit of strength now would be nothing at all by then. Lin Jiufeng didn't want to go out just to become a stepping stone for a chosen one of destiny or something. Wasn't it good enough to just stay low-key and sign in silently in the cold palace? Following Emperor Yuan's decision to remove the 9 vassals, preparatory work for it officially started. The entire Yuhua God dynasty was like a huge, sophisticated machine that was swiftly operating. Even though the nation still looked calm on the outside, as if nothing was happening, the tides of change surged inside. A lot of people noticed these subtle changes. They nervously asked around about what the Yuan emperor and the imperial court were up to. The entire imperial capital was caught in a state where the ordinary people were living their daily lives as usual, but the families of court officials were living in fear that Emperor Yuan was going to make a move on them. They had reason to be afraid. In the past 10 years, Emperor Yuan had killed countless corrupt officials. All of the court officials knew that Emperor Yuan was an emperor with great ambitions, great means, and a great heart for killing. It was just that they had never imagined that Emperor Yuan's move was to remove the 9 vassals. Directly confronting the stubborn illness of the Yuhua God dynasty that had existed for hundreds of years. No one knew the news beforehand. Lin Jiufeng naturally didn't know either. He was just a dethroned prince who was locked up in the cold palace, and all the information that he had about the outside world came from Dachan. Dachan would come and tell Lin Jiufeng some news every 7 days, and it was news that Dachan himself heard from others. Since the news that Dachan knew was something that everyone knew, all that he told Lin Jiufeng weren't secrets. Lin Jiufeng cultivated quietly, slowly strengthening his martial will while trying to comprehend his own path on the martial path, as well as polishing his own understanding of the world's energies. He did all of these as he silently signed in inside the cold palace with peace of mind. He recently toured around the entire cold palace and signed in at many places. His gains were quite good. He didn't have the time nor the mind to pay attention to the outside world. Except for Emperor Yuan, Lin Tianyuan, and Dachan, Lin Jiufeng didn't care about anyone else in the Yuhua God dynasty. As long as these 3 were fine, Lin Jiufeng would be too lazy to go out and make any move. As time passed day by day, Lin Jiufeng also became stronger day by day. Until the 4th day of October,
Emperor Yuan issued a decree in the imperial court saying that he wanted to celebrate the 80th birthday of the Empress Dowager. Anyone who was a first-rank court official of the Yuhua God dynasty would be required to come back to celebrate her birthday. The spearhead was directed at the 9 vassals. Because of their titles and their territories, their status was that of a first-rank official of the imperial court. Emperor Yuan wanted them to come to the imperial capital to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. After this decree came out, everyone was shocked. They immediately linked this decree to the 9 vassals. Emperor Yuan's private actions, which they had always been worried about, were not actually directed at them, but at the 9 vassals. It was the disaster made by vassals that had plagued the Yuhua God dynasty for hundreds of years, finally going to be placed out in the open. Everyone was currently discussing this issue at this moment. All sorts of opinions were expressed, but without exception, all of them were shocked by this move from Emperor Yuan. The previous emperors always chose to compromise with the 9 vassals when facing this problem. They never actively provoked them. As long as the 9 vassals didn't revolt, the previous emperors were fine with letting them grow their own armies and being kings in their own territories. This was a method to deceive themselves that everything was fine. It was akin to drinking poison to quench one's thirst. They were just letting the 9 vassals eat off the empire's territories bit by bit. In the end, the Yuhua God dynasty would still end up in misfortune. But the past emperors had no other choice too. Each of the 9 vassals was very powerful, plus they were all in an alliance, forcing the Yuhua God dynasty to let them do as they please. But the newly enthroned Emperor Yuan decided not to follow the choice of his predecessors. He chose to confront the 9 vassal lords directly and coldly announced that they were required to come to the imperial capital in the near future to participate in the birthday of the Empress Dowager. Failure to come would be regarded as noncompliance. The so-called 80th birthday was just a gimmick. Because the Empress Dowager was skilled in preserving her looks and her cultivation base was also not bad. Although she was 80 years old now, she still looked as beautiful as a 30-year-old woman. The charm of her maturity was obvious to see. Would someone in such a state need to hold a birthday dedicated to longevity? Furthermore, the Empress Dowager was a woman. She didn't want Emperor Yuan to mention her age if it wasn't necessary. But now Emperor Yuan not only mentioned it, but he even told the entire world that he wanted to celebrate her 80th birthday. She was quite enraged over this. But there wasn't anything she could do, because she wasn't Emperor Yuan's biological mother. Their relationship was very poor. She couldn't control the current emperor at all. Ministers wanted to persuade Emperor Yuan against this, but he ignored all obstacles and pushed through with this matter. In less than a day, almost the whole world knew of this. The emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty was going to act against the 9 vassal lords. Remove their status and title. This was an important matter. In this world, there was only one divine dynasty, the Yuhua God dynasty. However, there were many other small countries under the Yuhua God dynasty. There were also a lot of countries overseas and countries outside the boundaries of the Yuhua God dynasty, all of which were paying close attention to the events that were about to unfold in the divine dynasty. Once the Yuhua God dynasty became internally chaotic, these tigers and wolves would definitely not hold themselves back from biting off a few pieces from the huge chunk of meat that was the divine dynasty. For a period, everyone in the Yuhua God dynasty lived in anxiety as they discussed all of these. Lin Jiufeng also heard the news from Dachun the next day. They met at the entrance of the cold palace. Dachun was already 29 this year, and his cultivation base had reached just the Golden Core realm, specifically at the false core level of the Golden Core realm. He was now a leader in the Imperial Army, with hundreds of people under his command. As a result, he was busy every day. But he still insisted on sending food and wine to Lin Jiufeng in order to talk to him. Your Royal Highness. Today, His Majesty said that he wanted the 9 vassal lords to come to the imperial capital to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. Dachun talked about this matter in detail. This was the biggest thing happening at this moment. After all, the 9 vassal lords were not some small flies. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng frowned and said, "He's too impatient." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiufeng knew immediately that this matter was being dealt with hastily. It was the right move to remove the vassal lords, but did Emperor Yuan have the power to suppress all 9 vassal lords at the same time? Wasn't this forcing the 9 vassal lords to stand together and oppose the Yuhua God dynasty? Moreover, the vassal lords had the demonic sects supporting them.
The battle in the Forbidden City had greatly damaged the prestige of the demonic sects. However, their strength still wasn't something that could be underestimated. After all, only an old ancestor of the Among Flowers sect died, and the Among Flowers sect already ceased to exist even before his death. Furthermore, that old ancestor had been the only remaining member of the Among Flowers sect back then. Dachan touched his head and said, because they were far away from the imperial capital and the emperor, these vassal lords are overlords in their own territory. They don't obey the emperor anymore, so it's indeed correct to do something about them. Lin Jiufeng sighed and said, they are a disaster, but you can divide and defeat them one by one. Whether it is to instigate discord, take advantage of their own interests, or to threaten and exploit them, these are all usable methods. Why choose the most unwise way? Does he think that just because he has a martial sage supporting him, he can deal with the 9 vassal lords all at once? Lin Jiufeng frowned, still not able to figure out why Emperor Yuan did it this way. Your Royal Highness, why don't you go talk to His Majesty about this? Dachan suggested. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, he has already made a decree and the whole world knows of it now. What's the point of me persuading him at this point? Besides, he was just a dethroned prince. What right did he have to interfere with His Majesty's decision? Dachan, come report to me if anything big happens in the future. I have a hunch that this world, which has been calm for decades, is going to become chaotic, Lin Jiufeng murmured. He looked at the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. But in the eyes of a martial sage, Lin Jiufeng saw a blood-red color gathering in the sky above the Forbidden City, killing intent surging within it. Catastrophe was bound to happen for both Emperor Yuan and the Yuhua God dynasty. Okay, I will inquire about the news and report to your highness as soon as possible. Dachan nodded and agreed. What? Lin Jiufeng's guess was correct. As the topic of removing the 9 vassals spread all over the world, its tranquility, which was akin to a serene lake, suddenly had a giant rock dropped into it. With a bang, the water in the lake splashed high and scattered all around. It was no longer calm. Lin Jiufeng had said that the world was going to become chaotic. Sure enough, 3 days after Emperor Yuan said that he wanted the 9 vassal lords would come to the imperial capital to celebrate the birthday of the Empress Dowager. The vassal lords sent out official letters unanimously. The content was very simple, saying they were sick and they would send their children to the imperial capital to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. But they couldn't go themselves. As soon as the letters arrived, the whole nation was in an uproar. The 9 vassal lords had united and resisted the imperial power. Of course, they were already allied together against the imperial power in the past. But it was all in private. They still showed some respect for the imperial power on the surface. But this time, the remaining fig leaf was completely torn off. The 9 vassal lords weren't giving the imperial power any respect at all. It was as if they were unanimously pointing at Emperor Yuan's nose, saying, "It has only been 10 years since you succeeded to the throne, and a youngster like you thinks that you can already fight against us. Your old man, your grandfather, and the founding emperor of your family all didn't have this ability. What makes you think you do?" With the reply of the 9 vassal lords, the covert battle amidst those with power intensified. Everyone in the world became nervous. Rumors flew here and there, and some people speculated that Emperor Yuan was getting ready to mobilize his army to launch an expedition against the 9 vassal lords. Some also said that the 9 vassal lords had also assembled their own heavy troops and were preparing to fight back against the imperial power. These rumors coming from all walks of life sounded logical, as if the Yuhua God dynasty was about to be divided into 2 in the very next moment. The whole nation started shaking, like a tall building that could fall at any moment. What? Within the territory of the Yuhua God dynasty, one of the 9 vassal lords was the Zhao family. Their ancestors followed the founding emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty in building the nation and had made great achievements. As a result, they were titled Grand Duke Zhao. The Zhao family managed a province by themselves. At Grand Duke Zhao's mansion, many people had gathered tonight. 9 people were seated around a round table. These 9 people were the 9 contemporary vassal lords. Behind them stood their confidants. Emperor Yuan has really gone mad this time. To think that he would actually dare to make a move on us. He's really seeking his death. Grand Duke Zhao coldly snorted. The titles they had were hereditary, and they were already used to being the kings in their territories. Therefore, they didn't want to go to the imperial capital to surrender their wealth and comfortable lifestyle to Emperor Yuan. Who is going to teach this new emperor a lesson and let him know how powerful the vassal lords are? A man with a hooked nose sneered. This Emperor Yuan is ambitious and wants to fully control the nation. But he didn't ask if we agree to this, said a pot-bellied vassal lord. The time for us to rebel has not yet arrived. With the great changes happening to the world's energies, and with the abundant accumulation of spiritual energy, the major forces are all lying dormant. That is what we should do, a scholar-like man said. Of course, I know that the time hasn't arrived yet. The recovery of the spiritual energy hasn't reached its peak yet, it's just the beginning. If not, then I would, already led an army to rush into the imperial capital to cut off the head of this whimsical emperor. A muscular martial artist coldly shouted. Then how should we teach Emperor Yuan a lesson? An old Grand Duke asked. Just poison him to death and save us the hassle, Grand Duke Zhao said directly. Zhao Guogong, if you choose to poison him, then I can only choose to assassinate him, the man with the hooked nose smiled and said. What are you two doing? Competing with each other. The pot-bellied vassal lord boisterously laughed. Since King Tianying wants to bet with me, that's fine. Let's see which one of us succeeds first, whether Emperor Yuan will die under my poison or your assassination. Grand Duke Zhao also laughed and didn't mind at all. Instead, he regarded the death of Emperor Yuan as a bet. King Tianying, there is a martial sage following Emperor Yuan. This martial sage once killed the Among Flowers sex patriarch and is supporting Emperor Yuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to remove us, the vassal lords, the scholar-like man said. Of course, I know that Emperor Yuan has a martial sage, but do you think that he's the only one who has a martial sage in this world? King Tianying sneered. The other 8 vassal lords simultaneously chuckled. The ancestors and their families have all reached the realm of the martial sage. This was why they weren't afraid of Emperor Yuan trying to remove them from power. The emperor only had a single martial sage cultivator. He had no chance of winning against the 9 martial sages on their side. Since this is the case, then we shall let the people of the world see our abilities. Let's increase the stakes a little bit. Out of the 9 vassal lords, whoever kills the emperor first will win, Grand Duke Zhao stood up and said. I have no problem with this, but what's the bet? King Tianying agreed without hesitation. Let's gamble on the token of the Holy Master of the demonic sects. This token is split into many parts. Whoever gathers them all can obtain the treasures left behind by the Holy Master. I know that everyone has a single piece in their hands. The other 8 shall unconditionally hand over the token to the winner. Grand Duke Zhao smiled as he said. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He had his own motives. Use the death of Emperor Yuan as a bet, start a competition between them, and then obtain the Holy Master's tokens. As for whether he could win or not, he was very confident. The others pondered for a moment. Then they nodded in agreement one by one. Following this, the 9 vassal lords each went to the imperial capital through their own means to kill Emperor Yuan. The gamble on the death of Emperor Yuan officially started. This group of people didn't place the empirical power, Emperor Yuan, and the Yushua God dynasty in their eyes at all. What? Forbidden City, Central Hall. Emperor Yuan was sitting with an exhausted look on his face. In front of him stood an old man. He was looking at Emperor Yuan with a complex look on his face. Too hasty. The old man said the same words as Lin Jiufeng, thinking that Emperor Yuan's operation was done hastily. Emperor Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa Emperor, the vassal lords have become an unsolvable problem, and they cannot be restrained anymore. I must take this opportunity to eliminate them. But you are unwise to offend the 9 vassal lords at the same time. The old man sighed. He was the emperor 2 generations ago, Emperor Yuan's grandfather. After he abdicated, he began to cultivate in seclusion until he reached the martial sage realm due to the increase in the world's natural spiritual energy. His existence was what gave Emperor Yuan the confidence to act. The imperial family's own martial sage. Including Nameless, Emperor Yuan had 2 martial sages in his camp at this moment. Other than that, he also had an army of 1 million soldiers and countless other powerhouses in the royal family. This was why Emperor Yuan dared to take the risk and declare war against the 9 vassal lords. Grandpa Emperor, I'm running out of time, Emperor Yuan said with a tired face. The old emperor's face changed. He reached out his hand and grabbed Emperor Yuan's wrist, his true chi probing into Emperor Yuan's body. You practiced that evil cultivation technique. The old emperor looked at Emperor Yuan in anger. Emperor Yuan smiled helplessly. Grandpa Emperor, I need power. You are muddled. Did you already forget that your father died when he was only 50 years old because of practicing this evil cultivation technique? How could you also follow in his footsteps? The old emperor said with heartache. To the public, the death of his son, the last emperor, was because he had encountered problems in his cultivation, along with the illnesses that he had garnered due to the stress of handling state affairs. All of these combined resulted in his situation being untreatable. But the truth was that the previous emperor tried to solve the problems of the nation by forcibly practicing the evilist cultivation technique in the royal family for the sake of power. However, he failed, and it resulted in his untimely death. Originally, the old emperor had sealed the evil cultivation technique after his son's death. No one else was allowed to come close to it, but Emperor Yuan secretly accessed it unbeknownst to him. Grandpa Emperor, even though there is a problem in my cultivation, I haven't achieved anything yet after cultivating this technique. That is why this time, I must sweep away this stubborn illness of the Yuhua God dynasty that has existed for hundreds of years. Emperor Yuan stood up firmly and said in a deep voice, "Child, is it worth it?" The old emperor looked lovingly at his grandson, who was also his successor to the throne. For the dignity of the royal family, for the continuation of the Yuhua God dynasty, for my great reforms, for the people of the world to live and work in peace and contentment. I have no regrets even if I die, Emperor Yuan firmly said. Besides, I also have one last move. Emperor Yuan's gaze fell in the distance, towards the cold palace where Lin Jiufeng was in. However, he wouldn't bother Big Brother unless there was absolutely no other choice. The matter regarding the removal of the vassal lords had become widely known. Aside from the people of the Yuhua God dynasty, the major forces throughout the world were watching too. Who would win the battle between the 9 vassal lords and Emperor Yuan? The 9 vassal lords had clearly expressed their refusal to go to the imperial capital to celebrate Empress Dowager's birthday. What would Emperor Yuan do next? These things were pulling on the nerves of everyone in the world. Many people were nervous, afraid that the outbreak of war would affect them. But Lin Jiufeng in the cold palace wasn't affected at all. You want to sign in before the chasing corpse sect's ruins. On this day, Lin Jiufeng came to the depths of the cold palace. It was an ancestral hall that had been abandoned for a long time. This was once the ruins of the chasing corpse sect. Sign in, Lin Jiufeng said. Sign in successful. Received a set of death bone sword technique. Lin Jiufeng was delighted. It was unexpected that he would receive an entire set of items after today's sign-in session. It used to be just a single item or a single technique. There had never been a set before. This was the first time. It might be a precedent. Lin Jiufeng returned to his courtyard from the ruins of the chasing corpse sect. He saw the bone swords inserted all over the ground in the yard. They exuded a cold aura that felt slightly sinister. These were long swords made of bones, and they looked incredibly terrifying. Counting carefully, Lin Jiufeng counted 365 bone swords. Lin Jiufeng pulled out one of them. He was instantly inundated by a wave of cold energy. However, he wasn't harmed by the cold energy. Instead, a cooling sensation swept through his body, causing his head to tremble as his spirit was immediately revitalized 100-fold. These bone swords are in a set, and they seem to have a connection to me. Lin Jiufeng looked at the secret manual placed on the table. Death Bone Sword Technique. Putting down the bone sword, he walked over to look at the secret manual. The texts and the sword strokes depicted inside seemed to have come alive as they rushed into Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Boom! In Lin Jiufeng's spiritual consciousness, the complete Death Bone Sword Technique was instantly comprehended by him. He stretched his arm out and raised his hand. Sonorous sounds appeared one after another. In an instant, the 365 bone swords flew up and circled around Lin Jiufeng, making him look like an invincible king of the world. The Death Bone Sword Technique is very powerful. With my martial will and with the help of my manipulation of the world's energies, any enemy that stands in front of me are all illusions that can be broken with a flick of my finger. Lin Jiufeng looked at the bone swords surrounding him. His confidence was instantly boosted. At this moment, he had lofty sentiments in his heart. Lin Jiyufeng then dissipated his own energy as the bone swords fell one after another, inserting themselves into the ground. Unfortunately, the death bone sword technique isn't useful in increasing my cultivation base, Lin Jiyufeng said in regret. This set of swords and technique caused his combat power to skyrocket, but his cultivation realm remained unaffected. After Lin Jiyufeng was excited for a short period of time, but after the initial shock, he returned to being calm. He looked upwards. The sky in the imperial capital has been both cloudy and sunny recently. One moment the sky was cloudless, but in the very next moment, torrential rain was about to come crashing down. It was just like a woman's attitude, whimsical and changing at will. There have been dark clouds over the Forbidden City lately. It seems that something big is about to happen. Lin Jiyufeng muttered, looking at the sky above the Forbidden City again. Emperor Yuan was rooted in trouble now. He wanted to remove the vassal lords, but the resistance was too great. He was also too anxious to make changes. As a result, the current situation was too unstable. Lin Jiyufeng just sighed about this. There wasn't much that he could do about it. He was just a dethroned prince. All he could do was to sign in peacefully in the cold palace. Emperor Yuan hadn't failed yet. So why should he be in a hurry to make a move? What? Late at night. Forbidden City Central Hall. Emperor Yuan was reviewing the memorials as always. The Forbidden City had witnessed many emperors in countless springs and autumns, but this was the only emperor who was this hardworking. As always, Lin Tianyuan was impressed by his father's diligence. But at the same time, he was heartbroken. Deeply ill Yuhua God dynasty managed to produce an emperor who wanted to change everything for the better. Lin Tianyuan didn't know whether this was the Yuhua God dynasty's luck or whether it was Emperor Yuan's misfortune. It's already late at night, you can go back and cultivate. Seeing that there was still a large stack of memorials to go through, Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Tianyuan, who was guarding him day and night. Emperor Yuan's heart felt warm. There were many princes, but none of them could make him feel a sense of ease like Lin Tianyuan. Your Majesty, I'm not tired. Lin Tianyuan shook his head and said firmly. He would keep standing guard for Emperor Yuan. He hadn't enjoyed his father's care for so many years, but as long as he was with his father now, Lin Tianyuan felt very happy. Okay. Emperor Yuan revealed an exhausted smile. He continued to revise the memorials, but his heart felt warm inside. Revising the memorials in the middle of the night, how hardworking. Are you revising those memorials to find a way to remove the vassal lords? Suddenly a cold snort sounded. A figure appeared outside the central hall. The moonlight shone on his body, and a huge shadow was projected into the hall. A meat mountain. Who is it? Lin Tianyuan shouted sharply and quickly stood in front of Emperor Yuan, ready for combat. Ku Tian, it's the name that I am given and will never change or hide, said the meat mountain-like man. Ku Tian. Emperor Yuan raised his head in surprise. He immediately held Lin Tianyuan back and whispered, "Don't get involved, this is an order." Lin Tianyuan was pulled aside by Emperor Yuan. He didn't want him to get involved. Among the people who followed the founding emperor in building the nation, there was one named Ku Tian. What's his connection to you? Emperor Yuan stood up. He walked calmly to the center of the hall and asked, I am that person who fought for the building of your Lin family's empire. Now you actually want to take back the territory that the founding emperor gave to us. Do you think that I don't exist anymore? Ku Tian sneered and said, he was one of the 9 vassal lords, and he hurried over here because of the bet. He was the first to rush here to kill Emperor Yuan. Every land in the empire belongs to the emperor. Every person in the empire are subjects of the emperor. The territory given to all of you back then was because of your hard work. It was to reward you all, in hopes that you all will manage it well. But to this day, you guys oppress and exploit the people, disobey the laws, groom private soldiers, and even intend to start wars. You guys are a bunch of rogues. It is imperative to remove the vassal lords. Emperor Yuan didn't have a huge body and an oppressive aura like Ku Tian, but his words were firm and loud. His words were the words of a true emperor. You dare to brag so boldly in front of me. In front of someone stronger than you. I shall twist your head off your shoulders today. I'll let you go and see the founding emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty so that you can kneel in front of him in regret of what you have done. Ku Tian was furious. Enraged by Emperor Yuan's behavior, he grabbed Emperor Yuan, planning to twist his head off. Boom! But in the next second, Nameless rushed out of the dark. With rapid speed, he struck Ku Tian's palm with a punch. The sound wave and the energies generated in the collision exploded, directly destroying more than half of the central hall and alarming the guards of the Forbidden City. Is this the reason why you've become so bold? Because there's a martial sage hiding in the Forbidden City. Ku Tian laughed. Although Nameless successfully stopped him from twisting Emperor Yuan's head off his shoulders, he remained unscathed. His meat mountain-like body could still move as perfectly as before. I shall beat up this martial sage to bits first and then kill you. Ku Tian roared and became entangled with Nameless. Rumble! A fight between two martial sages was a battle of massive proportions. It was very terrifying. Emperor Yuan coldly looked at Ku Tian. He didn't notice that behind him, a figure had appeared from the shadows. It was holding a dagger. A shadow assassin. What's more, this was a shadow assassin of the martial sage realm that had come to assassinate the emperor. Insolent. Is the emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty someone that can be assassinated by a clown like you, who hides in the shadows all day long? The imperial family's own martial sage, the emperor 2 generations ago, Emperor Yuan's grandfather, appeared in the midst. Under his rage, he attacked furiously as he intercepted the shadow assassin in a flash. They became entangled with each other. Emperor Yuan frowned. He didn't expect that the 9 vassal lords would actually send 2 martial sages to assassinate him. He thought it was safe now. But in the very next moment, an extremely terrifying javelin shot from a distance. Its target was Emperor Yuan. Die! I'm the one who shall win this bet. The middle-aged man who shot the javelin curled his mouth, feeling very proud of himself. An attack from a martial sage like him would easily kill Emperor Yuan, who was only in the Grandmaster realm, wouldn't it? Roar! But the situation suddenly changed. The javelin that he hurled was directly split into half by someone. Click! A shock wave from the point of contact burst out. The man who threw the javelin had his eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? 3 martial sages appeared one after another and broke into the Forbidden City to kill Emperor Yuan. The entire imperial capital was shaken by their arrival. There wasn't anyone who doubted the identities of these martial sages. It was obvious to everyone. At this moment, inside the Forbidden City in the imperial capital, the aura of martial sages spread their majesty all over the city. The scene was similar to the duel at the top of the Forbidden City between 2 martial sages more than 10 years ago. There were 3 invading martial sages, plus 2 from the royal family. 5 martial sages were present in the scene. Yesterday, there was only a single known martial sage in the world. It was the one in the Forbidden City, Nameless. The other forces with martial sages chose to hide them as trump cards. However, the vassal lords were angered by Emperor Yuan's actions. They chose to reveal the martial sages in their camps. For hundreds of years since the Yuhua God dynasty was founded, there had never been a move to remove the vassal lords. Emperor Yuan's insistence on removing the vassal lords was a pioneering feat. Therefore, the 9 vassal lords didn't choose to hide their trump cards anymore. They directly exposed them all. Didn't the emperor want to eliminate them? Wasn't he relying on the fact that he had his own martial sage? Didn't he want to rid the empire of its problems? Then they shall come to the Forbidden City and kill him. It was only after they had done this would they reconcile with the Yuhua God dynasty. By that time, the next emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty would definitely give up any thought of revenge for Emperor Yuan, and he would also choose to reconcile with them. Remove the vassal lords. He was just dreaming. This was just how confident the 9 vassal lords were. What? 3 martial sages appeared one after another. The first 2 were blocked by Nameless and the old emperor. The third person stood on the top of the Forbidden City, the spot where the Among Flowers sex patriarch had died. He hurled a javelin at a rapid speed toward Emperor Yuan, causing a terrible and harsh eagle-like shriek as it pierced through the air. This martial sage from King Tianying's camp looked at this scene coldly, waiting for the javelin to pierce through Emperor Yuan's body. But what happened in the next was far beyond his expectations. With a cracking sound, the javelin broke. It wasn't broken by a third party. Because in the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng was still looking at this with a surprised expression. As soon as this martial sage's aura broke out, he noticed it from the cold palace. From a few hundred miles away, he was watching this scene calmly, still not planning to make a move because Nameless was in the palace. When the second martial sage appeared, Lin Jiufeng only raised his brows, but he still didn't move. Because the old emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty, who was also Lin Jiufeng's grandfather, had made his move. So there wasn't a need for him to act. But when the third appeared, Lin Jiufeng couldn't sit still anymore. He couldn't possibly sit still, as Emperor Yuan was being killed. But before Lin Jiufeng could act, Emperor Yuan roared angrily. Facing the assassination, he directly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. An aura that shook the sky filled Emperor Yuan's body. He tore off his disguise. The disguise of being in the Grandmaster realm, for his true cultivation base was that of the Great Grandmaster realm. Moreover, he was a Great Grandmaster who practiced a demonic cultivation technique. The ancient demonic book. 9 overlays. After Emperor Yuan ascended the throne, he had already been preparing for the removal of the vassal lords and had secretly read the demonic cultivation technique that his father cultivated. This demonic cultivation technique was very evil. It consumed one's life energy in exchange for power. It would do it little by little every day, and as time passed, the power that would be in one's hands would only grow even more terrifying. There was nothing that one could do to stop this process. Unless the practitioner managed to reach an incredibly high level of his cultivation technique, there was nothing that could be done to stop the demonic technique from devouring their own life energy. The last emperor didn't succeed. Emperor Yuan didn't succeed either. He gained power, but his life energy at this moment was at its final drops. This was why he was anxious to initiate the removal of the vassal lords. He wanted to solve the problem of the 9 vassal lords in the final moments of his life, so he could leave a relatively safe and stable Yuhua God dynasty to his successor. He didn't want his successor to inherit a nation that was full of holes and problems. He didn't want his successor to be like him, who spent the last 10 years solving these problems without much result. Emperor Yuan activated the demonic cultivation technique and used the 9 overlays skill. At this moment, in terms of power alone, Emperor Yuan was now in the martial sage realm. He held an incredibly strong and violent might in his body. Raising his hand, he easily split the javelin in half. His body floated in the air, and dense demonic energy emanated from him. A blood-red light surrounded him. His eyes turned crimson, looking extremely sinister. Forcibly elevating yourself to the martial sage realm, you are just burning your life energy and asking for death. The martial sage who threw the javelin snorted coldly from the top of the Forbidden City, not placing any regard for Emperor Yuan at all. Even if they were on equal footing now, how long could Emperor Yuan continue to burn his life energy? Long enough for me to kill you. Emperor Yuan was full of killing intent. You could have chosen to be a normal emperor and enjoyed countless glory and wealth, and the ability to have as many women as you want. It's not like the 9 vassal lords will rebel against you. Why do you insist on removing the vassal lords and even burn your life energy to practice a demonic cultivation technique? The martial sage that threw the javelin felt that Emperor Yuan's brain was broken. He could have chosen to live through his life happily, being a man of great authority. Yet he chose the most difficult path. For what purpose? At this moment, Nameless and the old emperor stopped what they were doing. Ku Tian and the shadow assassin also stopped and looked at Emperor Yuan. They also wanted to know why. Although the 9 vassal lords were kings in their own territories, and they didn't listen to the emperor's commands, they didn't actually rebel against him. So why did Emperor Yuan insist on removing the vassal lords? In the eyes of the vassal lords, it was Emperor Yuan's own fault causing such a large fuss out of this matter. What's more, Emperor Yuan even burnt his life energy just for this matter. Why? The fire of hope in Emperor Yuan's eyes burned fiercely. He was also asking himself this question. If he chose to live his life like what the martial sage had said, he could have lived his life in comfort. Be a bad emperor, be a mediocre emperor, be a licentious emperor. Or maybe even as a carpenter emperor. There were so many directions for him to choose from, but why did he choose to try and save this falling nation? How tiring this was. How tough this was. To even sacrifice his own life for this. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng looked at Emperor Yuan with a complicated expression on his face. This younger brother of his who had always called him Big Brother had actually secretly practiced a demonic cultivation technique. Now he was burning his life energy in exchange for power. Lin Jiufeng knew that this younger brother of his was an idealist and a doer. His motive was very simple, but removing the vassal lords was only the first step. His true motive was to solve the problems of the nation and make it great again. Because I am the emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty, the majesty of the billions of people in the world, the supreme ruler, I naturally have the responsibility to seek the welfare of the people of the world, and you guys are one of the root causes that hinder me from all of these. He was the emperor, so he must remove the vassal lords. There was no other reason. Boom! When Emperor Yuan's voice landed, an extremely terrifying blade light suddenly appeared in the air from more than 100 meters away. It slashed towards Emperor Yuan, wanting to kill him. Since you want to remove the vassal lords, then go and die. Different words filled with killing intent sounded beneath the moonlight, and the fourth martial sage appeared. Emperor Yuan was about to fight back. He had the power to fight back. But in the very next moment, a series of terrifying auras appeared to suppress him. Boom! 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 5 terrifying auras appeared, representing 5 martial sages. They suppressed Emperor Yuan at the same time. Emperor Yuan spurted blood, unable to move. That huge blade light covering the sky, and the earth was about to cut him in half. Nameless and the old emperor hurriedly moved to intervene. But Ku Tian and the shadow assassins stood in their way. Emperor Yuan's life was at stake. The entire Forbidden City was shocked. Countless people looked at this scene in despair. 9 martial sages acted together just to kill Emperor Yuan. Who could save Emperor Yuan now? The suppressed Emperor Yuan's demonic energy slowly dissipated. In the end, he still failed. Am I going to die? Emperor Yuan watched the blade light fall, whispering calmly. When he cultivated with the demonic cultivation technique, he was already prepared to die. But to die in such a place at such a moment, he was just a bit unresigned. Big brother. In the end, I still didn't succeed in doing something that can change the world. At the last moments of his life, the person that Emperor Yuan thought of was his biological elder brother, who was born from the same mother as him. Lin Jiufeng. What? In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng was currently holding the demon-slaying sword in his hand. His face was cold and his heart burned in fury. His hand rubbed the demon-slaying sword. For more than 10 years, he had never seriously and completely executed the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Because he had no enemy. But now he had. So he slashed out with his sword. An extremely splendid and resplendent sword energy appeared like a descending light, surging for hundreds of miles. Boom! At this moment, the sky turned bright. Lin Jiufeng split the world apart and wiped out the night with a single sword. It was as if a huge firework was blooming over the entire Forbidden City, instantly turning night into day. Everyone's face could be seen clearly. Faces that were full of surprise, astonishment, and disbelief. Just when they were about to kill Emperor Yuan, a sword energy flew over from hundreds of miles away. A sword that brought with it a piercing coldness to the world. At this moment, the night turned into daylight, summer turned into winter, and the biting sword energy became akin to a cold wind that blew over, making everyone feel the cold. This sword was too strong. In the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty, there's actually another martial sage. Ku Tian was surprised. He was fighting with Nameless, and he couldn't help but tremble when he saw this sword energy. He couldn't control his body at all, he could only tremble. This sword aura was just too powerful and terrifying. So what if there's another martial sage? He's thinking too much if he thinks he can save Emperor Yuan. The martial sage who attacked with the blade stood forward, feeling very strong and confident. He didn't back down, insisting on killing Emperor Yuan. Only by killing Emperor Yuan could he win the bet. He was fixated on obtaining the token of the holy master of the demonic sects. Big brother. Emperor Yuan's body was very weak right now, and he thought that he would definitely die. But this sword energy gave him hope to live. It was his big brother who came to his rescue. You are unable to kill me. Emperor Yuan smiled weakly. His faith in his big brother was resolute and everlasting. Die. The blade light shocked the world, and it directly cut down. Over the Forbidden City, the violent and mighty pressure of this attack directly shattered the surrounding buildings, causing a catastrophic mess. He wanted to kill Emperor Yuan. The scene was too shocking.
Martial art masters in the imperial capital looked at this from a distance. All of them felt extremely nervous. They were unable to intervene in a battle of such a level. Just the residual energies from the martial sages' collisions were enough to obliterate them to pieces. Emperor Yuan is going to be beheaded. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with his pupils dilated. Everyone saw that the violent blade light was already slashing down. Some people who couldn't bear to see the beheading of the emperor couldn't help but close their eyes. Emperor Yuan was a good emperor. He saved the dying Yuhua God dynasty. Although the Yuhua God dynasty wasn't fully healed yet, everyone saw the benefits that Emperor Yuan had brought to the nation. Many people didn't want him to die. Clang! At this moment, a divine sword that seemed to have been sealed in dust for thousands of years was unsheathed. The crisp sound it brought echoed in the ears of everyone in the imperial capital. Some people hurriedly looked at the sword energy and exclaimed in surprise. The sword energy is here. It looks like Emperor Yuan is going to make it. Painted in everyone's eyes was a shocking scene. Sword energy came out from a place hundreds of miles away, and almost instantly, it reached the Forbidden City. Then the enemies became akin to falling flowers. One after another, they fell onto the ground. They were like beautiful leaves that were cut down as they lost their lives. At this moment, the 9 martial sages were akin to yellowed, dead leaves. Lin Jiufeng executed his ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. As the sword energy reached its destination, it performed a carpet-style sweeping, killing its targets regardless of anything else. The entire imperial capital shivered under Lin Jiufeng's sword light. What? Standing on the top of the Forbidden City, the ancestor of King Tianying was captivated by this sword energy. In his eyes, this sword aura was just too beautiful. Inside this sword energy was a picturesque world with beautiful cherry blossoms flying through the sky. The blossoms gradually charmed his eyes. He didn't have any thoughts of resisting at all. As this sword energy flew past in front of his eyes, his head also flew up, following the pace of this sword energy. It was all for him to see the beauty of this sword energy for one final second. What? He wasn't the only martial sage above the Forbidden City that felt like this. Meat Mountain Ku Tian saw the pinnacle of the martial path in this sword energy. What could be considered to be the pinnacle? The person whom this sword energy belonged to was the pinnacle. Lin Jiufeng. He vaguely saw Lin Jiufeng under the cold moonlight, like a celestial in white clothes. But there was too much fog around him, so he couldn't take a clear look at Lin Jiufeng's face. To see more clearly, he took the initiative and approached this sword energy. Then he saw Lin Jiufeng's back. So tall and mighty. What? The heads of the 9 martial sages were cut off by this single sword energy. None of them managed to resist. Under Lin Jiufeng's sword energy, it was like they were committing suicide. All of them died under the mighty power of the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. They didn't have the willpower that Lin Jiufeng possessed, as they were immediately charmed by the sword energy of the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. They were not wronged for dying to it. The people in the Forbidden City and those in the imperial capital couldn't believe their eyes. Emperor Yuan was dumbfounded. What appeared in his mind was the figure of his handsome big brother. The old emperor opened his mouth wide. His face was splashed with Ku Tian's blood, but he didn't care about it anymore. In his eyes, there was only the sword energy that appeared just now. Amazing. Superb. Beautiful. Terrifying. In the imperial capital, there's actually such a terrifying cultivator. The old emperor was trembling all over. He was filled with excitement. He could finally see hope that the Yuhua God dynasty could be saved. Nameless looked at this scene calmly. He was in existence similar to a wooden man. He didn't have any other expression at all. Teacher, it's definitely teacher. Lin Tianyuan, who was protected by Emperor Yuan, muttered excitedly. In the entire imperial capital, Lin Tianyuan believed in his heart that only teacher had such a terrifying sword technique. At this moment, the entire imperial capital went silent for a few seconds. Then endless cheers and shouts of excitement erupted. Everyone was excited. Beheading the 9 martial sages with one sword energy. What kind of godly swordsmanship was this? What kind of godly cultivator was this? This night the Forbidden City was completely in chaos, and everyone fell into a revel. Martial Sage. The realm that countless cultivators dreamed to reach. A single martial sage was enough to suppress an entire country.
And tonight, 12 martial sages appeared in the Forbidden City. Excluding Emperor Yuan, who reached this realm through force, there were still 11 of them. 9 martial sages wanted to kill Emperor Yuan, and the 2 martial sages from the Forbidden City could hardly resist them. But at the crucial moment, a hidden senior in the imperial capital killed the 9 martial sages with a single sword energy. The development that happened was similar to those stories depicted in the manuscripts of legends. The common people talked about this matter with fervent excitement. Martial arts expert who could slay 9 martial sages with a single sword energy was the guardian of their Yuhua god dynasty, standing on the side of the royal family. For the common people, this was the happiest thing in the world. Therefore, they started to party. Men, women, old people, and the children, they all cheered. The imperial capital cheered, but the Forbidden City was in sorrow. Lin Jiufeng killed the 9 martial sages with a single sword attack, which was indeed very powerful and inspiring. But after Emperor Yuan was rescued, they found that he had already reached the limit of his life. Large amounts of life energy had already been devoured from his body just from cultivating that demonic cultivation technique, but if one added the life energies that he had burned to forcibly reach the martial sage's realm just now. It was an understatement to say that Emperor Yuan's life energy was now at his final dredge. Even though the old emperor kept transfusing true qi into Emperor Yuan's body, this didn't stop Emperor Yuan's body from becoming old and weak. However, Emperor Yuan wasn't sad. Under the gaze of all the court officials from the imperial court, he opened his eyes and said weakly, "I am running out of time. I have been on the throne for more than 10 years, and I consider myself diligent in my work. The court officials have changed batch after batch, and I have gotten rid of the useless and corrupt. I believe that all of you will fully assist the next emperor to reform the dynasty and bring benefits to the common people." The civil and military officials, headed by the cabinet chief, couldn't help but sob as they looked sadly at Emperor Yuan. Emperor Yuan was a good emperor. "All of you leave this place. I want to give my orders for some important matters." Emperor Yuan waved his hand and dismissed everyone else aside from Lin Tianyuan, including the old emperor. The old emperor sighed sadly. Both his sons and grandsons died young. But rather than saying that they died in the hands of others, it was more accurate to say that they died in the hands of that ancient demonic book. All court officials retreated. But the queen didn't. She was Emperor Yuan's arranged wife that had been decided for him when both of them were still in the wombs of their mothers. At this moment she knelt on the ground and cried, "Your Majesty, if you want to give your orders for some important matters, you should first establish our son as the crown prince. Then with the court officials of the imperial court to assist him. You can leave with a peace of mind." The queen wanted to ask for the throne for her son. The court officials watched in silence. "Get out and kneel outside." Emperor Yuan looked at the expectant prince and said indifferently. The prince was stunned. And so was the queen. The court officials looked at each other and knew that Emperor Yuan didn't favor this prince. They left one after another. But the queen was unwilling. How could she watch as the throne that belonged to her own son fall into the hands of others? But before she could speak, she was forcefully supported outside by an old eunuch in the palace. None of the queen's majesty was left for her after this incident. In Kaoshan Hall, Emperor Yuan's face was pale. His black hair had already turned white. His breathing was weak as he said, "Go to the cold palace and ask your teacher to come over. I wish to see my big brother." Lin Tianyuan nodded immediately and was about to go out. "No need. I'm here," Lin Jiufeng sighed. He had been watching silently in the cold palace. To him, the distance of hundreds of miles could be crossed in an instant. He came to the Kaoshan Hall. Seeing the dying Emperor Yuan, Lin Jiufeng felt a sudden pain in his heart. When he saw Emperor Yuan not long ago, his younger brother still looked energetic. Now he looked to be an old man in his 70s or 80s. The crucial point was that he was only 30 years old. "Do you want to sign in before the Kaoshan Hall?" At this moment, a line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. "Sign in." Lin Jiufeng didn't expect that it was already the dawn of the next day. He wasn't in a mood for anything, so he just casually signed in. "Sign in successful. Receive the life resuscitation technique." Live resuscitation technique. It gave one the ability to treat the injured and delay someone's death. Lin Jiufeng looked at the introduction of the resuscitation technique. His eyes lit up. He didn't expect that a casual sign-in would bring him a treasure that could save Emperor Yuan's life. Looking at Emperor Yuan's current state, however, Lin Jiufeng felt that it would be lucky if he could still be saved. Lin Jiufeng stepped into the Kainyuan Hall stepping and saw the pale and unrecognizable Emperor Yuan. Although Lin Jiufeng had received the life resuscitation technique from signing in, he was starting to doubt whether it would be effective after he saw Emperor Yuan's current state. Big brother. Emperor Yuan saw Lin Jiufeng, and he cried out excitedly. Tears flowed down his face. In the last moments of his life, the person he wanted to see most was not his wife, nor his son. It was the brother who shared the same mother as him. When Lin Jiufeng was born, he was raised as the crown prince. He was knowledgeable and graceful. Emperor Yuan looked up to his own brother since he was young, treating him as his role model. When he was young, Emperor Yuan often heard his brother talk about the issues with the vassal lords and the states becoming too powerful for the imperial capital. He didn't understand him back then. He only thought that the vassals were bad because they made his brother worry so much. But when he became the prince and finally understood the internal affairs of the Yuhua God dynasty, only one thing came to his mind. Reclaim the states. He must wrestle control of the states from the 9 vassal lords. For this reason, he did not hesitate to give all that he had. Now, at the end of his life, Emperor Yuan met Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was outstanding and as young as ever, like a piece of jade. And he was already old and ailing. Lin Jiufeng walked to the bedside and slowly sat down. He reached out to hold Emperor Yuan's hand. I will save you, Lin Jiufeng said firmly. Big brother, I know my own condition. In exchange for strength, I have sacrificed too much of my life energy by practicing a demonic technique. Even the gods will find it difficult to save me by now. Emperor Yuan shook his head. Lin Jiufeng was speechless. He could only activate the life resuscitation technique. He spread his hands and injected true qi into Emperor Yuan's body. The emerald green light of the life resuscitation technique entered Emperor Yuan's body and immediately began to repair his body. Emperor Yuan's pale face surprisingly slowly got better. His breathing became much calmer. Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Jiufeng, surprised. He grabbed Lin Jiufeng's hand tightly. Lin Tianyuan watched from the side, his eyes revealing how surprised he was. Sir, you are simply too powerful. You are actually able to save your majesty. Lin Tianyuan praised him. Emperor Yuan and Lin Jiufeng were both elated. But Lin Jiufeng was not as happy. He looked at Emperor Yuan with sorrowful eyes. Life resuscitation technique could not save Emperor Yuan. It could only extend Emperor Yuan's life for a particular period of time. Your body's wheel of life had become too exhausted. My true qi and technique can only extend your life for 1 month. After that, there is nothing that I can do, Lin Jiufeng said with a pained look. The requirement for the life resuscitation technique to work was life. Emperor Yuan had burned his life energy to its final vestiges, devoured by the demonic technique. He had no more life in him anymore. Lin Tianyuan's expression stiffened. You can only extend his life for a month. Emperor Yuan remained surprised. He grabbed Lin Jiufeng with both his hands and whispered, Big brother, thank you. When I was secretly cultivating that demonic technique, I have already given up on my life. I should have died by now. It is already a great blessing that Big Brother is able to extend my life for 1 month to deal with some of the aftermath and matters of the Yuhua God dynasty. Emperor Yuan was not disappointed. Instead, he was grateful. Lin Jiufeng stopped injecting his true qi. Life resuscitation technique had extended Emperor Yuan's life for 1 month. Furthermore, his blood brother seemed more optimistic than him. This lessened Lin Jiufeng's guilt. Lin Tianyuan. Emperor Yuan suddenly shouted. Lin Tianyuan jolted and immediately said, Here. He now held the position of the Grand Commander in the Imperial Army. He gave close protection to His Majesty, ensuring Emperor Yuan's safety. He could be regarded as having rendered a great service. Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Tianyuan with a serious expression. Kneel down in front of your uncle. Lin Tianyuan looked at Emperor Yuan, shocked. Uncle. He couldn't help but look toward Lin Jiufeng. Yes, Lin Jiufeng was his uncle. Real uncle. But he had never greeted him as his uncle. Because he was an illegitimate son, he could not enter the royal family's genealogy. Hence, he could never address Emperor Yuan as royal father. When it was just the two of them and there was no politics involved, only family matters, he could address him father. After he joined the court as a court official, he could only address him as Your Majesty and regarded himself as the latter's subject. As for Lin Jiufeng, he always had Lin Tianyuan address him as teacher. Lin Tianyuan had gotten used to it. He had thought it would be like this for the rest of his life. He didn't expect Emperor Yuan to allow him to address Lin Jiufeng as uncle. What did that imply? Lin Tianyuan was smart, and he had figured it out. Hence he was shocked. Extremely shocked. After that brief moment of shock, he became scared. He was afraid that Lin Jiufeng would not acknowledge him. He looked at Lin Jiufeng, apprehensive. Lin Jiufeng looked toward Emperor Yuan. Emperor Yuan said softly, "Big brother, I have laid the foundation for the reform of the Yuhua God dynasty. If my successor fools around, my efforts over the years will go down the drain, and Yuhua God dynasty will slip into a deep abyss. So he is the successor that you've chosen." Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan. Unexpectedly, this kid who couldn't even enter the royal family's genealogy was chosen as the successor by Emperor Yuan. Yes, he will continue my hope to reform the world. Emperor Yuan nodded his head. I hope Big Brother can lend him a hand at critical times. Emperor Yuan pleaded. Lin Jiufeng scanned Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan was apprehensive, but he still stood up straight, letting Lin Jiufeng look at him clearly as he waited for the latter's consent. Without Lin Jiufeng's consent, he didn't dare to kneel down. After staying together for 10 years, Lin Tianyuan understood Lin Jiufeng's character and temper. Kneel down. Lin Jiufeng nodded. He had watched Lin Tianyuan grow up. He was not a bad successor to the Yuhua God dynasty. He was definitely better than Emperor Yuan's other princes. Greetings to Uncle. Lin Tianyuan knelt down solemnly and kowtowed. Greetings, Royal Father. Then he kowtowed to Emperor Yuan and changed his form of address to him. Instead of addressing him as Your Majesty, he changed it to Royal Father. Good. I believe that you can realize my dream and let the billions of people in the world live a good life. Emperor Yuan revealed a smile. He felt relieved. Now that he had finally chosen his successor, he could finally be at ease. Otherwise, his struggles would have amounted to nothing. It's just a pity that I have spent all my time and had to burn my entire life to reform the Yuhua God dynasty, yet I didn't even succeed in removing the vassals. Emperor Yuan appeared gloomy and helpless. Lin Tianyuan said with certainty, Royal Father, I will definitely succeed in removing the vassals. You must not be too hasty, don't follow my footsteps. Although your uncle had exterminated the 9 martial sages in one stroke, the vassals still have the support of the demonic sects. Those from the demonic sects have strange tactics, you have to stand firmly and fight them steadily. Emperor Yuan shook his head. He finally realized that he had been too hasty in his plan to remove the vassals. If there's anything you are unable to understand, go to your uncle. He will give you pointers, Emperor Yuan said to Lin Tianyuan. I understand. Lin Tianyuan nodded firmly. Lin Jiufeng looked at the pair of father and son. He then said calmly, 1 month is enough time for me to remove the vassals. Big brother. Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Jiufeng, surprised. He tried to stop Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng stood up and said, Big brother has never given you any gift. This time I will remove the vassals. It will be my gift to you. I will do what you wanted to achieve. Lin Jiufeng said in a loud voice. Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Jiufeng, touched. Uncle, the 9 vassals are backed by the demonic sects, Lin Tianyuan said softly. They are just a bunch of worthless people. Lin Jiufeng's expression was indifferent. After killing the 9 martial sages in one stroke, Lin Jiufeng knew that he was already at the peak amidst this recovery of the world's energies. He wouldn't say that he was invincible. But if it was just removing the 9 vassals, they would be his gift for Emperor Yuan. Having helped Emperor Yuan extend his lifespan for a month, Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace. He said he would give Emperor Yuan a gift. He must do what he said he would. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng murmured, I seem to have never left the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty before. He had been here for more than 10 years, and he had stayed in the cold palace all this time. He never even once visited all of the imperial capital, let alone the world outside the capital. The 9 vassals are located in different locations. To destroy them, I have to do it one by one. Geographic locations of territories governed by the 9 vassals appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. The vassal closest to the imperial capital was King Tianying in Qingzhou. His lineage fought alongside the founding emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty when he was building his empire. As a reward, they were assigned to Qingzhou and were given the authority to manage a 100,000-strong army. As this place was considered to be a bottleneck, which was the closest to the imperial capital, this was a very important position to manage. But as time passed, thoughts of rebellion grew in the heart of the ancestor of King Tianying. He controlled the entire Qingzhou with the army and gave power to his own people arbitrarily. He turned Qingzhou into his own private domain. He was a vassal, but he changed his own fate and became his own vassal. Let's start with Qingzhou first. Lin Jiufeng opened the door of the cold palace and walked out with his sword. Qingzhou was more than 10,000 kilometers away. However, this wasn't a problem for Lin Jiufeng, who could soar through the air. I will destroy the 9 great vassals in 7 days. I will get back just in time for Dachun to deliver me wine and food. Lin Jiufeng mentally calculated as he disappeared into the air behind the clouds and the fog. What? Qingzhou? Because he was the closest to the imperial capital, King Tianying was the first to receive the news. It was early morning when he received the news of what happened the night before. After opening the message, he was dumbfounded. How is this possible? After a long time, King Tianying recovered his senses and crushed the letter in his hand. His body began to tremble. 9 martial sages, not 9 grandmasters. Yet they were exterminated by a single sword stroke. Is there such a terrifying expert in the royal family? King Tianying became anxious. My ancestor is also dead, what should I do? I can't just sit still and wait to be killed. Emperor Yuan will definitely take the opportunity to suppress me. I have to find help. But my ancestor has been killed. Do I have to go over and join the demonic sects? King Tianying was very troubled. He was apprehensive. He felt as if he would be killed by someone from the imperial capital at any moment. He hurriedly discarded this idea and muttered to himself. Don't scare yourself, Emperor Yuan might already be dead. I still have time to prepare. Is this the mansion of King Tianying? It's really huge. Qingzhou City in front of the mansion of King Tianying. A person approached. His clothes were white like snow. His face was handsome, and on his waist was a long black sword. His bearing made one think of the mountains and cypress trees. Then the man drew his sword. An elegant sword aura quickly spread out after the man drew his long sword. The early morning sun hadn't completely dispelled the darkness of the night, yet. There was still a little dew on the leaves. The sword energy condensed and it took away the darkness, shook off the dew on the leaves in the area, and then passed through the mansion of King Tianying. King Tianying had just thought of a plan to ensure his safety. Then, suddenly, his pupils dilated as he asked in shock, why is he here so soon? Unfortunately, no one answered him. The elegant sword energy passed by. It killed King Tianying and everyone else in the mansion, painlessly. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, it shone on King Tianying's mansion. It was like a mirage, wavering and shrouded in dust. Even a martial sage could not possibly withstand this sword energy. Obviously, no one in King Tianying's mansion was able to withstand it. After executing this one stroke, the young man in front of the mansion turned around, shot straight up into the sky, and headed to the next place. The entire Qingzhou was shocked. The self-proclaimed king of Qingzhou, the overlord, the arrogant King Tianying, was dead. King Tianying's mansion, as well as his entire family and sect, was completely destroyed. But who did it? Some people who allegedly witnessed the attacker described the latter as a banished immortal that descended onto the mortal world. With a stroke of his sword, King Tianying's entire family was slaughtered. However, others said that he was not a banished immortal, but a real one. What? When Zhao Guogong of the 4 northern regions received the news, he had the same reaction as King Tianying. He was in a complete daze. I asked the old ancestor to use poison. There are so many martial sages competing. Since we cannot kill him as fast as the others, we should be used poison.
Why did the old ancestor get into a fight? Zhao Guogong said, trembling. He was in fear. This kind of fear was from deep inside his heart, and he couldn't control it. It was akin to people being able to sense their own death, but were unable to stop it. They could only watch as they were about to be swallowed by death. That was exactly how he felt. Death was creeping up to him, threatening to swallow him entirely. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. My ancestor is gone, and the Zhao Guogong manor no longer has anyone to rely on. Now that the royal family has such a terrifying expert, I must find a backer. Zhao Guogong was very anxious. He knew that the times had changed. The power of the states was overthrown by that man in the imperial capital with a stroke of his sword. The demonic sects. The only ones who can save us are the demonic sects. Zhao Guogong knew that even if he surrendered to the Yuhua God dynasty, his life would still be forfeit because of what the 9 vassals had done. I can't surrender no matter what, Zhao Guogong said firmly. He got up to contact a member of one of the demonic sects. Lin Jiufeng, who had just walked to the front of the Zhao Guogong manor, smiled. His hearing was amazing, and he heard what Zhao Guogong had said. If that's the case, then die. Lin Jiufeng drew his sword lightly and raised his eyebrows. Boom! An elegant sword light swept across the Zhao Guogong manor. It was already noon. The sun was blazing, and the northern lands burned hot like a fiery stove. Lin Jiufeng's sword aura caressed the air, and a powerful flame was born, igniting the entire Zhao Guogong manor. No one managed to escape. A vassal was annihilated by a great fire. Lin Jiufeng stepped back. Then he turned around and left. The 9 great vassals were in different places. Some were in distant lands, and even though Lin Jiufeng could fly, it still took him a significant amount of time to get there. So he didn't talk with them too much. He simply executed a stroke of his sword whenever he arrived at the right place. No matter how much they talked, they still had to die anyway. Why talk so much to the dead? It was a waste of time. What? In the next few days, Lin Jiufeng traveled through the 9 regions of the Yuhua God dynasty. He killed the 9 vassals. Their families and their clans were wiped out together. They did not even have a chance to seek help from the demonic sects. Their deaths happened too fast. This matter shook the world. The Yuhua God dynasty's rebellion of the states had ended just like that. The 9 vassals were all killed. Who was the killer? Everyone had no doubt that it was the horrifying expert who had killed the 9 martial sages with one stroke of his sword in the imperial capital. For a while, the world became peaceful. Even the small countries nearby remained quiet, and they did not dare to breach the borders. Some people even said that the mysterious person from the Yuhua God dynasty was at the peak amidst the recovery of the world's energies. His cultivation should not be just that of a martial sage. There were numerous rumors in the outside world, but Lin Jiufeng ignored them all. He quietly returned to the imperial capital. Entering the cold palace, he met Dachun, who was delivering his food like usual. Dachun came to deliver food and wine just in time for Lin Jiufeng's return. He didn't know that Lin Jiufeng had gone out. He delivered the goods as usual and began to tell Lin Jiufeng about some of the things that happened in the imperial capital. Something big happened in the imperial capital in the past few days. Has your highness heard about it? Dachun asked. You are my only source of news. Who else can I hear it from? Lin Jiufeng shook his head. The 9 great martial sages joined forces to come to the Forbidden City to assassinate Emperor Yuan so that he would stop trying to get rid of the vassals. But they were killed by a mysterious man with a sword stroke that stunned the world. Dachun clicked his tongue, envious of the might that the enigmatic man had showcased. How impressive was that? He chopped off the heads of the 9 martial sages with just one sword stroke. It was simply an eye-opener. Lin Jiufeng drank his wine and ate meat while listening to Dachun. He smiled calmly without saying much. Other than Emperor Yuan and Lin Tianyuan, who else knew that Lin Jiufeng was the man behind the scenes? Even Dachun, who talked to Lin Jiufeng the most, would never guess that the mysterious man was Lin Jiufeng. He knew that Lin Jiufeng had a martial sage subordinate. But he also knew that he gave that subordinate to Emperor Yuan. After Dachun told Lin Jiufeng everything that he knew, he continued. It seems that Emperor Yuan is on the verge of death. He has already chosen a successor to his throne,
and he made his decision known to the world. Lin Jiufeng did not say anything. He knew that too. Lin Tianyuan. It was not the few princes that everyone keeps talking about, but an illegitimate son who joined the court as a court official. Emperor Yuan actually made an exception and promoted him to become a member of the royal family and directly appointed him as the next emperor. Dachun was again very envious. That was a huge leap in status. Lin Jiufeng laughed. Why do you sound like you're jealous? Who wouldn't be jealous? But I'm just a little envious. If I really became the emperor, I'll definitely be a foolish and self-indulgent emperor. It's rare even for the sons of the royal family to become a wise ruler when they became the emperor. Instead, they usually end up becoming a foolish one. However, according to a detailed investigation, emperors usually do not fall into depravity that fast. On average, it takes an emperor 5 years after their ascension before they become foolish and self-indulgent. After that 5 years, more than 90% of emperors would become depraved. If I were to become an emperor, I wouldn't need 5 years. I will only need 5 days to fall into depravity. I know my own limitations after all. Dachun laughed. Lin Jiufeng could not help but smile. You know yourself quite well. Humans, even if without skills, should at least know their limits. Dachun nodded and said. Lin Jiufeng passed the empty plates and wine jar back to Dachun. Your Highness, I will come back and deliver food for you next time. Dachun packed the empty plates and turned around to leave. See you next time, 7 days later. Lin Jiufeng returned to his courtyard. After roaming the world outside, Lin Jiufeng missed the cold palace, especially his frost jade bed. Although the bed wasn't as useful for his cultivation today, it was still soothing to lie on it. It calmed one's mind and made one less prone to anger. Liu Jiufeng laid on top of it. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He had been running about, drawing his sword, and killing his enemies for the past few days without a wink of sleep. From the south to the north, Liu Jiufeng never stopped for a moment. He was both physically and mentally tired. After all, he had to visit 9 different places, running back and forth. 7 days without sleep, along with the intense expenditure of his true qi. Lin Jiufeng might be a martial sage, but he reckoned that even if his true qi became akin to that of water, which was universally available, he would still find it hard to continue at such a pace without any rest. Lin Jiufeng fell into a deep sleep on the frost jade bed, resting quietly. Half a month passed in a flash. Lin Jiufeng's body had finally returned to its peak condition. His plans, however, were still the same. He planned on continuing his routine of signing in inside the cold palace. At this moment, the Yuhua God dynasty's crown prince, Lin Tianyuan, came to his door. Uncle! Lin Tianyuan pushed open the door of the cold palace and shouted respectfully. You should be dealing with state affairs and familiarizing yourself with the process of dealing with them at this time. Why have you come to my place? Lin Jiufeng asked, surprised. Uncle. Father can't hold on any longer, Lin Tianyuan said sadly. Lin Jiufeng frowned and said, doesn't he have a month to live? Only 20 or so days had passed since then. There were still 8 or 9 days remaining. Father personally taught me how to deal with state affairs day and night. He stayed up late every night and did everything that he could to persevere. But this morning he finally fell into a coma and hasn't woken up since, Lin Tianyuan said sadly. The imperial doctors tried to treat him, but they all said that he was at the end of his life. I came to ask Uncle to see Father one last time, Lin Tianyuan knelt down and said, depressed. He knew that his father would want to see his own brother before he took his last breath. Hence, he came personally to invite Lin Jiufeng. Go back and clear the hall for me. I'll set off right away, Lin Jiufeng said after a moment of silence. At his brother's final moments, Lin Jiufeng didn't want anyone to disturb the two of them. Okay, I will take care of everything. Lin Tianyuan nodded his head and left respectfully. He knew that Lin Jiufeng preferred a quiet environment with fewer people around, so he went back to clear the hall. What? Great Council Hall. This was where Emperor Yuan fell into a coma. He was teaching Lin Tianyuan how to handle state affairs until his last waking moments. He always remembered the words that his elder brother once told him. Ruling a country was like cooking a small fish. A small problem that involved hundreds of millions of people would ultimately become a shocking problem to behold. Hence, he didn't dare to be careless. He worked like a horse to the point of fainting inside this great council hall. Lin Tianyuan understood his father's character. This was why he did not distract Emperor Yuan. In the final moments of Emperor Yuan's life, he planned on letting him die peacefully in the place he was familiar with the most. The people in the great council hall were dismissed and were told to stand quietly outside the hall. 3 layers of security inside and outside. Everyone's faces were solemn, and in the hall a dim lamp tenaciously wavered in the dark. Just like Emperor Yuan, he was trying as hard as he could, just so he could see his big brother one last time before he was no more. Da-da-da. The sound of steady footsteps echoed in the great council hall. Lin Jiufeng looked at the haggard Emperor Yuan. He went forward to cover him with a quilt. When they were younger, this was how the older Lin Jiufeng took care of the younger Emperor Yuan. In the final moments of his life, Emperor Yuan grabbed Lin Jiufeng's hands and said with hopes in his eyes, "Big brother, have I lived up to the position as the crown prince? I have not let you down, right?" In the end, what Emperor Yuan cared about was still whether his elder brother was disappointed in him or not. After all, he inherited his elder brother's position as the crown prince and then became the emperor after that for 10 short years. He tried to eliminate the vassals, yet his elder brother still had to help him wrap everything up. He was afraid of disappointing his big brother. That was what he was most afraid of. Hence, he held Lin Jiufeng's hand very tightly. So tight that his green veins turned visible underneath his wrinkled skin. But he himself didn't seem to have realized it. In his eyes, there was only Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng smiled gently. He leaned close to Emperor Yuan and whispered, "Brother, big brother is proud of you. You have never let me down, even once." Hearing that, Emperor Yuan broke into a smile and slowly retracted his hands. Then his hands slowly lost their strength and drooped down. Yuhua God Dynasty, Yuan Era, 15 years. Emperor Yuan passed away. Emperor Yuan passed away. He was still so young, yet he had to leave this world for his own ideals. In order not to disappoint his big brother Lin Jiufeng after inheriting his title of the crown prince. As a result, he had been working extra hard. Lin Jiufeng looked at the lifeless Emperor Yuan. A sense of emptiness washed over him. This person was the person who was closest to him in this world. They were born to the same mother. Connected by blood. They never had a disagreement with each other. Emperor Yuan was so much younger than him. And he left just like that. Lin Jiufeng's heart, his hands, and his eyes trembled slightly. He didn't say anything. He simply closed Emperor Yuan's eyes and then spoke tiredly to Lin Tianyuan. "Your father is gone." Outside the hall, Lin Tianyuan said mournfully to his guards, "His Majesty has passed away." As soon as he spoke these words, sounds of crying reverberated. The Grand Secretary and the other senior members of his court even desperately rushed into the hall, wanting to see Emperor Yuan for one final time. Each of them used to be depressed scholars. In this world where cultivators had all the power, they were unable to make their ambitions come true. But Emperor Yuan invited them to his court and gave them a stage to fulfill their aspirations and show off their talents. To ordain conscience for heaven and earth, to secure life and fortune for the people, to continue the lost teachings of past sages, and to establish peace for all future generations. These 4 sentences were the lifelong pursuit of scholars. Under Emperor Yuan's command, they were able to realize all of them. They reformed the evils of the dynasty and worked hard to remove the vassal kings. They suppressed the high and mighty privileged families and prevented the annexation of land by these people. They saved the refugees and gave them a place to settle. These things were nothing in the eyes of cultivators. But for them, these were the things for which they would strive to achieve in their entire lives. All of these were realized under the command of Emperor Yuan. Emperor Yuan was worthy of being an emperor through the ages. Although his reign was short, his influence was far-reaching. The grief of the court officials was real. They rushed into the hall, and upon seeing Emperor Yuan lying on the bed, motionless, they cried. Some even fainted on the spot. Lin Tianyuan didn't grieve. He asked the guards and eunuchs to take the court officials who had fainted from crying somewhere safe and help them come back to their senses. He raised his eyes and looked into the hall. Lin Jiufeng was nowhere to be seen. He mentally heaved a sigh of relief. His uncle should have already taken his leave. Lin Tianyuan put his mind at ease and started to deal with the funeral. He let the ministers cry for a while, then he brought the coffin over and placed Emperor Yuan's body inside. Lin Tianyuan handled these in an orderly manner. His face was sad, but he did not shed a tear. It wasn't until Emperor Yuan's body was placed into the coffin that Lin Tianyuan knelt down and cried, heartbroken. From today onwards, he no longer had a father. He had been forcibly holding back his grief until this. In the great council hall, the literary officials and the military commanders sobbed sorrowfully. The entire Forbidden City was filled with sorrow. But Lin Jiufeng, who Lin Tianyuan thought had left, had been in the hall all along. He was standing right next to the coffin of Emperor Yuan. But no one could see him. Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base allowed him to modify the space around his body. In addition, with his cultivation base stronger than anyone else in this hall, no one detected his presence. When Emperor Yuan's body was placed into the coffin, Lin Jiufeng also wept. He stroked the copper coffin, full of reluctance on his face.
What?
Lin Jiufeng stayed in the great council hall for 3 days. During these 3 days, people came and went. All the civil and military officials, anyone who was affiliated or related to the royal family, came to pay their respects to Emperor Yuan. But no one saw Lin Jiufeng. 3 days later, Emperor Yuan's body was buried in Emperor Mountain. This was the imperial cemetery of the Yuhua God dynasty. Because Emperor Yuan was very young, his tomb had yet to be renovated. It was just a very ordinary tomb. Lin Jiufeng watched as Emperor Yuan's coffin was being carried out of the council hall. When the crowd disappeared from his eyes, it finally dawned on him. His younger brother was gone. Lin Jiufeng accompanied him on his final journey. His heart was filled with sadness. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Lin Jiufeng was about to leave the empty council hall. Emperor Yuan was gone, and there was no longer anything left for him in the Forbidden City. He wanted to return to the cold palace and remain within it. He did not want to get too deeply involved with the outside world. Lin Jiufeng hated this kind of parting. "Do you want to sign in at the Forbidden City Great Council Hall?" A line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He was stunned. He had been in the council hall for 3 days already, but this line only appeared today. Was it because I was too sad before? Lin Jiufeng thought to himself. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng agreed. Sign in successful. Received heaven patching technique. A peerless skill appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. This doesn't seem like a martial arts manual, but a terrifying Taoist manual. Lin Jiufeng's mind cleared up. He didn't study the heaven patching technique in the Great Council Hall. Instead, he left the hall and returned to the Cold Palace. There, he began to cultivate it.
What?
Cold Palace. After Lin Jiufeng returned, he closed the door tight and stayed in his courtyard. He laid on the frost jade bed, studying the heaven patching technique. Heaven patching technique was a terrifying secret technique that utilized the will of martial arts to perceive the general situation of the world and use that as leverage to strengthen one's martial will. The heaven patching in the technique meant that one would become so strong that they were able to patch up the sky. This was not just an offensive skill, it was also a restorative one. I haven't advanced much since I broke through the martial sage realm. I can use this heaven patching technique to cultivate. Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes with satisfaction. He channeled true qi throughout his body and cultivated the heaven patching technique. As for matters of the outside world, Lin Jiufeng had no interest in them at all. The Yuhua God dynasty should be very stable by now. After all, he had just gone out for a walk. Just as Lin Jiufeng thought, the outside world was turbulent. Countless great forces were constantly in contact with each other. But no one dared to come forward. Even though Emperor Yuan was dead. Even though the Yuhua God dynasty was mourning at a national level. There was no one foolish enough to make trouble at this time. After all, as long as they were not stupid, they would not choose to cause trouble at this timing. Creating trouble when the entire Yuhua God dynasty was grieving, were they tired of living? Even if one was not afraid of the soldiers from the Yuhua God dynasty, were they not afraid of that sword hidden in the imperial capital? Many forces were investigating frantically to find out the identity of that mysterious man. But they found nothing. because most people in the Yuhua God dynasty did not know his identity either. Perhaps only Emperor Yuan and the newly enthroned emperor knew. But would they tell them? When the identity of the opponent was shrouded in mystery, and there was no way to resist such an enigmatic enemy, it was best to stay put and be quiet. Emperor Yuan passed away, and the whole country was in grief. After the mourning period, the new emperor ascended the throne. Lin Tianyuan changed the era of his reign from Yuan to Ming. This year would be the first year of the Yuhua Ming era. After he ascended the throne, he had to deal with many things right off the bat. With the assistance of the various court officials, he methodically took over everything left behind by Emperor Yuan. Then he continued along the path that Emperor Yuan had set for him. During this period, Lin Jiufeng never left the cold palace. Lin Tianyuan didn't come to trouble Lin Jiufeng either. Time flew by and 5 years passed. In the past 5 years, Lin Tianyuan had established himself firmly on the throne. He did not trouble Lin Jiufeng even once. Many people had forgotten that there existed a dethroned prince in the Yuhua God dynasty. Lin Jiufeng had lived through 3 dynasties. As for why there weren't a lot of people that still remembered him, it was because he was extremely low-key. The Yuhua God dynasty welcomed a new emperor, and the world also welcomed a period of stability. For 5 years, Lin Tianyuan, the Ming emperor, continued Emperor Yuan's reform. He worked hard to settle the land annexations, suppressing the aristocratic families and taking in the refugees. All in all, this was the continuation of Emperor Yuan's ideals. In addition, he thoroughly cleaned up the lands that the 9 vassals had previously occupied. He also launched a hunt for the rebels that had close connections to the vassals. In time, the persistent problems that had plagued the Yuhua God dynasty for hundreds of years were eventually solved by Lin Tianyuan. The entire dynasty and the public praised his great work. But Lin Tianyuan did not get carried away. He knew that this was not his own work. He was just in charge of tying up the loose ends, cleaning up the battlefield. The real problems have already been settled by his uncle in the cold palace. 5 years since ascending the throne, he had been too busy with state affairs to see his uncle. Of course, part of the reason was that Lin Jiufeng did not like to be disturbed. Lin Tianyuan, on the other hand, didn't dare to slack off. He was afraid of letting his father down. Lin Tianyuan, the second Emperor Yuan, became intoxicated with state affairs. He was constantly approving or revising memorials day and night. He did not dare to slack off, even for a moment. What? Cold palace. For 5 years, Lin Jiufeng's appearance did not change at all. However, his aura became more ethereal and profound. Those who had seen him would understand what it meant for one to become as beautiful as jade. Lin Jiufeng's sword still gleamed like a rainbow all this while. In the past 5 years, Lin Jiufeng never left the cold palace. He comprehended the heaven patching technique and was constantly improving himself. Lin Jiufeng estimated that the outside world would be peaceful for a while. That trip that he made seemed to be rather impactful. Before the ambitious people did anything, they had to think over whether they could withstand that sword from the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty. Hence, even though the current was turbulent beneath that calm sea, no one dared to sacrifice themselves first and become someone else's stepping stone. In line with Lin Jiufeng's expectations, every time Dachun came to the cold palace to report in the past 5 years, he had never said anything about any major events that happened in the outside world. As a result, all he talked about were insignificant matters. For example, Dachun got married and had a child. He was also promoted. Lin Jiufeng listened to Dachun quietly as he spoke. Dachun was his only source when it came to news about the outside world. Today, Lin Jiufeng laid on the frost jade bed, sighing. It's a pity. I've been cultivating the heaven patching technique for 5 years. This secret technique is profound, and it has improved my body and fixed some of my past issues. But I still haven't broken through to the second step of the martial sage realm. The first step of the martial sage, profound insight. Second step of the martial sage, life knowing. Third step of the martial sage, fish leap. Fourth step of the martial sage, great sage. Lin Jiufeng was at the peak of the first step of the martial sage realm. He stood at the peak of the pinnacle. He had already understood the subtleties of martial arts, and he was currently peering into the greatness of the world. The heaven patching technique had patched some of the past issues that Lin Jiufeng had been suffering from. He felt complete. but he couldn't break through the bottleneck. It seemed like he was lacking something. But Lin Jiufeng didn't know what he was lacking. Lin Jiufeng said regrettably, making a breakthrough in my cultivation has become significantly difficult ever since I entered the martial sage realm. It's no longer as quick as before. Although he was a little disappointed, he was not impatient. If 5 years was not enough, he would spend another 5 years. Lin Jiufeng was not young. He was already in his 40s, almost 50. In his previous life, he would have already been a weathered middle-aged man. But now he was still young and relatively stable mentally. He continued to sign in peace. Although the cold palace was big, Lin Jiufeng had already visited all the places that he could possibly use to sign in. Hence, Lin Jiufeng decided to start exploring the underground area of the cold palace. There must be several layers of areas underneath a palace of this size. Back then, Lin Jiufeng didn't bother exploring the area underneath the palace since he still had enough places to sign in from. But now he wanted to explore underground. What? Outside the imperial capital of the Yushua God dynasty, a group of people was looking at the imperial capital from a remote hilltop. They were dressed in very old-fashioned clothes. They looked completely out of place with the current fashion trend. Their clothes seemed to be from hundreds of years ago. The leader was an elderly man with a dark complexion, dry skin, and hands similar to chicken claws. He was looking at the imperial capital. Corpse Elder, you've been searching for over 3 days now. Have you seen anything? The strong man behind Corpse Elder asked helplessly. Butcher, do you know what I'm looking at? Corpse Elder asked without turning around. The strong man nicknamed Butcher, who had his arms folded in front of his chest, shook his head and said, I don't know what you're looking at. But I know that no matter how much you look, you will not be able to get the treasure in the relics of my chasing corpse sect. The others nodded, agreeing with Butcher. These people were members of the chasing corpse sect. They had been in hiding for so many years. Corpse Elder was the leader of the group. Instead of leading them to the imperial capital, he remained in the deep forest and only looked at the imperial capital from a distance, which made Butcher unhappy. Do you all know about that one sword in the imperial capital? Corpse Elder sneered. Of course, who wouldn't? There's an unpredictable one sword hidden in the imperial capital of the Yushua God dynasty. But we're here to look for the treasures in the relics of the chasing corpse sect, not to fight, Butcher said helplessly. He thought that Corpse Elder was being too careful. But he didn't expect that he would become so timid after hiding for hundreds of years. Since you know about it, do you still think that I'm being too careful? Corpse Elder asked. So what have you learned after these 3 days of watching? Butcher asked. Nothing. Corpse Elder shook his head. One sword has hidden himself well. I cannot see anything. Then are you going to continue looking? Butcher squinted helplessly at Corpse Elder. No more watching. Let's enter the imperial capital. But remember, no causing trouble and no revealing your auras. Especially you, Butcher. I know that you have broken through to the martial sage realm. But still don't do anything reckless. Corpse Elder warned Butcher. I know. This is the imperial capital. To martial sages, this is the most dangerous place in the world. I don't want to be killed by a sword flying through the skies from out of nowhere. I will be very careful. Butcher decisively agreed. Looking at the serious Butcher, Corpse Elder didn't say anything anymore. He waved his hand. Let's go to the imperial capital now. It's about to go dark, so let's take advantage of the night to look for the treasures. Butcher was overjoyed. He immediately followed Corpse Elder to the imperial capital. After passing the scrutiny of the city guards, they finally managed to enter the imperial capital. They hovered around the cold palace, patiently waiting for nightfall. This palace is so big, why is it deserted? Butcher asked curiously as he looked at the huge palace. The cold palace was big, but it was dilapidated. No one came to maintain the place. In fact, some parts of the outer wall were already peeling off, revealing red bricks inside. This is a place where only the losers of the royal struggle of the Yuhua God dynasty come to stay. Do you think that anyone would want to come voluntarily here? Corpse Elder calmly asked. Night came and the world darkened. Corpse Elder and Butcher moved rather quickly after nightfall. The relics of the chasing corpse sect are here. Everyone be on your toes. Don't act rashly, Corpse Elder said. The group of people immediately jumped over the wall and entered the cold palace. Hey, there's a courtyard with some lights in here. Butcher found Lin Jiufeng's courtyard, and he wanted to take a look. Don't go there. I've done my research. There's a dethroned crown prince, who's also Emperor Yuan's brother, living in this cold palace. He's been here for decades. I think he must be already gone mad. Let's carry on with our search, don't provoke him. Corpse Elder grabbed Butcher and stopped him with a solemn look. Butcher could only give up. They walked deep into the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng, who was in his own courtyard, wore a strange look on his face. There were actually thieves sneaking into this godforsaken cold palace. And they even said that he has gone mad. Lin Jiufeng was more curious about what these few people were doing at this cold palace. It has been 5 years since he had a visitor in the cold palace. However, the master of this cold palace, Lin Jiufeng, didn't kill them at first sight. He watched them from afar, wanting to figure out what they were planning on doing in the cold palace. Among them, there are only 2 people that I need to pay attention to. An old man whose vital and life energy is in decline. He looks like a mummy, but this is just his appearance. There is a huge blood pill in his dantian. Once activated, he will instantly be able to return to his peak. The other one looks like a hoodlum with ample vital and life energy. These 2 are in the martial sage realm. Other than the 2 of them, the rest are nothing to worry about. Lin Jiufeng murmured in his heart. Strictly speaking, he didn't actually have to worry about Corpse Elder and Butcher. But they were still martial sages. Lin Jiufeng had to show them some respect due to their prestige. This cold palace of mine is already so dilapidated. Other than having an area of extremely negative energy deep underground, there's only the ruin of the Chasing Corpse sect. Lin Jiufeng guessed the background of the other party. It was because this scene already happened 15 years ago. Back then, 2 members of the Chasing Corpse sect snuck inside the cold palace, looking for the corpse of the Chasing Corpse sect's patriarch. They were discovered by Lin Jiufeng. He killed those 2 people, and even turned the corpse of the Chasing Corpse sect's patriarch into Nameless, who is now a guardian of the Yuhua God dynasty. Lin Jiufeng remembered this matter vividly. He also remembered the conversation of those 2 back then. They said the Chasing Corpse sect was planning to come to light and reveal themselves into the world 10 years later. Lin Jiufeng has been waiting for them all this time. To think that it would take the Chasing Corpse sect 15 years before they dared to send another batch of their people into the cold palace. I acquired Nameless back then, thanks to you people. I wonder what will I obtain from you all this time. Lin Jiufeng observed the intruders with both of his hands behind his back. He didn't disturb them in their exploration. He just watched. Even the martial sages did not sense Lin Jiufeng's gaze. They were focused on their tasks at hand as they took all sorts of measurements in the cold palace, searching for the specific location of what they were looking for. Butcher and Corpse Elder were in charge of the situation. The others were just convenient tools for them to use. They were only here because they were necessary to find the relic treasures of the Chasing Corpse sect. Butcher looked helplessly at his subordinates who were engrossed in their search. He couldn't help but ask, why didn't the old ancestor bring the relic treasures away? He simply didn't understand. Wouldn't it be for the best if the old ancestor took the treasures away with him when the Chasing Corpse sect moved away back then? If that happened, then they wouldn't have to take the risk of coming to the imperial capital to look for the treasures in secret. They didn't dare to make a stir. They were afraid that a streak of sword energy would suddenly come flying in their way. Corpse Elder heard Butcher's complaints. After looking around, he said in a low voice. The sect elders all claimed that the initial move away from this place was because they felt that this place was unsuitable for the sect. Do you believe that? Bullshit. Butcher only had this one word in response. Our Chasing Corpse sect was established more than 1,000 years ago. We earned glory 800 years ago, and it lasted for more than 200 years. At that time, among the mountains of the world and the famous rivers, which of them were unsuitable for burying the corpses of our Chasing Corpse sect? Because we got too complacent with snatching bodies from all places subsequently, we incurred the wrath of the public. Those on the orthodox path and the demonic sects took advantage of that to join their forces in an alliance to deal with us. Even the imperial court suppressed us, driving us away like a pack of disowned dogs.
We were forced to move our sect away. But we were in too much of a hurry that we didn't even dig out the corpse of our patriarch. Some of our relic treasures were also left and forgotten amidst the haste. Butcher pursed his lips and shared a section of the past. The past of the Chasing Corpse sect. The Chasing Corpse sect from those days of yore had grown too complacent due to their uninhibited growth. They snatched bodies from all places to the extent that they incurred the unanimous anger of the masses. The Yuhua God dynasty was founded 400 years ago. The Yuhua God dynasty was only established after the Chasing Corpse sect moved away. With the previous area left by the Chasing Corpse sect serving as their imperial capital, they continuously expanded their territories. As for that prince that constructed the cold palace, the truth was that he was a victim. He was deceived and treated this area of extremely negative energy that was the ruins of the Chasing Corpse sect as a treasured place. The palace was built. The exterior was magnificent, but the interior remained superficial. No one even bothered to clean up the interior of the Chasing Corpse sect's ruins. Then that prince's health gradually declined. His luck also worsened, and he soon committed a huge blunder. Until now, this place became the famous Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng eavesdropped on the conversation of the two from a spot not too far away from them. He was already so close, yet the two martial sages didn't notice him. This proved Lin Jiufeng's true capabilities. Even though the three of them were at the profound insight step of the martial sage realm, the true gap between them was similar to the gap between the sky and the sea. They couldn't be compared with each other at all. As you have said, we were being driven away back then. We couldn't take these things, so we left them here, thinking that we're going to make our return in the future anyway. But the Yuhua God dynasty was established following that. Our Chasing Corpse sect also went into turmoil, and we had to move into the shadows. Up till now, we still haven't retrieved them, said Corpse Elder. Then what exactly are there in the so-called relic treasure beneath this palace? Butcher asked softly. Lin Jiufeng listened seriously. He wanted to know too. This was his territory after all. If there were treasures, they naturally belonged to him. The so-called relic treasure is just a way of saying it. We established the sect here because we discovered that there was a palace with extreme negative energy at the bottom of this area with its doors tightly shut. However, the sect had to move away before we got the chance to explore it. Corpse Elder lowered his voice as he explained. Their voices were very, very soft, afraid of outsiders eavesdropping on their conversation. Lin Jiufeng was somewhat far away. He took a few steps forward and arrived at a measly distance of 5 meters from them. However, they still didn't discover Lin Jiufeng's presence. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng pulled the world's energies that he had tried his best to understand over these 5 years onto himself. Indescribable waves instantly devoured Lin Jiufeng. The waves made him blend with the universe. Universe and human as one. As Lin Jiufeng stood there, he became one with the universe. So long as he didn't speak or execute a technique, these two people wouldn't be able to detect his presence. Of course, Lin Jiufeng's current limit was at 5 meters. If these two weren't at the martial sage realm, even if Lin Jiufeng were to attack them right in front of their eyes, they would never discover his presence, even in the slightest. Butcher exclaimed in surprise. I see. Then we should go and open up that place right away so we can bring the treasures away. Upon the mention of treasures, Butcher's mood was uplifted. We came here to survey, that's it. Once we've found that place, we have to return and report it to the sect leader. He will come here personally. Corpse Elder shook his head, extinguishing Butcher's hope of retrieving the treasures by himself. Butcher mumbled, then, we'll wait for the sect leader to come here before opening it. In any case, leaving those treasures in the Cold Palace is quite safe. No one will disturb them, and we also have a dethroned crown prince keeping guard for us, said Corpse Elder with a smile. Yes, that dethroned crown prince probably still has no idea that there are so many secrets hidden below this Cold Palace. Butcher also smiled. Watching their subordinates doing their jobs was a little boring, so they made fun of Lin Jiufeng. But unbeknownst to them, that same Lin Jiufeng that they were mocking was standing just 5 meters away from them. He stood there as he watched them coldly. Just continue to be smug for a while. I'll wait until your subordinates are done inspecting before I'll settle the scores with you two. Lin Jiufeng remained calm as usual. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After searching for about 4 hours, someone finally reported, "We have found the entrance to the underground passage." The eyes of Butcher and Corpse Elder lit up. They walked over in a hurry. Lin Jiufeng's eyes also brightened. He leisurely followed the two in their footsteps. Lin Jiufeng followed them, and they soon arrived at a 100-year-old tree in the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng watched on curiously. He had been to this area previously, but other than signing in and receiving a cultivation technique, there was nothing else in here. He also didn't find any secret passageway. Corpse Elder and Butcher arrived. Right under the three, under Lin Jiufeng's scrutinizing gaze, they started to carve an array formation on the spot. Corpse Elder spoke up. "This array formation has been handed down from the ancestors of my chasing corpse sect. It is used to hide things from the eyes of other people and make those objects impossible for them to find. One obverse and inverse. Only a collision of the two will open the original entrance." Butcher hugged his arm and urged, "Hurry up. Cut the crap." Corpse Elder spent about 20 minutes setting up the array formation. Lin Jiufeng watched through the entire process. The questions in his heart finally had an answer. "I see they set up an array formation to cover the eyes of others. No wonder nobody discovered it throughout the few hundred years that passed." Although he had a formidable cultivation base, Lin Jiufeng was never skilled in array formations. To be frank, he had no clue about array formations at all. In the future, I need to get some manuals concerning the concept of array formations and pills. Hopefully, I'll be able to get them from signing in. Lin Jiufeng made a mental note of this. He watched as Corpse Elder completed the array formation. Then the two array formations, one obverse and the other inverse, exploded. Right beneath the 100-year-old big tree, a passageway appeared. It was a passageway that led deep underground. After having sealed for hundreds of years, moss could be seen everywhere. Without saying anything, Butcher moved and pulled open the entrance of the passageway. He anxiously wanted to go down. Corpse Elder also watched curiously. But at that moment, a golden radiance suddenly exploded from the dim passageway. It instantly killed both Butcher and Corpse Elder. They stood there indignant as they held their throats. They wanted to say something, but no words could come out of their mouths. They collapsed. This change stunned the people of the chasing corpse sect as they screamed out loud. Lin Jiufeng's gaze also turned cold as he observed solemnly. Corpse Elder and Butcher were both martial sages. They might be not that powerful among martial sages, considering that they were only at the first step of profound insight. However, they were still martial sages. Someone that had the ability to instantly kill them was strong enough for Lin Jiufeng to take them seriously, especially when that person was amidst these secret treasures. But contrary to Lin Jiufeng's expectations, the killer wasn't a person, but a cat. A snow-white cat that looked very elegant. There were only 2 spots on its body, each with a different color. Its pupils were black, like thick ink, so black that they seemed to have their own luster. The other spot was its claws. They were dark gold in color. That speck of golden radiance earlier was it seizing the chance to strike, using its claws to end the lives of both Corpse Elder and Butcher. Meow! The snow-white cat opened its mouth and let out a cry. Its voice was akin to a languid young girl, very beguiling. But a few whooshes commenced, and it transformed into a white shadow that wiped out everyone from the chasing corpse sect. A few seconds ago, the people of the chasing corpse sect stood here, alive. Under the leadership of 2 martial sages, they wanted to dig out the secret treasures that belonged to them in the first place. But at this moment, they were now corpses that could not speak. The culprit was a white cat. Its hair was not an ordinary shade of white, but a glossy, transparent, crystal-like kind of white. Its small body paced on the floor. Its claws were stained with spots of blood. After having witnessed what just happened, Lin Jiufeng's expression turned weird. It was a cat at the martial sage realm. This was rare. After killing everyone, the white cat meowed and was about to enter the cave. However, its hairs suddenly stood on its ends. Its body arched upwards. With a sharp cry, it stared fixedly in Lin Jiufeng's direction. Lin Jiufeng's surprise had inadvertently released a trace of his aura that was immediately detected by the sensitive white cat. It acted as if it was facing a formidable enemy. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng no longer disguised himself. He revealed his figure and remained in the same spot. Meow!
The white cat immediately launched an attack. At a blazing speed, its claws burst out, a sharp golden glow slashed across, seeking to end Lin Jiufeng's life. But Lin Jiufeng combined two fingers to act as a sword technique from Sword 22 broke out. Boom! The white cat was thrown upside down onto the ground. Although it was able to kill Butcher and Corpse Elder, it was no match for Lin Jiufeng. You are probably the guardian of this underground secret treasure. You remained underground throughout the years, and that is why you killed those people who tried to invade your underground territory. Lin Jiufeng calmly deduced. The white cat was sent flying, but Lin Jiufeng did not kill it, he only inflicted a few injuries to it. But the white cat knew that it was no match against Lin Jiufeng. It turned around, wanting to escape. But Lin Jiufeng wasn't going to let it go anywhere. Grabbing the cat with his large hand, frightening amounts of true qi, and even his martial will weighed down against the cat. The amalgamation of these forcibly suppressed the white cat, as it could not move at all, and was obediently held by Lin Jiufeng. Let's go. How about you take me below to see what treasures are inside? Lin Jiufeng said. The white cat wanted to struggle, it didn't plan on yielding just yet. However, Lin Jiufeng's true qi instantly extinguished its hopes of escaping. Without allowing it to object, he brought it down the passageway. Lin Jiufeng's true qi transformed into flames that illuminated the dim passageway. There was nothing inside of it at all. Nothing but a passageway that constantly led downwards. The path was extremely narrow, only one person could move through it at a time. This was another reason why no one had discovered such a place after so many years. If its size was any bigger, people would easily dug it out. Lin Jiufeng walked for quite a long time. When he estimated that he was already tens of meters underground, he finally saw the end of the passageway. What he saw at the end was an underground world. Accurately speaking, it was a palace. But it wasn't too big considering that it was buried underground. The doors of the palace were left slightly ajar. Lin Jiufeng examined the white cat in his hands before he looked at the gap. You opened this, didn't you? Lin Jiufeng asked. He only received the white cat's fury of bared teeth as an answer. Lin Jiufeng didn't mind it. Instead, he said with a smile, "Thank you for opening the door. Otherwise, I would have to expend some effort again." The doors of this palace clearly had an array formation, inscribed on its surface judging on the runes, and the winding lines that looked gibberish in the eyes. Lin Jiufeng had no knowledge about array formations at all. If the doors were tightly shut, he really wouldn't be able to open them. Right now, it was slightly ajar. He only pushed it slightly, and it opened. The white cat shut its eyes tight in strong regret. It came out in a hurry and forgot to close the door. Now it brought disaster upon itself. Pushing the door open, what appeared in his sight was a coffin and innumerable pill bottles scattered all over the ground, along with countless precious treasures that had been clearly eaten by something. This secret place used to contain a lot of treasures. Just the pill bottles alone, Lin Jiufeng saw several thousands of them. They were piled up and became a small hill in one spot. As for the rest of the treasures, they were long consumed. Lin Jiufeng even caught sight of a ginseng that was at least 10,000 years old. The essence it contained was no more, and only its exterior was left. It was tossed aside by something in seemingly great disdain. You did this, didn't you? Lin Jiufeng looked towards the white cat. You are only a little white cat, but you're as strong as a martial sage realm cultivator. You also move fast. It's definitely because you've consumed all the treasures in here. The secret treasures that the Chasing Corpse sect constantly thought about for several hundreds of years were all consumed by you. The white cat did not respond to Lin Jiufeng's question. It acted like a tsundere. It turned its head away, refusing to talk with Lin Jiufeng. It's so messy here, but this coffin is very clean, without a speck of dust. This can only mean that the person inside this coffin is very important to you. Was it the person who brought you in here? Lin Jiufeng guessed and moved closer to the coffin. The white cat grew anxious. It struggled, wanting to stop Lin Jiufeng from opening the coffin. But Lin Jiufeng had already pushed it open. Without any resistance at all. The white cat and Lin Jiufeng looked over together. But the coffin was empty, there wasn't anything inside of it at all. The white cat was dumbfounded. It was empty inside the coffin. This time the white cat became desperate, a powerful force burst out of its body. Lin Jiufeng was caught off guard. The white cat managed to break free from Lin Jiufeng's grip, and it leaped into the coffin. It then continuously fumbled around and called out from inside the coffin. Its forlorn and bitter cries reverberated throughout. It refused to believe all of this. How could there be nothing in the coffin? Lin Jiufeng looked at the sad white cat and asked, "Who is this person?" The white cat turned around and looked at Lin Jiufeng ferociously. It was not in the mood to answer Lin Jiufeng. "Tell me. Perhaps I can help you find where this person went." Lin Jiufeng did not force it either, as he offered coolly. The white cat consumed and digested every treasure in this treasure trove until it finally became a martial sage. But its extravagant consumption of those treasures meant that it had no idea about the cultivation world. It inadvertently reached the martial sage realm after consuming the resources at its disposal. This was why it only used its claws to kill, without even executing a technique. Right now, the white cat was upset, and its cries were heart-wrenching. This meant that it didn't expect the coffin to be empty. All this time, it had never suspected that this had always been the case. Lin Jiufeng wanted to figure out the origins of the white cat, this palace, this coffin, and the person that was supposed to be inside the coffin. The white cat's claws gripped the coffin tightly while emitting a squealing sound. It was using its brain to think, but it could not figure out what had happened no matter what. There was just itself and Lin Jiufeng present. So in the end, it ultimately yielded. Jumping off the coffin, it wrote something on the floor. "Demon Lord." Lin Jiufeng's eyes narrowed as he said, "The person buried in the coffin is the Demon Lord." When he was laid to rest, the white cat's claws moved several times and scrawled a line of words. 1,500 years ago. The Demon Lord from 1,500 years ago, Lin Jiufeng fell into deep thought. The Yuhua God dynasty wasn't even founded yet 1,500 years ago. That period was thought to be the peak era of the cultivation world. Numerous experts were abundant throughout the land, and everything was in turmoil. The rise and fall of dynasties was quick. Someone who could have the title of the Demon Lord back then was definitely a peak existence of that era. "I don't have any information about this so-called Demon Lord in my memories," said Lin Jiufeng while shaking his head. The white cat immediately flared up. It believed that Lin Jiufeng was fooling it. "But I can go to the royal library and look up all sorts of information. The Yuhua God dynasty is, after all, the only god dynasty of the current epoch. It definitely has a piece of information or two when it comes to this so-called Demon Lord." Lin Jiufeng ignored the white cat's anger. The white cat decisively wrote down a few words. "Go look it up." Lin Jiufeng looked at it and laughed. "Would I do that for nothing? I can give you treasures." The white cat swiftly wrote a string of words. Although it had the capabilities of a martial sage, it did not refine its pubis and was unable to speak one. But it could write. However, it had crooked handwriting similar to that of a 2 to 3-year-old. Every stroke landed in a spot contrary to Lin Jiufeng's expectation. Fortunately, Lin Jiufeng could still recognize the words as he looked at the white cat while it scribbled. "You've already eaten all the things in this secret trove, and you're saying that you still have some treasures for me." Lin Jiufeng refused to believe it. "I did eat a lot, but I hid a significant amount to save up and eat them slowly. Since I couldn't leave, I had to carefully plan my meals. I only ate them sparingly in case I ran out of food." The white cat was still pretty clever. Just that this large paragraph of words it had written painted a truly terrible sight. It made Lin Jiufeng's eyes hurt. "All right, deal." Lin Jiufeng nodded and agreed. He wasn't doing this for the treasures. He mainly wanted to know the origins of this Demon Lord. Why did he construct a palace and buried it tens of meters, even hundreds of meters underground? Leave this place and go find more information. Upon witnessing Lin Jiufeng's agreement, the white cat immediately drove Lin Jiufeng out. It did not like having people inside of this palace. Lin Jiufeng did not want to stay that long either. There wasn't anything here at all, but a clutter of odds and ends, as well as a white cat. Although the white cat looked beautiful in the eyes with its body that resembled crystal and glass, its temper was bad. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and he turned around to leave. But when Lin Jiufeng turned around to leave, a line of words appeared before his eyes. "Sign in the underground demon palace." "Sign in." Lin Jiufeng agreed. Sign in successful. Received demonic great refinement cultivation technique. Following that, a large chunk of memories surged into Lin Jiufeng's mind. They were all about the demonic great refinement cultivation technique. It was a demonic sex advanced dharmic formulation. It was incredibly powerful when cultivated right. Not bad. I have another cultivation technique to save my life. Lin Jiufeng was very satisfied. He always liked everything that could improve his capabilities. After the successful sign-in, Lin Jiufeng directly left the underground palace. The white cat kept its eyes on Lin Jiufeng. It was cautious and vigilant. It still did not trust Lin Jiufeng at all. Lin Jiufeng ignored it. Stepping onto the surface, he looked at the passageway entrance under the 100-year-old tree. In the end, he decided not to close the entrance. Lin Jiufeng directly returned to his own courtyard. He laid on the frost jade bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. He carefully cultivated the demonic great refinement cultivation technique that he had just received, thoroughly digesting it to make it a part of his own capabilities. As for finding more information on that so-called demon lord, he could do that tomorrow too. In any case, Lin Jiufeng had a lot of time. The white cat covertly followed Lin Jiufeng the whole time. Seeing that Lin Jiufeng did not go to find more information, but instead, he went back to sleep and cultivate. It bared its teeth as its sharp claws extended. It was furious. But after its fury blossomed, it suddenly felt helpless. Since it was no match for Lin Jiufeng, no matter how angry it would be for nothing. The white cat sulked for a period of time. It stared at Lin Jiufeng just like that. It knew that Lin Jiufeng could sense its gaze. So it continued to stare in this manner, looking right at him. The two eyes that resembled glass and amber remained on Lin Jiufeng without blinking. But Lin Jiufeng remained unmoved. After staring for half the night, the white cat let out a meow. It threw a resentful glance at Lin Jiufeng before it turned around and left. It went back to the underground palace. Lin Jiufeng, who was on the frost jade bed, finally opened his eyes. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he murmured, "It's not like you're a beautiful young girl. Am I supposed to react and blush while you were staring at me like that?" What? The next day, Lin Jiufeng finally had a thorough understanding of the demonic great refinement cultivation technique last night. Since he was done, he planned on looking up more information about that so-called demon lord early this morning. The reason was very simple. The white cat had once again kept an eye on Lin Jiufeng before daybreak arrived earlier. Standing in the courtyard, its eyes remained fixed on Lin Jiufeng. Since it was no match for Lin Jiufeng, it could only use this method to pressure him. Lin Jiufeng shook his head helplessly. He got ready and prepared to leave the cold palace for the royal library in order to find more information regarding that demon lord. But a surprise visitor interrupted Lin Jiufeng's plan to leave. It was Emperor Yuan's son, Emperor Ming. He was also Lin Tianyuan, who once lived with Lin Jiufeng for 10 whole years. He succeeded the throne when he was 15 years old and spent the first 5 years of his reign managing state affairs, working tirelessly for a prosperous country. Today, he was 20 years old. This was his first time meeting with Lin Jiufeng after he succeeded to the throne. "Uncle!" Lin Tianyuan, who had matured quite a lot, shouted warmly. He used to address Lin Jiufeng as teacher. Ever since he changed his form of address that time, he had been calling him uncle all the time. "Why have you come?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. He was really curious. Considering the Yuhua God dynasty's current situation, there probably weren't any troublesome matters that required Lin Tianyuan to come and look for him, was there? The white cat became anxious. It knew that Lin Jiufeng was about to leave, but a person just had to come and stop him in his tracks. The white cat's thoughts were very simple. "I'll kill you, then Lin Jiufeng will be able to go out." Thus it pounced over. Pooh. But Lin Jiufeng flicked his sleeve. The demonic great refinement cultivation technique directly sent the white cat flying. It slammed against a tree and dropped down weakly. Its appearance immediately became dusty and dirty. Yet it wasn't injured at all. Lin Jiufeng's control over his own strength had already reached perfection. The white cat was struck to the ground. Shaking its head, it shook the dust off its body. It meowed angrily. All of its claws extended, looking sharper than magical weapons. But when it recalled that elusive move from Lin Jiufeng just now, it retracted its claws and sulked. Then it leaped onto the walls of the courtyard to watch both Lin Jiufeng and Lin Tianyuan from a distance. Seeing this scene, Lin Tianyuan asked curiously, "Uncle, is this yours?" Lin Jiufeng shook his head and responded, "A stray cat that came from somewhere unknown. It has a terrible temper. If it wasn't because I found it pitiful, I would have driven it away long ago. No need to bother with it, just let it stay there on the wall." The white cat was infuriated. Its claws scratched the walls and almost made a hole in it. Lin Jiufeng ignored it and asked Lin Tianyuan, "You've become the emperor, with a myriad of state affairs to handle every day. How do you have the time to come here?" It could be considered that Lin Jiufeng had watched Lin Tianyuan grow up. He inherited Emperor Yuan's unfulfilled wish and picked up Emperor Yuan's style. He was entirely devoted to state affairs. Lin Jiufeng was very pleased with this. It proved that his younger brother hadn't misjudged Lin Tianyuan's character. In the fight for power among the group of princes, he decisively chose Lin Tianyuan. "Uncle, I'm here to deliver something to you," Lin Tianyuan, who had matured considerably, said with a smile. He had indeed matured quickly after living 5 whole years of his life as the emperor. He now commanded a really strong presence. But before Lin Jiufeng, he was still the sweet and respectful Lin Tianyuan. "Deliver something to me," Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. "What is it?" Lin Jiufeng respectfully brought out a secret manual from his bosom. With both hands, presented it to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng took it and opened it for a look. "Ancient demonic book. This was the culprit that caused your father's death," Lin Jiufeng asked solemnly. If Emperor Yuan didn't cultivate this cultivation technique 5 years ago, Lin Jiufeng would have managed to bring him back to life, even if he had burned most of his life energy. "Yes, it is this heretic cultivation technique." Lin Tianyuan nodded. "It hasn't been destroyed yet?" Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. "Uncle, I just cannot bear to do it." Lin Tianyuan sighed. He also wanted to destroy this demonic cultivation technique back then. But in the serene silence of the night, after much consideration, as he held this demonic cultivation technique in his hands, he still decided to lock it away in the end. He just couldn't bear to destroy it. "You cultivated it." Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan with a sharp gaze. This demonic cultivation technique had already killed 2 emperors. Lin Jiufeng did not wish to see Lin Tianyuan die to this as well. Lin Tianyuan shook his head resolutely. "I did not." However, his smile turned wry. "I am always tempted to cultivate it every time in the dead of the night. With the ever-growing difficulties of passing reforms, and with the countless forces playing their own tricks behind the scenes, it's becoming increasingly difficult for me to restrain myself from cultivating it." Lin Tianyuan was being completely honest. He could resist this demon cultivation technique that could boost his strength on usual days. But whenever he was met with a setback, especially when the setback involved several major forces, the desire to become strong enough to pave his own path throughout the world would always appear in his heart. 5 years ago, I could firmly resist this demonic cultivation technique. But this year, I've already brought it out several times at night. I'm just short of actually opening, said Lin Tianyuan with a bitter smile. Uncle, my willpower is still lacking, said Lin Tianyuan dejectedly. Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan. So you are giving this demon cultivation technique to me because you want to completely end this thought. Lin Tianyuan nodded and said seriously, I know that Uncle is a person of great willpower. You were able to spend decades in this abandoned cold palace after all. This demonic cultivation technique will definitely not have an influence on you. I ask that Uncle take care of it. Lin Jiufeng reached out to rub the demonic cultivation technique. Parchment had been used for it, and it had been soaked in a special beast oil, which made it particularly resilient to decay and damage. Leave it with me then. Are there any more demonic cultivation techniques like this in the royal palace? Lin Jiufeng asked. There are no more. Lin Tianyuan shook his head. Reforming the Yuhua God dynasty was your father's wish. You're working really hard, and I know it is very tough for you too, but it's not that there's nobody behind you. Lin Jiufeng said solemnly to Lin Tianyuan. Although I do not wish to partake in the affairs of the outside world, I have a compelling obligation to fulfill your father's dying wish.
When you encounter troubles that you cannot handle in the future, just come straight to me and I will solve it for you. You just need to spare no efforts with the reform. Remember to let all the common people in the world live a good life. Provide for the elderly and be the dependents for the young. As for the powerhouses who dare to stop you, they need to ask first whether the sword in my hand agrees or not. Lin Jiufeng solemnly gave Lin Tianyuan his guarantee. Lin Jiufeng knew that Lin Tianyuan was under great pressure in such a lofty position, especially when what he inherited was Emperor Yuan's unfulfilled wishes to reform the world. So Lin Jiufeng gave his own promise to him. Lin Tianyuan looked at Lin Jiufeng, touched. He bowed all the way and choked. I ask uncle to act and give me a hand. Lin Jiufeng knew that this was the case. Lin Tianyuan must have encountered huge trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't even think about cultivating this demonic cultivation technique. What happened? Lin Jiufeng led Lin Tianyuan into the courtyard and let him sit down. Other than a stone table, the rest of the courtyard was covered in bone swords. It has been 5 years since these bone swords were inserted into the ground here, but Lin Jiufeng never used them even once. A powerful martial sage has appeared on the northwest plains. He's a very strong one. He unified the fragmented Xianbei by himself. My scouts said that the unification happened just this winter and not long after. He will invade the borders with his army of millions and hunt down our troops for 1,000,000 miles, Lin Tianyuan said in a low voice. Lin Jiufeng frowned. The fragmented Xianbei on the northwest plains boasted a huge population. But they had always been fragmented, for the entire population consisted of 800 different tribes of various sizes. In addition, all of them disliked each other, so they had never been a threat to the borders of the Yuhua God dynasty. But it was clearly out of everyone's expectations that a powerhouse would suddenly appear out of nowhere to unite the fragmented Xianbei under his banner. Furthermore, he even wanted to hunt down the troops of the Yuhua God dynasty for 1,000,000 miles, in the quest of plundering 1,000,000 miles of land behind the borders. Lin Jiufeng's gaze turned cold. What's the name of the martial sage who united Xianbei? Lin Jiufeng asked. Tumen. He's a priest of the Xianbei temple. It is said that he received the graces of the gods of the plains and broke through to martial sage realm at one go. He has no match throughout the plains and is very arrogant, Lin Tianyuan replied. Uncle, it's already winter. The snow is too cold, and as a result, the dispatchment of troops will be very slow. In addition, with 1,000,000 miles of land from beyond the border, we will surely have a harder time with defense compared to their launching of the offense. If he succeeds, millions of people would be displaced from their hometowns. Furthermore, the number of deaths from the cold and starvation would be too many to count by then, said Lin Tianyuan with a pained heart. So you want me to go and kill this martial sage Tumen, am I right? Lin Jiufeng calmly asked. Uncle, please take action. Lin Tianyuan stood up. He cupped both of his hands and bowed. Go back. I will go and kill Tumen. Lin Jiufeng waved his hand in and agreed to it. This time he was taking action for the millions of people living near the borders of the plains. Lin Tianyuan left. Since Uncle had agreed, he believed that Tumen would surely die. Hence, he needed to make arrangements for the subsequent matters in advance. When Lin Tianyuan disappeared, the white cat directly jumped off the courtyard walls and wrote a few words in front of Lin Jiufeng. The words were still crooked as ever, as they looked even more cursive than cursive handwriting. It depicted the white cat's personal style in writing. You are going out. Lin Jiufeng nodded. Find more information. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, I'll do that when I'm back. How much time do you need? Lin Jiufeng smiled. A spring breeze seemed to have brushed past his face as he said, full of confidence. To kill a martial sage cultivator. 3 days is enough. 2 of these 3 days were the time needed to travel back and forth. Forbidden City, Great Council Hall. Lin Tianyuan looked relaxed upon his return. There was even a smile on his face. With Uncle taking action, his stress instantly vanished. He, who had lived with Lin Jiufeng for 10 years, knew exactly how scary Lin Jiufeng was better than anyone else. In the Great Council Hall, the court officials were arguing without end. They were discussing how exactly to cope with the plunder at Xianbei. Some voted for war, some voted for peace. They were divided in opinion. No one could convince the others to agree on the other's opinion. A group of old men, scholars at that, were hot in dispute
All that was left in their arguments at this moment were throwing punches at one another. But the important key here was that each of them had their own reasoning for their decision. As it was winter, the borders were all the more terrifyingly cold. If they really went to war, the losses might regress the Yuhua God dynasty's development so far by 10 years. This was the reason why Lin Tianyuan was previously anxious, to the point that he even considered acquiring strength by cultivating that demonic cultivation technique. After all, what if he succeeded in cultivating that demonic cultivation technique without repercussions? But now he was calmly walking into the great council hall. The court officials all looked toward Lin Tianyuan. "Your Majesty, how exactly should we handle the Xianbei army?" "We ask your Majesty to come to a decision," the cabinet chief asked in a low voice. Whether they chose to go to war or to make peace, no outcome would come out of arguing. They had to come to a decision as early as possible. "There is no need to worry anymore, ministers. There is no need to worry about Xianbei. I have already hired an expert to go kill that Tumen martial sage. Xianbei will immediately be fragmented upon his death. They will be unable to come and plunder our lands," Lin Tianyuan announced in a great mood. The court officials looked at Lin Tianyuan in surprise. "Your Majesty is the expert you hired, the same mysterious expert who has been living in seclusion in the imperial capital?" the cabinet chief asked, agitated. The others looked expectantly at Lin Tianyuan. "Yes." Lin Tianyuan immediately nodded. "Everyone, please wait at ease for the news of that martial sage Tumen's death." Lin Tianyuan was very confident. With that, the court officials stopped arguing. All of them became akin to biological brothers as they started smiling at the same time. Without martial sage Tumen, Xianbei was no cause for worry.
What?
Lin Jiufeng walked out and closed the gates of the cold palace. In front of the cold palace's gates, fallen dead leaves covered the ground. Once the cold wind blew, they danced with the breeze. Lin Jiufeng would be rushing to the northwest plains. He did not bring anything with him. One man, one sword. The sword with him was still the demon-slaying sword. It was a set with the bone swords. They were effective against a crowd of enemies, but when fighting a single target. The demon-slaying sword was still the best. "Meow!" The white cat called out from the top of the courtyard walls. It was unwilling to let Lin Jiufeng leave. Not because it missed Lin Jiufeng, but because it wanted Lin Jiufeng's help to find more information. After all, the white cat had been in the underground palace for hundreds of years. As a result, it was extremely unfamiliar with the outside world. But Lin Jiufeng merely glanced at the white cat. Then he waved his hand and charged into the sky. "Meow!" The white cat let out a resigned cry. It used its claws to scratch out some crooked words. "Second day of hating him."
What?
The Northwest Plains was very far from the Yuhua God dynasty's imperial capital. Considering that it was the dead of winter, the winds whistled so cold that it seemed to be able to penetrate through one's bones. Sweeping his gaze around him, the panoramic view looked so white and picturesque that one couldn't bear to destroy it. With true qi wrapping his entire body, Lin Jiufeng became akin to an arrow that left its bow as he shot into the direction of the Northwest Plains. Wild winds howled, his true qi engulfed his entire body as he moved at lightning speeds. Lin Jiufeng never managed to make a breakthrough into the next step of the martial sage realm after these 5 years. However, the true qi that he had accumulated in liquid form was terrifying. Despite moving so fast through the air and wantonly expending his true qi like this, Lin Jiufeng's heart didn't feel a sting at all. One whole day. It took Lin Jiufeng 1 whole day before he arrived at the Northwest Plains borders. This proved that the territory of the Yuhua God dynasty truly was too vast. Lin Jiufeng finally understood why the court officials had to argue so fervently with each other in regards to the decision of going into war or making peace. It was all because this place was just too far from the imperial capital. Moreover, the temperatures here were much lower than that of other places in the Yuhua God dynasty. As a result, the troops wouldn't be accustomed to the climate. The Xianbei residents were used to it, so war was scary. So the best solution to everything was to behead that man. When Lin Jiufeng arrived, he directly approached and asked a few Xianbei residents as to where the famous throughout the plans, Martial Sage Tumen, was at. Martial Sage Tumen. He's currently in the middle of a sacrificial ritual on the Celestial Mountains. The army is gathered at the foot of that same mountain, said the Xianbei residents. This was a matter known to all on the plains. Where are the celestial mountains? Lin Jiufeng asked. The Xianbei people pointed the way, not daring to withhold any information from him. Lin Jiufeng spared their lives as he rushed toward the celestial mountains. The celestial mountains weren't far, and it was very conspicuous. After all, it was a mountain whose peak had broken through the skies. Furthermore, it had tens of imposing mountains surrounding it, as if there were more than a dozen dragons encircling and protecting an extremely terrifying divine being. Tumen's army could be seen at the foot of the celestial mountains. All sorts of tents stretched on for hundreds of miles. In fact, their numbers were still increasing as time passed by. Lin Jiufeng's eyes went cold upon seeing this sight. This martial sage Tumen really was planning on sweeping through the Yuhua God dynasty's borders. He truly was planning on plundering the land, millions of miles beyond the borders, and causing a situation that would incur widespread indignation and dissatisfaction. Given how strong you already are, wouldn't it be better if you had continued your pursuit of the martial path's peak? Why bully the small and weak? Lin Jiufeng's heart became filled with killing intent. He charged into the sky and entered from a different side of the mountain. No one discovered him. He landed on the celestial mountains. In the middle of the mountain was a milky white celestial lake. The celestial lake was constantly changing. One moment there were swells made from underwater geysers stacking upon each other. But in the very next moment, the entire lake would become serene and silent. Its surface even gleamed resplendently, as if it was a mirror in the sky. A burly man knelt at the edge of the celestial lake. Draped in hide, his hair was thick, similar to a lion. His disposition seemed ferocious and tough. He was none other than martial sage Tumen. Right now, he was in the middle of a sacrificial ritual. There were all kinds of patterns drawn on the ground as he constantly chanted under his breath. Lin Jiufeng stood 10 miles away as he unsheathed the demon-slaying sword. Ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Directly cutting to the chase, Lin Jiufeng was here to kill. Since he had confirmed the man's identity, he would kill him directly. With his eyes blazing and true chi surging, his martial will emerged behind him. An extremely frightening longsword, 100 feet long, stood in the sky. Then it slashed together with the demon-slaying sword. Clang! A streak of sword energy split the wind and snow. It swept through the celestial lake, and a tornado abruptly formed. This strike of his was extremely powerful. It flashed across 10 miles, killing everything in its path. However, Tumen, who was in the middle of the sacrificial ritual, suddenly opened his eyes. The wilderness inside him exploded as he opened his mouth and let out a raging roar. Roar! This was the sound of a wild beast, but it didn't belong to a single beast. It was the roar of hundreds of wild beasts. After this deafening sound reverberated, the phantoms of hundreds of savage wild beasts appeared behind martial sage Tumen. Wild bear, white tiger, lion, silver wolf, giant spider, raging bull, python. All of these were the souls that martial sage Tumen was worshipping. He offered sacrifices to them, and in return, he gained strength. Using such a method, he was able to quickly rise up in strength and was able to ultimately unite Xianbei. The sword energy that Lin Jiufeng had sent trembled at this angry roar. But it did not break in the face of the roar. The sword energy continued to move forward. What a powerful swordsman! But coming to assassinate me here is your greatest mistake. I am the king of all animals on the plains. Martial sage Tumen became as nimble as an ape as he leaped up and reached out to strike in the air. Boom! He broke Lin Jiufeng's sword energy, and the violent windstorm swept everything above the celestial mountains, forming a tempest. The scene was very frightening. Wild winds whistled forlornly. Icy snow blew sharply against one's face. The snow mountain released its might in this instant. This was the strength that belonged to nature. And it was extremely terrifying. Martial sage Tumen howled like a lion. He went down on his forelimbs and ran at high speed as he pounced over to Lin Jiufeng to kill him with a bite. Boom! 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 Martial sage Tumen's true chi surged. His might skyrocketed as he went past the profound insight step and directly reached life knowing. A strangle glow flickered in Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He took all of that in, but he remained calm as usual. The intensity of your true chi is already at life knowing, but your martial will is pitifully weak. Lin Jiufeng calmly said, with the demon-slaying sword in hand. After absorbing the energies of so many wild beasts, you have also become an ignorant beast like them, unable to even operate your own martial will. You've nurtured strength as vast as the universe, but you've ultimately remained as a mere passerby in this world. As he spoke, Lin Jiufeng slashed out with a shocking stroke. The last move of Sword 22. The 22nd stroke that was both divine and demonic. This move was also called Holy Spirit Sword Technique. Sword 22. A powerful sword technique. It contained 22 strokes. The 22nd stroke was the most formidable move among them. Compared to the others, it had another name. Holy Spirit Sword Technique. When the stroke was launched, the universe saw huge changes. White snow danced in the air above the celestial mountains. Sword energy proliferated as wild winds roared, lifting Lin Jiufeng. He stood in the air, robes fluttering, and his black hair in a flurry. He was being surrounded by the sword energy. His hand held the demon-slaying sword. In the very next moment, the demon-slaying sword split the air and executed a move that was the amalgamation of Lin Jiufeng's martial will and the world's energies. Dying. Lin Jiufeng stood in the air. His gaze was cold like a god fiend. The Holy Spirit Sword Technique of Sword 22 directly weighed down onto his enemy like it was about to enact divine punishment. Boom! Massive sword energy covered the skies as furious winds swept across hundreds of miles of land. The snow was pulled in from all directions as a huge vortex was swiftly formed. This Holy Spirit Sword Technique landed. It was as if a part of the universe had collapsed. Martial Sage Tumen had no escape. He could only receive this move. Roar! However, Martial Sage Tumen wouldn't possibly just accept his death. The phantoms of savage wild beasts behind him roared in unison. They were furious. I beseech the gods of the plains to descend and kill the enemy. Martial Sage Tumen cried. His countenance looked hideous. Hundreds of wild beasts were supporting him in their phantom forms, but he still felt apprehensive. Thus he summoned the gods of the plains. Dong! 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 The air shook as Martial Sage Tumen's true chi swiftly expanded his body. All the hair on his body stood on ends. The purple mane that he had fine hairs akin to sharp needles, but they now looked soft on Martial Sage Tumen's body. The mad winds stirred the purple mane, revealing Martial Sage Tumen's current appearance. He became a 5-meter tall ape. Leaping forcefully, true chi gathered around him as he struck towards the sky, wanting to break Lin Jiufeng's Holy Spirit Sword Technique. Rumble! Unfortunately, the Holy Spirit Sword Technique managed to land. This sword stroke was the most powerful move in Sword 22. It carried not only the world's energies, but also Lin Jiufeng's fierce martial will. Boom! It simply and neatly penetrated Martial Sage Tumen's body. Then inexhaustible sword energies fell like rain. They fell onto the celestial lake as if cleansing it. Martial Sage Tumen was already at the life-knowing step of the Martial Sage realm. But he was still defeated by Lin Jiufeng. In the boundless wind and snow, Lin Jiufeng spread his arms, his body moving with the wind. He did not care about Martial Sage Tumen's corpse. He did not care about the peak of the celestial mountains beneath the explosion of his sword energies that fell like rain onto it. He did not care about the hundreds of thousands of troops at the foot of the celestial mountains. Lin Jiufeng was immersed in his own world. When he killed Martial Sage Tumen with a stroke of his sword just now, he seemed to have opened the doors to a brand new world. He soon arrived at the second step of the Martial Sage realm. Life knowing. But in reality, Lin Jiufeng had already reached it long ago. He was merely missing a key to open its doors. Right now, he knew that he had found the key. Amidst the vast expanse of snow and the fierce winds, he slowly landed and stood by the celestial lake. He watched the swirling snowflakes, watched the biting fierce winds, and also the flustered army of hundreds of thousands. Everyone in the surrounding 100 miles had witnessed Lin Jiufeng's battle with Martial Sage Tumen. Everyone was flustered, unaware of what just happened. Why were they fighting? Who was fighting who? They were confused. They only knew that both parties were very powerful. They did not see how it started, but they saw the subsequent scene. A sword that seemed to be a pillar from the heavens rapidly fell from the sky. Then they saw Martial Sage Tumen morphing into a giant ape. He leaped with all he had and faced the sword that seemed to have arrived to enact divine punishment upon its enemy. Afterwards, the sword penetrated his body. Then the sword fell onto the peak of the celestial mountains. The army has witnessed all of these. Marshal Sage Tumen had been killed. Marshal Sage Tumen, who controlled the Xianbei people with his strength, was killed by a sword that came crashing from the heavens, as if enacting divine punishment. This news instantly spread. The people of Xianbei cheered. In such a cold winter season, wasn't it better to stay close to your loved ones? At the least, they had no desire to gather together for war. But they were unable to oppose Marshal Sage Tumen. With Marshal Sage Tumen's death, these troops immediately split up. Each of them went on their own way. It was impossible for them to gather once more for war. Lin Jiufeng smiled when he saw all of these. He knew that this one stroke of his saved millions of lives. It turns out that this is the key to the life-knowing step. Lin Jiufeng looked at the demon-slaying sword in his hands in delight. The essence of life-knowing was to be aware of one's heart and fate. From there, they could do whatever they wanted to do so long as they continued to live responsibly. Lin Jiufeng finally understood the essence of the step that he had always found to be confusing. He held the demon-slaying sword in his hand and slashed toward the neighboring group of mountains. Then he left. Riding the wind, he left without looking back. Rumble. A few seconds after he left, a huge mountain collapsed with a loud crash. The heap of pure white snow immediately stirred. An avalanche was soon formed from the collapse of the mountain. From the wound that forced its collapse, one could feel the overwhelmingly powerful sword energy that cut the mountain off in half. Lin Jiufeng entered life, knowing with one strike. What? Imperial capital. Lin Jiufeng had flown back through the night. The journey to and fro only took him 2 days. After entering life knowing on the celestial mountains of the northwest plain, his entire being was reborn. Naturally, his speed increased along with his strength. It was currently snowing in the imperial capital. The snow was not as heavy as the snow in the northwest plains, but the ground was still filled with snowflakes. Lin Jiufeng stepped on them. Crunching sounds rang out as he did. Amidst the snowy night, Lin Jiufeng, who had just returned from the northwest plains, opened the cold palace's gates. Returning to his courtyard, he laid down on the frost jade bed. There he started to contemplate everything that he knew so far about the life-knowing step of the martial sage realm. On the courtyard walls, a little fellow seemed to have blended in with the white snow. It watched Lin Jiufeng with its dark gaze that seemed to melt into the night. Meow! The white cat called out gently. It wanted to make Lin Jiufeng move and look for more information. But Lin Jiufeng was ignoring it. He had just returned after running all the way to the northwest plains to kill someone. He was exhausted, but this little white cat didn't seem to know how to take pity on someone at all. The white cat stopped calling. It knew that Lin Jiufeng was intentionally ignoring it. It angrily brandished its claws. It wanted to scratch Lin Jiufeng. But after it compared its own abilities to Lin Jiufeng's, the white cat retracted its claws in the end as it curled into a ball while remaining on top of the courtyard walls. Its body was slowly getting covered by the white snow. Its eyes were on Lin Jiufeng. The white cat sure was a stubborn creature. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to guard an empty coffin in the underground palace for so many years. The next day, Lin Jiufeng woke up from his cultivation. His exhaustion had vanished, and he stood up in satisfaction. Meow. Meows reverberated. The white cat was reminding Lin Jiufeng. White cat, you sure are persistent, huh? Lin Jiufeng raised his head and saw the little white cat curled into a ball and covered with snow on top of the wall. Meow. The white cat called out once more. Its eyes stared hard at Lin Jiufeng. Together with its delicate appearance, it looked somewhat pitiful. Never mind. Let's go, you win, Lin Jiufeng said in resignation. This little white cat sure was persistent. If Lin Jiufeng still refused to go and find more information for it, it would definitely keep staring at him as if he had abandoned it. Lin Jiufeng left the cold palace with the little white cat and went to the royal library. All sorts of books that the Yuhua God dynasty had gathered over the years were hidden and stored here. The security was tight. If anybody wanted to enter, they had to be thoroughly examined. But Lin Jiufeng walked past them and strutted in. Nobody discovered him. Even though Lin Jiufeng walked in front of the guards, they didn't discover him. Accurately speaking, they could not discover him. Having entered life knowing, Lin Jiufeng had truly advanced in all aspects. If he didn't wish to be discovered, then the average person wouldn't be able to find him. The little white cat followed Lin Jiufeng. It became curious. These people all didn't notice him. However, Lin Jiufeng was too lazy to explain. He walked into the room where ancient books and records regarding the demonic sects were stored with the little white cat. I'll look for more information about that so-called demon lord. Lin Jiufeng started to read each book by following the catalog. His reading speed was tremendously fast. He seemed to be only skimming through the pages of the book, yet he had read through them. As he browsed through the books one by one, Lin Jiufeng soon found an excerpt introducing the demon lord. The leader of the demonic sects 1500 years ago had the title Demon Lord. But he also had another title, the Last Demon Lord. This title meant that after him, there would no longer be any human gods, considering that the spiritual energy of the world was gradually declining. The Demon Lord was one of the final human gods of that era. After they died, even martial sages disappeared. It was only in the recent decade or two did a martial sage emerge. This meant that the world's spiritual energy was slowly recovering. But it would still be incomparably difficult for a human god to appear. The current recovery rate of the world's spiritual energy was far too slow for that. Meow, the little white cat called out. It jumped onto Lin Jiufeng's shoulders and eagerly read the book. It was able to understand its contents. The book had indeed recorded the deeds of the last demon lord. When did the demon lord build that palace deep underground? Lin Jiufeng asked. The area deep underground was one with extreme negative energies. There must be some significant meaning for the demon lord to have buried the underground palace there. The little white cat used its claws to write on Lin Jiufeng's body, stroke by stroke. 1,000 years ago. The little white cat wrote. Does that mean that you've also lived for 1,000 years? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. I ate a lot of pills. Some of them were pills that the demon lord treasured. With their help, I was able to live for so long. The white cat wrote. It turns out that you're already 1,000 years old. You're older than me. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but comment. The white cat's eyes narrowed. It stared at Lin Jiufeng as it lifted its claws. Although it was 1,000 years old, it remained in the underground palace the whole time. It lacked common sense. You personally witnessed the demon lord's death. Lin Jiufeng calmly changed the topic. The white cat nodded. For 1,000 years, you've never left. Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. No, I ate that life-prolonging pill at the start and was in a coma for a really long time. When I woke up, I found that there was somebody at the entrance of the underground palace studying how to undo the seal. The white cat wrote on Lin Jiufeng's body. That should be about 700 to 800 years ago, the chasing corpse sex golden era. You were in a coma for about 200 to 300 years, so the demon lord's body had probably disappeared during that time. Lin Jiufeng deduced. The little white cat stopped writing. It became a little depressed. Lin Jiufeng continued going through the books. All sorts of books recorded considerable information about the demon lord. But their records spanned 1,500 years ago. None of them had any recent information about the demon lord. Lin Jiufeng even saw that the demonic cultivation technique that Lin Tianyuan handed over to him was the cultivation technique of that demon lord back then. Lin Jiufeng finally understood why two emperors successively wanted to cultivate it. It was the cultivation technique of a human god after all. Anyone would be tempted. At the end of browsing through the books, the little white cat had already lost its hopes. It jumped off Lin Jiufeng's shoulders as it left with its back turned to him in sadness. It did not say any word of goodbyes to Lin Jiufeng. The small white figure disappeared from the library. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He put down the books and prepared to leave. Sign in at the library. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng nodded. Sign in successful. Received well-illuminated Dao Heart quality. Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. Well-illuminated Dao Heart quality. What was this? Well-illuminated Dao Heart quality. It will help you find the right direction. You will be able to take fewer detours when cultivating. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. This quality is pretty overpowered. What? He left the royal library. Lin Jiufeng did not go look for the little white cat. After all, that white cat was quite formidable. There was no need to worry about its safety. If it were to leave the imperial capital to travel elsewhere, Lin Jiufeng would not force it to stay. He returned to the cold palace and continued with his routine, signing in, cultivating, and gaining enlightenment. In this cold winter, Lin Jiufeng continued to live a life detached from worldly affairs. Time passed. 3 days had passed, yet the white cat still hadn't returned to the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng could only shake his head. Time went by slowly. On this day, Dachshund delivered wine and food once again. It was the 6th day since Lin Jiufeng returned from the Northwest Plains. Dachshund said from behind the wall, "Your Royal Highness, did you know? Xianbei of the Northwest Plains had an upheaval." Lin Jiufeng calmly drank his wine as he asked, "What upheaval?" According to the news received by our imperial guards, the fragmented Xianbei was united by an expert. But in less than a month, that expert was killed at the Celestial Lake on the Celestial Mountains. The united Xianbei fragmented once more. The fragmentation forced them to a corner to the point that they even sent their own men to request rations from the imperial capital for the winter. They also indicated their willingness to acknowledge their allegiance to the throne. Dachshund shared while shaking his head. He seemed to have found the events a tad bit unbelievable. Lin Jiufeng commented softly, "His Majesty must be really happy then. Yes, the entire court is delighted because we no longer have to go to war. I didn't manage to come here for a few times since I was too busy with preparing for an upcoming war. But now that Xianbei has fragmented once more, I am not so busy anymore, so I came here to bring food and wine for your Royal Highness," Dachshund said with a chuckle. "That's good." Lin Jiufeng nodded in satisfaction. With war, many people will die. His efforts of traveling day and night in a rush to the Northwest Plains to deliver that one strike didn't go in vain with this outcome. Dachshund also shared some interesting court matters with Lin Jiufeng. Afterwards, the curtain to this food delivery ended. Lin Jiufeng returned to his courtyard. He laid on the frost jade bed and brought out the demonic cultivation technique that Lin Tianyuan gave him. Ancient demonic book. This demonic book was very evil. It killed 2 emperors from the Yuhua God dynasty in succession. However, after Lin Jiufeng was equipped with the well-illuminated Dao Heart, his cultivation speed had become even more outstanding. His mentality also became more stable. He was not afraid of this ancient demonic book at all. Flipping open the parchment, Lin Jiufeng slowly read the contents of this demonic cultivation technique. "I see." Lin Jiufeng gained a sudden revelation after reading it. "This demon cultivation technique matches my demonic great refinement. It just so happens that I can cultivate them together." Lin Jiufeng smiled. As for its drawback of devouring life, Lin Jiufeng's thought, "So long as I advanced fast enough, I won't be afraid of being devoured by it." Meow. Right as Lin Jiufeng was thoroughly engrossed in studying the demonic cultivation technique, a meow came from the cold palace. It was the little white cat. It had returned. It initially did not want to let out a cry, but for some reason, it felt that it had to inform Lin Jiufeng that it was back. So it meowed once, then went to hide in the underground palace. Lin Jiufeng was in the middle of cultivating the demonic cultivation technique. He could not divert his attention away from the book, but the corner of his lips raised at an angle. In this cold palace, he now had a neighbor. Yuhua God dynasty, the 5th year after Emperor Ming ascended the throne. In the season of heavy snow, Lin Jiufeng went to the Northwest Plains on his own and killed the mighty martial sage of the grassland with a single strike of his sword. He stopped a war from starting. Then he got a neighbor in the cold palace. Time passed slowly. Lin Jiufeng thought that the sect master of the Chasing Corpse sect would come to the imperial capital to investigate the disappearance of Corpse Elder and Butcher. But to his surprise, no one from the Chasing Corpse sect appeared, as if the deaths of the Corpse Elder and Butcher were of no significance to them. Those 2 were cultivators at the martial sage realm, were the Chasing Corpse sect so extravagant that they didn't even care about their deaths. Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. Their martial sages disappeared in the imperial capital, but they had no plans of coming to investigate. Of course, it was also possible that the Chasing Corpse sect was afraid of the mysterious powerhouse hidden in the imperial capital. That could be the reason why they didn't show up. And so time passed slowly. Spring went and autumn came.
5 years passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Jiufeng spent the last 5 years signing in quietly in the cold palace. He also took his time in combining the cultivation technique inside the ancient demonic book with the demonic great refinement. After he broke through to the step of life knowing, his strength became more and more unfathomable. Lin Jiufeng started to study the cultivation techniques that he had gathered so far in a more in-depth manner. He had become stronger after all these years. This year was the 10th year after Lin Tianyuan succeeded to the throne. Lin Jiufeng was 45 years old this year. The world has become unstable. The death of 9 martial sages with a single strike in the imperial capital was an event that happened 10 years ago. 5 years ago, he went to the Northwest Plains and killed Tumen martial sage. But no one saw him do it. The people's respect in the Yuhuagad dynasty's might was gradually disappearing. The Yuhuagad dynasty itself felt the impact of this. On the surface, the years were still quiet and peaceful. But behind the scenes, it was turbulent.
What?
The imperial capital, a lord's mansion. In contrast to Lin Jiufeng's cold palace, this mansion was decorated rather lavishly. The lions at the entrance shone beautifully beneath the sun, while the guards that protected the residence were full of spirits. The owner of this mansion was the direct son of the current Empress Dowager. He was also once regarded as the heir to the throne. Unfortunately, Emperor Yuan disliked him. The former commented that he was ambitious but talentless. Even when Emperor Yuan was gravely injured back then, he didn't agree to appoint him as the crown prince. Instead, Emperor Yuan chose Lin Tianyuan. When Lin Tianyuan ascended the throne, the original queen became the Empress Dowager, and he begged Lin Tianyuan not to kill her son. Lin Tianyuan agreed and gave him the title of an idle lord. He had no real power, but he was supplied with the best food and lifestyle possible. He was free to do whatever he wanted, except that he couldn't leave the imperial capital. Lin Tianyuan made it clear that he was planning to take care of this former prince in this manner until death. But this former prince, the current Lord Taping, was unwilling to suffer such a fate. He was Emperor Yuan's eldest son and the rightful heir to the throne. But what belonged to him was robbed by a bastard child, Lin Tianyuan. In the end, he was even forced to live the life of a wastrel. Lord Taping didn't want to continue this lifestyle. Thus, he contacted the Kainkun demon sect in private, wanting to use their strength to carry out a coup. The Kainkun demon sect agreed, but they were worried about provoking the mysterious expert in the imperial capital. As a result, they contacted several other demonic sects and convinced them to support Lord Taping in his endeavor. They didn't dare to openly make trouble in the imperial capital, but they were still courageous enough to secretly support a prince in his rebellion. Members of the Kainkun demon sect and the other demonic sects managed to infiltrate the ranks of the forbidden troops of the imperial capital. From the inside, they started to corrupt the commanders of the forbidden troops by luring them with benefits, intimidation, and various other methods. In just a few years, the commanders of the 100,000-strong forbidden troops were successfully corrupted, and they all supported Lord Taping. They were attracted by the prospect depicted by Lord Taping. Support the imperial power. Defeat the pseudo-emperor. Return the throne to its rightful owner and help save the Yuhuagad dynasty from ruin. If they succeed, they would become the new emperor's loyal officials who helped him retake the throne. Their status would definitely be much higher than their current ones. After several years of preparation, everything was finally in place. The only thing that Lord Taping was worried about was the hidden powerhouse in the imperial capital. He was afraid that he might interfere and stop him. This was why there were 4 martial sages in Taping's mansion at this moment. All of them were sent by the various demonic sects that came here to support Lord Taping. The 10 commanders of the forbidden troops were also present, and even a martial sage of the royal family that had been persuaded to join Lord Taping's cause was inside the mansion. These people gathered together to discuss whether they should go through with the coup or not. The only thing we should worry about by now is that sword from 10 years ago. Lord Taping gnashed his teeth. When Emperor Yuan died, Lord Taping was confident that he would be the one to ascend to the throne. But what happened next was something that he would never forget in his entire life. A bastard child appeared out of nowhere and took away the throne that belonged to him. What's worse was that the bastard child even placed him in a discreet house arrest. This was a humiliation that he would never forget for the rest of his life. It's been 10 years and this powerhouse hasn't appeared even once.
We're not even sure if this expert is still even in the imperial capital or not, a martial sage expert said. I think that it's time. It's not a problem even if that person is in the imperial capital. You are the eldest son of Emperor Yuan, the original successor of the Yuhua God dynasty. You are just going to take back what belongs to you in the first place. This isn't a rebellion, but a mission to defeat the pseudo-emperor. A commander of the forbidden troop urged Lord Taping. You're right. Anger broke out in Lord Taping's heart. He had persevered for 10 whole years by now. He didn't plan to endure any longer. Tonight, mobilize the forbidden troop and surround the forbidden city. Let's kill the pseudo-emperor, Lord Taping said with a hideous look on his face. Leave the old emperor to me. I will ensure that he won't be able to rescue this Emperor Ming. The newly promoted martial sage of the royal family was confident. He chose to handle the old emperor, one of Emperor Ming's supporters. He was also Lord Taping's grandpa emperor. Launch a mutiny. Lord Taping drew out his sword and roared. Dong dong dong. The imperial capital trembled as countless people watched in surprise. Tonight, 100,000 members of the forbidden troops rushed to surround the forbidden city. In an instant, they controlled the court officials as they approached Emperor Ming at lightning speeds. This was something no one had expected. It was too sudden, everyone was caught off guard. The 4 martial sages from the demonic sects directly suppressed the 3 martial sages accumulated by Emperor Ming over the past 10 years. They also suppressed Nameless. Emperor Ming's grandpa emperor was also stopped by that martial sage from the royal family. For the time being, Emperor Ming was in grave danger. Inside the central hall in the Forbidden City, Lord Taping boisterously laughed as he looked triumphantly at Lin Tianyuan, who was being surrounded by the former's troops. Your 4 martial sages are being suppressed by my people at this moment. The old emperor has also been stopped by a martial sage from the royal family. The forbidden troops had long become my people, and many major families are supporting me. Once you are dead, countless top families and numerous powerful sects will come here to congratulate me on clearing out the rebels and restoring the royal throne to its rightful owner. Lord Taping was just too happy. Having pushed Lin Tianyuan to a corner, he was finally about to take what belonged to him. In order to succeed, you even cooperated with the demonic sects. Lin Tianyuan's face was gloomy as he said amidst his gnashed teeth. Those who dream of glory will not bother with the trivialities. Cooperating with the demonic sect is better than the throne being occupied by a thief like you. 10 years. 10 whole years. Do you know how I spent the past 10 years? Lord Taping roared with a ferocious expression on his face. I'm here to kill you. The throne is mine and no one can take it away from me. Lord Taping raised his sword and he slowly walked over to Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan wanted to fight back, but he was suppressed by a great Grandmaster Realm cultivator. Lord Taping said proudly, all the people you see right now are my people. How are you going to fight against me? Lin Tianyuan gritted his teeth and looked at this scene in fury. What? In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng picked up a teacup and made a cup of tea in the dark. The little white cat rode on the ground with its paw. Aren't you going to help him? A group of people playing house isn't worthy enough for me to come out. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. The so-called rebellion was nothing more than playing house in his eyes. He was too lazy to go over, and he was also too lazy to draw his sword. As a result, he just tossed the cup in his hand into the air. The water in the cup flew out quickly as it condensed into a longsword that hovered in the air. Boom! At the very next moment, this longsword pierced through Lord Taping and the 4 martial sages from the demonic sect in the Forbidden City. The white cat blinked its eyes. It quickly wrote 2 words on the floor. Euphraka. In the Forbidden City, the triumphant Lord Taping, who was in control of the situation, fell flat onto the floor. There was a wound in the center of his eyebrows as blood slowly flowed out. Not only him, but the martial sages of the demonic sects suffered the same fate as him. Facing Lin Jiufeng's sword strike that was casually executed, they couldn't resist at all. They all died. Lin Tianyuan's martial sages immediately began their counterattack. They attacked and killed the commanders of the forbidden troops. The rebellion was controlled in an instant. Everyone looked at Lin Tianyuan in a daze. What happened? They didn't saw Lin Jiufeng's sword just now. The move Lin Jiufeng used was similar to spring breeze and rain. Just like how the rain was formed by invisible water vapors, people wouldn't notice its formation. But Lin Tianyuan knew that only his uncle had the ability to execute these people so covertly. He looked at the forbidden troops. He was suddenly scared. If it wasn't for Lin Jiufeng, his reign would have been overthrown. I paid too much attention to external matters and reforms. I've relaxed my control over the imperial capital. This is a harsh lesson to me. Lin Tianyuan gnashed his teeth and swallowed the bitter pill. Drop your weapons. I won't hold you all accountable. I will only punish the leaders. Lin Tianyuan took a deep breath and declared solemnly. As soon as this statement of his came out, the soldiers successively put down their weapons. They didn't dare to resist. A crisis disappeared just like this. Lin Tianyuan looked in the direction of the cold palace. Words weren't enough to describe his gratitude.
What?
After Lord Taping's rebellion, the imperial capital immediately strengthened its management. The other lords have been scared off by the turn of events. They didn't dare to make any move for fear of being targeted. Some people described the current Emperor Ming as a frightened tiger. When he encountered any person or beast, he would choose to kill the other party to ensure his own safety. For a while, the security in the imperial capital greatly improved. Lin Tianyuan didn't do anything to the outsiders. He first cleaned up the royal family members from the inside out. Those who committed a lot of crimes, those who colluded with the demonic sects, and those who participated in the rebellion were all killed. This time, many royal family members were executed. Heads rolled here and there, causing many people to panic. With the executions, Lin Tianyuan's majesty, as the emperor in the eyes of the masses, became heavier. However, Lin Tianyuan didn't care what others thought of him. After cleaning up the pests in the royal family, he came to pay respect and express his gratitude to Lin Jiufeng. This was his second trip to the Cold Palace since he ascended the throne. On average, one trip to the Cold Palace every 5 years. Uncle, thank you for saving my life, Lin Tianyuan said respectfully. It's just a small matter, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. This was really just a small matter to him. Uncle, with the in-depth reform of the Yuhua God dynasty and the removal of the 9 vassal lords. The pressure on the treasury has been reduced by quite a lot. Next, I plan to do something about the sects, Lin Tianyuan said solemnly. Do something against the sects of the world. Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. No, I just want to eliminate the Buddhist temples in the Jiangnan area. Lin Tianyuan shook his head. In the land of mist and rain, Jiangnan, Buddhist temples prevailed. One could say that there was a temple in every 3 steps and a monastery in 5. The monks in these temples and monasteries do not do anything productive aside from accepting the people's offerings. The bodhisattva statues in the temples are shining from the gold that was used to create them, but the people outside the temples are hungry. Despite that, they still had to give their offerings and pray to the bodhisattvas for safety. This is too much, Lin Tianyuan said indignantly. Lin Jiufeng remained quiet as he listened. What's worse was that ordinary people who have committed crimes are using these temples to hide by pretending that they have put down their butcher knives to become monks and eventually a Buddha. Since they now belong to the Buddhist sects, the imperial court no longer has any right to arrest them, for the imperial court has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Buddhist sects. This is why it's common for the villains to become monks in the Jiangnan area. Once they have become monks, they would then proceed to commit more crimes under the protection of the Buddhist sects. Adultery, looting, all sorts of crimes weren't a problem for them to commit. But despite all of these, in the eyes of the people, all the monks from the Buddhist sects were all kind and compassionate. This point of view makes it hard for the imperial court to handle them. These temples and monasteries must be demolished. The evil monks must be arrested. Temples and monasteries can exist, but they can't be everywhere like they are right now. Lin Tianyuan relayed his thoughts to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng, who has been silently listening all this while, asked, "The Buddhist sects are still quite strong. How many martial sages do you have under your command?" 5, Lin Tianyuan said. But I managed to recruit a few martial sages recently. They know my plan and are willing to help me. So in fact, the actual numbers are about a dozen or so martial sages. Lin Tianyuan added. Lin Jiufeng instantly understood. It was because of this group of martial sages that Lin Tianyuan gained the confidence to deal with the Buddhist sects. Since you have already decided to do this, then go do it.
The temples and monasteries all over the land should indeed be demolished, Lin Jiufeng said. Lin Tianyuan replied, embarrassed. I hope that uncle can help me when necessary. You already have a dozen martial sages under you, Lin Jiufeng said. This was a very formidable group. There are 3 Buddhist sects in the Jiangnan area: Dailin Temple, Xuankang Temple, and Shaolin Temple. Dailin Temple respects the boundaries of their territories without daring to expand their area of influence. Its believers are also bountiful, and their monks are kind. I won't target the Dailin Temple this time. As for the Xuankang Temple and the Shaolin Temple, it feels like they are competing with each other. If one expands its influence further, the other also expands. There are 80,000 temples and monasteries in the Jiangnan area alone, all of which were built by the believers of these 2 sects that used their influence to bluff the believers into building these temples and monasteries for them. This time, these 2 sects are the ones I'm targeting. Lin Tianyuan explained in detail. But the Xuankang Temple and the Shaolin Temple are both Buddhist sects that have been passed down for thousands of years. Their backgrounds are also profound, with resources enough to nurture a lot of powerhouses in their sects. Besides, they are quite far away from the imperial capital. Plus, they also have a lot of cultivators in their ranks, so they aren't afraid of the imperial court. I'm worried that these 2 sects might have 1 or 2 powerhouses that I won't be able to handle. Lin Tianyuan explained his worries to Lin Jiufeng. Do what you want without fear. If such a person really appears, I will help you handle it. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and agreed. Lin Tianyuan's reform was akin to continuing the unfulfilled wishes of Emperor Yuan. In the past, Emperor Yuan wanted to destroy the vassal lords first. Then he was planning on destroying the monasteries and temples of the Buddhist sects in the secular world afterwards. Now that the problem of the vassal lords had been resolved and the other places of the Yuhua God dynasty were safe and sound, he wanted to target the Jiangnan area next. Lin Jiufeng naturally supported him. Thank you, uncle. Lin Tianyuan was overjoyed. Now he was reassured of his success. Lin Jiufeng was what gave him the confidence. Having received Lin Jiufeng's guarantee, Lin Tianyuan's mood relaxed. He couldn't help but speak with a smile. Uncle, I recently received a piece of news. I reckon you might be interested in it. What news would I be interested in? Lin Jiufeng looked at him. Uncle, do you still remember why you were sent into the cold palace in the first place? Lin Tianyuan asked as he laughed. This question made Lin Jiufeng recall his memories. At that time, he had just transmigrated and was then directly sent into the cold palace. 25 years passed in a flash. When Lin Jiufeng remembered why he was locked up in the cold palace, the white cat appeared in the corner and curled up. It looked very inconspicuous, but its eyes were full of spirits. It eavesdropped. It wanted to know why Lin Jiufeng was locked up in the cold palace. Why did you bring up this matter? Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. It has been 25 years since you released the holy maiden of the great Yan dynasty. Your actions back then incurred the wrath of the imperial court, and that was why you were exiled and locked up in the cold palace, Lin Tianyuan said. Then, it's indeed because of this, then. Lin Jiufeng calmly looked at Lin Tianyuan. It's been 25 years. Don't you want to know how that holy maiden is faring after all these years? Lin Tianyuan asked. Lin Jiufeng was dumbfounded. He never thought about this so-called holy maiden even once in the past 25 years. He thought he would never hear anything about her ever again. Lin Jiufeng may have forgotten, but Lin Tianyuan's words just now sent him on a trip down the memory lane. He couldn't help but ask, what news is it all about? Lin Tianyuan boisterously laughed before he answered. I knew that you wouldn't be indifferent in matters that concerned this holy maiden. The little white cat listened. Then it narrowed its eyes slowly as it wrote 2 words on the ground with its paw. You pervert. Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan indifferently. Say what is needed to be said. Don't say anything that shouldn't be said. After Lin Tianyuan teased his uncle, he quickly realized what he had done, and he immediately felt worried. In a hurry, he said, Teacher, this holy maiden of the great Yan dynasty has rarely left her place for the past 25 years since she returned. She's responsible for the sacrificial matters in her nation. A lot of people say that she can communicate with the gods. There are countless people who are said to be able to communicate with the gods, but which one of them has any real ability? Lin Jiufeng acted nonchalantly.
The image of this holy maiden had already disappeared from his mind. He totally couldn't remember what she looked like. After all, he hadn't thought of her even once in the past 25 years. How was it possible that he could still remember what she looked like? Uncle, what you said is wrong. According to the information I have received, this holy maiden of the great Yan dynasty actually has real ability. Lin Tianyuan explained. What ability? Lin Jiufeng asked calmly. This holy maiden has been blessed by the gods to enlighten others. A lot of people prayed sincerely, and after her enlightenment, they became powerhouses. A few martial sages have already appeared because of her. Some of these people became her dedicated guards, and they are now a force that cannot be underestimated throughout the great Yan dynasty. Lin Tianyuan explained. Enlightening people into reaching the martial sage realm. Lin Jiufeng's expression looked strange. That's right. This is the information I've received from our spies. It's absolutely true. Lin Tianyuan nodded. To be able to enlighten others into reaching the martial sage realm, she definitely has a higher cultivation base than that of the martial sage realm. As far as I can remember, when the Holy Maiden was caught 25 years ago, she wasn't even at the innate realm at all and was extremely weak. But to think that she would become such a terrifying powerhouse after 25 years. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He found it hard to believe that this was true. If Lin Jiufeng was asked to mentor someone into becoming a martial sage, he could do it with a bit of effort. But this was only limited to the first step of the martial sage realm, profound insight. Lin Jiufeng was now at the second step of the martial sage realm, life knowing. And he was at the absolute pinnacle of this second step. He didn't even dare to waste a second in the past 5 years, yet how was it possible that the holy maiden of the great Yan dynasty could compare to him in cultivation speed? Lin Tianyuan saw that Lin Jiufeng didn't believe it. However, he didn't explain any further as he just said, I just want to inform you of this, uncle. After all, she's a person who had some relations with you before. If you don't believe my words, then pardon me, for I shall go back and deal with state affairs. Lin Jiufeng watched him leave without saying anything. As for the holy maiden, who was previously related to him, that time would be the last time that I'll be related to her for the rest of my life. Lin Jiufeng muttered in his heat. With his character of wanting to stay in the cold palace forever, it was unlikely he would meet this so-called holy maiden ever again. After Lin Tianyuan took his leave, the white cat walked over slowly. It asked Lin Jiufeng through writing, Tell me about this holy maiden. Go practice your penmanship, that's worse than the trails of a crawling dog first. Lin Jiufeng didn't pay any attention to it. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng. It felt humiliated as it struck the ground angrily with its claws. What did he mean by worse than the trails of a crawling dog? Just look at how cute the words it has written were. What? Lin Tianyuan started to become busy in the preparations of dealing with the Buddhist sects, and so did the entire Yuhua God dynasty. But in the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng was in the middle of comprehending the third step of the martial sage realm, fish leap. He was about to make a breakthrough. I have to make a breakthrough to the third step as soon as possible. Then I should start trying to comprehend the fourth step of the martial sage realm. My aim is to eventually make a breakthrough to the human god realm and hopefully achieve the peak of cultivation. This is what my goal should be. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. If there wasn't a need for him to go out, then he wouldn't leave the cold palace at all. He had an incredibly long lifespan by now anyway. As winter passed, the ice and snow of the 12th lunar month finally melted. Spring came and the whole world underwent a few subtle changes. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng has been looking at the sky for the past few days. There would always be a frown on his face whenever he did so. He visited the underground palace and tapped its doors with his toes. After a while, the white cat came out and looked at Lin Jiufeng, astonished. Lin Jiufeng never came here to look for it before. Have you felt that there is something strange with the world in the past few days? Lin Jiufeng asked. The white cat thought for a while. Then it wrote in confusion. I didn't feel anything at all. Lin Jiufeng glanced at the words. The handwriting was still as ugly as ever. Seeing that the white cat didn't notice anything wrong, Lin Jiufeng turned around and left as he continued to observe the sky. Meow. The white cat called out and quickly wrote a few words. What have you discovered? Lin Jiufeng stopped in his tracks. He looked at the words for a moment before saying, "The spiritual energy in the world has been extremely unstable a few hours before daybreak. The spiritual energy that exists and we are able to absorb down here is still normal, but there is an abundance of spiritual energy high up in the sky, as if there is a storm up above." Lin Jiufeng explained what he had observed to the white cat. Ordinary martial sages wouldn't possibly notice these changes. It was only Lin Jiufeng who couldn't sleep at night, and whose eyes were sharp enough was able to see such a scene in the middle of the night. The white cat also looked at the sky in confusion. But it didn't notice anything. But it believed in Lin Jiufeng, so it followed him as he toured around the cold palace from morning till night. But nothing of significance was discovered. At night, the white cat laid on top of the courtyard walls, while Lin Jiufeng stood all alone on his own. His body was agile and vigorous, and his face was still the same as it was 25 years ago. Lin Jiufeng was looking at the sky. Thousands of miles high up in the sky, there was a tempest of spiritual energy. The white cat wasn't able to see this. It observed carefully, but it found nothing. As Lin Jiufeng looked at the sky, he realized something in his heart as he said, "This spring, the spring rain still hasn't come, right?" The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. Why did he mention this all of a sudden? Lin Jiufeng wasn't a farmer. What did the spring rain have to do with him? Lin Jiufeng said, "Tonight, there will be a heavy rain that will affect the world." The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng, bewildered. Why wasn't it able to understand what he was saying? Lin Jiufeng stopped talking and returned to his room. He opened the doors and the windows as he laid on the frost jade bed. Then he waited at ease.
What?
In a Buddhist temple, 7 or 8 old monks stood around an extremely old and shriveled monk. This spiritual energy of the world is really about to make a recovery. There will be a heavy rain tonight, and this heavy rain shall signal the arrival of a new era. The shriveled monk softly mumbled. His breathing considerably weakened, but his eyes looked bright. There seemed to be countless pictures flitting across his eyes. "Holy Buddha, what else did you see?" A monk asked. "Shaolin Temple is about to encounter a catastrophe." "Don't," the monk said these with great difficulty. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped breathing and passed away. The other monks looked at the breathless Holy Buddha. Then they looked at each other. "Let's wait and see what will happen." The Holy Buddha used his life to spy on the future and remind us that the Shaolin Temple must withstand this catastrophe, an upright monk said solemnly. Yes, the Holy Buddha said, "Don't be afraid," before he died. "Shaolin managed to remain standing for 1,000 years because of our unity," the head of the Dhammo Hall said firmly. Afterwards, they made arrangements for the corpse of the Holy Buddha as they waited for the heavy rain that was due to come tonight.
What?
Great Yan Dynasty. It was a small country located in a huge mountain range, and that had many legends surrounding it. Unlike the Central Plains, there was an exotic atmosphere here. Temple of the Holy Maiden. This was the most important temple in the Great Yan Dynasty. The masses referred to the Holy Maiden as the daughter of the gods, and countless people worshipped her as one. In the main hall of the Holy Maiden Temple, there was only one woman inside. She wore a red dress that easily swayed side to side. Her beautiful face had a strong exotic feel to it, and her every move was captivating. However, she didn't do anything to produce such an effect. This natural captivating effect that she had made countless men fall for her. But in the 25 years since her return, no man had ever gotten close to her. Tonight she looked at the sky and whispered, "This world is going to change. My opportunity is coming." She was also waiting for this rain. Everyone was waiting for the rain. In the imperial capital, there was Lin Jiufeng. In the Great Yan Dynasty, there was the Holy Maiden. In the Jiangnan area, there were the monks from Shaolin Temple. In other places, many people came to know about the arrival of this rain through various means.
What?
In the courtyard of the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng was calculating the time. In the wee hours, the rain should arrive on time. Since I transmigrated here, the spirit energy has been slowly recovering, but this recovery is subtle and very slow. After 25 years, the spirit energy has only increased a little. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. This was why all of those who managed to reach the martial sage realm became stuck in the first step of the martial sage realm, profound insight. Even Lin Jiufeng wasn't spared. He had been stuck for 5 years in the profound insight step. It was only when he took a trip to the Northwest Plains and executed that sword move did he manage to make a breakthrough to life knowing. Now he was stuck in the life knowing step. It was obvious how slow the recovery of the world's spiritual energy was. The recovery was so slow that even the world itself started to become anxious. From the beginning of the previous winter until the spring of this year, the world itself was anxious all this time. Ordinary people couldn't see it because they didn't have the ability to sense it. Only a powerful martial sage noticed it. When the preparations were finally done, the world itself managed to gather a huge amount of spiritual energy that it would spill onto the world by tonight. Lin Jiufeng was waiting for this rain. The white cat was lying close to the window. It wasn't really aware of what was happening, but since Lin Jiufeng said it would rain tonight, it chose to accompany him and waited for the rain with him. Night descended and the stars tonight were very bright. The moonlight was also extra resplendent and radiant, like the moon on the 15th of the Chinese lunar month. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in confusion. Would it rain? Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes. He adjusted his body and adjusted his state to the peak. When the rain arrived, he would be able to make a breakthrough to the next stage. Time slowly passed minute by minute. At midnight, the moon crossed the galaxy, and the timing was in the wee hours. Boom! At this moment, thunderclap reverberated throughout the entire world one after another, as if a god was raging and roaring at the world. The sound of thunder echoed between heaven and earth. Tig tig tig. Rain dropped down and landed on the eaves. The white cat looked at this in surprise. It actually rained. It couldn't help but stick its head out, wanting to take a look. Sure. But in the very next second, the rainstorm came and the raindrops fell onto its face. Caught off guard, its fur got wet. The white cat hurriedly retracted its head and shook its head to shake off the rainwater. But as it was shaking its head, it stiffened all of a sudden. Why was there such a dense and large amount of spiritual energy in the rainwater? This amount of spiritual energy was so large that it couldn't believe it. The white cat couldn't help but look at Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was already in a cultivation state. As rainwater fell, it carried with it dense amounts of spiritual energy. Howling gales blew the spiritual energy all over the mortal realm. This world was being nourished. This was the gift of heaven and earth to the world. Lin Jiufeng had already started absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. His body entered a deep state of cultivation. Rumble. Outside were lightning and thunder, rain and wind. Inside the house, Lin Jiufeng was lying on the bed while listening to the rain and breaking through to the next step. The white cat learned from him. It knew that Lin Jiufeng was smarter, so it learned from Lin Jiufeng and started to cultivate too. It also wanted to become stronger. It wanted to defeat Lin Jiufeng and step on him with its paws. It wanted to show off its power and might. The white cat was already planning its revenge against Lin Jiufeng for constantly calling the words it wrote ugly. What? Tonight, countless cultivators were surprised to discover that the concentration of spiritual energy in the world was increasing by leaps and bounds. 50 times, 100 times, even hundreds of times. Some people took in a breath of the spiritual energy, and they immediately became bloated as they yelled in surprise. There were some old people that were on the verge of death. They were ambitious, but their bodies weren't capable enough for them to fulfill their ambitions anymore. Each of them had already come to terms regarding their deaths, and they were peaceful. But the spiritual energy brought by this rain moisturized their dried bodies. They were rejuvenated. They directly broke through their shackles. They directly broke through the restrictions on their cultivation base and gained a new lease in life. These old people were reduced to tears. Some old people even yelled, "I really want to live another 500 years." The old seniors that had constantly lived in seclusion for hundreds of years in their various sects and families crawled out of their coffins one after another. This is a totally different world now. This is a world of great competition. I want to try to leave a legend in this world again. It was passed down since ancient times that the world's energies would recover, and the world will return to its previous glorious state 1500 years ago. Now I have successfully waited for its arrival. It's not in vain that I sealed myself for 500 years. I can look at this brand new world with my eyes. For the next 500 years, this world shall worship me as their master. Different old people said different things, but without exception, their cultivation bases were all very high. Tonight, their bodies were rejuvenated. Then they directly broke through to the martial sage realm. And some even continued to climb higher. Great Yan Dynasty, Temple of the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden was also currently absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. She couldn't help but comment in satisfaction. It's indeed a new world now. This is only the beginning, and the amount of spiritual energy is already so huge. From now on, this world will be very exciting. Although I came into this world quite a number of years earlier, I still managed to establish a foundation in this world. Then she began to cultivate. As lighting flitted across the skies above her, her cultivation base broke through to the martial sage realm. But she didn't stop there, as her breakthrough continued.
What?
Imperial capital. The powerhouses of the royal family were also frantically absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, including Lin Tianyuan, who suddenly discovered that he now had a hope of breaking through to the martial sage realm. How could he possibly let go of this opportunity and stop cultivating? Tonight, no one fought against each other. There were no quarrels, nor was there anyone that rested. Tonight, everybody cultivated in unison. And they achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation in unison. In the cold palace, the white cat's body shone in a fluorescent light. Deep within this light were traces of energies that it had absorbed back when it consumed those treasures in the underground palace. It was completely reborn. As for Lin Jiufeng, there wasn't any phenomenon on him. If becoming ordinary was a phenomenon, then indeed he has one phenomenon on him. Alone on the frost jade bed, listening to the rain as he made a breakthrough in his cultivation base. This was Lin Jiufeng's current state. The energies that he had accumulated after cultivating for more than 20 years, coupled with the 2 demonic cultivation techniques that he was simultaneously cultivating, plus a few sword techniques, and countless other techniques he obtained from signing in. All of these combined caused him to crazily break through at this moment. As his techniques and his insights into them collided and merged with each other, Lin Jiufeng suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to be able to see a fish happily swimming within the water droplets in the rain. In an instant, he reached the fish leap step of the martial sage realm. Next was the great sage step, which was also the final step of the martial sage realm. Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly. This wasn't a problem for him anymore. With the help of the demonic great refinement and the ancient demonic book, breaking through wasn't a problem to him anymore.
What?
Only a night passed, yet the world has changed dramatically. Countless cultivators made their own breakthroughs into their next realms. Even for the common people, the abundant spiritual energy in the world has healed their old illnesses and injuries. The seriously ill old people recovered their health. The dying were also redeemed. The children became more intelligent. All in all, a new era has officially arrived. So in order to cope with the arrival of the new era, the first thing Lin Tianyuan did was to come and look for Lin Jiufeng. He knew that in this new era, the absolute strength of every individual would be greatly strengthened, and although it couldn't be said that martial sages could now be found everywhere, they were no longer that rare. Therefore, should he still carry out his plan, Lin Tianyuan needed Lin Jiufeng's guidance. But Lin Jiufeng didn't come out to see him. Lin Jiufeng was still working hard in his cultivation at this moment, so he didn't have the time to see anyone. Everything will proceed as per normal, but you need to work harder in cultivating talents. Lin Jiufeng only gave Lin Tianyuan these words, but the door to the cold palace remained closed. The world changed drastically overnight. Countless old powerhouses were reborn, and countless young talents broke through the next stages in their cultivation realms. But all of this had nothing much to do with Lin Jiufeng. In the cold palace, he continued his routine of signing in as usual. Do you want to sign in before the newly born land of extremely negative energy? A line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Lin Jiufeng was astonished. A newly born land of extreme negative energy. What do these words mean? The original land of extremely negative energy was directly under the cold palace, where the demon lord from 1,500 years ago and the chasing corpse sect from 700 or 800 years ago had left their traces. Lin Jiufeng had already signed in at this location before. But the gain wasn't that significant, because thousands of years have passed in this land of extremely negative energy. In addition, the demon lord built a palace in the same land, while the chasing corpse sect buried the corpse of their ancestor.
As a result, the negative energy of this land was at its final dredges by the time Lin Jiufeng came to sign in. The so-called land of extremely negative energy wasn't that useful anymore. If not, then the trapped soul of Imperial Consort Jia in the land of extremely negative energy wouldn't be so weak that she couldn't even kill Lin Jiufeng, who had only recently started cultivating back then. It should be this rain that caused this huge change in the land of extremely negative energy. It made the true land of extremely negative energy appear. Lin Jiufeng thought about it carefully and deduced. In the future, there would definitely be many terrifying places that would appear in this world. Therefore, he needed strength. Lin Jiufeng resolutely said, "Sign in." Sign in successful. Received the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. In the very next moment, an insight to the great Tao and a fist intent appeared in his mind. It also included the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Jiufeng was shocked. Making the 6 paths of reincarnation appear with one punch, this technique is indeed terrifying. This world was still somewhat of a high-level martial type of world yesterday. Lin Jiufeng's strongest ability only enabled him to use his sword energy to kill enemies hundreds of miles away from where he was. But after the heavy rain, he immediately received the 6 paths of reincarnation fist after his usual routine of signing in today. Forcibly manifesting the 6 paths of reincarnation with a punch to devour and destroy the enemy. This world has completely turned into a fantasy type of a world. The pinnacle of the martial path has increased in this brand new world. There are more realms for me to break through now, Lin Jiufeng said in surprise. No one knew how many great grandmasters entered the martial sage realm, and how many martial sages entered the life-knowing step of the martial sage realm after yesterday's rain. Even the white cat lying on the window ledge was emanating a formidable aura. It also managed to greatly progress in its cultivation. But the white cat's aura suddenly became violent all of a sudden. A wisp of black energy emerged from its body as it started to meow in pain. It made a mistake while cultivating. Lin Jiufeng frowned. The white cat was too hasty in its cultivation. It didn't manage to properly control the huge amount of spiritual energy it had accumulated in its body. Lin Jiufeng decisively reached out and grabbed the white cat into his hand as he infused his true qi into its body. Under Lin Jiufeng's control, the white cat eventually recovered as it became calm. Then it slowly opened its eyes. It immediately noticed that it was lying in Lin Jiufeng's palm. Its abdomen was facing Lin Jiufeng. Meow! The little white cat hurriedly jumped away from Lin Jiufeng. It looked at him angrily before writing a few words with its paw. "Why were you hugging me?" "You made a mistake while cultivating," Lin Jiufeng said honestly. The white cat's anger lessened upon hearing his words. Lin Jiufeng was just helping it after all. Left without a choice, it could only write weakly on the floor. "You are not allowed to hold me. You've made a breakthrough into a new realm, yet you still can't speak. You really are quite stupid." Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He had no intention of hugging the white cat at all. Although it felt quite good holding it. "I broke through, but I still can't see through you." The little white cat wrote. "Because I also broke through into a new realm. A realm beyond your reach." Lin Jiufeng's mouth curled up as he said with a smile. "What?" The people around the world enthusiastically discussed the rain that fell last night. But a few days later, the rain was still falling non-stop. In the end, the rain lasted for a month. Within this month, young talents rose up everywhere. Besides that, there were also powerful cultivators from hundreds of years ago that started to appear in the world. Their presence completely disrupted the originally peaceful world. Young geniuses and old experts appeared at the same period and competed against each other. Countless powerhouses were brought together in this new world. It was simply unimaginable. The power of each individual continued to rise. The imperial court's deterrent power was greatly reduced as various violations of the law and people who committed taboos emerged endlessly. Lin Tianyuan finally made up his mind to target the Buddhist sects. An imperial decree was made. It ordered the demolition of the 80,000 monasteries and temples belonging to the Xuankang and Shaolin Temple. Of course, the buildings that their sects originally had were spared from this demolition order. However, millions of monks were ordered to renounce their faith and enter the secular world. Among them, the most sinful ones must be sent to the authorities to undergo a fair trial
and receive the punishment they deserved after all this time. This imperial decree directly shocked the world. A new era was coming. This was an era where cultivators would undoubtedly flourish. Both Shaolin Temple and Xuankang Temple have a 1,000-year heritage under their belts. With their deep foundations, they had talents in both the older and younger generations of monks. It was only 400 years ago when the Yuhua God dynasty was established. It only had a few martial sages underneath its banner, yet the imperial court actually dared to take action against these powerful forces. The whole world instantly became lively. Everyone wanted to see how the Shaolin and Xuankang Temple would respond. Jiangnan. On a majestic mountain range, there were statues of Buddha everywhere. The highest mountain was the Shaolin Golden Peak. Every day when the sun rose, golden light would shine on this peak, making it look like the kingdom of Buddha. This was the base camp of Shaolin Temple, Xiaxi Mountain. It was written in Lin Tianyuan's imperial decree that except for the temples on this mountain, every large and small temple outside of this mountain were to be demolished. After the Shaolin Temple received the imperial decree, they immediately held a meeting. In the Damo Hall, hundreds of monks sat in rows. Boom! Head of Damo Hall slapped the table angrily as he said, "Our Buddhist sect had always been independent for thousands of years. No dynasty had ever interfered with us, and we also never undermined the imperial court. We even disseminated Buddhist classics so that the common people can live and work in peace. But now, what is the Yuhua God dynasty trying to do with us? Yes, the Yuhua God dynasty is too much. It has only been 400 years since the Yuhua God dynasty was established, yet it's already so daring. Shutting our temples is tantamount to destroying the foundation of the Shaolin Temple. We must definitely oppose this order to the end." I finally understand what catastrophe the Holy Buddha was talking about before he died. It turns out that it's from the Yuhua God dynasty. The crowd of monks started their discussion. The abbot of Shaolin Temple raised his hand and said calmly, "There's no need to be angry. This is a new era. The seniors of our Shaolin have already made their breakthroughs. The martial sage realm is no longer that difficult to reach anymore. Some of them has even reached the second step of the martial sage realm, and there's also a senior who's attempting to break through to the third step, fish leap. Yuhua God dynasty is a secular dynasty. They are only relying on the powerful martial sage hidden in their imperial capital. But he's just one person. How can he drastically change the world alone? There is no need for our Shaolin Temple to respond personally. Let's just find some powerhouses that hate the Yuhua God dynasty and we'll gather them together. I reckon that they will be enough to crush the Yuhua God dynasty to death." The abbot of Shaolin Temple carried a faint smile, but there was disdain in his smile. This is the age of the cultivators. It isn't the age of the Yuhua God dynasty anymore. Since they are not behaving, then let's just change the dynasty. As soon as these words came out, the monks of Shaolin Temple became excited. The Shaolin Temple that had been passed down for thousands of years must be this domineering at the least. How could they let themselves be bullied by a dynasty that has only been in existence for 400 years? There wasn't any reaction from Shaolin Temple at all. They acted as if they had never heard of this imperial decree. None of the temples under Shaolin Temple's command were demolished. Ignore. Shaolin Temple directly ignored the Yuhua God dynasty and the emperor, Lin Tianyuan. However, Xuankang Temple was even more direct. After seeing the imperial decree, it immediately announced that it would build another 100 temples in the Jiangnan area. It hoped that its believers would actively donate money to help the Buddha build a golden body. In return, they would be blessed by Buddha for their donation. These two sects didn't give the Yuhua God dynasty any face at all. But some people became curious as to why the Yuhua God dynasty was treating the three Buddhist sects completely different from each other, despite the fact that their origins were the same. As an example, why didn't the Yuhua God dynasty target Dailin Temple too? In the Jiangnan region, there were 3 Buddhist mountains, each located in a different place. They did not interfere with each other and did not have much dealings with each other either. Shaolin Temple's Mount Song, Xuankang Temple's Mount Heng, and Dailin Temple's Daqing Mountain. This was a majestic green mountain that was also the gate to the Dailin Temple itself. Unlike the magnificent Shaolin Temple, which was filled with Buddha statues with its color scheme focused on gold and vibe, glorious as it exhibited a secular yellow and white atmosphere. This mountain which Dailin Temple was on looked simple on the outside.
but the essence laid within. One could not see any buildings on the mountain, nor could they see any Buddhist landmarks. The only way to see the brilliance of the Daelin Temple was inside the great mountain. Countless stone caves were chiseled out and divided within the mountain. Each of them had a number of carvings inside. Generations of monks of the Daelin Temple chiseled and carved with their own axes, forming exquisite carvings and moving Buddhist portraits telling ancient stories within this great mountain. Everyone who came and saw these lifelike carvings and paintings would almost certainly be shocked. The monks of Daelin Temple do not compete with the outside world. They guarded their own territory and practiced Buddhism. This was also the reason why Lin Tianyuan did not include them as his targets. Daelin Temple has also heard of the conflict between the Shaolin Temple, the Xuankang Temple, and the Yuhua God dynasty. The monks of the Daelin Temple were also talking about it. But because the Yuhua God dynasty did target them, they just watched from the side. The abbot of the Daelin Temple sighed tersely. The world of great competition has just arrived, and the Buddhist sects have already encountered this catastrophe. It really makes one worry.
What?
The Shaolin Temple ignored the imperial decree from the Yuhua God dynasty. The Xuankang Temple, on the other hand, even provoked the Yuhua God dynasty by building hundreds of temples. Their attitude was clear. For them, the Yuhua God dynasty was nothing. Everyone's eyes fell on the Yuhua God dynasty, waiting to see how Emperor Ming, Lin Tianyuan, would react. Even people from within the Yuhua God dynasty, along with a few aristocratic families, as well as some wildly ambitious people, observed quietly. Emperor Ming actually had the guts to issue such an imperial decree. He made his decree known to the world and offended these Buddhist sects. How would this matter come to an end? Forbidden City, Great Council Hall. Emperor Ming, Lin Tianyuan, wore a grim look on his face. He was enraged. He heard of the Shaolin Temple's methods from his subjects, and he snorted coldly. They have no regard for the law. But when he heard what the Xuankang Temple had done, he was even more infuriated. They are challenging me, challenging the Yuhua God dynasty. Your Majesty, the Buddhist sects are powerful, and the people in the Jiangnan area believe in them piously. The cabinet chief persuaded. Your Majesty, take it slowly. We can't go head-to-head with them for now. The court officials advised Lin Tianyuan. But Lin Tianyuan was confident. He was given the nod by Lin Jiufeng after all. There's no need to say more. Continue the preparations. The extermination of the Buddhist sects is imperative. Lin Tianyuan said firmly. Your Majesty, how should we proceed? The cabinet chief inquired. I have my ways. Lin Tianyuan said confidently. After dismissing the court officials, Lin Tianyuan could not sit still anymore. He left the palace immediately and went to look for Lin Jiufeng alone. If there were issues that he couldn't solve, ask uncle. He had developed such a habit. In front of the cold palace, Lin Tianyuan knocked on the door and entered. Lin Jiufeng saw Lin Tianyuan. He asked calmly, why are you here again? Lin Tianyuan's visits have been too frequent lately. Uncle, the Shaolin and Xuankang Temple have no regard for the law. Lin Tianyuan briefly explained everything. Don't you have more than a dozen martial sages under you? Lin Jiufeng asked. After the rain, the spiritual energy of the world is now extremely abundant. The martial sages that I have under me have become worthless overnight. I originally thought that a dozen martial sages would be enough, but now it's completely insufficient, Lin Tianyuan said bitterly. Plans always fall behind changes. Lin Jiufeng frowned before asking, will your father's reforms be done after we've exterminated those 80,000 or so temples? That's pretty much it. The next step would be to stabilize the situation and improve the people's lives. Lin Tianyuan nodded. Bring me paper and a brush. Lin Jiufeng waved his hand. Lin Tianyuan immediately ran out to take paper and a brush. The white cat walked out from the shadows as it wrote in crooked letters on the floor. Why are you always helping him? Lin Jiufeng looked at it and lamented. I'm not helping him. I'm helping my brother with his final wishes. Emperor Yuan fought for all of his life for the sake of reforms. Lin Tianyuan inherited Emperor Yuan's will and was also introducing the same reforms. But the situation was very complicated now. After the rain, the world had changed. Although Lin Tianyuan was the emperor, there were not a lot of people whom he could trust.
If Lin Jiufeng didn't help him, the reforms would be impossible to accomplish. Helping Lin Tianyuan was to fulfill his brother's legacy. But this will be the last time I'll help him. After eliminating those 80,000 temples, the Jiangnan region will become peaceful at once, and the reforms will finally be completed. Lin Jiufeng murmured. In the future, Lin Tianyuan would be on his own. Lin Jiufeng would finally be able to continue his routine of silently signing in while pursuing the peak of martial arts. The white cat understood. It wrote and asked, "Are you going to Jiangnan then?" Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He softly replied, "The current Buddhist sects are not worthy for me to travel to Jiangnan personally." The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng, shocked. It wanted to inquire further, but Lin Tianyuan had already returned. Hence, the little white cat could only scratch a few times on the ground, haphazardly, to cross out the words that it had written. Lin Jiufeng had seen the words it wrote, but he didn't care that much about it. But the white cat was too proud to let others see its crooked words. "Uncle, I brought with me the 4 treasures of the study." Lin Tianyuan placed the items on the stone table respectfully. Lin Jiufeng lifted a brush and began painting. He painted the image of a grass, trees, and a sword. It was a very simple composition of green grass, river, trees, distant mountains, slanting sun, village. Lin Jiufeng painted a second picture. A young man was practicing his moves with a horse stance, throwing out punches. After painting 2 pictures, Lin Jiufeng put down the brush. Lin Tianyuan blinked as he looked at Lin Jiufeng and asked, "Uncle, what does this mean?" "2 simple paintings." He was here to ask for help, not to ask for paintings. Lin Jiufeng replied, "Let 2 martial sages each bring a painting and your imperial decree to the Shaolin and Xuankang temple. If they don't obey the imperial decree, open the paintings." Lin Tianyuan was confused. That was it. That was enough to get the agreement of these 2 delinquent sects. Lin Jiufeng did not explain any further. He folded both paintings and put them aside. "Remember, don't open them in advance. Lives will be lost." Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly and let Lin Tianyuan leave. Lin Tianyuan took the 2 paintings in a daze before he returned to the Forbidden City. The white cat came out and wrote curiously, "2 paintings, are you trying to deceive him? 2 paintings are enough. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 sects are in different places, 1 painting would be enough already," Lin Jiufeng said softly. "What did you draw on the paper?" The white cat was very curious. Lin Jiufeng thought seriously for a moment before he answered. "I drew human gods." The white cat stared at Lin Jiufeng in horror. Lin Jiufeng smiled faintly at it. His temperament became warm like a spring breeze. Lin Tianyuan took the 2 paintings and returned to the Forbidden City. There were 2 paintings in the council hall. The 2 paintings were folded up. Although Lin Tianyuan did not believe that the 2 paintings could solve the problem he was facing about the Buddhist sects, he did not dare to open them. He still listened to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Tianyuan thought for a while before he ordered, "Call Kangshan and Beihai here." The eunuch immediately left to look for them. Kangshan and Beihai were a pair of brothers. They were unaffiliated cultivators, however. They were very talented. Soon after the world's spiritual energy recovered, they broke through to the martial sage realm. With the rebellion of Lord Taping, Lin Tianyuan felt a great sense of crisis and began to recruit these unaffiliated cultivators. The 2 of them came, and they had been working for Lin Tianyuan since. Lin Tianyuan prepared a lot of resources for them, and they each took what they needed. After a while, 2 old men walked in. Each cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I hope 2 of you can go to Jiangnan." Lin Tianyuan said. Kangshan and Beihai looked at each other. They were reluctant to obey this order. "Your Majesty, it's not that we are unwilling, but it's that the Shaolin and Xuankang temple are very powerful. Although we brothers are martial sage cultivators, we are only at the life-knowing step. We're not enough to go against these 2 great powers that have existed for thousands of years," Kangshan said bitterly. He didn't want to go to Jiangnan. Was there anyone who didn't know what happened between the Buddhist sects and Emperor Ming of the Yuhua God dynasty? Asking them to go to the Jiangnan area at this time would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths, wouldn't it? They were living comfortable lives under Lin Tianyuan and were also willing to perform some dangerous tasks for him. But there was a difference between danger and certain death. Lin Tianyuan knew what the 2 men were thinking. Thus he said, "I'm not sending you there to deal with the 2 powerful factions, but for you to read the imperial decree. After the two powerful factions received it and agreed to it, there should be no need to fight. Kangshan and Beihai weren't convinced. If the Buddhist sects accepted the imperial decree, they would not have to fight. But what if they did not agree? Beihai was a plump old man. He was straightforward and he couldn't help ask, what if they don't agree? Lin Tianyuan picked up the two paintings Lin Jiufeng gave to him and said, one painting for each of you. If they don't agree, unfold the paintings. Kangshan and Beihai stared at the painting in Lin Tianyuan's hand with suspicious looks on their faces. What was this? These two paintings were enough to take care of the two powerful factions whose teachings had been passed down for thousands of years. Similar to Lin Tianyuan, they couldn't believe it. Therefore, they still refused to agree. These two paintings were painted by that senior in the imperial capital. Seeing that they refused to agree, Lin Tianyuan had to tell them the truth. Kangshan and Beihai looked at Lin Tianyuan in surprise. Is it that senior from 10 years ago? Kangshan asked in excitement. 10 years ago, while the world was still in the midst of its recovery, both Kangshan and Beihai weren't martial sage realm cultivators back then. But they heard about that terrifying senior in the imperial capital who killed 9 martial sages with a single stroke of the sword. More than 10 years have passed since then. Both of them were already martial sage realm cultivators at the step of life knowing. Just how powerful was that senior by now? Kangshan said excitedly, that senior really said that. Yes. I asked him how to calm the issue in Jiangnan. He told me that this is all I have to do, and that is why I have asked you to go. Lin Tianyuan told them the truth. If he did not tell the truth, no one would be foolish enough to go. If he sent people who were less powerful than these two, it would be useless. They might not even be able to enter the gates of both Shaolin and Xuankang Temple. Kangshan and Beihai looked at each other before they nodded in tacit understanding. Your Majesty, we will accept this task, Kangshan said solemnly. Lin Tianyuan was overjoyed as he said in a hurry. Don't worry, I will tell the world about this matter, so everyone will know that you are going to Jiangnan with the imperial decree. There should be no problems. Kangshan and Beihai nodded in agreement. By informing the world, there would be an extra guarantee for their safety. Also, don't open these two paintings before the opportune moment. Lives will be lost, so you must remember. Lin Tianyuan reminded them. This was also Lin Jiufeng's reminder to him. The expressions on the faces of the two immediately turned serious. Your Majesty, rest assured. We promise to complete this task, the two said at the same time. I will write the imperial decree for you now. Each of you will go to one of the Buddhist sects. Lin Tianyuan began to write the imperial decree. He thought about it for a while, and with a flick of his sleeve, he wrote a strict reprimand letter as his thoughts burst forth like a fountain. Take it to Jiangnan. I will inform the world immediately. Lin Tianyuan handed the imperial decree to them. Kangshan and Beihai bowed their heads and retreated. With the imperial decree and Lin Jiufeng's paintings in hand, they headed to Jiangnan. After they left the Forbidden City, the Yuhua God dynasty began to publicize this matter. Emperor Ming Lin Tianyuan wrote 2 imperial decrees. They were to be carried and read by the 2 martial sages at the Shaolin and Xuankang Temple in Jiangnan. The whole world was waiting for Lin Tianyuan's counterattack, waiting for the Yuhua God dynasty's counterattack. As soon as the news was released, it spread all over the land like wildfire. It spread to Jiangnan faster than Kangshan and Beihai's traveling speed. They were martial sages, and they moved extremely fast. But before they could even reach Jiangnan, the news had already spread all over Jiangnan. Both Shaolin Temple and Xuankang Temple received the news. The Shaolin Temple remained silent as if it had not heard anything. They did not express any opinions. They had built their own temples, and under their command, none of them would be demolished. In contrast to the Shaolin Temple, the people from the Xuankang Temple welcomed the news. Come to my Xuankang Temple, lose 3,000 troubles, and forget the troubles of the world. We will save these 2 messengers. This was a blatant threat. Xuankang Temple was as arrogant as ever. They were monks, but they were arrogant and domineering. They had always been like this. When Kangshan and Beihai arrived in Jiangnan, it was already 2 days later. In just 2 days, rumors in Jiangnan were rife. Countless descendants of powerful factions, sects, and even the descendants of aristocratic families, as well as outstanding unaffiliated cultivators, had gathered at both the Shaolin and Xuankang Temple. They wanted to know how these two Buddhist sects would deal with Emperor Ming's messengers and how they would deal with the imperial decrees that were bound to arrive. The crowd was bustling and lively. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of Kangshan and Beihai. The two men were shocked. The situation seemed to have escalated, Kangshan said. He looked uneasy. What are you afraid of? We have the paintings given by that senior. I believe they will work. Beihai trusted Lin Jiufeng. It was no small feat for Lin Jiufeng to have gained his trust without ever having met him before. I also believe in him. Since we're already here, there's no reason to retreat. Kangshan took a deep breath and asked, "Where are you going?" Beihai stretched out his hand and said firmly, "I'm going to Shaolin Temple. Then I will go to Xuankang Temple. Let's part ways here." Kangshan cupped his fists in farewell. "Take care," Beihai said solemnly. "We have the senior's paintings. It will be fine." Kangshan smiled and said confidently. They headed to different places, and both arrived at the foot of the mountains, where the temples were located at the same time. Countless people witnessed their arrival. All eyes were on them. Doors of Shaolin Temple and Xuankang Temple were also open, allowing the two to enter. Kangshan and Beihai held the imperial decree in their hands, and with Lin Jiufeng's painting in their pockets, they stepped firmly on the steps. What? Imperial capital, Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng laid on the frost jade bed. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, feeling serene. "Have you broken through to the human god realm?" the white cat asked curiously. This was not the first time that the white cat had asked this question to Lin Jiufeng in the past few days. But Lin Jiufeng never answered it directly. However, the white cat persevered. "You'll know in about 2 days, Lin Jiufeng said. Jiangnan Mount Song. This mountain was very famous in the Jiangnan region. It was a sacred Buddhist place. Thousands of years ago, Mount Song was the only Buddhist sect in the Jiangnan area. Following a divergence in ideals, Dailin Temple emerged. Then after the civil unrest and non-stop disputes, Xuankang Temple emerged. The Buddhist sects were divided into 3, each of them saying that they were more orthodox than the other. Dailin Temple took away Buddha's writings, Xuankang Temple took away Buddha's monk staff, and Mount Song kept with them the Buddha's relics. The 3 factions all refused to compromise. Their situation had dragged on to this day. All 3 factions had developed their own schools very well. It was a pipe dream for one of them to try and integrate the other. In the past, Mount Song had always been surrounded by devotees who came in an endless stream to pray and offer incense. But today, Mount Song did not receive any devotees. Only cultivators from major factions were allowed in. A sea of people was waiting to see how Emperor Ming would disgrace himself after the Shaolin Temple rejected the imperial decree delivered by his emissary. When Beihai stepped onto the stairs of Shaolin Temple, countless eyes were on him. He felt uneasy and was very anxious. Even though he was a martial sage, he was not confident facing such a situation. But after touching the painting in his arms, he suddenly gained confidence. With Senior's painting, he had nothing to fear. He walked confidently up to the Shaolin Temple's Mahavira Hall with his head held high. Here, standing right in the center, was a group of monks. There were people surrounding them, watching expectantly. They all stared at Beihai. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Beihai became akin to a sheep amidst a pack of wolves as he stood there while being watched by countless terrifying pairs of eyes. Beihai shook his head and put his feelings behind him. He did not look at the others and only stared at the abbot of Shaolin Temple. A middle-aged monk whose cultivation was very powerful and was rather conceited looked at Beihai. There was contempt in his eyes, but he spoke with a serious expression. "Benefactor, why have you come to Shaolin Temple?" He obviously knew. Beihai knew that it was impossible to make them accept the imperial decree. He took out the imperial decree and said, "Abbot, do you want to look at it yourself or do you want me to read it out?" The abbot of Shaolin Temple reached out and the imperial decree flew into his hand. Then he opened it. The abbot's expression changed immediately. His face froze. The words written in this imperial decree were filled with passion and authority. First, it reprimanded the Buddhist sects for the mistakes they had made, deceiving the people, harboring prisoners, violating the profound meanings of Buddha, and accusing them of being a group of fake monks. Finally, Lin Tianyuan ordered Shaolin Temple to demolish the temples under its command within 3 months, keeping only the original Shaolin Temple. In addition, he was to dismiss millions of monks and hand over the convicts among them to the court for trial. Otherwise, there would be consequences. Lin Tianyuan was very happy when he wrote it. Now as the abbot looked at the imperial decree, his expression went grim and cold. He was furious. The Buddhist sects wish no enmity with the imperial court. But we will not be put in the hands of the imperial court either. After reading the decree, the abbot said coldly, "Today, Emperor Ming of the Yuhua God dynasty wrote these words to humiliate my Shaolin Temple. This is a great insult to Buddha. You can't leave. Shaolin Temple will also pay a visit to that Emperor Ming." The abbot was really angry. He pointed with his finger and spoke aggressively. He wanted to capture Beihai and preach to him the teachings of Buddhism to make the Yuhua God dynasty suffer a big loss once he was converted to their ranks. The people around watched. They were not surprised with this outcome at all. After all, the Shaolin Temple was not that easy to mess with. "You want to keep me here? I'm afraid you won't be able to do that." Beihai shook his head. 18 Arhats are here. Who dares to be presumptuous in my Shaolin?" 18 loud shouts converged into one voice. The 18 Arhats, with each of them in the martial sage realm, jumped forward. They surrounded Beihai. "Shaolin has the 18 Arhats. They are enough to suppress you," the abbot of Shaolin Temple said with a cold face. "I don't think so." Beihai was still not afraid. "How can you, a mere martial sage, fight against 18 of them alone?" The abbot snickered. The onlookers from the major factions and the people from Shaolin Temple shook their heads simultaneously. They thought Emperor Ming had made a bad move, letting a martial sage come to Shaolin Temple on his own. Did Emperor Ming send him here to die? They looked at the 18 martial sages as they lamented and praised Shaolin Temple's profound heritage. But Beihai said, "When I left the imperial capital, I brought along a painting that Senior painted." Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, what was Beihai talking about? "The painting is with me." Beihai held out the folded painting. Everyone could not help but look over. Ordinary. It was just a piece of folded-up writing paper. What could it do to save Beihai? The abbot said mockingly, "Have you gone crazy from being too afraid? Are you spouting rubbish here?" The abbot said disdainfully. Beihai shook his head. He said in a serious tone, "I've been living in the imperial capital. More than 10 years ago, I saw a sword with my own eyes. More than 10 years later, the Senior painted this picture. I believe in him, hence I just want to tell you about it. That mysterious expert in the imperial capital may be powerful, but that was more than 10 years ago. After the rain, martial sages are everywhere. What can he do by himself?" The abbot looked at Beihai indifferently, as if he was looking at a mentally disabled person who had lost his mind. That person drew a picture and gave it to Beihai as a last resort. Then Beihai trusted it, and he came to Shaolin Temple enthusiastically. Now he's even trying to open this painting to make Shaolin Temple submit. This was a huge joke. Shaolin Temple found it preposterous. The people from the major factions did not believe in it either. What kind of power could a piece of paper have? Beihai was surrounded by everyone. Seeing that everyone did not believe his words, he took a deep breath and opened up the painting directly. Everyone looked on with sarcasm thick on their faces as they laughed mockingly. They were obviously treating Beihai in disdain. However, after Beihai opened the painting, boom! The entire Mount Song suddenly trembled. 6 huge black holes suddenly materialized in the air as it rotated rapidly. They were like 6 abysses, and an immensely violent force descended upon them. Dong! 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 A terrifying sense of oppression descended upon them. Everyone's knees turned weak, and they all knelt down at once. Whether it was the abbot, or the 18 Arhats, or the people from the major factions, or the Shaolin Temple elders, they all knelt down. The only one standing was Beihai. Beihai's mouth opened wide. He couldn't close his mouth at all. His expression was lifeless for a while, then he suddenly became excited. He was so excited that he was trembling. Words could not describe his feelings at this moment. "What is that?"
This is the painting that senior gave me. There's a kid practicing his moves on the painting. He is practicing this terrifying move. The painting came to life. Beihai looked over in excitement. The painting that he opened was a painting of a young man practicing his moves. At this moment, the young man had come to life. He was practicing his moves. The move he was practicing was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. And this young man contained a wisp of Lin Jiufeng's spiritual consciousness. So at this moment, with one move, the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared and suppressed the entire Shaolin temple. The Shaolin temple abbot trembled as he said, "What's going on here?" He knelt down. He couldn't stand up. The terrifying pressure held him down. If not for his strong killing intent, the abbot thought that he would have been dead already. Everyone looked at the sky, shocked. 6 large, dark holes spun rapidly in the sky. It forced them to kneel down in front of Beihai. In Shaolin Temple, an elderly martial sage raised his head in shock as he said in horror, This is a human god." Shiashi Mountain, on the square in front of the Mahavira Hall. Everyone present was kneeling on the ground. Among them were monks, Taoists, ladies, old people, and children. These people came from the factions that had gathered here to watch the show. They wanted to see how the conflict between Shaolin Temple and the Yuhua God dynasty would be resolved. But who would have expected such an outcome? Thousands of people were forced to kneel down, unable to move. The more they struggled, the more uncomfortable they felt. That extremely intense fist aura was akin to a raging flame. It made them feel as if they were burning. It truly was uncomfortable. This was a shocking scene. Beihai took out a mere painting, and he instantly suppressed Shaolin Temple. Even those people who came to Shaolin Temple to watch the show were suppressed too. They felt terrible. If they knew that something like this was about to happen, then they wouldn't have come here to watch the show. This truly was an unfortunate catastrophe. The monks of Shaolin Temple were still struggling. All of them were angry. They felt humiliated. However, when the old monk spoke, everyone fell silent. The abbot of Shaolin Temple turned his head in disbelief. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the old monk and cried out, "What did you just say?" The old monk said with difficulty, "I said this might is from a human god." "Impossible." The abbot denied vehemently. He shook his head frantically. Although he was still kneeling, his face was full of panic. Since the death of the last human god 1,500 years ago, there has never been a new human god. This might is indeed very powerful, but it's definitely impossible that it's from a human god. The abbot found an excuse for himself. He refused to believe that this boundless might belonged to that of a human god. If it was true, then Shaolin Temple would be utterly defeated and unable to resist. The countless temples and monasteries that Shaolin Temple had accumulated for hundreds of years, their large number of believers and treasures, all of these things would be taken away. Therefore, this might must never be from a human god. But there was nothing that he could. The old monk's words shocked everyone present, including Beihai. He was surprised and delighted. He was trembling as he held the painting in his hand. Excitement. He only had this one feeling welling up his chest at this moment. A human god. That mysterious senior was actually a human god. Unbelievable. No wonder Emperor Ming was so confident to let Kangshan and me come here all by ourselves. Beihai was so excited that he started to admire Emperor Ming, Lin Tianyuan. Compared to Beihai's excitement, the others were afraid. They trembled amidst their shock and disbelief. As these emotions surfaced in everyone's hearts, their feelings soon became complicated. No god is supposed to exist in this mortal realm. Someone cried out involuntarily. His expression was both envious and terrified. They felt proud of breaking through the martial sage realm with the help of that rain. They thought back then that they had already reached the peak of cultivation. After all, they had become martial sages. It didn't matter if someone was at the second, third, or at the fourth step of the martial sage realm. They were still martial sages in the end. Those who were only a level 1 martial sage were also martial sages. If those martial sages, whose cultivations were at the highest step of the martial sage, could be considered to be at the peak of cultivation, then those who were at the earlier steps of the same martial sage realm should also be considered a member of those at the apex. But now only a mere painting was unfolded,
yet they were immediately crushed by a boundless pressure coming from the terrifying fist technique contained within the painting. Even martial sages had no other choice but to kneel before this aura. The martial sage realm was no longer the peak of cultivation in this mortal realm. It was because a human god had appeared. The old monk coughed and stammered. The paper used for this painting is nothing out of the ordinary, and so is the ink. The painting was also casually made. So this painting shouldn't even amount to anything. But this painting was drawn by a human god. It contains his aura and a wisp of his spiritual consciousness. We are unable to resist it. The scriptures told us that human gods are terrifying existences that can exist and live as a personification of their spiritual wills. Thus they would not die even if their bodies are destroyed, the old monk said in despair. His words caused the abbot of Shaolin Temple to also close his eyes in despair. Everyone else finally believed him at this moment. A new human god has appeared in this mortal realm. And this human god achieved this on his own in this mortal realm. No wonder the emperor of the Yuhua god dynasty dared to attack the Buddhist sects. Shaolin Temple and Xuankang Temple are in big trouble this time. That's right, this is a terrifying catastrophe. But it's their fortune that this human god doesn't seem to be planning to start a massacre. Otherwise, there would definitely be rivers of blood flowing in front of the Shaolin Temple's Mahavira Hall now. Let's kneel properly. We won't be on the losing end by kneeling to a human god. That's right, I originally thought that after the reign, the imperial court would no longer be a threat. But now it seems like we will still be governed by the imperial court as usual. We will have to see how the abbot handles this disaster. The abbot of Shaolin Temple could hear the discussion of the spectators. He was in a daze. An old monk who was on his last breath seemed to appear in front of him. Holy Buddha! Before he died, he said that there was a great calamity coming its way to Shaolin Temple. He also told them don't. The abbot of Shaolin Temple laughed bitterly. They thought it meant don't be afraid. But in reality it was don't resist. Holy Buddha, I finally understand. The abbot of Shaolin Temple sighed and looked up at Beihai. Then he slowly raised the imperial decree in his hand and loudly announced, Shaolin Temple will obey the imperial decree. The crowd in the area fell silent. The abbot had relented. And the truth was, he was afraid. He didn't dare to go against the Yuhua god dynasty, nor did he dare to try and endure the wrath of a human god. The monks of Shaolin Temple also knew what would happen if they resisted. The outcome of their stubborn resistance would definitely be very miserable. Fortunately, the Yuhua god dynasty had left this mountain for them to live. Beihai looked at the abbot, who was still holding up the imperial decree in a respectful bow. Seeing this, Beihai closed the painting and kept it with satisfaction. The oppressive might immediately vanished. Countless people gasped for breath as they crawled up shakily when the oppressive might vanished. The previous scene felt surreal, almost like a dream to everyone. But when they touched their backs and felt the cold sweat that drenched their clothes, they couldn't help but look at each other as they saw the bitter smiles and looks of shock in each other's eyes. A human god was too terrifying. This was just a painting drawn by that human god. It didn't carry any intent to kill nor to attack, yet it managed to suppress them until they became akin to meat on a butcher's chopping block. What would happen if they saw a human god in the flesh? They might just die on the spot. Beihai put away the folded painting and then said to the abbot of Shaolin Temple, Within 3 months, demolish all the monasteries other than those on this mountain. Every monk that have committed heinous crimes must renounce asceticism. Buddhism is not a safe haven for evil. Those monks must be escorted to the authorities. No delays are permitted. The abbot of Shaolin Temple could no longer be arrogant this time. He bowed slightly and said with a trembling voice, I understand. His heart ached when he was done. However, a large portion of those monasteries belongs to the Xuankang Temple. We have no right to dismantle them, the abbot sighed and explained. Don't worry. The current Xuankang Temple's feelings must be exactly the same as you lot. Beihai couldn't help but laugh upon remembering that Kangshan was holding another similar painting to his. The abbot and the others shuddered at the thought of that terrifying scene. They didn't want to experience that feeling ever again. What? Xuankang Temple. The originally lively Xuankang Temple. The arrogant and overbearing Xuankang Temple. the haughty Xuankang Temple. At this moment, every monk from Xuankang Temple was kneeling on the ground. They trembled as they gasped for air. Kangshan had opened the painting he was tasked to carry, and a scene of a garden appeared around him. Green grass, rivers, trees, distant mountains, slanted hills, villages. These vivid images appeared before everyone's eyes. It was serene and profound. Only the green grass was emitting a terrifying sword aura as it swayed. A sword beam suppressed the headmaster of the Xuankang Temple. "Do you accept the decree?" Kangshan took out the imperial decree and looked at Xuankang Temple's headmaster in anticipation. The headmaster of Xuankang Temple wore a defeated look on his face. Then he knelt on the ground and said bitterly, "I accept the decree." How could he have imagined that there was a human god in this mortal realm? The Xuankang Temple and Shaolin Temple. These two holy lands of Buddhism had relented under the pressure of a human god. They had no intentions of resisting. Meanwhile, everyone in Jiangnan was still filled with anticipation. Those who didn't go to the two Buddhist sects to watch the show were waiting for the results. They wanted to see how the Buddhist sects would humiliate the Yuhua God dynasty's envoys. They also wanted to see if the two Buddhist sects would tear apart Emperor Ming's imperial decree into pieces. But when the news came, those who heard it were immediately stupefied. Their bodies trembled as if they had gone senile. A human god. That was a human god. Such an existence actually appeared just like that. In an instant, the world was thrown into a commotion. It was as if a huge mountain had crashed into a calm lake. As if mountains were collapsing and tsunamis were raging. It was like burning oil was poured on everyone. The entire world descended into an uproar upon hearing this news. A human god had appeared in the Yuhua God dynasty. This was the first human god in 1,500 years. There was no doubt that there was no second human god in this world yet. In the past 1,500 years, a human god had never once appeared. The legends of this realm had already been forgotten. Many people treated this realm as a myth and a legend. They were unwilling to believe that it even existed. With the passing of so many years, the people were now less inclined to believe in the existence of human gods in the past. But after that reign, the first human god made his presence known with the help of two paintings that suppressed the two Buddhist sects. Such news finally convinced everyone that human gods had once existed. Moreover, they finally believed that there was a human god realm. Those at the third step of the martial sage realm couldn't help but exclaim when they heard this news. Why let such a legend appear in the same period as me? They only managed to reach the third step of the martial sage realm after that reign. Even if there were others who were at the fourth step, there could only be a handful of them. As for the human god realm, they didn't even dare to think about it. Everything that happened so far felt so surreal. What? Great Yan Dynasty, Temple of the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden clad in red stood tall. Her eyes were bright as she looked at the letter in her hand. She couldn't help but be surprised. I never thought that there would be such a genius in this world. He became a human god just after the reign. Even I isn't that fast. This is indeed a new world that is full of life. The cultivation base of the Holy Maiden also increased at breakneck speeds. She was now on the fourth step of the martial sage realm, the Great Sage Step. However, she was still far from reaching the human god realm. Unfortunately for you, my experience is abundant. It won't be a problem for me to catch up and surpass you. You've just ascended to the human god realm. Having just recently broken through, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly slow down, the Holy Maiden said with confidence. She truly believed that it wouldn't take that long for her to arrive at the human god realm. When I make my breakthrough, every flower will bloom and their fragrance will pervade the world. The Holy Maiden vowed. What? Yuhua God Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Lin Tianyuan was stunned and overjoyed when he received the news from Jiangnan. His uncle was actually a human god. This was simply terrifying. His trump card was even more powerful now. Lin Tianyuan immediately left the Forbidden City and rushed to the remote cold palace to visit and congratulate his uncle. Nephew congratulates uncle on becoming a human god in this mortal realm. But this time he was rejected. The door to the cold palace didn't open. Furthermore, Lin Jiufeng also told him, "From today onwards, your father's reforms are now in place. The temples and monasteries have been demolished, and the residents of the empire are now living in peace. Everything is moving towards the completion of your father's dream. From now on, you will have to depend on yourself. Lin Tianyuan stared blankly. His excitement instantly vanished. He knelt outside the cold palace. He couldn't help but cry out, "Is uncle going to abandon me? You have already matured. You can't always depend on me whenever you encounter problems anymore. You don't have to come here in the future. I can protect you for a while, but I can't protect you forever. You are the emperor of the Yushu God dynasty, not me." Lin Jiufeng's cold voice sounded in his ears. Lin Tianyuan knew that there was no way he could change his uncle's mind. Come to think of it, he had troubled his uncle quite a few times in the past few years. Whenever he encountered danger, the first thing he thought of was his uncle. With Lin Jiufeng around, he felt extremely confident. As a result, he was becoming more and more dependent on Lin Jiufeng. Without Lin Jiufeng's support, he started to panic as his breathing quickened. But he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Jiufeng had taken care of him on the account that he was of Emperor Yuan's bloodline. "Uncle, please take care of yourself. I will not disturb you anymore." Lin Tianyuan kowtowed and left. His greatest trump card was no longer useful. He had to go back and properly manage the Yushu God dynasty. Fortunately, although he was unable to get his uncle's help, he was still able to use Lin Jiufeng's name to deter and frighten other people. In addition, he was the only one who knew about this matter. In the cold palace, the white cat looked at Lin Tianyuan's back and wrote on the courtyard walls, "Are you not going to help him anymore?" Lin Jiufeng nodded his head. "Unless there's a great danger, I won't help. You could have told him about this." The white cat wrote crookedly, "If I told him about it, he will definitely become confident and think that he could act without any worries since I am backing him. That's not good at all." Lin Jiufeng shook his head. This was why Lin Jiufeng didn't give Lin Tianyuan any hope that he would help the latter. This way, Lin Tianyuan would have to work hard for the sake of the empire's stability. "You broke through to the human god realm." The white cat asked the crucial question. Its eyes were bright and sparkling as it looked at Lin Jiufeng in excitement. A human god. This was the same realm as its master, the demon lord. "That's right," Lin Jiufeng admitted. "When did you break through?" The white cat asked curiously. "On that rainy night," Lin Jiufeng said after some thought. "That rain was a blessing to everyone in the world. Those asleep that night was still nourished by the rain. But cultivators obtain the greatest benefits. Lin Jiufeng was the one who benefited the most. He passed the threshold of Fish Leap and Great Sage to ascend to the human god realm. But this was also because Lin Jiufeng had accumulated a lot of experience. The two great demonic techniques, various sword techniques, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. These were Lin Jiufeng's trump cards for breaking through to the human god realm. "What has been different since you've become a human god?" The white cat wrote. Lin Jiufeng thought for a moment before he explained. "The human god realm is different from all the other realms due to the addition of the power of the divine soul. With this, one can look at the world differently than others. Furthermore, human god realm cultivators can also use the force. The name of human god was just for ordinary people. The term human god was coined by the ordinary people back then. An ordinary person could at most live for 100 years or so, while a human god could live for at least 800 years. In fact, there was even a record of the longest living human god. That human god managed to live for 1,800 years after using all sorts of methods to extend his lifespan. There was also the divine soul. With his eyes closed, he could roam the world and pry into the great Tao of heaven and earth. There was also the divine soul. With his eyes closed, he could freely roam the world and pry into the great Tao of heaven and earth. He could also finally utilize the force. With a flick of his wrist, mountains would collapse and rivers would flow backwards. To mortals, what was such an existence, if not a god? After breaking through to the human god realm, Lin Jiufeng realized that a human god was just someone standing at a different summit than the others. The lowest lifespan of a human god was 800 years. Lin Jiufeng had enough time up his sleeves. Now that the Buddhist sects of the Jiangnan province had submitted and obeyed the imperial decree, the next 3 months would be the assimilation of those who believe in Buddhism
and the annexation of their territories and assets. Gilded Buddhist statues, the occupied lands, the high-quality fields, and the millions of laborers would greatly strengthen the Yuhua God dynasty. Lin Tianyuan would certainly be occupied, handling all of these. After the two paintings appeared in Jiangnan province, the world became quiet. At first, with the appearance of the rain that strengthened every cultivator's strength, martial sages became abundant throughout the land. Thus, the Yuhua God dynasty's threat in the eyes of its enemies had diminished. If nothing had happened, its enemies would inevitably reappear and cause chaos in the entire Yuhua God dynasty. Furthermore, the Yuhua God dynasty certainly didn't have the ability to deal with a catastrophe of this scale. But all of a sudden, a human god appeared and suppressed the Buddhist sects along with the entire world. The human god's appearance alleviated the great danger that the Yuhua God dynasty was facing and also gave them a lot of time in respite. This was the last thing that Lin Jiufeng did for Lin Tianyuan. He gave Lin Tianyuan enough time to accumulate and consolidate the strength of the empire for it to maintain its dignity in this brand new world. Of course, Lin Jiufeng was also ultimately preventing the destruction of the recently established reforms. Therefore, Lin Tianyuan was very busy. Lin Jiufeng was also occupied. He was busy with his cultivation after having made his breakthrough. After entering the human god realm, his cultivation was no longer simply qi cultivation, qi absorption, qi accumulation, and opening up new meridians. If he wanted to advance in his current realm, he had to cultivate his divine soul, observe the world's forces, and comprehend the principles of the world itself. With these conditions, the difficulty of his cultivation had understandably increased. Fortunately, Lin Jiufeng could cultivate in silence. Thus, there was no need for him to worry. After all, no one was here to disturb him. While the world was still in a heated discussion over the appearance of a human god, Lin Jiufeng had already begun the next steps in his cultivation. Lin Jiufeng could perfectly inherit both aspects of progressing steadily and improving quickly. He was capable of both stable progression and speedy advancement. But he planned on consolidating his cultivation for a while and accumulating enough experience so that he could advance by leaps and bounds at once. Lin Jiufeng couldn't hear the rumors from the outside world. Hence, he signed in quietly in the cold palace. His only companion was the white cat. On this day, Lin Jiufeng asked the white cat, "You followed the demon lord last time, so how much do you know about the human god realm?" The white cat used its small white paws to write, "I heard from the demon lord that there are many obstacles in the human god realm. It seems to be called something like serene, immortal treasury, ultimate man, or something like that." The white cat's writing was all over the place. Its memory seemed to be blurry as it kept erasing some words and changing them into something else. Lin Jiufeng shook his head, speechless. In the end, he chose to leave the cold palace for the royal library. Here, he could check relevant documents concerning the human god realm. The white cat also came along. It was also very curious. What obstacles were there in the human god realm? Upon arriving, Lin Jiufeng swaggered into the heavily guarded library. No one discovered him. A few years ago, on his last visit to the royal library, no one noticed Lin Jiufeng's visit. It was even more impossible for someone to notice him by now. The library was huge, and there were records from different periods and epochs. Lin Jiufeng had previously investigated the demonic sects. This time, he looked for the records related to Taoist schools. In terms of research on the divine soul, Taoist schools were superior. As a result, Lin Jiufeng naturally wanted to use their literature as his reference. A line of words appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng when he stepped into the area where records related to Taoist schools were being kept and preserved. "Do you want to sign in before the Taoist library?" "Sign in." Lin Jiufeng agreed. "Sign in successful. Received the innate soul refining technique." Waves of memories entered Lin Jiufeng's sea of consciousness. He was used to it by now, so he could maintain his calm. A peculiar book appeared. The obscurity of the words contained within would probably cause the minds of ordinary people to spin in confusion. But the waves of memories that Lin Jiufeng had just received gave him enough knowledge. He had no problems in understanding the material he was holding. "This is a cultivation technique that cultivates the soul. It suits me perfectly." Lin Jiufeng nodded in satisfaction. "Meow." The white cat appeared beside Lin Jiufeng. It called out softly,
It couldn't understand why Lin Jiufeng was in a daze. Lin Jiufeng woke up from his trance, but he didn't say anything. He smiled gently at the white cat before proceeding inside the area for literature related to Taoist schools. The place was packed with Taoism-related books. After 400 years, every Taoist book out there might not be in the Yuxia God dynasty's royal library. However, most of them could be found here. The remaining 10 to 20% of precious Taoist books and scriptures were kept hidden by the Taoist sects. The Yuhua God dynasty couldn't possibly obtain them. However, this was enough for Lin Jiufeng to see. He set aside the innate soul refining technique and focused on reading the Taoist books. The books recorded many things about the human god realm. There were also things that the white cat had said, such as serene, immortal treasury, ultimate man, and so on. Lin Jiufeng finally understood. The term human god was a general name, just like martial sage. The martial sage realm was divided into profound insight, life-knowing, fish-leap, and great sage. The human god realm was divided into serene, immortal treasury, ultimate, and nirvana. Lin Jiufeng was now at the serene stage. It was no longer a step, but a stage. Serene was an adjective. It was like a secret chamber, pitch black like ink, extremely quiet. A human god had given birth to the divine soul that remained locked in the secret chamber, unable to break free. The divine soul existed all alone in this dark place. To make a breakthrough into the next stage of the human god realm, one must allow their divine soul to escape from the secret chamber so that it could see the world. The white cat was also reading the records. It suddenly started to have hopes for its own future. Perhaps if it cultivated seriously, would it also be able to make its own breakthrough? If it worked harder and managed to surpass Lin Jiufeng, how satisfying would it be? At the thought of this, the white cat's eyes curved into a smile. It looked very cute. Lin Jiufeng turned around and looked at the expression on the white cat's face. His face was completely devoid of emotions. When the white cat opened its eyes and saw Lin Jiufeng's expressionless face, it immediately restrained itself and hurriedly wrote. Continue reading. Shaking his head, Lin Jiufeng replied, I don't know what you're so happy about every day. Could it be that a silly cat also has its silly fortune? Lin Jiufeng muttered in confusion. The white cat was angered. Even its claws came out as it raised its paw and gestured at Lin Jiufeng's face. However, it was still worried that its claws wouldn't be able to cut through Lin Jiufeng's skin. In addition, it would be even more embarrassing if it ended up getting injured, even though it was the one who attacked. As a result, it retracted its claws. After reading every Taoist book in this area of the Royal Library, Lin Jiufeng learned a lot about the human god realm. We cultivators still have a long way to go. Lin Jiufeng sighed with emotion before turning around and leaving the Royal Library. After returning to the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng laid on the frost jade bed and pondered silently. Although the frost jade bed was of no help to him anymore, Lin Jiufeng still preferred to lie on it. Because it was cool and comfortable. It was for pure comfort and enjoyment. Even the white cat was enamored with it after it had accidentally discovered its magical effect. Now, when it had nothing to do, it would come up to rest on it too. Curling up into a ball, it became a tiny little fellow that didn't occupy a lot of space. Facing the same direction as Lin Jiufeng, it even slept together with him. This time, it also curled up on the bed and looked at Lin Jiufeng. Then it closed its eyes and worked hard in its cultivation so that it could suppress Lin Jiufeng under its claws as soon as possible. Let's try using this innate soul refining technique. Soon enough, Lin Jiufeng also closed his eyes. Innate soul refining technique. This was a technique to cultivate the divine soul, strengthening it to the extent that it could transform into a human form before eventually becoming an avatar of its owner. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul currently an enormous consciousness that had yet to take form. But this technique would help him consolidate his divine soul for it to form. After using the innate soul refining technique, Lin Jiufeng's consciousness started to shrink as it slowly turned into a ball. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul in human form was gestating inside this ball. Once it was sufficiently mature, the divine soul would then be able to come out of the ball in its human form. By that time, Lin Jiufeng would be able to break through to the next stage. When cultivating this technique, the most important prerequisite was silence. Extreme silence. And the cold palace truly satisfied this condition. The birth of a human god caused peace in the world and increased the power and prestige of the Yuhua god dynasty.
especially when the abbot of Shaolin Temple and the Xuankang Temple knelt down to receive the imperial decree. This brought Lin Tianyuan immense might, and everyone couldn't help but tremble at the thought of that imperial decree. Although this was because he had borrowed Lin Jiufeng's power, as long as Lin Tianyuan handled the situation well, the Yuhua God dynasty would surely prosper. 3 years slowly passed. In the past 3 years, Lin Jiufeng had never left the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng even instructed Dachun not to any send food and drinks for these few years. He wanted to enter seclusion. Dachun could only agree. Therefore, in these 3 years, the doors of the cold palace were tightly shut. The cold palace remained peaceful, but a storm was brewing outside. There were even more martial sages right now than great grandmasters back then. The influence of that reign gradually spread throughout the world. As time passed, the spirit energy in the world increased, and every cultivator's breakthrough had become relatively easier to accomplish. Lin Tianyuan made use of Lin Jiufeng's influence to recruit a bunch of martial sages. At the same time, he was also grooming martial sages himself. The results weren't bad. He found a bunch of young talents and used the resources of the empire to nurture them. Even without Lin Jiufeng's backing, Lin Tianyuan had fully displayed his capabilities as he increased the might of the Yuhua God dynasty. There were now hundreds of martial sages in the Yuhua God dynasty. Even if these martial sages had different thoughts and plans in their heads, this force was still the most powerful force in the world at this moment. Not to mention the fact that there was a human god above them. Although Lin Jiufeng said that he wouldn't help anymore, no one knew anything about the conversation between the two back then. Over the past 3 years, Lin Tianyuan had become more and more domineering. In addition, he had also gotten rid of Lin Jiufeng's influence on him. The current Lin Tianyuan was the ruler of the world, both in mentality and reality. On top of the foundation that Emperor Yuan had set for him, he had walked onto an emperor path of his own. He was the ruler of the world. His words were absolute. No one could refute him. It was also in this year that Lin Tianyuan started to choose his concubines. After working hard for more than 10 years, he finally completed the reform of the Yuhua God dynasty. The world was flourishing and the people were living in peace. He felt that he had completed his father's final wish. Therefore, he wanted to choose a concubine. When awake, he was the ruler of the world. When drunk, he would rest on the lap of a beauty. He had already completed the former. Now he wanted to accomplish the latter. Momentarily, all the beauties in the world entered the imperial capital. Hundreds of flowers fought to display their beauty, like the stars glowing in the dark. Also this year, a woman called Mei Niang was chosen to enter the imperial harem. 3 years had passed, and Lin Jiufeng had always been nurturing his divine soul this whole time. The divine soul inside the ball of consciousness already had a human form. It was extremely powerful. But his divine soul still needed a catalyst, an opportunity so that it could finally leave the ball and go outside Lin Jiufeng's body to move as freely as the birds in the skies. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently for that opportunity. He witnessed all the major events that happened in the imperial capital throughout the years. Even without Dachun's report, Lin Jiufeng could still see everything with his divine soul. It was just that he was too lazy to look and take on what was happening outside into his mind. Only the commotion caused by Lin Tianyuan choosing his concubines truly made a mark on his brain. In regards to this, Lin Jiufeng only frowned. He somewhat felt that this wasn't appropriate. It has only been a few years since the reforms were completed and put into practice. The common populace still hadn't even adjusted to these changes yet. But Lin Tianyuan was already starting to choose his concubines in order to indulge himself. Wasn't he already married? His wife had also become the empress. But Lin Jiufeng didn't reprimand him. Over the 10+ years since he ascended to the throne, Lin Tianyuan had been rather hard at work. He learned from Emperor Yuan's example and worked hard to complete the reforms. In the middle of it, he relied on Lin Jiufeng to eliminate every obstacle on his way. For the latter stages, he settled the remaining problems by himself. Now he wanted to choose a concubine to relax after working so hard after all these years. What excuse did Lin Jiufeng have to stop him? Not everyone is like Yuan Emperor. Lin Jiufeng lamented under the moonlight. That younger brother of his had really been working hard over the 10+ years of his reign. He truly had never enjoyed himself even for a moment. Lin Tianyuan couldn't do the same. But what reason did Lin Jiufeng have to reprimand him? Therefore, Lin Jiufeng stopped paying attention to the outside world as he continued to focus on accumulating his strength. The moon looked gloomy tonight. It was dim. One could vaguely see the formation of dark clouds up above the skies. The white cat walked over with light footsteps. Looking at the sky, it wrote, "A heavy rain seems to be pouring over tonight." After 3 years, it had become much stronger. Just that it still couldn't speak. Lin Jiufeng didn't try to probe its body to find out as to why the white cat was unable to speak. It was because the last time he did so, the white cat became furious. The exasperated white cat back then chased after him, incessantly trying to scratch him. For 3 whole months, the white cat ignored him. Lin Jiufeng stopped probing into the white cat's body since then. Yes, there will be rain and also lightning tonight. Lin Jiufeng nodded. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, the rain started falling. It landed on the ground and created a splash, drenching Lin Jiufeng and the white cat. A human and a cat looked at each other. In unison, the two of them retreated to the eaves of the courtyard. The two of them didn't speak as they enjoyed the rain that was becoming heavier and heavier as it washed and cleansed the world. A handsome young man and a white kitten observed the rain under the eaves. No unnecessary words were exchanged. Boom! Suddenly thunder rumbled. Then a bolt of lightning struck down. Crack! Lightning lit up the dark night. It also illuminated Lin Jiufeng. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The ball in his mind seemed to have been struck by lightning too. The human-shaped divine soul broke through the ball and appeared behind Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat stood side by side. The moon was completely covered by dark clouds. Only when lightning struck down occasionally could one see some light. The shadow of the white cat and Lin Jiufeng lengthened. However, another Lin Jiufeng was illuminated behind Lin Jiufeng when the lightning flashed. His divine soul had left his body. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng watched the rain and broke through. He broke through the serene stage, entering the next stage. Immortal Treasury. What? Great Yan Dynasty, Temple of the Holy Maiden. It was raining heavily outside, and the moonlight was obscured by the dark clouds. There was also lightning and thunder. The Holy Maiden, who had endured for decades, was silently watching the rain. Her aura slowly rose. A golden light flashed through her eyes. The sight of this was terrifying, however. No one witnessed such a scene. I've been in this world for decades. My body was injured, and I have always been in the process of recovery since then. Only now have I fully recovered from my injuries. Today I shall watch the rain and break through. Advance to the human god realm. The Holy Maiden aura was aggressive, and her eyes flickered with golden flames. She raised her slender neck, and her beautiful face was filled with pride. Her aura wasn't concealed at all. Crack! A bolt of lightning cut through the darkness. Heavy rain poured down. The Holy Maiden's aura was undisguised as it soared into the clouds and broke through to the next realm. Human god realm. She flashed a faint smile. Finally, she was now a human god. But in the very next moment, the Holy Maiden's expression changed. Her divine soul trembled. She spat out a mouthful of blood. My divine soul is actually incomplete, the Holy Maiden exclaimed in astonishment. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could her divine soul be incomplete? She had been living in seclusion all these years. She did not owe anyone anything, right? On this rainy night, beneath the lightning and thunder, the Holy Maiden looked lost. Why was her divine soul incomplete? I have to think about this properly. The Holy Maiden began to think about her entire life so far in this world. She had to make up for this flaw to advance fearlessly. What? The Yuhua God Dynasty, Imperial Capital, Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng had broken through to the next stage by watching the rain. His divine soul finally had a human form as he officially entered the Immortal Treasury stage of the human god realm. The goal of the Immortal Treasury stage is to open the treasures of the human body and unlock its ultimate secrets layer by layer to further widen the difference in strength between the stages and the realms. Lin Jiufeng recalled the secret manual he had seen in the royal library. He needed to slowly unlock the secrets contained within his body for its infinite treasures. The Immortal Treasury stage was an unfamiliar realm to Lin Jiufeng.
Thus, the stage of trying to get used to his increase in power began. He didn't pay much attention to the outside world. On the other hand, Dachen's food delivery resumed. The time period for food delivery changed from once every 7 days to once a month. Lin Jiufeng didn't need to consume food and drink so frequently after all. To be honest, food had already become some form of a stimulant in life for him. It allowed him to satisfy his appetite once a month. Recently, the white cat realized that Lin Jiufeng had made yet another breakthrough. It was extremely discouraged, as Lin Jiufeng's breakthrough speed was just too fast. It couldn't catch up to him, no matter how hard it tried. It became very dejected. However, Lin Jiufeng could recently feel the strange eyes of the white cat as it looked at him from a distance. A weird and peculiar gaze made Lin Jiufeng feel uneasy towards it. As a result, he didn't go and purposely provoke it into action. Time passed by in the Yuhua God dynasty. Lin Tianyuan's management of the empire has been remarkable. There was now an abundance of martial sages in the Yuhua God dynasty. In short, there were powerful martial sages in both the army and in the imperial court. These martial sages followed Lin Tianyuan's command. As a result, he became even more arrogant. His policy had to be implemented. Even if the cabinet ministers said it was wrong, he insisted on it. Lin Tianyuan believed that he wouldn't make any mistakes, that his policy was good for the citizens. If the citizens objected or didn't like his policies, it must be because the officials below didn't carry out his orders thoroughly. On top of that, after that time when he chose some concubines, countless beauties entered the palace. Every day, he would be with one or several of them at once. Lin Tianyuan had become incredibly busy. During this time, his favorite concubine was a woman called Mei Niang. He was now resting in Mei Niang's palace every night. He wouldn't go to the empress, nor to the side of the other concubines. The Yuhua God dynasty was quietly going through a few changes. Of course, Lin Jiufeng didn't know about the situation, as he was cultivating quietly in the cold palace, silently breaking through. Few if not, no people would choose to come to the cold palace. There was only him and the white cat behind its sturdy doors. Occasionally they would bicker, while sometimes they would cultivate separately and away from each other. While the other was cultivating, none of them would disturb the other. Time continued to pass like this until Dachen came to deliver food once again. Once a month, Dachen would always arrive punctually, never slacking off. Dachen's food delivery only happened once a month. He always arrived on time. He also had never once slacked. He was now a commander of the Imperial Guards. He held a lofty position, for he was in charge of guarding the Forbidden City, arresting traitors against the crown, and a personal lackey of the emperor. But he was still extremely respectful toward Lin Jiufeng. As usual, he told Lin Jiufeng about what had recently happened in the imperial capital. 3 years ago, Lin Jiufeng didn't let him deliver food. It was only until recently did he start to deliver food to him once again. On this day, Dachen came as usual for his monthly food delivery service and also as a bringer of news. "Your Royal Highness, how have you been these 3 years?" Dachen asked cordially. Behind the doors of the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, "I'm fine, what about you?" "I'm not bad either. My cultivation level has increased, and my second child has also been born. My official position has also been raised to one of the commanders of the Imperial Guards. I can be considered to be a lofty general now." "It's all thanks to your Royal Highness," Dachen said gratefully. "This is your own effort, you don't have to thank me." Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He chatted with Dachen over casual things. Dachen was extremely excited when he talked about his recent changes, as he told Lin Jiufeng about his gains in the past 3 years. Taking concubines and having children, getting promoted and gaining wealth, breaking through in cultivation. He had encountered all these things. They were all good things. Over the years, these happened one after another. Dachen didn't have a strong cultivation base and had yet to achieve the martial sage realm. He was only able to become a commander of the Imperial Guards because of Lin Tianyuan's grooming. After all, he was the only person who had interacted with Lin Jiufeng. This was a way of showing respect to Lin Jiufeng by proxy. Hence, Dachen became the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards. Although there were also other people in this position, Dachen was still very happy. He didn't have much ambition. His cultivation base was that of a great grandmaster, and on a daily basis, he was in charge of the logistics within the imperial guards. Albeit this was also his own choice, despite his lofty position. Your Royal Highness, do you know? In the capital, news of abolishing the current empress has been spreading like wildfire, De Chun said softly. Abolishing the current empress. Lin Jiufeng raised her brows and stopped drinking. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yes. His Majesty is going to abolish the dignified and virtuous empress and turn a concubine into the empress, De Chun explained. Why? Lin Jiufeng asked with a frown. Lin Tianyuan met the current empress when they were young. They eventually decided to marry and had been supporting each other for almost 20 years since then. Their marriage bore fruit to a daughter and son. The two of them were the current eldest princess and the crown prince of the Yuhua God dynasty. I heard that he despises the empress for being immoral and being jealous of others, De Chun said in a low voice. He was also indignant about this issue. Although he worshipped Lin Tianyuan for managing the Yuhua God dynasty well all these years, he was still very unhappy about his handling of this matter. Was abolishing the empress for the sake of a concubine something a wise ruler would do? Has he gone crazy? Lin Jiufeng was confused. How did the obedient Lin Tianyuan become like this? Your Royal Highness, the entire imperial court has been in a heated argument over this matter. His Majesty hasn't issued a decree for the time being. It's just that he no longer goes to the Empress's palace anymore and is focused on pampering a single concubine. De Chun sighed as he explained. He was sighing for the Empress. The Empress was a very virtuous woman. She had been in charge of the imperial harem for more than 10 plus years, and she had managed it well. But now she was actually being despised by Emperor Ming. Who's the concubine that he's favoring? Lin Jiufeng asked with a frown. It's consort Ming, her name is Mei Niang. She's extremely beautiful and has bewitched His Majesty. Several concubines in the harem have been given the white silk because they were jealous of consort Ming, De Chun said in a low voice. What foolish actions! Lin Jiufeng snorted coldly. Did Emperor Ming make any mistake in the national affairs? Lin Jiufeng asked. No, De Chun shook her head. That's still fine then. Let him argue with the civil and military officials about the imperial harem. I believe the civil and military officials won't let him abolish the empress, said Lin Jiufeng. Your Highness is right. The cabinet ministers are unanimously opposed to this matter. Right now, the court is strongly against this. If there's any other progress, I'll report it to you again, De Chun nodded and said. Lin Jiufeng finished a pot of wine and let Dachun take it away. He shook his head in the cold palace and said regretfully, perhaps Emperor Yuan was the aberrant. Emperor Yuan worked nonstop for 10 plus years, and he had never truly enjoyed the benefits of being in power. All he felt was the pressure of obtaining more power for the betterment of the world. He worked diligently until death, unwilling to seek his own enjoyment. However, Lin Tianyuan evidently couldn't do the same. It has been almost 2 decades since he succeeded to the throne. He had done well in the first 10 plus years, implementing various reforms and even eliminating the Buddhist sects. But when these were done and completed, Lin Tianyuan felt that it was time for him to reap the fruits of his labor. Looking at the calm and peaceful world, he suddenly lost the motivation to move forward. He stopped in his tracks and focused on enjoying himself. Wine, beauties, and power slowly corroded his heart. He held great power and became arrogant because of it. He couldn't take an advice from those loyal to him anymore. In history, monarchs like Lin Tianyuan are the norm. There has only been one Emperor Yuan in history. Lin Jiufeng sighed. This was why he said that Emperor Yuan was an aberrant. Emperor Ming's change disappointed Lin Jiufeng. But thinking about it carefully, there had been signs of this change long ago. But no matter what, choosing a concubine or wanting to abolish the empress were Lin Tianyuan's own family matters. Lin Jiufeng did not need to participate in this, as there were court officials to stop Lin Tianyuan from abolishing the empress. At least in state affairs, he didn't make any mistakes. The Yuhua God dynasty was still improving by the day. Lin Jiufeng stayed in the cold palace peacefully as he proceeded to ignore Lin Tianyuan's actions. He had clearly said before that Lin Tianyuan would walk his own path in the future. If he walked wrongly, that was the misfortune of the Yuhua God dynasty. At the crucial moment, Lin Jiufeng would save them. But the Yuhua dynasty was still doing well. These problems were only the result of Lin Tianyuan's lust. Lin Jiufeng couldn't be bothered with him. The more important matter for him right now was still improving his cultivation base. In the cold palace, he slowly grasped the meaning of the immortal treasury stage in the human god realm.
What?
In the forbidden city, Mei Niang, who had recently caused controversy, was trying her best to please Lin Tianyuan. She was beautiful and full of youthful charm. She looked very pure, and her smile was adorable. She didn't look seductive. The path that she took was a different one. A man's first love. Although there was a Mei in her name, and she was also addressed as Mei Niang, she had a face that no man could reject. The first girl a man would fall in love with when he was young was someone like her. It was also because of this appearance that she was able to establish herself in the palace. She was favored by the emperor, and her status continued to rise. Now she was already a threat to the empress. Your Majesty, the court and public are currently in an uproar. They describe me as a vixen who seduced you, Your Majesty. If you insist on abolishing the empress, then I really won't be able to survive in such an environment. Mei Niang poured wine for Lin Tianyuan as she lamented. She took the initiative to speak up for the empress, expressing that she didn't want the empress to be abolished. But these words didn't sound right. When I married the empress back then, it was because she was designated by father to me. I have never liked her. All these years, she gave birth to 2 children for me. I'm also grateful to her for that, and therefore I granted her the title of empress, Lin Tianyuan said with an unhappy expression. But instead of managing the imperial harem properly and holding up the rear for me, she actually became jealous and poisoned you, my beloved concubine. How can this vicious woman become the mother of the god dynasty? Lin Tianyuan said angrily. Not long ago, a eunuch by the empress's side secretly poisoned consort Ming, which was Mei Niang. If Lin Tianyuan didn't visit her to spend that night with her together, he would have been too late to save her from death, as she fell unconscious after drinking the poisoned beverage. If Mei Niang truly died, then Lin Tianyuan's rage would have been uncontrollable. As the emperor, he inherited the wishes of his predecessors to reform the world and change it for the better. With one order from him, countless people would lose their lives. But the woman he loved the most almost died because of jealousy. This made Lin Tianyuan furious. Your Majesty, I am already lucky to be alive. What happened in the past is insignificant. Besides, the Empress also said that someone had framed her to get rid of us both. The aim is to harm both of us so that no one will emerge victorious between us. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I still believe in the Empress's character, Mei Niang said weakly. She was just a teenage girl who didn't have much cultivation base. She was so fragile and weak. Thus, she was very capable of arousing a man's desire to protect her. Her character. Lin Tianyuan laughed in disdain. He pointed with his finger and said, I've been married to her for 20 years. I thought that she was a woman who knew the big picture and knew when to advance and when to retreat. But who would have thought that she would do such a thing? I don't even dare to say that I believe in her character. There's no need for you to explain for her. Your Majesty, don't be angry. I won't say any more. Mei Niang hurriedly used her soft and boneless-like hand to stroke Lin Tianyuan's heart as she said with concern, My beloved concubine, don't worry. I will definitely give you the best. I was even able to complete such a huge reform throughout the dynasty. I just want to promote the concubine that I like to become the empress, yet I am being called a foolish ruler by those people. This is simply preposterous, Lin Tianyuan said with a cold expression. He was very angry. Not only was he angry at the empress, but he was also angry at the group of court officials and the group of rotten scholars in the imperial court. All they knew was to tell him to follow some etiquette and honor, that he shouldn't abolish the empress. Abolishing the empress is my wish. No one can stop me. Men, go to the empress's palace and tell her that from today onwards, she will be stripped of her title as the empress and will be demoted to being an imperial concubine. She shall pray to Buddha every day and reflect on herself to not be jealous of others all day, Lin Tianyuan said coldly. He showed no mercy to the empress at all. Your Majesty, Mei Niang looked at Lin Tianyuan in surprise. She blinked her large eyes and a blush appeared on her youthful face. She looked especially charming. This consort Ming's casual actions all carried a sense of seduction. But looking at her face, it was innocent and radiant. All those that saw her face would feel that she was a very kind person. My beloved concubine, wait a few months more, I will make you the empress. Let's stay together forever. I was too busy for the past 20 years. But now that the God dynasty is stable and powerful, I can finally enjoy my life. Lin Tianyuan looked lovingly at Mei Niang. I will accompany your majesty forever. Mei Niang was moved to tears as she threw herself into Lin Tianyuan's arms. What? The abolishing of the empress became a reality. The empress that was praised by the court as virtuous was abolished and was demoted to an imperial concubine. She was ordered to reflect on her actions. That night, every court official gathered in the great council hall to persuade His Majesty to retract his order. The empress must not be abolished. Her disappearance would cause chaos within the imperial harem. If the imperial harem was in chaos, the God dynasty would also be affected. All sorts of theories about this decision emerged endlessly among the officials. Lin Tianyuan's face turned cold as he listened. His patience was slowly running out. Your Majesty, the root of the problem is that witch, Mei Niang. Ever since she entered the palace, the imperial harem became racked with internal strife. This woman is a walking disaster. She is here to harm the Yuhua God dynasty. Your Majesty, please punish this woman to death. The cabinet chief, who was also Emperor Yuan's teacher and had been serving 3 generations of emperors, knelt down at this moment and shouted loudly. Lin Tianyuan looked coldly at the cabinet chief. Is old sir teaching me how to do things? Lin Tianyuan gritted his teeth and said angrily. Your Majesty, please consider. This is for the sake of the country and for the peace of the imperial harem. The cabinet chief bitterly persuaded. Lin Tianyuan would listen to his advice in the past. Because at that time, Lin Tianyuan was still a humble emperor. He wanted to achieve results. But the current Lin Tianyuan already felt that he had contributed greatly, even more than the founding emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty. He couldn't take such advice from him anymore, especially when he had already heard about it for more than 10 years and was already tired of it. Old sir is already old, you don't have to kneel here anymore. I will allow you to return to your hometown and live the rest of your life in comfort, Lin Tianyuan said coldly. The court officials were dumbfounded upon hearing this. For the sake of a concubine, Lin Tianyuan forcefully retired the cabinet chief who had sacrificed his entire life for the God dynasty. The body of the cabinet chief also trembled. Sorrow gushed out of his heart. He couldn't help but speak up. Your Majesty, it's not a problem for me to return to my hometown, but I ask your Majesty to consider the stability of the state and the imperial harem. Bestow death upon Mei Niang. Your Majesty, please consider the stability of the state and the imperial harem. Bestow death upon Mei Niang. Your Majesty, please consider the stability of the state and the imperial harem. Bestow death upon Mei Niang. Your Majesty, please consider the stability of the state and the imperial harem. Bestow death upon Mei Niang. The court officials all knelt down and shouted loudly outside the great council hall. All of you are rebelling. Am I the emperor or are you all the emperors? Lin Tianyuan was enraged. All of you return to your hometowns. The reforms have been completed. The God dynasty will remember your contributions, but you lot have obviously never adapted to the new era. In his fury, Lin Tianyuan disbanded all the court officials left behind by his father, Emperor Yuan. He dealt upon them their forceful retirement. Just as the reforms of the Yuhua God dynasty proved to be successful as its people spent their days in peace and contentment, chaos suddenly broke out within the confines of the imperial court. Emperor Ming, Lin Tianyuan, abolished the empress and doted on concubine Ming, Mei Niang. He wanted to make her the empress and caused an earthquake in the imperial court and the public in the process. More than 10 court officials that followed Emperor Yuan from the beginning of the reforms until now. The court officials of 2 generations in the Yuhua God dynasty. Some were even old officials from 3 generations back. Their prestige ran deep, and they had a significant influence on the Yuhua God dynasty. But now they were dealt upon them their forceful retirements and were asked to return to their hometowns and leave the cabinet. Lin Tianyuan's actions shocked the world. The court officials and the commoners were all discussing what Emperor Ming was trying to achieve by doing this. For the sake of a beautiful woman, did he not want the imperial court anymore? Without these court officials who would manage the world for him, without these cabinet ministers who would help him continue to reap the fruits of the reforms for him, Emperor Ming wasn't that old yet. He ascended to the throne at 15 years old. After more than 10 years, he was only about 30 years old. He could be considered to be at the prime of his life. How could he be so muddled? After a few days, Emperor Ming also knew what the people of the world were saying about him. But he was very confident. He had hundreds of martial sages under his command. He could even threaten others using Lin Jiufeng's influence. Even without his court officials, the Yuhuagad dynasty wouldn't suffer much loss. A group of corrupt scholars. Not only did they refute my views on court affairs, but they even dared to make me kill my beloved concubine. This is simply preposterous. Emperor Ming was enraged. If these corrupt scholars hadn't asked him to kill his beloved concubine, he wouldn't have given such an order. Sitting upright in the great council hall, darkness and coldness enveloped him. Emperor Ming's expression was cold as he tried his best to endure his anger. He also didn't want to get rid of the court officials all at once. That would leave him with a bad reputation of killing those who had been useful to him. But those people had crossed his bottom line. It was unbearable for Lin Tianyuan. I was called a bastard child before I was 5 years old. I had no father and was beaten out of the house by grandpa. My mother was also severely humiliated. Then father found us and brought us to the imperial capital. But at that time, he was already the crown prince, and he couldn't let me enter the royal family's genealogy. I was still a bastard child in the end. Then father handed me to uncle. Uncle is mysterious and unfathomable. He taught me cultivation and literature, allowing me to become accomplished. But with uncle, I didn't receive any love at all. There was hatred in Emperor Ming's eyes. When he was young, he wanted his mother's love. But his mother was very strict with him. She wanted him to work hard and become talented. She never once spoiled him. Not a word of praise, not even a warm embrace. Within his memory of his mother, what he could remember were harsh reprimands, cold greetings, and a constant set of goals for him to achieve. When he was young, he didn't get to enjoy his father's love either. At that time, Emperor Yuan was too busy. He didn't even get to see Emperor Yuan even once a year. Lin Tianyuan yearned for care and love to warm him up. Lastly, there's Lin Jiufeng. His attitude towards him was to let him grow freely. Lin Jiufeng's request for him was to ask him to work hard and only talk to the former if he had any questions. The lack of love in his youth made Lin Tianyuan's character incomplete. His wife was chosen by Emperor Yuan. Lin Tianyuan didn't love her at all, but he didn't dare to disobey his father. Because that was the first time his father showed him concern and helped him solve his lifelong problem. He couldn't afford to refuse. He had a son and a daughter with the Empress, but they were always respectful to each other. It was even difficult for them to befriend each other, let alone love. After ascending to the throne, he had been working hard on reforms for the past 10 years, not daring to slack off for even a moment. He had already forgotten how to be doted on. He also forgot how to love others. Until now, when the world was finally stable and the reforms were successful. With his skyrocketing reputation, Lin Tianyuan became arrogant. He believed that he had already solved his father's final wish, so he now had to think for himself. Thus, he began to choose his concubines. One of them was Mei Niang. The first time he saw Lady Mei, Lin Tianyuan's heart was instantly moved. The feeling of seeing 10,000 years with a single glance. His heart pounded. Then, after interacting with Mei Niang, Lin Tianyuan confirmed that she was the person he wanted to choose. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. For this reason, he abolished the Empress and dismissed the cabinet ministers, firmly implementing his own ideas. This is love. The 30-year-old Lin Tianyuan believed in his current feelings. He found love. He felt meticulous care from Mei Niang. He wanted to give Mei Niang the most precious thing in the world for women. The throne of the Empress. What? In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng and the white cat looked towards the palace. They heard Lin Tianyuan's whispers all the way from the great council hall. The human and cat had different expressions on their faces. The white cat looked forward to love. But Lin Jiufeng's expression was extremely ugly. How could he not know about the storm that had happened in the imperial capital in the past few days? There was a lot of commotion. Everyone was talking about it. This was the first time Emperor Ming had a disagreement with the court officials. But the most shocking of them all was his forcer retirement of those loyal officials. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but pay attention to it. The reforms had just started. It was a good start. But if this momentum wasn't maintained, then this early success would become akin to a mirage, quick to appear and vanish. But the current Lin Tianyuan no longer wanted to go deeper into the reforms. He wanted love. For the sake of love, he drove away all the court officials. This decision of his made Lin Jiufeng furious. Love your head. Lin Jiufeng gritted his teeth. He looked at the current Lin Tianyuan, feeling the urge to beat him up. The white cat turned its head to look at Lin Jiufeng, whose face had turned ugly. It wrote and asked, "Are you very angry?" With a cold face, Lin Jiufeng nodded and said, "This woman called Consort Ming is very capable. She managed to charm that fool, Lin Tianyuan, to such an extent. She definitely isn't an ordinary woman." Lin Jiufeng originally didn't plan to get involved in this. But now he had to take a look. It was impossible to hope for Lin Tianyuan to reflect on his own actions. He was currently immersed in the sea of love. He was so happy that he couldn't listen to any bad words. He was unable to wake up by himself. The key person is still that Mei Niang. Lin Jiufeng's eyes turned slightly cold. If this woman's background was normal and no one was backing her to do such a thing, then it would be for the best. But if Lin Jiufeng was to find out that someone was plotting behind the scenes, they would be met with his thunderous fury. The situation concerning the reforms has just recently stabilized. If you dare to play tricks behind the scenes, I will turn you and the people behind you into ashes. Lin Jiufeng's expression was cold. Are you going to the Forbidden City? The white cat wrote. I'm already going there, Lin Jiufeng said softly. His divine soul that had just broken free from the dark chamber of his consciousness was already on its way to the Forbidden City, to find out if there was anyone plotting behind this matter. If there was no one, then that simply meant that Lin Tianyuan was a fool. Lin Jiufeng wouldn't let him destroy the results of the reforms. The white cat looked at the Forbidden City in curiosity. Its claws moved. Do you think there's a mastermind behind the Forbidden City? Lin Jiufeng stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was cold and he didn't speak. He would only find out after investigating it. As for the love that Lin Tianyuan talked about love at first sight, heart-pounding and so on, Lin Jiufeng didn't believe it. Love at first sight was just lust. As for the so-called love through long-term interaction, was simply weighing the pros and cons. Tonight the moon was round and bright, illuminating the land and the Forbidden City. In the imperial harem, the former empress's palace was magnificent and spacious. It belonged to Mei Niang now. After dispersing the maids and eunuchs, she sat alone in the empress's palace. She wore a placid look on her face as she calmly looked at the mirror. Reflected in the mirror was a beautiful face. It was the face of a man's first love. It was the face that captured Lin Tianyuan and made him fall in love at first sight. It was also the face that made his heart pound like mad. This was probably the face that countless women desired. But in the very next moment, she reached out and peeled off this face. She tore off this so-called face of a man's first love, like she was ripping off a piece of unwanted skin. Hiding behind this face was a mountain spirit with a face full of white hair. It looked weird and ugly. Huff, I've had enough of this human-faced mask. I have to wear it every day, it suffocates my pores. It's very uncomfortable to wear. Mei Niang complained in a low voice. After she tore off that face, she proceeded to take off her fair skin as if she was removing her clothes. A mountain spirit, a dark and thin mountain spirit, was revealed underneath. His Majesty had already told me that he won't be coming over today. I can finally relax for a bit. She breathed freely, enjoying the freedom that was hard to come by. What she didn't know was that there was actually someone else standing in the same room. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul. This mountain spirit couldn't possibly notice him. As expected, Lin Tianyuan was set up by someone. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were cold. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he left the Empress's place and went to the Great Council Hall. At this moment, Lin Tianyuan was still lamenting in the Great Council Hall that his love had arrived too late. It only came when he was already 30 years old. He wanted to start a relationship early and have a childhood love, but it was already too late. In the empty Great Council Hall, Lin Tianyuan was still convincing himself to stay true to his feelings. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but frown upon hearing them. Boom! Lin Jiufeng pushed open the door of the great council hall. Lin Tianyuan was startled. Uncle! Lin Tianyuan looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. He hurriedly greeted him respectfully. HMPH, follow me. Lin Jiufeng didn't give him a pleasant look. He turned around and left. Lin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. He didn't know where they were going, but he didn't dare not to go. He could only follow Lin Jiufeng from behind. Gradually, he realized that something was amiss. They were going to the Empress's palace. There was only a single person living in the Empress's palace at this moment. His beloved concubine, Mei Niang. Uncle, Mei Niang is innocent. If you are angry, beat me up. Don't hurt her, Lin Tianyuan said in a hurry. I won't hurt her, but I wonder if someone will show mercy later. Lin Jiufeng's footsteps didn't stop as he sneered. Uncle, it's fine as long as you don't make a move. I can stop anyone else. Lin Tianyuan heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. As the emperor, the only person he was afraid of was Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng continued to move forward with Lin Tianyuan. Along the way, they encountered many maids, guards, and eunuchs. But these people didn't seem to have seen them for some reason. Even though the two clearly passed by in front of them, they acted as if they were never there. Just like that, they arrived in front of the Empress Palace. The palace was closed, and there were guards everywhere. The lights inside were dim, only revealing a faint shadow. Lin Tianyuan watched with a smile. This graceful figure was his beloved concubine. But these doors and windows are tightly shut. It's bad for ventilation, Lin Tianyuan muttered. If she didn't close the doors and windows completely, how could she relax enough to reveal herself? Lin Jiufeng said coldly as he directly passed through the door with Lin Tianyuan. The tightly shut door didn't serve as an obstruction to the divine soul of a human god. He brought Lin Tianyuan in, and Lin Tianyuan instantly sought for his beloved concubine. But there was only a mountain spirit in the form of a human in here. It had white fur all over its body, sharp nails, and wrinkled skin. It was a demonic beast. A type of mountain spirit, or what the locals call a mountain ghost. Lin Tianyuan's body trembled. His expression turned green and ugly. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He glanced at Lin Jiufeng and shook his head frantically. Uncle, it can't be. At this moment, Lin Tianyuan trembled as he spoke. With this, his love died. He wasn't stupid, he was just blinded by love. He yearned for others to love him, and he yearned to love others the same way. In addition, he became conceited and blinded by his power as the emperor. But at this moment, his mind had become crystal clear as he guessed the answers to his questions. Lin Jiufeng didn't speak. He raised his head and gestured for Lin Tianyuan to continue watching. This Mei Niang didn't dare to expose herself for too long. She only revealed herself for less than 3 minutes before she started putting her disguise back on. An extremely terrifying mountain spirit put on the skin of a young girl in front of Lin Jiufeng and Lin Tianyuan. Then she picked up the so-called face of a man's first loves and concealed her true face with it. The Mei Niang who attracted Lin Tianyuan so much has appeared. She even winked at the mirror. Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan indifferently. At this moment, Lin Tianyuan's face turned red and his body started to tremble. Extreme anger and shame coated his heart. His first love. His love. He made a lot of sacrifices for this woman. He thought that he would be blessed, but he didn't expect everything to be like this. Lin Tianyuan was so angry that he couldn't speak. Under Lin Jiufeng's expressionless gaze, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Slut, I'm going to kill you. All of a sudden, Lin Tianyuan drew his emperor's sword and let out a loud roar. He directly charged forward. Lin Jiufeng released his concealment technique. Mei Niang was dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Tianyuan, whose eyes had turned red from anger. Her heart skipped a beat. She instantly knew that she was in trouble. Your Majesty, why are you here? Mei Niang forced a smile and avoided the sword. Her body and mind were nimble, revealing the fact that she had a cultivation base. I'll kill you. Lin Tianyuan was about to go crazy. To him, this was a great humiliation. He was deceived by a mountain spirit. He couldn't wait to cut this slut into pieces and turn her into minced meat. Lin Jiufeng watched calmly as Lin Tianyuan's love turned into hatred. How much he loved her just now was how much he hated her right now. Lin Tianyuan's love died completely. Don't kill her. You must capture her and interrogate her carefully. There must be someone behind her. Find out who that person is. Lin Jiufeng looked at the crazed Lin Tianyuan as he coldly gave an order. Lin Tianyuan, who was still chasing after Mei Niang, immediately stopped. Then he roared in fury. Nameless, catch this bitch. Arrest her maids and eunuchs too. Interrogate them strictly. I want this mastermind behind all of these to die. Nameless immediately appeared. He was only at the martial sage realm, yet his appearance caused Mei Niang's face to turn pale with fright. Turning around, she hurriedly tried to escape. But she was only good with charming skills, not with fighting. How could she be a match for a martial sage? With a single move, she was captured. Lin Tianyuan's hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. He wished to do nothing but separate her head from her shoulders right this instant. The so-called first love's face, whom he had fallen in love with, had now turned into something grotesque in his heart. Uncle, thank you. Otherwise, I would have been forced to eternal damnation. Lin Tianyuan tried his best to control his emotions as he expressed his gratitude to Lin Tianyuan. Settling all the mistakes that you have made during this period of time is the greatest display of gratitude that you can do for me. Since you're that stupid, then don't talk about feelings anymore. You cannot win against them. Lin Jiufeng scolded without holding back. After his scolding, he turned around and disappeared, leaving with him a few words of advice. Investigate this matter thoroughly. How can the emperor of the Yushua God dynasty be played around like this by them? We can't let them off without making them pay the price in blood. Lin Tianyuan's gaze turned vicious as he said, yes. It was late at night, but the Forbidden City was wide awake. Lin Tianyuan was shell-shocked. However, this blow knocked him down a peg or two from his arrogance. Following Lin Jiufeng's reprimand, Lin Tianyuan began to reflect on his actions during this period of time. He was scared. Thinking about it, his back broke out in cold sweat. It was instantly drenched. Fortunately, I have uncle. Otherwise, my Yuhua God dynasty would have truly been in trouble, Lin Tianyuan said with lingering fear. His pride, arrogance, and his ego were nowhere to be found in him at this moment. It was already incredibly late in the night. The eunuch saw Lin Tianyuan standing in the palace for a long time. He said softly, Your Majesty, it's already late. Please rest now. No need. I want to leave the palace and visit my court officials one by one. Lin Tianyuan shook his head. After his reflection, he began to think of ways to reverse what he had done. Fortunately, the court officials that he had deposed were still in the imperial capital. They still haven't left. After all, their families were huge, and they had a lot of people under their care. It just wasn't possible for them to leave so quickly. Lin Tianyuan visited them overnight and talked to them one by one, persuading them to come back. He had made a mistake and was willing to correct it. He would appease these court officials tonight and interrogate that slut tomorrow. What? In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng's divine soul returned and merged with his body. The white cat wrote and asked, What happened in the Forbidden City? Lin Jiufeng replied softly, A mountain spirit used a strange cultivation technique and changed its body shape and appearance. It entered the harem and caused trouble, creating unrest. I went out there to expose her. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. It moved its claws and wrote, A mountain spirit. Yes. Lin Jiufeng carefully introduced concubine Ming's original appearance. The white cat listened before it silently wrote a few words. Mountain ghost race. Lin Jiufeng raised his brows and said, You also think that she's from the mountain ghost race, right? After seeing concubine Ming's true form, Lin Jiufeng suspected that she was from the mountain ghost race that he had read about in those ancient books. There were historical records that in the world back then that had an abundance of spiritual energy, apart from humans who could cultivate, there were many wild beasts that gained intelligence to the point of being able to cultivate. Like the white cat, they eventually became demons. Among them, there were different types of beasts and races. The mountain ghost race was one of them. Mountain spirits and the mountain ghosts that ordinary people often allegedly encountered were creatures that gained intelligence and slowly cultivated to the point that they became strong enough to become a member of the mountain ghost race.
But the history books also mentioned that 1,500 years ago, the mountain ghost race was exterminated and hunted to extinction. He didn't expect that they would reappear 1,500 years later and even target Lin Tianyuan. Mei Niang's skin drawing skills were superb. If it weren't for Lin Jiufeng, none of the hundreds of martial sages in the imperial court would have noticed something amiss. They really thought that she was just that innocent teenage girl. I didn't expect them to be so ambitious. The white cat wrote in surprise. Even if they are ambitious, they still need to have the ability to match their ambitions. Else it is only a pipe dream. Lin Jiufeng's expression turned slightly cold. The mastermind must definitely be found. But he shall leave this matter to Lin Tianyuan. After all, Lin Tianyuan probably wanted to know more about the identity of the person behind Mei Niang than anyone else.
What?
The next day, Dachen's monthly food delivery came. The white cat followed Lin Jiufeng and started to eat and drink. Dachen brought good wine, good food, and the fruits that the white cat liked to eat. Your Royal Highness, there was an earth-shattering turn of events in the imperial capital last night. Let me tell you about it. Dachen began the small talk like usual. Lin Jiufeng drank some wine and asked, what turn of events? I told you last month that Emperor Ming was going to abolish the Empress and appoint the imperial concubine Ming as his Empress. He really abolished her 2 days ago, Dachen said. But just last night, or more accurately, in the latter half of the night, an imperial decree was sent out of the city, announcing that the Empress had been reinstated. That concubine Ming, who was doted on by Emperor Ming, was instead sent to prison and is currently being strictly monitored. Her crime is bringing disaster to the harem. As Dachen spoke, his confusion grew. This reversal was just too shocking and too sudden. Everyone thought that Emperor Ming had made up his mind to abolish the Empress, but who would have thought that the tables would turn around so fast? The Empress returned to her original position. Nothing happened to her in the end. But the favored concubine Ming was sent to prison. Lin Jiufeng chuckled. It's better for you not to inquire about the harem. Your Royal Highness is right. I don't really inquire about the harem. But last night, Emperor Ming left the Forbidden City overnight and went to the residences of every court official. He personally persuaded them to stay. Earlier in the morning, I discovered that they really stayed behind. The court officials were reinstated, and they all went to the imperial court early this morning. Dachen felt that he couldn't understand the situation in the imperial capital anymore. 2 days ago, there was a lot of commotion. There was even discord between the emperor and the court officials. The outsiders were starting to look at them as a bunch of clowns. But today, they were suddenly united in harmony. Your Royal Highness, I don't understand the changes in the imperial capital anymore. Dachen sighed. Lin Jiufeng laughed and said, I don't understand it either, that's why I stopped bothering about it. Your Royal Highness is right. If I don't understand it, then I should just ignore it. It's better to just do my own thing. Other matters have nothing to do with me. Dachen waited happily for Lin Jiufeng to finish his meal. Afterwards, he packed the dishes and took them away. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat were both satisfied with their food. Then they started cultivating on their own. In the evening, Lin Tianyuan came. Since Lin Jiufeng refused to see Lin Tianyuan the last time, this was his first time here in a few years. This time, Lin Jiufeng let him in. After a single night, Lin Tianyuan aged more than 10 years. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. The moment he saw Lin Jiufeng, he immediately knelt down. Peng, peng, peng. Before saying anything, he kowtowed 3 times first. Uncle, thank you for saving my life, Lin Tianyuan said sadly. I'm only doing this for the sake of your father. If there's a next time, even if you'll die, I won't save you, Lin Jiufeng said coldly. His attitude towards Lin Tianyuan became cold. Uncle, I know my mistake. From today onwards, I will put my heart and soul into governing the dynasty. I will not think about anything else. Lin Tianyuan was telling him the truth. He was truly disheartened by what had happened. He now had no interest in women at all. What brings you here? Lin Jiufeng asked. I've discovered the identity of the mastermind behind that mountain spirit, Lin Tianyuan said solemnly. Who is it? Lin Jiufeng was quite curious. The mastermind mentioned by the mountain spirit is a powerful cultivator named Lord Mountain Ghost. He was also the one who gave her the human skin mask. He was also the one who planned all of this, Lin Tianyuan said in a deep voice. Lord Mountain Ghost, where is he? That mountain spirit status is too low. She doesn't know where Lord Mountain Ghost is. Lin Tianyuan shook his head, his expression looked ugly. What exactly is the method that he used to put on someone else's skin, yet none of you were able to discover it? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. It's called livestock making technique. It's a very evil technique that strips the skin off a young lady's body perfectly. After being refined by another secret technique, the skin becomes a vessel for the cultivator. Then it uses the mountain spirit as a catalyst for the livestock making technique. Once the skin is put on, it will become a beautiful woman's body. With the addition of the art of skin painting technique, it would be a piece of cake to deceive other people with someone else's skin. When Lin Tianyuan was done saying all of these, his heart was in extreme pain. He really regretted it. Looking at the regretful Lin Tianyuan, Lin Jiufeng thought of a sentence. People only regret their decision when they are sober. Lin Tianyuan was obviously sober by now. He had reverted back to his obedient self. Mentioning the livestock making technique and skin painting technique, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. His resentment towards the mountain ghost race soared to the peak. The mountain ghost race must die. Especially that mastermind, Lord Mountain Ghost. Since you already have the relevant information with you, then you'll be in charge of finding this Lord Mountain Ghost. Investigate everything thoroughly and kill those that deserve to die. This matter that almost forced the Yuhua God dynasty into chaos cannot be allowed to happen a second time, Lin Jiufeng coldly said. He had previously said that he wouldn't help Lin Tianyuan. He would let Lin Tianyuan walk his own path. This time Lin Tianyuan made a mistake, and Lin Jiufeng helped him correct that mistake. But this didn't mean that Lin Jiufeng would help him take revenge. There was an abundance of martial sages in the Yuhua God dynasty, and the territory under his control was vast. Lin Tianyuan had also considerably calmed down by now. In that case, wouldn't it be easy for him to hunt down the members of the mountain ghost race? I understand. I will handle this matter appropriately. I won't dare to trouble Uncle again. Lin Tianyuan nodded sensibly. Uncle, I shall take my leave. Lin Tianyuan got up and left. He knew that Lin Jiufeng didn't want to be disturbed. After sharing the inside story of this matter, he left. Next, he was going to massacre the mountain ghost race. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan's departing figure and nodded in satisfaction. He has indeed matured a lot. The blow that he had suffered this time was huge. To Lin Tianyuan, it instantly dispelled his childishness, his fantasies, and his ego. He had truly matured after suffering under such a heavy hand. He was determined to take his own revenge. Meow. The white cat called out and nodded. It also felt that Lin Tianyuan had truly matured. It's just that the price of maturity is often very heavy. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at Lin Tianyuan's predicament. Lin Jiufeng's attitude towards Lin Tianyuan was cold because he expected better from him. However, Lin Jiufeng was Emperor Yuan's son and his nephew after all. Lin Jiufeng's heart ached for Lin Tianyuan too after he encountered such a shocking truth. With Emperor Ming's sudden epiphany about his mistakes, he managed to correct the churning chaos in time. Fortunately, the disturbance that he caused within the imperial capital never shook the foundations of the Yuhua God dynasty. The Yuhua God dynasty was still the same as before, the same massive dynasty. But when this massive machine operated, the energy that erupted from it was terrifying. It was a calamity for the mountain ghost race. Mountain ghosts that had just been born and were wandering in the forest were captured and interrogated strictly. In just a few days, they lost many of their own kind. This made Lord Mountain Ghost, who was planning on plotting against the Yuhua God dynasty, unable to stand still. He knew that concubine Ming must have been exposed, and she had confessed everything. Yuhua God dynasty's actions of going all out to exterminate the mountain ghost race was something that he had never expected. In a room within the imperial capital, an old man was reading a secret letter. Contained within the letter were the events that happened in the Forbidden City within the past few days. It was much more detailed than the rumors, causing Lord Mountain Ghost to frown. I thought that this move would be able to deal with the emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty without anyone knowing about the truth.
Afterwards, I would then be able to control the emperor and force him to provide welfare for my mountain ghost race. It's a pity that all my efforts ended up in smokes. I'm already at the step of abolishing the empress. Just how did the plan fail? Could it be that the human god of the Yuhua god dynasty interfered? But the skin bag that I gave to Mei Yang for the livestock making technique was made by our ancestor. Even a human god couldn't possibly see through it so easily. Mei Yang is one of the best among my mountain ghost race. She won't give herself away. I just didn't expect that she would fail when it was about time to reap the benefits. The old man was remorseful. His face looked gloomy and terrifying amidst the flickering light of the lamp. He had never imagined, even in her wildest dreams, that Mei Yang herself would be the one to reveal herself by removing her disguise to take a breather. Coincidentally, all of these were done under Lin Jiufeng's watchful eyes too. All of my efforts down the drain. But if Lord Mountain Ghost knew about what truly unfolded that night, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood in anger. He moved away from the illumination of the light. In the darkness, his wrinkles were deep. He wore rough hemp clothes, and a look was enough to tell that he was a poor commoner living at the bottom of society. He was part of a very poor family with nothing but an old man remaining in the family. This old man became the target of Lord Mountain Ghost for his livestock-making technique. From then on, the family had a new dog. Beneath the old man's skin was Lord Mountain Ghost, while the original old man lived inside that tied-up dog. As for the meat beneath the skin of that dog, Lord Mountain Ghost had already consumed it. Just like that, he managed to successfully stay in the imperial capital. Then he remote-controlled Mei Yang and manipulated everything from behind the scenes. But now that the Yuhua God dynasty had discovered this matter, he prepared to pack up and leave. But now that the Yuhua God dynasty was now cognizant of this matter, he prepared to pack up and leave with his deductions in mind. The plan's failure was caused by the human god of the Yuhua God dynasty. He is just too powerful, and he saw through Lady May's disguise. Now that the mountain ghost race is in trouble, it will be too difficult for me to save them. I have to ask the ancestor to stop the Yuhua God dynasty from killing them all. Lord Mountain Ghost remained strangely calm under all of these. He seemed to know what he should do and what he shouldn't do. The plan had failed. The Yuhua God dynasty was now on their guard. He must leave now. Lord Mountain Ghost took off his outer clothes in front of the tied-up dog. Beneath the clothes was the skin of a very old man. The dog whimpered. It cried, but it couldn't make a sound. On closer look, its tongue had been sliced off. After removing his skin, Lord Mountain Ghost revealed his true appearance. His true visage was a mountain spirit that looked like a wild monkey. His body was thin and shriveled. This was also the reason why he chose to target the elderly. After all, there was no need for him to change into anything because their physique suited him. His cultivation was not that bad at the martial sage realm. His entire body was black. His arms were long and his claws were also black. His eyes were blood red. It made him look like a malicious ghost. I've occupied your house for quite some time now, and I am returning it to you. I'll also leave your very own skin bag here. Put it back on if you have the ability to do so, Lord Mountain Ghost said to the dog. He laughed evilly. I forgot to tell you. All these years, the owners of the skin bags that I have chosen after executing the livestock making technique were all killed. But you are the first one to survive. Even I do not have the heart to kill someone who is already so old. Just take it that I am accumulating good karma. You must thank me for this. The dog whimpered and looked angrily at Lord Mountain Ghost. You were originally going to die. But now that I've stitched you together with this dog, you have more than a decade in extra years to live. Thank me for it. Lord Mountain Ghost chuckled before he turned around and left in a hurry. He wanted to find the ancestor of the mountain ghost race and make the Yuhua God dynasty give up on their pursuit against the mountain ghost race. His body clad entirely in black, he left the imperial capital using the night as his veil. The next day, the dog forcefully broke free from the ropes and ran to the streets. It shed bloody tears nonstop as it wrote with its claws. The old man didn't recognize many words, but he stubbornly wrote them out. Some of them were written wrongly, and some couldn't be understood at all. He was so anxious that bloody tears kept falling down his cheeks. One after another, people helped him complete this bloody letter. and this blood letter spread throughout the imperial capital. Countless people found out what Lord Mountain Ghost had done. Shock, anger. The anger of the masses was instantly ignited. The crowd's emotions surged. They pulled the Mountain Ghost race, a race that had disappeared for 1,500 years and was assumed to be extinct, into the limelight. 15 minutes later, a bloody letter appeared on Lin Tianyuan's table. When Lin Tianyuan saw it, he flew into a rage and ordered a strict investigation. It was only then that he discovered that Lord Mountain Ghost had been hiding in the imperial capital all this time, and he had escaped last night. But before he left, he even harmed an innocent old man. The bloody letter revealed the terrifying livestock-making technique to the world. Everyone went into an uproar. In the Forbidden City, Lin Tianyuan issued an imperial decree. Only 5 words were written: exterminate the Mountain Ghost race. His order received the cheers and support of the people. With this, the matter finally came to an end. Lin Tianyuan directly got the imperial guards and the forbidden troops to search for every member of the Mountain Ghost race. As long as any of them were found, they would be arrested and brought to the imperial capital for imprisonment. Lin Tianyuan wanted to use the life and death of the captured members of the Mountain Ghost race to attract Lord Mountain Ghost and lure him over to the capital.
What?
In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng and the White Cat heard the lively discussion of the people outside. Under normal circumstances, Lin Jiufeng couldn't really hear any noise from the outside while he was in the cold palace. He also didn't take the initiative to listen to the outside world. But even Lin Jiufeng was disturbed by the people's fury. Using his divine soul, he expanded his spiritual perception and listened to the noises coming from the outside world. Through the crowd's voices, Lin Jiufeng found out what was going on. He also learned about the contents of the bloody letter. The White Cat did the same as him, and it also found out what was going on outside. After the man and cat understood the situation, they fell silent. The livestock-making technique truly was evil. But Lord Mountain Ghost was a greater evil. To think that he would even set his sights on a lonely old man. Furthermore, he didn't even kill the old man. Instead, he wanted the old man to continue living as a dog. He clearly wanted to humiliate the old man. After understanding the contents of the bloody letter, Lin Jiufeng's expression turned cold. He said, "I should have made a move and killed this Lord Mountain Ghost." He thought that Lin Tianyuan could handle this matter, but who knew that Lord Mountain Ghost was this cunning and evil? If he had known that this would be the case, Lin Jiufeng would have attacked directly. No matter how powerful or cunning that Lord Mountain Ghost was, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the imperial capital. Seeing that Lin Jiufeng was blaming himself, the White Cat meowed and comforted him. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. Lord Mountain Ghost had already escaped from the imperial capital. Even if he was a human god, it would still be difficult for him to find the ladder. Was this matter going to be forgotten just like that?
What?
It has been 7 days since Lord Mountain Ghost escaped. The matter regarding the bloody letter and the old man eventually died down. Although the old man still died in the end. He chose to end his own life. Everyone gradually forgot about this matter. However, the imperial court's army had set out to capture mountain ghosts everywhere. Whenever they discovered one, they would capture it. As a result, the common people still felt a sense of security with their actions. But to the mountain ghost race, this was a catastrophe. It has been 1,500 years since their last appearance, yet they immediately offended the #1 superpower in the world. The Yuhua God Dynasty. The number of martial sages beneath the Yuhua God Dynasty's banner could be considered to be close to 1,000 already. In the face of such an overwhelmingly powerful force, the resistance of the mountain ghost race was akin to that of a rock against an egg. Noticing these events, Lord Mountain Ghost became anxious. He hurriedly set out to find the sleeping ancestor of their race so that the mountain ghost race in its entirety could be saved. Let's see if your Yuhua God Dynasty can withstand the power of our ancestor from 1,500 years ago. Lord Mountain Ghost said with resentment.
What?
At night, Lin Tianyuan went to the Empress's palace to sleep. Although he had no love for the queen, after having interacted with her for so long, he knew how much he had hurt the Empress by being so foolish. Hence, he started to come over to her palace every day to accompany this first wife of his. Late at night, Lin Tianyuan was finally done dealing with the state affairs as he slept with the Empress. Usually, Lin Tianyuan never slept outright whenever he was done with the state affairs. Instead, he would quietly cultivate for a few hours to strengthen his cultivation base. But tonight, he truly fell asleep. This was the first time that Lin Tianyuan truly slept since his need for sleep disappeared due to his cultivation base. Tonight, he not only fell asleep, but he also had a dream. What? It was a nightmare. In his dream, Lin Tianyuan felt that he was being pursued by an evil dragon. Its speed was so fast that it was about to catch up to him and swallow him whole. He ran and fought back, but it was useless. He was sent flying by its tail. He crashed heavily onto the ground as he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. But just as he was unable to resist, the dragon let out a deafening sound. Emperor of the mortal world, release those captured members of the mountain ghost race, or I will devour your soul. With that said, the dragon bit down and swallowed Lin Tianyuan. No! In the Empress's palace, Lin Tianyuan jumped up in shock. He was drenched in sweat. His face was pale and his figure wobbled weakly. It was obvious that something had consumed some of his life energy. Your Majesty, what's wrong? The Empress asked worriedly. Lin Tianyuan looked around and slowly recalled. I had a nightmare. The Empress advised. Your Majesty, you are too occupied with a lot of things every day. You must be tired. I will get someone to make some supplements for the nourishment of your body. Dreams are all the opposite of reality. Since it's a nightmare, it means that your Majesty is about to encounter something good. Something good, Lin Tianyuan murmured. He didn't think so. The evil dragon in his dream had mentioned the mountain ghost race. Could it be that he had been too obsessed with them recently, and thus he dreamed about them? After expressing his gratitude but dismissing the queen's good intentions, Lin Tianyuan suppressed the doubts in his heart. He rested and recovered a little, then he dealt with the state affairs. At night, he stayed alone in the great council hall. He wasn't going to sleep. He planned to deal with the state affairs through the night. But in the latter half of the night, the lights flickered slightly. Lin Tianyuan's expression became absent-minded. He saw someone walking into the great council hall. A person shrouded in shadows was holding a blood-red longsword, dripping blood. As he walked in, the sound of footsteps echoed. What was even more terrifying was that behind this person, a sea of blood was surging. As he walked, it surged over, wanting to drown the entire great council hall. Emperor of the mortal world, it seems that you have forgotten what I warned you about yesterday. The man who was shrouded in shadows spoke in a cold voice. Lin Tianyuan's eyes widened as he watched in disbelief. Today is the last warning. There won't be a third chance. If you still don't release the captured mountain ghosts, I will come and take your worthless life tomorrow. The black shadow warned Lin Tianyuan before he slashed down with the blood-red longsword. The blood-red longsword swept up a sea of blood. Lin Tianyuan couldn't withstand the strike. He couldn't move at all. Boom! This sword directly split Lin Tianyuan into two. The pain was very real, jolting him awake from fright. The great council hall was still the same great council hall as usual, but Lin Tianyuan felt as if he had lost half of his life. It's the people of the mountain ghost race causing trouble. They want to kill me, but I won't give in. Lin Tianyuan gnashed his teeth. He slowly tried to heal the injuries on his body. This kind of attack was incredible. The attack he had just suffered through truly was incredible. Once he recovered a little, he left the great council hall. He headed straight for the cold palace. Arriving in front of the cold palace, Lin Tianyuan knelt on the ground and shouted, "Uncle, save me." Lin Jiufeng waved his sleeve, and the doors of the cold palace opened. He was very surprised to see Lin Tianyuan, who seemed to have lost half of his life. "What happened to you?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "Uncle, it's the mountain ghost race. They are the ones causing trouble and threatening me to release the captured mountain ghosts," Lin Tianyuan said weakly. He explained the situation to Lin Jiufeng. In the previous 2 nights, he lost more than half of his life energy. He was on the verge of collapse. If that nightmare happened again, then he would definitely die. The mountain ghost race. Lin Jiufeng's eyes flashed sharply. It's the ability to send one's divine soul into a dream. The white cat wrote with its claws. It knew about this strange attack. Entering a dream with his divine soul. I will slay his divine soul tonight. Lin Jiufeng snorted coldly. Tonight, Lin Tianyuan came to the Empress's palace to rest. After being continuously killed in his dreams, he was very weak. Lin Tianyuan knew that he could not die anymore. If he died in his dream the third time, then he would also die in the outside world. Your Majesty, it's better to ask the imperial physicians to come over here and take a look, the Empress said worriedly when she saw Lin Tianyuan in such a weakened state. Lin Tianyuan shook his head calmly. His face was pale and his body was weak, but his thoughts were still vivid. He replied, "There's no need to worry. Only you can stay with me here tonight. Let the others go out. Remember, no matter what happens, don't disturb me and don't make a fuss." Although the Empress didn't know what was going on, she was never a nosy person. "I understand." The Empress helped Lin Tianyuan lie on the bed, and she also helped him sleep. Then she dismissed the maids and the servants. She looked at Lin Tianyuan quietly. The night gradually deepened. The lights suddenly danced and flickered. Lin Tianyuan, who had been asleep for less than an hour, started to sweat. His entire body started to tremble unconsciously. The Empress's expression changed. She was nervous. Staring at the beaded sweat on Lin Tianyuan's forehead, she wanted to reach out and wipe Lin Tianyuan's sweat. But in the very next moment, a resplendent light burst out. A figure walked into the room from the outside and said, "Don't touch him. He's in a very dangerous condition as we speak." The Empress looked at the newcomer in surprise. Under the cover of the brilliant light, she couldn't see Lin Jiufeng's appearance at all. Human gods. But she still managed to guess his identity. He was the human god living in seclusion within the confines of the imperial capital of the Yuhua god dynasty. "I will guard the surroundings. I will not disturb Senior's treatment of His Majesty," the Empress said respectfully as she moved back a little, not wanting to disturb Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was satisfied with her attitude. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. She knew what was good for her, and her every move was open-handed. "You want to sign in at the Empress's palace?" Suddenly, a line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Lin Jiufeng didn't expect the sign-in prompt to appear at such a moment. Sign in? But since he was already here, how could he refuse? He hadn't signed in at the Empress Palace yet. He had already visited the palace when he came here to expose concubine Ming. But for some reason, the sign-in prompt didn't appear that day. This time it appeared rather quickly. Sign-in successful. Received 9 slashes of the demon soul. This was an offensive technique that could only be used through one's divine soul. It had 9 moves that could instantly dissipate an enemy's divine soul. Good. Just as I needed, this will make it easier for me to annihilate the other party's divine soul. Lin Jiufeng was overjoyed. He closed his eyes and instantly received the corresponding knowledge and wisdom necessary to execute the technique. It didn't take him long to learn the 9 slashes of the demon's soul. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Tianyuan. He was already being plagued by nightmares. A black mist lingered between his brows. Boom! Lin Jiufeng placed his palm on Lin Tianyuan's forehead, and a vast amount of divine soul energy slowly seeped into Lin Tianyuan. At this moment, the world inside Lin Tianyuan's divine soul was undergoing a huge change. He was captured and imprisoned inside a dark palace. There was a huge black fog surrounding him, and there was an extremely terrifying existence in the black fog. A seemingly infinite black fog had surrounded him. There also seemed to be a terrifying existence hidden from within the fog itself. Plep! A whip struck Lin Tianyuan's body. Lord Mountain Ghost, who looked like a water monkey, also appeared. He was looking at Lin Tianyuan with a hideous look on his face. "Emperor of the Yuhua god dynasty, aren't you very powerful? It's been a long time since we made ourselves known to the outside world. There aren't many of us yet, and you actually dared send an order to capture us all." Lord Mountain Ghost looked at Lin Tianyuan in fury. "You actually dared to appear here." Lin Tianyuan's face was pale. Yet he wasn't flustered at all despite being whipped. Instead, he sneered. "This is the divine soul world of my mountain spirit race's ancestor. We used a secret technique to bring your divine soul here. In this world, unless one has a deep understanding of the divine soul, they cannot find this place," Lord Mountain Spirit said proudly. He wasn't afraid at all. "In the imperial capital, you are the emperor of the Yuhua god dynasty. You have a lot of power. But here I am the king. Even if the gods are here, even if that human god from your Yuhua god dynasty is here, he must kneel before me. Lord Mountain Ghost shouted arrogantly. Is that so? But he wasn't smug for long before a cold voice sounded. Then a resplendent sword light split the black fog and directly shone on the dark palace. Lin Jiufeng, who was shrouded in a golden radiance, appeared. He stared at Lord Mountain Ghost with a cold gaze. Pointing his finger like a sword, he said, "Can you repeat what you just said?" You are a human god. Why are you here? This is the divine soul world of my mountain ghost, race's ancestor. How can you be here? Lord Mountain Ghost looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise and doubt. His arrogance seemed to have been smothered by Lin Jiufeng's appearance. I'm here to kill you, Lin Jiufeng said bluntly. Lin Jiufeng originally wanted to save Lin Tianyuan and catch the mastermind, but who would have thought that he would accidentally encounter Lord Mountain Ghost, whom he wanted to kill? Since this was the case, Lin Jiufeng wasn't going to be courteous. Hello. My ears aren't ringing, are they? In the divine soul world of my ancestor, you said that you wanted to kill me. You want to kill me here. Do you think that my ancestor doesn't exist? Lord Mountain Ghost was full of confidence. He wasn't afraid of Lin Jiufeng. Behind him, the thick black fog rolled. There was a terrifying existence inside of it. How can a coward who just hides in the dark and doesn't even dare to show himself protect you? Lin Jiufeng said in disdain. He raised his hand and executed the 9 slashes of the demon's soul that he had just received earlier from signing in. The first stance of the 9 slashes of the demon's soul, Heavenly Sword Soul Break. Using his finger as a sword, he connected both the sky and the earth. In the divine soul world, Lin Jiufeng could also summon the wind and rain. His divine soul was overwhelmingly powerful. In the very next moment, his sword slashed out. Ancestor, save me. Lord Mountain Ghost shouted rather calmly. He didn't believe that even a human god like Lin Jiufeng could kill him in the divine soul world of his ancestor. The surging black fog also moved. It condensed into a shield and directly blocked in front of Lord Mountain Ghost. Dong! The shield was as black as ink, and the patterns on its surface looked very real. It seemed to be very powerful. Lord Mountain Ghost's smile of confidence widened. But Lin Jiufeng was similarly confident. He only said softly, "You're already dead." As his words fell, the 9 slashes of the demon's soul directly split the shield into pieces with a bang. A stroke of the sword was all it took for him to annihilate Lord Mountain Ghost's divine soul. It looked very easy. The black shield seemed sturdy, but under the 9 slashes of the demon's soul that was filled with Lin Jiufeng's sword intent, the shield was akin to that of a piece of paper. Lord Mountain Ghost looked at Lin Jiufeng in a daze. His divine soul has been forcefully dissipated. It scattered into a black fog that disappeared. Before he could completely die, he stared fixedly at Lin Jiufeng. He wanted to know why. Why was this strike so powerful? But Lin Jiufeng didn't even look at him. Killing him like this was almost like letting him off easy. He had finally gotten his revenge for that old man. Lin Jiufeng looked at the surging black fog around him. The black fog seemed furious. It was enraged as the massive pressure it carried similar to a storm came crashing down. Lin Jiufeng stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at it calmly and said, "There's no need to be angry. Come and take my strike too. Only by receiving this strike, without dying would the existence within the fog have the right to be angry. Otherwise, even if he was thousands of miles away, Lin Jiufeng would still be able to find his true body." With these words, the black fog actually began to dissipate on its own to escape. It realized that Lin Jiufeng wasn't someone to be trifled with. Clang! The same longsword that penetrated the imperial capital's palace long ago appeared behind Lin Jiufeng's back. He performed another stance from the 9 slashes of the demon's soul. Annihilation. Please go and die, Lin Jiufeng said seriously. With a swing of his sword, the entire divine soul world was instantly torn. Lin Jiufeng slashed out with his sword, forcing the black fog to retreat continuously. It realized that Lin Jiufeng wasn't someone to be trifled with. In fact, it already knew that this was the case when Lord Mountain Ghost was killed just now. Someone who could break into his divine soul world, destroy the shield that he had set up with one strike, and who could kill people here with seemingly no effort at all. The black fog knew that it couldn't do anything to Lin Jiufeng.
Hence it chose to retreat. Unlike the arrogant Lord Mountain Ghost, the black fog retreated slowly but surely. However, Lin Jiufeng's sword had already slashed out once more. Boom! In the very next moment, when the black fog was about to dissipate, Lin Jiufeng struck its body with his sword. The black fog trembled. It let out a muffled groan. Unfortunately, it managed to escape in the end. It left the divine soul world with a body full of injuries. Lin Jiufeng didn't stop it. After all, this place was created by it. No one could stop it from leaving. The sword energy that I left in your body will ultimately lead me to you. Lin Jiufeng's eyes twinkled with a slight gleam. The ancestor of the mountain ghost race was different from what Lin Jiufeng had expected. It was obviously at the human god realm. However, it wasn't as powerful as the average human god. From the beginning till the end, it hid in the black fog without coming out. Its true body never appeared. Even when it was time for them to interrogate Lin Tianyuan, he used Lord Mountain Ghost as the proxy to do it. Considering all of these, Lin Jiufeng guessed that this so-called ancestor was definitely an old monster that had lived for many centuries. With its departure, the Black Palace also disappeared. Lin Jiufeng and Lin Tianyuan's divine souls returned to the Empress's palace.
What?
In the Empress's palace, Lin Jiufeng took his hand off Lin Tianyuan's forehead. He sat at the side and pondered on his own silently. The Empress watched quietly from a distance. She still couldn't see Lin Jiufeng's appearance. Although the brilliance that covered his body was already nowhere to be seen, Lin Jiufeng's appearance itself seemed to be like a mirage in the ocean. Just looking at him alone was confusing to the eyes. Lin Tianyuan finally woke up. The weakened Lin Tianyuan had been tortured in his dreams. As a result, his body became so fragile that he couldn't even get up. The Empress hurriedly went to support Lin Tianyuan up. Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan and slowly said, "There's no need to be anxious to get up. Your body has lost a lot of its energy this time. You suffered a lot in your dreams. The other party wants you to release the members of the mountain ghost race," and he was serious in his threat. "Uncle, I'm still so useless. To think that I cannot even resist the urge to sleep," Lin Tianyuan said bitterly. "It's okay. Concubine Ming should have taken your blood and hair and gave it to the mountain ghost race. The secret technique they used is very difficult to guard against. Tonight, you've suffered a great loss, but if you rest your body well in the future and make up for the loss, living for another 40 years won't be a problem," Lin Jiufeng said softly. The disaster this time had severed Lin Tianyuan's path of cultivation. It also broke his thoughts of breaking through to the martial sage realm. However, in the future, as long as he took care of his body properly, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live for another 40 years. By that time, he would also be an old man in his 70s. It could be considered that he had lived a fulfilling life by then. Lin Tianyuan smiled bitterly and said, "So this is actually related to concubine Ming. But I only have myself to blame for this. I can't blame anyone else. I even have to trouble Uncle to help clean my mess up. I'm useless." Lin Jiufeng looked at him calmly and said, "You've been by my side since you were 5, until you ascended to the throne when you were 15. I watched you grow up. You've been very obedient all these years. Although you were occasionally rebellious, you're still the best successor for your father. He didn't choose the wrong person, and I didn't choose the wrong person too." Lin Tianyuan smiled and said softly, "To be able to gain Uncle's praise, then all my efforts over the years haven't been in vain. I'm going back now. You don't have to worry about the mountain ghost race's old ancestor anymore. He destroyed your cultivation base and your body. I will make him pay the price for this." Lin Jiufeng's eyes turned slightly cold. "Thank you, Uncle." Lin Tianyuan insisted on trying to stand up to send Lin Jiufeng off, but he couldn't stand up at all. In the end, the Empress sent Lin Jiufeng out of the palace on behalf of Lin Tianyuan. Lin Jiufeng soared into the sky and disappeared. The Empress returned to the hall in a daze. She looked at Lin Tianyuan and asked uncertainly, "That person just now is your uncle?" Lin Tianyuan nodded and patted the edge of his bed, signaling the Empress to sit down. She sat down obediently. "My Empress, I have let you down all these years." Lin Tianyuan sighed. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? I married your Majesty when I was 16 years old. I'm only in my 30s this year, and I'm already the mother of the god dynasty. I control the imperial harem and have bestowed glory upon my family for the next 10 generations. You didn't let me down on anything. The Empress grabbed Lin Tianyuan's large hand and said gently. Lin Tianyuan looked at the smiling queen, and he held her hand tightly with a bitter smile on his face. No words were necessary, they both understood. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Tianyuan knew how much of a bastard he used to be. Fortunately, God gave him another 40 years to live. My Empress, that person just now, is the Yuhua God dynasty's guardian and also my uncle, Lin Tianyuan said softly. He told the Empress his most important secret. In the entire Yuhua God dynasty, no, in the entire world, only 2 people knew Lin Jiufeng's identity. One was Emperor Ming, Lin Tianyuan. The other was Dachun. Dachun was a simple and honest person. He knew that Lin Jiufeng was very powerful, and he vaguely guessed that Lin Jiufeng was the human god that everyone referred to as the expert living in seclusion within the imperial capital. But he definitely didn't know as much as Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan was the one who knew Lin Jiufeng's entire background. After all, they had lived together for 10 years. This was his greatest trump card. In the past, he didn't dare to tell anyone. But today, he took the initiative to tell the Empress about it. His heart had completely accepted the Empress's presence. Uncle. The Empress looked at Lin Tianyuan in surprise. Your biological uncle. Lin Tianyuan nodded and revealed a faint smile. He was very proud. If we weren't biologically related, who would help me like this? How could he bother to scold me whenever I make a mistake and help me correct my ways? I've been married to your Majesty for more than 10 years, and I've seen all of your Majesty's relatives before. The Empress thought carefully, but she was still confused. Think about it carefully, Lin Tianyuan said with a smile. The Empress thought carefully. A frown appeared on her beautiful face. Your Majesty, I've thought about all the relatives of the royal family throughout these years, but I still don't know his identity. Just tell me, the Queen said coquettishly. I wonder if you remember about my grandpa Emperor choosing the crown prince. Lin Tianyuan asked. I know. Father Emperor suppressed a group of princes back then and was chosen as the crown prince. The Empress nodded. Then do you know that there was another crown prince before my father? Lin Tianyuan asked. I don't know. I was just born at that time. I was only a child. The Empress shook her head. Lin Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. Time truly was heartless. It had completely wiped out all traces of the former dethroned prince, Lin Jiufeng. If even the Empress didn't know, then who else among the common people still knew about him? Before my father became the crown prince was my uncle, my biological uncle. He was born to the same mother as my father. It was only because he made a huge mistake back then that he was stripped off his title as the crown prince and banished to the cold palace. It was then that my father became the crown prince and ascended to the throne. Lin Tianyuan explained slowly. Light flashed through the Empress's eyes when she heard his words. She was truly surprised. My Empress, you must remember this. In the future, if I am no longer around, and you encountered something very difficult that will bring danger to the Yuhua God dynasty, go to the entrance of the cold palace and beg Uncle to help. This is the trump card that I have prepared for you and my son, Lin Tianyuan said solemnly. I will remember. The Empress nodded solemnly. Lin Tianyuan was worried that his body would continuously deteriorate with each passing day. Although Lin Jiufeng had said that he could live for 40 years with the help of treasures and supplements. But what if something unfortunate happened to him? He had to think about his descendants and the Empress. Hence, he told the Empress everything about Lin Jiufeng's identity. Of course, she told her that she was the only one who could possibly know about all of these. Seeing how Lin Tianyuan emphasized secrecy regarding this matter, the Empress agreed. What? After leaving the palace, Lin Jiufeng didn't immediately return to the cold palace. He sensed that his sword energy wasn't actually that far from the imperial capital. It's actually so close to the imperial capital. No wonder Lin Tianyuan caught so many mountain ghosts in the past few days. It turns out that their base camp is located nearby, Lin Jiufeng muttered. He hurried over with his sword energy serving as his guide. After breaking through to the human god realm, his speed became incredibly fast. The ancestor of the mountain ghost race had created a base on a mountain just outside the imperial capital. There were a lot of shrubs and vines on the mountain, making it difficult for ordinary people to traverse the vicinity.
But Lin Jiufeng directly flew over and landed in front of a tall mountain. Looking up at the skies, it was already dawn. The next morning had arrived. Lin Jiufeng looked at the mountain. What greeted his eyes was the sight of rugged mountains stacked side to side. This seems to be an array formation. Lin Jiufeng mumbled. He finally understood why, even though most of the mountain ghosts were so close to the imperial capital, no one hadn't discovered their base camp yet. It turned out that they had used an array formation to ward against the prying eyes of outsiders. Looking at the array formation, Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but frown. He didn't know much about array formations. Lin Jiufeng only knew one thing. If one was strong enough, everything else wasn't a problem. Could this array formation withstand a strike from him? So what if it could? What about 2 strikes? 3 strikes? What? Lin Jiufeng's understanding of array formations was so superficial that it would make people laugh if he told others about it. But he had no other choice. That ancestor of the mountain ghost race is hiding here. There's definitely something wrong with him. He was struck by my sword, and he can't even get rid of the sword energy. He's abnormally weak, Lin Jiufeng muttered. You want to sign in at the mountain ghost race's base camp. Just as Lin Jiufeng was about to use his power to destroy the array formation, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Lin Jiufeng was surprised. It's already the morning of the next day, so I can sign in again. Of course I'll sign in. Sign in successful. Received Encyclopedia of Array Formations. As expected, signing in front of an array formation meant that he would probably receive something related to array formations. Rumble. An entire book on array formations appeared. It was thick and it obviously contained a lot of corresponding knowledge. All of it was injected into Lin Jiufeng's mind, causing him to close his eyes for a while. This vast knowledge allowed Lin Jiufeng to understand the secrets of array formations. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, the array formation set up by the mountain ghost race wasn't that difficult to traverse through. He followed the correct path and walked deep into the mountain without letting the array formation notice his intrusion. There were many tombs here. Each tomb had a mountain ghost living in it. Some of the graves were empty, which meant that the mountain ghosts inside had gone out. But some were covered up tightly, which meant that something was inside. Counting carefully, there were thousands of graves. These were all members of the mountain ghost race. Among them, more than 1,000 mountain ghosts were caught by Lin Tianyuan. It was no wonder that Lord Mountain Ghost and his old ancestor had become so anxious to deal with him. The population of the mountain ghost race isn't that huge. It's already considered decent to have someone as powerful as the Lord Mountain Ghost and even an old ancestor among their ranks. It's just a pity that they are too ambitious. Lin Jiufeng watched silently. Lord Mountain Ghost was the leader of this generation of mountain ghosts. He was a martial sage. But a man who could never be satisfied was akin to a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He underestimated the Yuhua god dynasty too much and also overestimated the capabilities of his old ancestor. Lin Jiufeng quickly discovered that ancestor's coffin. It wasn't inside the largest tomb. It was just a coffin suspended on a cliff. Lin Jiufeng could sense that his sword energy was inside. With a flick of his finger, a streak of sword energy burst forth, and the coffin directly exploded. Boom! There was nothing inside of it. But a faint black smoke slowly dissipated into the air. Really? You died just from this sword energy. Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. The faint dissipating black smoke was the ancestor of the mountain ghost race. A human god realm ancestor from 1,500 years ago. Looking at his surroundings, Lin Jiufeng was rather bored. You've persevered for 1,500 years, but you didn't think about nurturing more talents in your race in preparation for the new era, yet you were actually so brazen to think of controlling a god dynasty. Indeed, it makes sense that your race was almost wiped out back then. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but complain. With Lord Mountain Ghost as the leader, along with an old ancestor with no foresight, how could the mountain ghost race remain in existence? Lin Jiufeng personally witnessed the divine soul of the ancestor of the mountain ghost race dissipate into the air. From the beginning till the end, no words were exchanged. The shield that the old ancestor had condensed back then truly wasn't that strong after all. Considering how this old ancestor was already akin to that of an arrow at the end of its flight, it was understandable. But Lord Mountain Ghost had no idea about this. He thought that since they were both in the human god realm, his ancestor would definitely be able to suppress Lin Jiufeng due to their difference in battle experience. Lin Jiufeng was rather bored. His biggest gain from this trip was the sign-in for the Encyclopedia of Array Formations. He directly left this place and returned to the Cold Palace to properly study this Encyclopedia of Array Formations. The disturbance caused by the Mountain Ghost race came to an end. The clans from the old era caused a huge commotion in the Yuhua God dynasty and didn't even try to adapt to the new era. They acted according to their old ideals, and as a result, they were annihilated. After Lin Jiufeng made his move this time, he didn't have to go out anymore. The Cold Palace was as quiet as ever. No one came to disturb him and the White Cat. Whenever Lin Tianyuan encountered a problem, his first thought was to solve it by himself. He preferred to not disturb Lin Jiufeng's peace if the problem was something he could handle. Another year passed. This year, Lin Jiufeng was 50 years old. The 50-year-old Lin Jiufeng had the appearance of a 20-year-old, calmness of a 50-year-old, intelligence of an 800-year-old ancestor, and the aura of a 3,000-year-old sage. He was currently digging up the treasures of the human body, which was the goal of the immortal treasury stage of the human god realm. Other than this, Lin Jiufeng had also revised the entire encyclopedia of array formations in the year that had passed. He finally knew all the basic array formations in the world like they were the back of his hand. The Encyclopedia of Array Formations also had another name, the Encyclopedia of Basic Array Formations. He lived a serene life throughout the previous year. The Yuhua God dynasty also remained relatively calm. Every cultivator in the world was quietly accumulating their strength. All of them wanted to reach the human god realm. But someone among them remained unhappy. Great Yan Dynasty, Temple of the Holy Maiden. Throughout the previous year, the Holy Maiden had been preoccupied with her own matters. Her features looked as picturesque as ever. Her black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall as she stood tall. Throughout the previous year, I sealed a few regions with my human god realm cultivation base. I finally have some free time to myself since I'm already done with all of these. The Holy Maiden let out a long breath. She still had a problem that she had to deal with. It was her incomplete divine soul. The reason why my divine soul isn't complete is that when I was captured by the Yuhua God dynasty, the crown prince secretly helped and released me. He's the crown prince of an opposing dynasty, but he still released me, the holy maiden of their enemy. He must have encountered a lot of difficulties in the aftermath of what he had done. This is why my divine soul is incomplete. I harmed a crown prince, which is equivalent to me owing him my life. I can only hope that you're still alive. I can repay you this gratitude. I can give you whatever you want. But if you're already dead, it will be impossible for my divine soul to become complete in this lifetime. The Holy Maiden was helpless. The Holy Maiden wanted to make her soul complete once more. First, she needed to know if Lin Jiufeng was still alive. 30 years have passed since Lin Jiufeng saved her back then. The young Lin Jiufeng back then should be an old man in his 50s by now. His cultivation was destroyed, and he was banished to the Cold Palace. Decades have passed since then. Could he still be alive? The Holy Maiden was distressed. I shall send someone to the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty to investigate. I hope that you are still alive. I can make it up to you. The throne, countless beauties, or even the ability to walk on the path of cultivation once more. I can give them to you. The Holy Maiden picked up a piece of paper. After folding it a few times, an immortal crane appeared. Go to that famous Taoist mountain and find 2 Taoist priests. Ask them to go to the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty to investigate that matter concerning the dethroned crown prince 30 years ago. The Holy Maiden waved her hand, and the paper crane flew up. It flapped its wings and flew away. The Holy Maiden watched quietly. She suddenly thought of something and frowned slightly. In today's world, the first native person to break through to the human god realm is in the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty. What if those 2 Taoist priests fail because of that human god? She picked up another piece of paper and folded it into yet again another paper crane. When she was done, the immortal crane flew to the Buddhist sects in the Jiangnan area. 2 groups of people should be enough, right? The Holy Maiden muttered. But thinking about it carefully, What if both groups got into conflict with that human god? Let's get a triple insurance policy. Holy Maiden folded another crane that flew toward the northern desert region. The Holy Maiden was being cautious here, with so many backups up her sleeve. This should be enough. I shall quietly wait for their results. I hope that they will bring me good news. The Holy Maiden closed her eyes in satisfaction and started to repair her divine soul.
What?
The world of Taoism consisted of many sects, but there were only a few publicly recognized top Taoist sects. Each sect occupied a famous mountain or river. They focused on cultivating the Tao, sitting in meditation, and watching the clouds rise and fall. They quietly observed the changes in the world. Among them, Mount Longhu of the Taoist sects was considered to be a holy land of Taoism. The foundation of Mount Longhu ran deep. Following that rain, many martial sages appeared continuously in here, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. 2 of the bamboo shoots quickly grew into towering trees. 2 human gods appeared on Mount Longhu, one of the sacred lands of Taoism. If news of their ascension got out, it would definitely shock the world. However, these 2 human gods were currently holding a paper crane and listening seriously to what the paper crane was saying. It's Miss Hong's voice, a young Taoist priest said excitedly. I thought that after we parted ways in the underground abyss, I wouldn't be able to see the fairy-like Miss Hong anymore. I didn't expect that she would actually take the initiative to contact us, the young Taoist priest said excitedly. The middle-aged Taoist priest by the side also nodded. The 2 of us were only able to break through to the human god realm thanks to Miss Hong's pointers. Although she looks like an aloof person, that is only on the surface. The real Miss Hong is very kind. The 2 Taoist priests were already old, but ever since they broke through to the human god realm and regained their youth, their mentalities also changed along with their appearance. With their age and experiences, not a lot in this world could excite them anymore. But Miss Hong was an exception. Senior brother Liu Yun, do you still remember that scene when we saw Miss Hong a year ago? The young Taoist priest recalled. Of course I remember. There was an earthquake that split the earth that day, and it revealed the entrance to an underground abyss. Countless demons and monsters were inside of it. Fortunately, that place was near Mount Longhu. We were at the 4th stage of the martial sage realm, and we were the ones to suppress that crack. The middle-aged Taoist priest named Liu Yun lamented. I still remember that senior brother and I were full of confidence before we went in. But we couldn't last for more than half a day in that place before we were completely defeated. Then at a crucial moment, Miss Hong descended from the sky. She was so beautiful to the point that I still find it hard to describe her beauty. She immediately got rid of the trouble and suppressed that crack on her own. She also helped treat our injuries. In addition, she even gave us pointers, which helped us tremendously when we made our breakthrough to the human god realm. The young Taoist priest brimmed with excitement. With a trace of longing, he recalled the past. They were only able to make a breakthrough because of Miss Hong. Junior brother Heiyu, we owe Miss Hong our lives and the favor of guiding us. This time, Miss Hong wants us to go to the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty to investigate the situation of the dethroned crown prince 30 years ago. We must go, Liu Yun said. Of course we have to go. Even if the first human god is in the imperial capital, we still have to go there and investigate. Junior brother Heiyu nodded. We aren't going to make any trouble. We are just investigating the situation of that dethroned crown prince back then. It should be fine. Yuhua God dynasty probably doesn't want to offend 2 human gods like us anyway, Liu Yun said. We have to go now. We can't let Miss Hong wait for our results for too long. Heiyu couldn't wait any longer. He immediately left the mountain and headed in the direction of the imperial capital. Liu Yun shook his head and laughed. He also got up and went down the mountain.
What?
The Buddhist sects of Jiangnan once had a temple every 3 steps and a monastery every 5 steps. But after the 2 paintings suppressed the 2 Buddhist sects back then, they were demolished. The 3 sacred lands of the Buddhist sects were still around, but the number of believers in the Buddhist sects had sharply declined. They were no longer as glorious as they were back then. Both Shaolin Temple and Xuankang Temple had become part of the background that depicted the might of that human god from the Yuhua God dynasty into the world. They were furious, but they knew that they temporarily couldn't do anything about it. As for the Daelin Temple that was spared from the catastrophe and didn't suffer any losses back then, it remained unscathed as it maintained its low-key appearance. In the Buddhist cave of Dalen Temple, there were many exquisite paintings. An old monk was sitting upright in front of a painting. In front of him was a flower. He held it with one hand, and a smile appeared on his face. The smile of Buddha as he was plucking flowers. The old monk quickly turned young, transforming from an old man into a young man. "I have no way of repaying your kindness, Miss Hong." The young monk sighed. 3 months ago, under the guidance of Miss Hong, he successfully broke through to the human god realm. A paper crane was flying in circles around him. The monk took the paper crane in his hand and put it up to his ear. He then heard Miss Hong's voice. After a while, the monk who had listened to it several times raised his head and looked in the direction of the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty. "I shall go visit the most prosperous place in the world today." The young and handsome monk smiled.
What?
In the northern desert region, the earth was dry and the sun was scorching. A dark-skinned man held a paper crane in his hand as he carefully placed it up to his ear to listen. With his height of more than 2 meters, he held the little paper crane in his hands and listened attentively. His action looked just like a little woman. It looked out of place and awkward. But he was very happy. Miss Hong actually took the initiative to send me a message. "This is a huge matter. I have to do my best for Miss Hong. Yuhua God dynasty, the imperial capital, the dethroned crown prince. No matter what, I'm going. The only thing that I need to worry about in the imperial capital is that first human god. But I'm not going to make any trouble. I'm just going to look for information. This human god probably isn't so domineering," Iron Hand mumbled. Then he took big strides and ran faster than the wind. Lin Jiufeng, who was deep in the imperial capital's cold palace, had no idea that 4 human gods were coming to the imperial capital to investigate his situation. He was quietly signing in, cultivating, improving himself, and refining the immortal treasury in his body. Why am I still unable to make a breakthrough from the immortal treasury stage? Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. He couldn't help but ask the white cat. Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base was still at the immortal treasury stage of the human god realm. He was trying his best to unlock the treasures hidden within his body. But no matter how diligent he was, he felt as if his body was akin to that of a bottomless abyss. No matter what he did, something seemed amiss. As a result, he couldn't help but ask the white cat as to why he couldn't make a breakthrough into the next stage of the human god realm. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng speechlessly. It moved its claws and wrote a few words. After so many years, its words were still as ugly as ever, but Lin Jiufeng had gotten used to it already. To be honest, he was starting to think that its penmanship was somewhat adorable. "You're already a human god expert, why are you still asking me this?" Lin Jiufeng was suddenly enlightened.
Oh,
"To think that I forgot that your cultivation base is still not at the human god realm. My bad, it's my mistake. I won't ask you anymore." The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng. It was ashamed and furious at the same time. It felt that Lin Jiufeng was intentionally humiliating it. His words didn't sound malicious, but their underlying meaning was shameful for the white cat. It wasn't slacking. It worked very hard. In fact, the white cat was already at the peak of the martial sage realm. Unfortunately, it encountered a bottleneck while it was a single step away from the human god realm. The bottleneck that it had encountered was the reason why it was ridiculed by Lin Jiufeng. Meow. The white cat reached out its claws, wanting to scratch Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng turned around and left it behind directly. "I'm going to try and comprehend the essence of the immortal treasury state. Guard the door well." Lin Jiufeng's serious, yet seemingly casual manner of speaking further infuriated the white cat. It gestured with its claws while staring at Lin Jiufeng's back. Its sharp nails had already emerged from its meaty claws. It was angry.
What?
Lin Jiufeng's life this year consisted of his usual continuous signing in. Sometimes he would purposely provoke and tease the white cat, adding a bit of fun to his peaceful life. Of course, the most important thing for him was to thoroughly comprehend the essence of the immortal treasury stage. There were many treasures within the immortal treasury stage. Physical body immortal treasury, divine soul immortal treasury, true chi immortal treasury, Taoist charm immortal treasury. These were the 4 great immortal secrets that Lin Jiufeng comprehended within the immortal treasury stage of the human god realm. He had already unlocked the physical body immortal treasury. As a reward for his comprehension, his body's foundation was further solidified and strengthened. He could now kill someone of the same cultivation realm as him with only a single punch. Just this single immortal treasury alone increased his strength exponentially. For the divine soul immortal treasury, Lin Jiufeng cultivated the innate soul refining technique and refined his divine soul into an avatar of himself. The true Qi immortal treasury had revealed a secret door within one's true Qi. From beyond that door was a world filled with ancient true Qi runes. With his comprehension of the true Qi immortal treasury, Lin Jiufeng's every move now reflected those resplendent ancient true Qi runes. The Taoist charm immortal treasury allowed Lin Jiufeng to look at the very essence of the world itself. He could now reach out and feel the pulse of the great Tao. His heartbeat was now synchronized with the breathing of the earth itself as he walked on the ground. The four great immortal treasures increased Lin Jiufeng's strength by 100-fold. He really felt that he could destroy this world if he wanted to. This feeling came along with his increase in strength. But despite all of these, he still couldn't make a breakthrough away from the immortal treasury stage. What exactly is wrong? Lin Jiufeng wondered. I've read through the few books that describe the immortal treasury stage of the human god realm. However, what they have described seems to be vastly different than mine. In those books, the immortal treasury stage seems to be a simple stage to surpass. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Opening the four great immortal treasures allowed his strength to continuously rise. Under such circumstances, he naturally wanted to break through the immortal treasury stage to enter the next small stage of the human god realm. I want to reach the peak of the human god realm as soon as possible. I want to see what's beyond it, Lin Jiufeng said with a look of longing on his face. With his cultivation base, he might not be invincible in the mortal world, but he was still a top expert. Lin Jiufeng had no interest in power and authority. Lin Jiufeng wasn't interested in reputation either. Lin Jiufeng didn't bother with seeking beautiful women too. He was only interested in one thing, the peak of the martial path. I have a hunch that the human god realm is definitely not the highest cultivation realm. It's just that any information concerning the realms beyond it seem to have been erased. No one knows about it. Apart from a few mentions in those ancient books, there is nothing else. His motivation for reaching the peak of the human god realm was not that complicated. He simply wanted to find out what was beyond it. After I successfully conquered this great mountain known as the human god realm, the world in the future would definitely become even more vast and wonderful, Lin Jiufeng said with desire flickering within his eyes. Lin Jiufeng's desire and ambition were laid bare. His priority was to continue accumulating his strength so he could surpass the human god realm as soon as possible. What? Imperial capital. Early in the morning, a young monk arrived. At noon, 2 Taoist priests arrived. In the evening, a man with a towering physique arrived. The 3 of them arrived at the imperial capital on the same day. They didn't do anything out of line, but each of them did something in common. They all went to look for an information broker. The young monk found an old man in the imperial capital. The old man was only 20 years old back then. He was a person who witnessed that piece of history. But for some reason, the old man and the others that the young monk visited all shook their heads in confusion. They all said that they didn't know anything about a so-called dethroned crown prince from decades ago. Of course, after asking so many people, there was bound to be someone that knew about the dethroned crown prince. But as for what exactly happened, after 30 years, he had long forgotten about it. Someone even said, the current emperor's lineage is doing so well, why should we still bother about that dethroned crown prince? Since he has been deposed, he must have done something bad. Why do we have to remember him? The monk was speechless. Unable to answer, he could only look for more people to ask from. But the people in the imperial capital really didn't truly remember the dethroned crown prince. The 2 Taoist priests, the towering man from the northern desert region, all found the same results as the young monk. The people of the imperial capital had completely forgotten about the dethroned crown prince, Lin Jiufeng. After a busy afternoon, the 3 groups ate in 3 different restaurants in the evening. If one looked at their locations from above, one could see that they had coincidentally formed a perfect triangle that surrounded the imperial capital. But despite being this close to each other, they didn't discover each other's presence at all. They were afraid of causing a misunderstanding between them and that human god realm expert within the imperial capital.
Therefore, they chose to restrain their terrifying cultivation base. The monk ate vegetarian food, the Taoist priests drank tea, while that towering man ate meat in large chunks and drank wine in large cups. They were all depressed. The variety of food that they were eating vastly differed from each other, but their feelings were the same. They felt helpless. The imperial capital is so huge, yet no one even remembers about that dethroned crown prince. Isn't that crown prince too low-key? The monk complained. Most people in this imperial capital don't know of any dethroned crown prince. They only know about Emperor Ming and Emperor Yuan. Perhaps we need to dig deeper into this piece of history. The two Taoist priests discussed. I don't know anything about the imperial capital, but since I want to investigate what happened decades ago, I can ask the servants in the palace. Some of the servants who were in charge of some duties in the past have already returned to their hometowns to retire. They must know something about it. Although this towering man had a boorish appearance, he was meticulous. He immediately thought of a solution to his conundrum. The young monk also thought of a solution. I can go to the royal family's clan residence and look through their dossiers. Even if that prince was stripped of his position, he should still be recorded within the dossiers of the royal family's clan residence. With that, I'll know if he's dead or alive. The two Taoist priests went to look for a former prince, who is now a lord with his own land and riches. This former prince fought with Lin Jiufeng for the title of crown prince back then and failed. Then failed again his struggle with Emperor Yuan for the title of crown prince. After two setbacks, he was disheartened and decided to let go of everything. He became an idle lord and spent his day walking with the birds and having fun. He was now living a carefree life. The two Taoist priests came to visit him at night and revealed their identities. This caused the idle lord to turn pale with fright as he hurriedly welcomed them. He was just an idle lord. How could he offend someone from the sacred grounds of Taoism, Mount Longhu? Taoist priests, may I know why you are looking for me? The idle lord asked cautiously. He hoped that it wasn't because they wanted to rebel and they needed his help. He didn't want to rebel at all. He was now used to his lifestyle of being an idle and wealthy lord. We're here to find out more about that dethroned crown prince from back then, Taoist Liu Yun replied. The idle lord heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his worst fear didn't come true. But he was stunned hearing Taoist Liu Yun's words. You want to ask me about my third brother, Lin Jiufeng. Back then, this idle lord was young, high-spirited, and confident. He had always coveted that throne. Hence, he regarded Lin Jiufeng as his enemy. He had never called Lin Jiufeng third brother before. He was the eldest out of all the princes, and he was also the direct son of the emperor. Logically speaking, he should have inherited the throne. But the young Lin Jiufeng was a genius. The former suppressed him and took the title of the crown prince from him. Later on, Lin Jiufeng made a mistake and released the opposing dynasty's holy maiden. As a result, he took advantage of the opportunity to add insult to injury. He rallied the ministers to remove Lin Jiufeng from the position of crown prince. He thought that the now empty position of crown prince was already in his bag, but when Emperor Yuan returned, the latter also suppressed him. It was as if history was repeating itself. Emperor Yuan took the position away from him. The two blows had thoroughly demoralized him. In the end, he became an idle lord and abandoned his ambitions. All these years, he didn't mention Lin Jiufeng even once, nor did he think of him that much. 30 years had passed, and he was already in his 50s. He was already more than 50 years old, and the past had long been buried in the deep recesses of his mind. But right now, he was baffled. Why were these two Taoist priests looking for Lin Jiufeng? Liu Yun and Hai Yu looked at the idle lord who was lost in his memories. They reached out and shook him awake. I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't heard of his name in a long time. Back then, Lin Jiufeng was banished to the cold palace. Until now, he has never been released, the idle lord said. Liu Yun asked, then, is he still alive? He should still be alive. If he's dead, the clan residents should inform us of his death, which means that he's still alive in the cold palace. It's just that the conditions in the cold palace are tough. His cultivation base was destroyed back then. I wonder what kind of torture he had experienced over the past few decades inside that place. The idle lord sighed. The grudges he felt in the early years had already disappeared. There wasn't much brotherhood between them, but he pitied Lin Jiufeng's predicament. After he made that mistake, I knew it would be difficult for him to turn the tides in his life. He's only bitterly waiting for his death in that cold palace, I bet. Why are the two esteemed Taoist priests looking for him? The idol lord asked curiously. Is his situation in that cold palace really that tragic? Junior brother Heiyu asked in surprise. Those admitted into the cold palace so far had never lived a long life. They all lost their minds. Think about it, he has been staying there for about 30 years now, and that is equivalent to being continuously tortured for 30 years. Isn't that tragic? The idol lord shook his head and explained. That's pretty tragic. Junior brother Heiyu couldn't help but imagine. Lin Jiufeng's situation was horrible. Where is that cold palace located? Liu Yun asked. The idol lord replied, in a remote area in the west district of the imperial capital, there are a number of palaces with no one living in them. That's precisely the cold palace. No one is allowed to enter its premises without an imperial decree. Liu Yun and junior brother Heiyu immediately got up to leave. Just pretend that we were never here. Liu Yun left behind a pill that he had refined through alchemy on Mount Longhu as his expression of gratitude to the idol lord. Then they disappeared into the night. A towering man from the northern desert region found an old eunuch who served in the palace back then. Because of his advanced age, he was allowed to retire and return to his hometown. From this old eunuch, he learned where the dethroned crown prince was imprisoned. Before he left, the old eunuch told him, even if the dethroned crown prince from back then isn't dead yet, he should have already gone mad. It's okay if you want to find him, but don't make any trouble. The mistake he has made back then has yet to be forgiven. The towering man frowned. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, why did Miss Hong want to find this old and crazy dethroned crown prince? He couldn't figure it out. But since Miss Hong had given her orders, he had to complete the task. Taking advantage of the night, he went to the cold palace. Clan residence dossier room. The young monk flipped through the records of the past and saw the records regarding Lin Jiufeng. There was a brief summary of his existence. Every comment written about him on the records was negative. The dossier directly gave Lin Jiufeng the title of a lecherous prince. The young monk closed the dossier and looked in the direction of the cold palace. He said, Amitabha, I hope you are okay. This way I will be able to repay Miss Hong's favor. He also went to the cold palace. Tonight the cold palace was as quiet as ever. Almost every building within the cold palace had no lights. Even the occasional light was also because of the moon. But tonight the moon was covered by dark clouds. Hence the cold palace was very dark. There was only one place with light. It was Lin Jiufeng's courtyard. The courtyard was filled with bone swords. The set of bone swords that he received from signing in back then were still here. They remained inserted here for 30 years. Lin Jiufeng had never used all of them before. But Lin Jiufeng was in no hurry. It would come in handy sooner or later. Inside a pavilion, Lin Jiufeng laid on the frost jade bed. His hands were placed on his chest as he closed his eyes and circulated the surging spiritual energy that entered his body. His true qi was currently producing ancient runes in his body. They entered his danshan, and his danshan itself was starting to experience a few changes. Lin Jiufeng combined the ancient true qi runes with his own cultivation technique to create something new. Danshan talismans. Each talisman contained a cultivation technique's essence. Together with the ancient true qi runes, the power it could harness was terrifying. Lin Jiufeng was quietly accumulating his strength, preparing to amaze everyone outside. A white cat was curled up on one side of the frost jade bed. It cultivated comfortably on its own. The flickering candlelight illuminated their shadows and plastered them on the wall. The white cat's shadow was lying on Lin Jiufeng's chest. It looked adorable. Tonight should have been the same as usual. An ordinary night. But Lin Jiufeng suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. He sat up. Meow. The white cat was awakened by Lin Jiufeng's movement. It opened its eyes and looked at him in confusion. Lin Jiufeng said softly, someone's here. Meow. The white cat also stood up and looked outside curiously. No one should be here in this cold palace. Even if someone did come, was there a need for them to be afraid? It's for human gods.
Lin Jiufeng scanned with his divine soul, and he instantly saw through their cultivation realms. Meow! The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in shock. A breeze appeared beneath its feet, and it was about to slip into the underground palace. Why are you running? There are only 4 of them. Lin Jiufeng snapped. The white cat wrote decisively. You are just one human god, there are 4 of them. They must have found out who you are. Now they are here to get rid of you so that they could destroy the Yuhua god dynasty. A scheme suddenly popped up in the white cat's mind. Lin Jiufeng watched as the white cat's claws moved like a shadow. In a few seconds, it wrote a lot of words. Looking at the content of these words, Lin Jiufeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it's a competition of numbers, then there should be no one who can defeat the emperor with his forces. Lin Jiufeng chuckled. He raised a hand and flicked his finger. The white cat watched without blinking. He wanted to see if Lin Jiufeng, who boasted all day long about how powerful he was, would be able to win against the 4 human gods. With a flick of his finger, a stream of true qi burst forth. It directly poured over the space outside. Boom! The true qi he had released was very thin, but after leaving Lin Jiufeng's courtyard, it was like pouring a basin of cold water into a pot of hot oil. It instantly surged with power. Carrying the essence of the true qi immortal treasury that Lin Jiufeng had unlocked, it directly ignited the spiritual energy in the air within the cold palace. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, the spiritual energy in the air became akin to resplendent lights as it directly covered everything around him. The cherry trees in the cold palace directly bloomed after being infused with this volatile spiritual energy. The fragrance of its flowers was refreshing. But for the monk, the Taoist priests, and the towering man, it was as if the sky itself had collapsed onto them. Just as they entered the cold palace, they saw a lone courtyard with lights. Like moths attracted to a flame, they walked over in its direction. With a common goal in mind, it was inevitable that they would discover each other's presence. But since they had no idea that there were other groups venturing into the cold palace, all 3 of them were momentarily stunned. At this moment, a streak of ancient true qi flew out from the lone courtyard with lights. Boom! It disturbed the spiritual energy in the air upon its arrival. Then it directly ignited the night sky as the cherry trees around them bloomed. The pressure was akin to that of a boundless ocean. It caused the cherry blossoms to bloom all over the cherry trees, while at the same time, it forced the 4 human gods to kneel, preventing them from moving. The young monk knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat. Beads of sweat constantly dripped down from his forehead. He looked around in shock. The spiritual energy in the air had been ignited by something. It affected the cherry tree and forced it to blossom instantly. Resplendent and beautiful cherry blossoms fluttered in the air. Then the world shook as a stream of true qi transformed into a terrifying ancient rune that came crashing down. The 4 human gods couldn't resist at all. They directly knelt in front of the courtyard. They didn't even manage to enter the lone courtyard. What is this? The young monk was filled with indescribable shock. The 2 Taoist priests looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The sensation was akin to that of a horror that engraved itself onto one's bones and onto one's heart. Both of them instantly saw through each other's thoughts. True qi immortal treasury. Liu Yun gnashed his teeth as he endured the boundless pressure. But despite all of that, his voice sounded hoarse as it was forced out from his throat. As a Taoist, he naturally recognized the origins of that ancient rune. Only human gods that had broken through to the 2nd stage, the immortal treasury stage, could possibly form this ancient rune. There's actually someone here who has unlocked their true qi immortal treasury. How incredible! He can now make a breakthrough into the next stage. Liu Yun gulped in fear. He realized that he had offended an extremely terrifying expert by invading the cold palace. The true qi immortal treasury. When unlocked, a cultivator's true qi will now depict the resplendent ancient runes beyond the door of his true qi. That's terrifying. The expert who suppressed us is someone that is at the immortal treasury stage at the least. Junior brother Heiyu added. Similar to Liu Yun, he was trembling in fear. When the young monk heard his words, his expression changed. That human god of the Yuhua god dynasty is actually living in seclusion in the cold palace. The young monk realized in horror. A bitter smile spread on his lips. He truly had knocked against a metal plate this time. The veins on the towering man's body bulged. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the suppression of the ancient true chi runes. "Senior, please spare my life." The towering man knew that he couldn't do anything about the situation. He directly laid on the ground and didn't resist anymore. Then he shouted. He begged for mercy. The young monk and the Taoist priests did the same. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Being suppressed by ancient true chi runes might be painful, but it was nothing compared to their lives. Thus they started begging. Asking for mercy might save their lives. In the courtyard on the frost jade bed, Lin Jiufeng didn't care about the 4 human gods outside. Within the lone courtyard, Lin Jiufeng didn't care about the 4 human gods outside. They were being suppressed by a single wisp of his true chi. Obviously, these 4 were newly minted human god realm cultivators. If this happened 10 years ago, Lin Jiufeng would have been worried. But now, a flick of his finger was enough to suppress them all. He looked at the white cat. "Now do you understand that I'm not just bragging about what I usually tell you?" Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. The white cat was speechless. It was both envious and furious. Envious of Lin Jiufeng's formidable strength. Furious at Lin Jiufeng for bullying it again. But the problem was that it couldn't refute him at all. Let's go. Let's go out and find out why these human gods are here." Lin Jiufeng reached out and brought the white cat into his arms. Then he started stroking it gently. He was stroking the white cat. The white cat was a proud cat. It usually wouldn't let Lin Jiufeng hold it so casually like this. But its guess was wrong this time. Unable to refute Lin Jiufeng's words, it had no other choice but to allow Lin Jiufeng to do whatever he wanted to. Lin Jiufeng, who was carrying the white cat, walked out of the lone courtyard's door. Lin Jiufeng was dressed in a long white suit with patterns carved on its surface, which accentuated his slender figure. He walked out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, 4 people were lying on the ground. A young monk, a man with a towering physique, and 2 Taoist priests. They were all at the human god realm. All 4 of them had just recently reached the human god realm. Lin Jiufeng walked out with steady footsteps. Seeing them kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, he waved his hand casually. The ancient true chi rune, suppressing them, slowly dissipated. The boundless pressure disappeared. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief and gasped for breath. They hurriedly lifted their heads and looked at Lin Jiufeng. "Senior, you look great." Liu Yun praised when he saw Lin Jiufeng looking like an immortal that had descended onto the mortal realm. "Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. We really didn't know that you were living in seclusion here. Please pardon us if we have offended you in any way." The young monk ignored his own sweat and hurriedly explained. The towering man's body was more than 2 meters tall. His dark exterior made him look very domineering. But at this moment, he was like a child who had done something bad. He stood obediently at the side and looked at Lin Jiufeng, aggrieved. "Senior, I was wrong." Lin Jiufeng looked at them and said calmly, "If apologizing is useful, what use is our true chi?" The faces of the 4 stiffened. They became nervous, thinking that Lin Jiufeng was going to attack them. But Lin Jiufeng didn't make a move. He only sized up the 4 of them and asked, "You guys are in the same group?" "No, definitely not. I'm a loner." The 4 of them shook their heads in unison and decisively distanced themselves from each other. They didn't want to be seen as working together. Lin Jiufeng looked at them. The young monk was alone, the towering man was alone, and the 2 Taoist priests were together. Despite having intruded into the cold palace at the same time, they were on guard against each other. It was an interesting sight for Lin Jiufeng. He couldn't help but laugh. "If you guys aren't in the same group, then why did you all came here on the same day and time?" "It's a coincidence," the monk said, embarrassed. "Fight." The 2 Taoist priests smiled awkwardly. "I don't know why they are here, but I have my own motives," the Iron Tower-like man said. "Oh, then tell me, what is your motive?" Lin Jiufeng stroked the white cat as he curiously asked. He still didn't know what exactly could make these human gods come at the same time on the same day to this cold palace. The young monk and the Taoist priest also looked curiously at the towering man. They also wanted to know. "I'm here to find someone," the towering man said. "Find someone?" Lin Jiufeng raised his brows and looked at him in surprise. There's no other person in this cold palace, yet you are here to look for someone. Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. I'm here to look for the dethroned crown prince, the towering man was honest. I heard that the dethroned crown prince was imprisoned here 30 years ago. I came here to investigate his whereabouts. Find the dethroned crown prince, Lin Jiufeng's eyes darkened. He wanted to ask more, but at this moment the young monk said, well, I'm also here to look for someone. Lin Jiufeng looked at him and frowned. You're also looking for the dethroned crown prince. The young monk nodded. Lin Jiufeng immediately looked at the two Taoist priests and asked, are you two also here to look for the dethroned crown prince? Liu Yun and the Heiyu brothers hurriedly nodded. Lin Jiufeng smiled. His smile seemed to be that of joy. The dethroned crown prince was imprisoned 30 years ago, and no outsider has ever come to look for him. You guys came together tonight and said that you weren't in the same group, but all of you were looking for him. The four of them awkwardly looked at each other. In such a situation, it didn't seem to make sense to say that they weren't on the same side. Why look for the dethroned crown prince? Lin Jiufeng asked solemnly. Someone was looking for him. That person even got 4 human gods to come here just to look for him. He had to take this matter seriously. I'm under someone else's command. I'm following orders. Someone wanted me to do it. 3 different answers, but they meant the same. Someone had ordered them to come here. Lin Jiufeng's face turned slightly cold. He stared at them and asked, who told you lot to come here? The 4 of them answered in unison. Miss Hong. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Who was this Miss Hong? Who was this Miss Hong? Lin Jiufeng didn't know this so-called Miss Hong. In his memory, ever since he transmigrated into this world, he had never interacted with any woman. The only female he interacted with was a white cat. Where did this Miss Hong come from? The white cat was also very curious. It raised its head and looked around in Lin Jiufeng's arms. Its curiosity skyrocketed. The single Lin Jiufeng was actually in a relationship. Lin Jiufeng looked solemnly at the 4 people in front of him. He wanted to know the answer to this question of his. Miss Hong is just Miss Hong, the young monk said. Miss Hong is a celestial maiden who stands aloof in this world. She's very powerful. When the towering man described Miss Hong, his tanned face actually turned red. Miss Hong is an extraordinary woman, Taoist Liu Yun said. Miss Hong is my greatest hero. Junior brother Heiyu added. The 4 of them praised this Miss Hong nonstop. In addition, there was clear genuine admiration and even longing in their eyes. Countless question marks instantly appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. Just how charming was this Miss Hong? So you guys only know that her name is Miss Hong? Lin Jiufeng asked. The 4 nodded. You don't know her background? Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. The 4 of them nodded again. You guys don't know her identity either. Lin Jiufeng was speechless. The 4 continued to nod. This time Lin Jiufeng stopped asking. He was becoming exhausted. You don't know anything about her at all, but this so-called Miss Hong was able to command you to come here and investigate the dethroned crown prince. Lin Jiufeng was speechless. I owe Miss Hong a favor. Under her guidance, I broke through to the human god realm, the young monk said. It's the same for us too. With Miss Hong's guidance, we were able to reach the human god realm. Taoist Liu Yun added. Me too, the towering man mumbled. Lin Jiufeng's exhaustion vanished in an instant. He looked at the 4 human gods. To be able to guide someone into breaking through to the human god realm, that person must be very powerful. Furthermore, if it's just a casual pointer and they manage to make a breakthrough into the human god realm. I am unable to do that myself. Lin Jiufeng pondered in his heart. It would be easy for him to kill a human god. But guiding others into making a breakthrough for the human god realm was a different story. Lin Jiufeng couldn't do it. This Miss Hong must be very powerful. At the very least, she must be incredibly familiar with the intricacies of the human god realm. Describe to me your encounter with Miss Hong in detail. We'll start with you. Lin Jiufeng looked at the young monk and permitted him to speak. A year ago, the demon's den behind the Buddha mountain of the Daelin temple split open. A group of demons was about to wreak havoc and endanger the world, but Miss Hong suddenly appeared and used her powerful strength to suppress the demon's den. She left a seal on the den and gave me pointers for 2 hours. I broke through to the human god realm due to her guidance, and I have never seen Miss Hong since then, the young monk said. A demon's den. Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. It's an ancient ruin buried deep in Mount Daqing. Dalin Temple chose to establish a monastery on Mount Daqing to suppress this demon's den and prevent the demons inside from coming out to harm the world. This is our duty, the young monk said sincerely. Lin Jiufeng looked at the young monk and asked, "What's your Dharma name?" Qingyun, the young monk said. Monk Qingyun, since that is a demon's den of your Dalin Temple, how did Miss Hong know about it? Lin Jiufeng asked. I don't know. I also asked Miss Hong about this, but she only smiled and didn't explain. Monk Qingyun shook his head. What about you two? Lin Jiufeng looked at the two Taoist brothers. 11 months ago, an earthquake occurred deep underground in the Longhu mountain range. The ground split open, and an entrance to an underground abyss appeared. Countless demons were about to escape from that underground abyss. At that time, we wanted to suppress them, but we weren't strong enough. At the crucial moment, Miss Hong descended from the sky and helped us eliminate the demons. She also sealed the entrance to the abyss. Taoist Liu Yun explained. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Dalin Temple had a demon's den, and Mount Longhu had an underground abyss. Both of these places had these oddities. Could it be that? Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but look at the towering man. What's about you? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. The young monk and the Taoist priests also looked over, intrigued. They also wanted to know if this towering man met Miss Hong in a similar situation as them. I wasn't in a demon's den nor an underground abyss. But I found a mummy within the boundless desert of the northern desert region. Unfortunately, that mummy suddenly woke up and it wanted to kill me to siphon my energy. That was when Miss Hong appeared. She suppressed the mummy and saved my life. Then she also gave me pointers to aid me in my breakthrough into the human god realm. This is why I owe her a debt of gratitude. She asked me to pay the imperial capital of the Yuhua god dynasty a visit to investigate the situation and whereabouts of the dethroned crown prince. This is the reason why I am here. The towering man explained. A demon's den, an underground abyss, and a mummy. Lin Jiufeng looked at the four people and frowned in thought. Since that rain fell, Lin Jiufeng knew that the world was going to change. He wasn't that surprised hearing about their experiences. But the problem was that in their stories, Miss Hong was present. Moreover, the Dalin Temple was in the Jiangnan area, Mount Longhu was in the Qinling area, and the towering man was from the northern desert region. From the south to the north, from the Jiangnan area to the vast northern desert, the entire trip would take thousands of miles. But this Miss Hong could actually appear on time in these locations, despite their distance from each other. What exactly was her background? Senior, we've told you the truth. We came to the Cold Palace this time because we really just wanted to find out more about the dethroned crown prince. We have to make a report to Miss Hong to repay the debt of gratitude that we owe her, Monk Qingyun said sincerely. Senior, the young monk is right. We have no intention of offending the Yuhua god dynasty, nor do we have any intention of offending you. We just want to know the current situation of that dethroned crown prince. Taoist Liu Yun added. Senior, please tell us about the situation of the dethroned crown prince of the Cold Palace so that we can immediately leave and report to Miss Hong. The towering man pleaded. Lin Jiufeng looked at them. He reached out to caress the white cat. These four people didn't know that the immortal-like Lin Jiufeng in front of them was that dethroned crown prince. Lin Jiufeng believed their words. There was no need for them to lie. His identity as the dethroned crown prince had no value at all, so why should they lie? But the problem was, just what exactly was the intention of this Miss Hong? After pondering for a moment, Lin Jiufeng said, the dethroned crown prince is in the Cold Palace, but he doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Go back and tell this Miss Hong that the dethroned crown prince's life is very simple and peaceful. There is no need to disturb him. I'll let you guys go this time, but it might not be the case next time. Lin Jiufeng let them go in the end. They were just four human gods. He could kill them with a flick of his finger. It was better if he let them return and report to Miss Hong. This way, she would not bother about him anymore. The four human gods left the cold palace in a hurry, their hearts filled with fear. Once they were through the door, they glanced at the dilapidated palace behind them. It was as if they saw a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to venture beyond the door. "Let's go back and report to Miss Hong." The four shook their heads and smiled at each other. It could be considered that fate allowed them to be gathered by Miss Hong together. The four of them bade each other farewell and left the imperial capital under the cover of the night. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng hugged the white cat and remained motionless beneath a cherry tree. When the young monk, the towering man, and the Taoist priests finally left, the white cat immediately jumped off Lin Jiufeng's arms. "Meow." It called out and then moved its claws as it wrote a few words. "You are releasing them just like that." Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and asked, "Should I go ahead and kill them then?" The white cat was dumbfounded. Come to think of it, other than breaking into the cold palace, they didn't do anything out of line. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, "The mastermind is that Miss Hong. What can we change by killing them? What's your relationship with this Miss Hong?" The white cat wrote curiously. "I don't know hers." Lin Jiufeng thought about it carefully, but he still had no idea about who this Miss Hong was. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng suspiciously. It didn't believe him. The white cat continued to write. "Why did she get four human gods to come here and find you then?" "It is probably because she likes and admires me," Lin Jiufeng replied with a rather serious look on his face. "Shameless." The white cat wrote down this word and jumped away. Lin Jiufeng looked at its shadow. He didn't say anything, but he wiped off the word with his foot. Under the cherry blossom tree, Lin Jiufeng raised his head and fell into deep thought as he looked at the blossoming trees. Lin Jiufeng had no idea where this Miss Hong came from. He released the four human gods because he wanted to tell her not to disturb the dethroned crown prince's life. As for Miss Hong's identity, Lin Jiufeng didn't want to know. He just wanted to sign in quietly within the cold palace. What? After the four human gods left the imperial capital, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that Lady Luck had favored them today because that senior spared their lives. Young monk, the Taoist priests, and the man from the northern desert region all took out their paper cranes as they described what had happened in its entirety. They let the paper cranes bring this information to Miss Hong. They failed not because they weren't working hard, but the other party was simply too powerful. A stream of true qi caused cherry blossoms to bloom all over the cherry trees. It also made them unable to move. What was the point of fighting against someone like that? The gap between them was so huge that the arrogance these four people had after they ascended to the human god realm instantly vanished. They discovered that not just any human god could suppress a Buddhist sacred ground with a painting. It turned out that even among those in the human god realm, there was such a terrifying existence. They were like children compared to him. The four human gods suffered a huge blow. At the same time, they decided in their hearts that the imperial capital of the Yuhua god dynasty had one of the most terrifying existences in the world. At the same time, they decided in their hearts that considering that the imperial capital of the Yuhua god dynasty housed one of the most terrifying experts in the world, they agreed in unison that it was a place that they must never casually visit. What? Great Yan Dynasty. Temple of the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden, Miss Hong, was cultivating in peace. All of a sudden, 3 paper cranes flew over to her. They passed through the layers of defense before arriving at the Temple of the Holy Maiden. The contemporary Holy Maiden of the Great Yan Dynasty, Miss Hong, opened her eyes. They have news about the dethroned Crown Prince. The Holy Maiden looked at the paper cranes in surprise. She reached out and grabbed one of them. Then she listened to the news depicted within the paper crane. Her surprise slowly disappeared. It was replaced with a frown on her face, riddled with confusion. Is that human god in the imperial capital of the Yuhua god dynasty really that powerful? Miss Hong couldn't help but doubt. She opened the second paper crane and listened to the report inside of it. The information recorded was the same. He didn't encounter the dethroned crown prince. Instead, he encountered the human god living in seclusion within the confines of the imperial capital. Then he was suppressed with a flick of that human god's finger. She listened to the third paper crane. It was exactly the same. This one had encountered that human god too. Is that human god really that powerful? Miss Hong mumbled in surprise once more. Although the rejuvenating rain had lasted for several years, only a few people managed to reach the human god realm. What was more terrifying was that this person was at the second stage of the human god realm. If what was described within the paper cranes was true, then that human god possessed terrifying strength. The young monk, the towering man, and the two Taoist priests only managed to reach the human god realm after her guidance. But a human god was still a human god. She didn't expect them to fail so easily. Should I go there personally? Miss Hong pondered. She carefully considered this idea. As long as she could help that dethroned crown prince, then her soul should be able to recover, right? I can help him sit on the throne again. Miss Hong's eyes lit up. She decided to go to the imperial capital personally. But at this moment, a compass flew down from the center of the hall. The compass was 4 meters wide, and there were countless black spots emitting black smoke in the center of the compass. Upon closer inspection, the compass seemed to be representing the surface area of the entire continent. Miss Hong's expression changed. She walked closer to take a look and mumbled solemnly, "There are these strange movements again. They really want to break the barrier, eh? I need to suppress them and stall for enough time so that I can make a breakthrough into the next stage as soon as possible." There was a sudden change in the situation. So many locations depicted on the map were showing problems. If she didn't go there and suppress these problems, her advantage in appearing early in this new epoch would vanish. If only I didn't get injured back then with my essence damaged, I would already be very powerful by now. In addition, a crown prince with a bright future wouldn't even have to be implicated with my matters. My divine soul also wouldn't end up incomplete, with the only way to let it recover is to repay my debt of gratitude to that crown prince, Miss Hong muttered angrily. She knew that she couldn't go to the imperial capital for the time being. She had to suppress the problems in these locations. I shall get someone to go to the imperial capital and give the dethroned crown prince some supplements so that he can live a long life. When I'm done with these, I'll help him take his revenge. Miss Hong decided. She picked up a paper crane and tossed it out. What? Just as he was about to leave the imperial capital and return to the Jiangnan area, Monk Qingyun once again received Miss Hong's paper crane. The paper crane brought with it a piece of information from Miss Hong. It asked Monk Qingyun to go and give the dethroned crown prince some supplements to restore the condition of his body to his prime and let him live a long life. The supplements were being carried by the same paper crane. There was a small space within the paper crane. It contained various pills, godly medicines, and supplements. Monk Qingyun was helpless. He could only go to the cold palace again. Arriving at the door of the cold palace, he knocked respectfully. Standing under the cherry blossom tree, Lin Jiufeng frowned and said coldly, "You're here again. What do you want?" "Senior, I'm here to deliver a gift to the dethroned crown prince," said Monk Qingyun. He didn't dare to hide anything at all and explained what Miss Hong had instructed him to do. Lin Jiufeng listened with a strange look on his face. Who exactly was this Miss Hong? Why was she so concerned about his health? And what supplement? Did he still have to make up for his deficiencies? Was there even a deficiency in the first place? He was already extremely healthy. After a moment of silence, Lin Jiufeng said, "Put the things down. You may live." Monk Qingyun obeyed and decisively left. He wanted to return to Jiangnan. He didn't want to stay in the imperial capital for any second longer. This place was just too terrifying. After a while, a figure appeared in front of the cold palace. It was Lin Jiufeng. He picked up the supplements sent here by Monk Qingyun. Such a heavy gift, who exactly is this Miss Hong? Lin Jiufeng shook his head, not knowing the other party's identity. Meow. The white cat jumped down and wrote a line of words. What exactly did you do to this Miss Hong? Lin Jiufeng shook his head in confusion. He didn't do anything, all right. Lin Jiufeng really wanted to say that to the white cat. For decades, he never had a female lead in his life, okay. Lin Jiufeng accepted the supplements. He thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out who this Miss Hong was. Damn it. How annoying. I just can't remember. In the end, he gave up on trying to guess her identity. Since this Miss Hong clearly had her own motives, she would definitely appear once again. At that time, Lin Jiufeng would know who she was. My top priority now is still to make a breakthrough into the next stage. Lin Jiufeng's body disappeared in front of the entrance to the cold palace. He resumed his routine of signing in quietly. He signed in every day. Miss Hong's subordinates didn't show up at the cold palace anymore. Miss Hong herself never appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng. It was as if this Miss Hong didn't even exist in the first place. Fortunately, Lin Jiufeng was never a curious person. If Miss Hong didn't appear, his life wouldn't change at all. He would continue to sign in, cultivating, and making breakthroughs in peace. On this day, Lin Jiufeng stood in front of the courtyard gate. His body stood long and straight. He wore a purple coat, and when it was paired with the pink shade of the cherry tree, the scene seemed to be depicted in a painting that had come to life. Meow. The white cat stood on the courtyard wall and watched silently. Today, Lin Jiufeng was somewhat depressed. The white cat didn't know what happened. It calculated the time. It seemed that Lin Jiufeng would always be depressed on this specific day and month every year. Do men have some kind of mechanism that makes them depressed for a few days every year? The white cat jumped off the courtyard walls and came in front of Lin Jiufeng. It wrote and asked, "You're always in a bad mood on this specific day and month every year." Why? Lin Jiufeng glanced at the white cat. Then he looked at the cherry tree. With his hands behind his back, he replied faintly, "Because today is my younger brother's death anniversary." The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng curiously. It wrote and asked curiously, "You actually have a younger brother?" The white cat had always thought that Lin Jiufeng was a loner. "Silly cat, if I don't have a younger brother, why is Emperor Lin Tianyuan calling me uncle then?" Lin Jiufeng replied, speechless. The white cat looked vexed. It covered its eyes with its claws and cried at its own stupidity. "How long has your brother been dead?" The white cat changed the subject, not wanting to embarrass itself. Lin Jiufeng pointed with his finger and said, "This cherry tree was planted in the courtyard when he passed away. Back then it was just a sapling, but now it's already so tall and strong." Lin Jiufeng looked sad when he said all of these. In this world other than the martial path that interested him, there was someone else whom Lin Jiufeng held valuable in his heart. It was Emperor Yuan, the Emperor Yuan who had always referred to him as Big Brother. His understanding of Emperor Yuan was even better than Lin Tianyuan. After all, they were born an entire generation apart. Thus, they couldn't communicate with each other that well. It has been about a decade or two since Emperor Yuan died. Lin Jiufeng would usually be depressed every year on this specific day and month. But he could usually control his emotions. As long as he didn't think about it, it wouldn't hurt him. But today was different. When Lin Jiufeng saw this cherry tree, his thoughts instantly churned and he found it hard to suppress them. This cherry tree was just a sapling when it was planted back then. But today he realized that it had already grown so big. It was then when it struck him, his younger brother had already died many years ago. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in the mood to cultivate today. He turned around and left. Meow. The white cat immediately called out, "I'm going to see my younger brother. Guard the cold palace well." Lin Jiufeng strode out. Meow. The white cat instead followed him closely behind. It leaped onto Lin Jiufeng's broad shoulders and curled up. Lin Jiufeng didn't mind, and he brought the white cat with him to the imperial cemetery. The past emperors of the Yuhua God dynasty were buried here. Lin Jiufeng's father and Emperor Yuan were buried here too. Lin Jiufeng's father's tomb was huge and luxurious. It was built by Emperor Yuan for him back then. When it came to Emperor Yuan's own tomb, although it was also grand, it was really shabby compared to his father's tomb. Lin Jiufeng stood in front of Emperor Yuan's tomb. He looked at the various tombs surrounding Emperor Yuan, his thoughts running wild. "I've always been taking care of your son. He was a little reckless and made some mistakes, but I helped him correct them. However, it's a pity that his body can no longer live to a ripe old age." In front of Emperor Yuan's tomb, Lin Jiufeng felt guilty. After all, Lin Tianyuan was the person that Emperor Yuan chose. As his uncle, Lin Jiufeng said that he would take care of him, but Lin Tianyuan only have about 40 years to live. Your reforms are basically completed. After Lin Tianyuan suffered through that previous setback, he finally knows how to properly manage the Yuhua God dynasty. You don't have to worry anymore. Today, I noticed that the cherry tree that I planted the year you passed away is now towering and strong. Lin Jiufeng was usually so focused on his cultivation that he didn't pay much attention to such things.
You've been gone for almost 20 years now. Lin Jiufeng stood up straight. He looked at Emperor Yuan's tomb and sighed. As he reminisced, Lin Jiufeng talked a lot. He even helped Emperor Yuan clean up his tomb. Finally, he stood in front of the tombstone and bowed deeply. Do you want to sign in before Emperor Yuan's tomb? Lin Jiufeng was stunned. He could even sign in here. What kind of powerful and evil place was this? But Lin Jiufeng thought that he would be a fool not to sign in, so he still agreed. Sign in successful. Received fate-changing technique. Lin Jiufeng was stunned when he saw this. What's this fate-changing technique? Lin Jiufeng's thought dumbfounded. Boom! A vast stream of information entered Lin Jiufeng's mind. It was instantly absorbed by him. A minute later, Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes and looked at Emperor Yuan's tomb in surprise. The fate-changing technique can change the life of a powerful cultivator into that of a weak cultivator, changing one's fate. The introduction was simple, but it revealed a lot of information. Can I exchange someone else's life for a dead person's? Lin Jiufeng asked excitedly. If it could be done, the Emperor Yuan that he had always missed could be resurrected. Host has to figure it out on your own. This is not a simple matter. Lin Jiufeng smiled. Of course, I know that it's not a simple matter, but it's fine. To let Emperor Yuan see the light of the day again, I will do my best. Lin Jiufeng always felt that Emperor Yuan's death was a great pity. Now that there was a sliver of hope for his resurrection, he wanted to give it a try. Forcefully changing one's fate will incur the wrath of the heavens. Lin Jiufeng ignored this sentence. He knelt and reached out to wipe the dust on Emperor Yuan's tombstone. Then he said firmly, "You wait here for your big brother. Big brother will definitely let you wake up to this brilliant world once again, so you can see the new world after that rain." Emperor Yuan was very talented, comparable to the previous Lin Jiufeng. Once he was revived, he would definitely stand out in this brand new world. On the day of his resurrection, the Yuhua God dynasty would no longer need his protection. With this thought in mind, Lin Jiufeng stood up. He turned around and walked away in large strides. He wanted to go back and make a breakthrough into the realm, beyond the human god realm, as soon as possible. He wanted to see for himself what lied beyond the unknown. At the same time, he also wanted to take a closer look at the fate-changing technique. It was absolutely impossible to revive someone who had been dead for almost 20 years without sufficient strength and capability. I want to surpass the immortal treasury stage, Lin Jiufeng said firmly to himself. On the journey from the imperial cemetery to the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng walked firmly and continuously. Boom! As soon as he entered the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng's body trembled. He broke through and arrived at the next stage. He had accumulated and consolidated his cultivation base for so long to the point that the only detail that held him back was a certain regret in his heart. When this regret of his was resolved after this visit to the imperial cemetery, he naturally broke through. He naturally broke through the immortal treasury stage and entered the third stage of the human god realm. Ultimate man. Upon reaching this stage, one would no longer have a mortal body. Hence, they would be an ultimate man. Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace. He didn't immediately study the intricacies of the ultimate man realm. Instead, he studied the fate-changing technique in detail. In the courtyard filled with bone swords, Lin Jiufeng sat quietly as he pondered over a problem. Fate-changing technique. Its name itself made it obvious that it was a heaven-defying technique. But heaven-defying techniques were often accompanied by fatal flaws. It was the same for the fate-changing technique. One could bolster the life of a mortal in exchange for the life of a super powerhouse. The difference between the two must be at least 100-fold. Only then could the prerequisite for the use of the fate-changing technique be satisfied. Yes, this was only the prerequisite. The fate-changing technique also had a demanding requirement for the user. The user must have the ability to travel between the world of the living and the netherworld. The current Lin Jiufeng was unable to travel between the world of the living and the netherworld. It's extremely difficult to execute this fate-changing technique. Lin Jiufeng sighed. He still had to become stronger, and he also had to prepare a super powerhouse for Emperor Yuan. In addition, these were just the prerequisites. There were still other requirements or ingredients before the fate-changing technique could be utilized. Let's take it slow. In the endless years to come, I will continue to work hard by signing in and cultivating. There is still hope. There will be. Lin Jiufeng buried this conundrum into the deep recesses of his mind. But in the future, when he was more powerful than he was today, he would revisit this matter and change Emperor Yuan's fate. After making a breakthrough into the third stage of the human god realm, even Lin Jiufeng himself was starting to get scared of his own strength. He had unlocked the true Qi, divine soul, physical body, and Taoist charm immortal treasuries, while he was in the immortal treasury stage of the human god realm. According to the ancient records, a cultivator's strength would still be terrifying after arriving at the ultimate man stage despite having only opened a single immortal treasury in the immortal treasury stage. Compared to them, Lin Jiufeng had opened the 4 great immortal treasures. Obviously, his strength was already incomprehensible. In the immortal treasury stage, these opened immortal treasuries all had their own duties. They didn't interfere with each other, nor interacted with each other. Therefore, no one knew how truly powerful they were. But now that he was in the ultimate man stage and had mastered all 4 of them, he was able to stack them on top of each other. Now, whenever Lin Jiufeng used such a method to unleash his strength, the amplification to his power wasn't as simple as adding 4 ones together, with their sum representing his resulting might. Instead, they superimposed upon each other to infinity and beyond. Lin Jiufeng felt that every time he inhaled the air around him, he was becoming stronger. This feeling of becoming infinitely stronger made Lin Jiufeng raise his hand. He tapped the air in front of him out of curiosity. Dong! The void instantly collapsed like a mirror. In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng reached out and repaired the hole in the void, restoring the place to its original state. How terrifying! Witnessing such a scene, the white cat meowed in surprise. Lin Jiufeng looked at the white cat. He smiled slightly and said, "You're too weak. You have to make a breakthrough into the human god realm. Otherwise, it would be too easy for me to bully you." The white cat nodded solemnly. Indeed, it was determined to make a breakthrough soon. It couldn't let the distance in strength between it and Lin Jiufeng become too far, could it? The white cat no longer said that it wanted to surpass Lin Jiufeng. It eventually realized that its wish was too unrealistic. Now it only wanted its cultivation base to not be so distant from Lin Jiufeng's. Meow! Suddenly the white cat called out and began writing. In the past few days, there have been some changes in the underground palace. Something seems to be manifesting in the depths of the land of extreme negative energy. Lin Jiufeng looked at the words written by the white cat and he immediately urged, "Bring me there. Let's take a look." The white cat immediately brought Lin Jiufeng into the underground palace. This palace was originally discovered by the Chasing Corpse sect and they treated it as their precious treasure. Unfortunately, after the death of 2 martial sages from the Chasing Corpse sect, they no longer dared to approach it. The palace was moved here by the demon lord back then for some unknown reason. The palace was empty as ever. Lin Jiufeng hadn't come down for many years. This was the white cat's lone territory. But this time it realized that something was amiss. As a result, it retreated and called Lin Jiufeng down to take a look. Walking down the passageway, Lin Jiufeng once again saw the palace. Lin Jiufeng immediately found out that the runes on the surface all over the palace's walls seemed to be a defensive array formation. With his knowledge in formations thanks to the Encyclopedia of Array Formations, he directly opened the array formation and stepped into the palace. The palace might be empty, but it was clean and tidy. The filth that surrounded the place when he last visited was nowhere to be seen. The white cat had obviously moved all the trash out and cleaned up the place. In the middle of the palace, a coffin could be seen. Lin Jiufeng came in. He looked around and asked, "Where is the abnormality that you said?" The white cat jumped onto the coffin. It pointed to the bottom of the coffin and began writing. "It's right under this coffin. Whenever night falls, a demonic aura seems to be coming out of it. I can hear people roaring, and sometimes when I fall asleep, I will have dreams of millions of demons crawling out of this coffin." Lin Jiufeng looked down. The coffin was clean. He reached out and touched it. Then he used his spiritual consciousness to scan the coffin. "There's actually a black hole beneath this coffin." Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. With a flick of his finger, a stream of true qi burst forth. It slowly moved the coffin away. Click, click, click. The white cat watched curiously. When it moved halfway, the edge of the black hole could finally be seen. Boom! Boundless demonic energy surged out. It directly engulfed Lin Jiufeng and the white cat. Amidst the demonic energy were the wails and shrieks of countless demons. How was it? It has been 1,500 years. I can finally see the light of day again. That demon last time actually suppressed me for 1,500 years. He really deserves to die. We could have become stronger in this world, but we were suppressed for 1,500 years instead. The scent of this brand new world is so wonderful. I want to kill lots of people. I want to use their blood and life to comfort myself after being suppressed for so many years. All sorts of screams, hideous shrieks, and angry roars sounded nonstop. The dense demonic energy scared the white cat so much that its hair stood on end. It curled its back and bared its teeth. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiufeng's face turned cold. He directly took a step forward. You lot really behaved atrociously in front of the wrong person. Dong! Lin Jiufeng stepped down. In an instant, a boundless might and a thick Dao charm burst forth at once. The combination completely suppressed the demonic aura. The surging demonic energy was completely suppressed. Lin Jiufeng's clothes fluttered, his aura was unparalleled, and his eyes were cold. Don't run! Lin Jiufeng reached out and grabbed a demon in the black hole. Without caring whether the other party agreed or not, he directly grabbed and dragged him out. Who are you? There's actually a powerhouse like you in this brand new world. You're already at the human god realm. How is this possible? This demon had a strange appearance. His neck was long, and he had a head that looked like it would fall off from his shoulders at any moment. Right now, Lin Jiufeng was holding his head. His face turned red from the pressure as he looked at Lin Jiufeng in horror. Tell me, where are you from? Lin Jiufeng asked. We are demons from a demon's den. The demon felt terrible being held by the neck, but he didn't dare to struggle. Under Lin Jiufeng's powerful aura, he couldn't resist at all. Thus, he could only answer. Lin Jiufeng frowned and asked, what's a demon's den? What's the brand new world? And what's your motive for coming here? A demon's den is just a demon's den. Ours existed since 8,000 years ago. The words brand new world has a meaning. It means that every era has a cycle, from the beginning to its rise and then to its decline. This is considered the cycle of an era. But when the decline comes, a demon's den will close and wait for the next cycle. And now it is the beginning of, yet again, another cycle. Naturally, the seal on our demon's den has been lifted, and we are about to come out from it into the world. We tried to come out 1,500 years ago, but the spiritual energy of the world had yet to recover at that time. A brand new world wasn't born yet. As a result, we were easily suppressed by a demonic cultivator. The demon spoke very fast, and his words solved Lin Jiufeng's doubts. The spiritual energy of the world was similar to all living things. It has a cycle. Akin to that of a ball thrown into the air, the most powerful person should be born at the peak of the spiritual energy cycle. Then, upon its decline, the spiritual energy of the world would sharply decrease in quality. It would then become increasingly difficult for anyone to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. This represented the end of an era. Even if one had terrifying strength, they would still be unable to display it. They could only seal themselves up and wait for the next spiritual energy recovery, which signaled the start of an era. A cycle represented the coming and the end of a life. A life for ordinary people was about 100 years. A tree's life could last for thousands of years. Plant life only lasted a single autumn. Different lives had their own different life cycles. This was how the world worked. Why was it that when Lin Jiufeng had only just arrived in this world, the most powerful person in the world was only a great grandmaster cultivator? It was impossible for people to find living martial sages at that time. Later on, when the spiritual energy showed signs of recovery, martial sages gradually appeared. But it was only when that rain fell did the world thoroughly changed. It was only after that rain did the people found out that a brand new world had arrived. The demons in their demon's den were all waiting for the right opportunity. Unfortunately, they were suppressed by the demon lord 1,500 years ago. The demon lord was one of the last human gods of the previous spiritual energy recovery cycle.
Before he died, he discovered that the demons from the demons' dens would be coming out in the distant future. Although he was a demonic cultivator, the demon lord wasn't planning on colluding with them. He directly moved the palace that he had spent his entire life constructing at the center of a prosperous land that gradually became the Yuhua God dynasty. Then he also suppressed the exit of that demon's den. In fact, he even used his own copper coffin to suppress it. The demon lord sure was altruistic. Then the Chasing Corpse sect found the palace. They wanted to open it up and plunder its treasures. From the beginning till the end, the people of the Chasing Corpse sect had no idea that there was an extremely terrifying demon's den beneath the palace itself. They studied the palace for a long time, but they still couldn't open its doors. As a result, when the Chasing Corpse sect was hunted by the people of the world, they had no choice but to give up this land of extreme negative energy along with its treasures. After that, hundreds of years passed. Yuhua God dynasty was finally founded, and they chose the surrounding area to be its imperial capital. Stories about the demon's den, the demon lord, and the Chasing Corpse sect disappeared silently together with the land of extremely negative energy. In the end, the prince of the Yuhua God dynasty was deceived into building a palace here. Then Lady Luck abandoned him, and he died of depression soon after. Afterwards, the place became the famous Cold Palace. No one even dared to come here by now. Lin Jiufeng mentally sorted out the origins of this land of extreme negative energy. At first, I was puzzled as to why a land of extreme negative energy was born here. Moreover, following that reign, the land of extreme negative energy was also refreshed for signing in. Who created such a place? I finally understand now. It's not the Yuhua God dynasty, nor the Chasing Corpse sect, nor is it the Demon Lord. The land of extremely negative energy was created by the people of the Demon's Den that the Demon Lord had sealed. They are the original owners of the land of extremely negative energy. It's just that they chose to seal themselves here after the end of an era. Then, as time passed, I became the owner of this place. Lin Jiufeng murmured. The white cat anxiously wrote on the side. Help me ask about the whereabouts of the Demon Lord. Lin Jiufeng immediately asked the demon. The demon that was being held by the neck didn't dare to not answer. He replied almost immediately. I don't know. They all said that the Demon Lord is dead because he wanted to suppress our demon's den. Even in an era with poor spiritual energy, such endeavor was still a great danger to his life. The white cat meowed and became depressed. It was still thinking about finding the Demon Lord if the latter was still alive. Powerful man, I've answered everything and I've been honest all this time. Can you let me go? The demon begged in grievance. Back in his era, he had been an infamous demon. But as the era changed, these demons lost the ample support of the world's spiritual energy, so they sealed themselves underground and became trapped in this land of extreme negative energy, waiting for the arrival of a new era. Right now, after spending a long time without properly cultivating, their proficiency in their techniques and abilities had atrophied. Similar to those that spent a long time on their beds, their skills and abilities were currently unusable for them. When I was at my peak, it was easy for me to crush a human god like you to death. You are only able to strut around because I am suppressed and unable to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Once I'm free and can absorb spiritual energy again, I will definitely cut off your head as soon as I can. The demon cursed in his heart, but on the outside, he was still very obedient. Lin Jiufeng pondered for a moment before asking, other than your demon's den here, are there any other self-proclaimed factions? There's way too many. Our demon's den is one of the 18 demonic sects of the previous era. The other 17 demonic sects had also sealed themselves. There are also some Taoist factions, Buddhist factions, rogue cultivators, hidden powerhouses, and so on. They have all sealed themselves and are waiting for the arrival of a new era, the demon said in a matter-of-factly way. In other words, although this world looks like it is a brand new era with everyone standing on the same starting point on the surface, there are countless self-proclaimed powerhouses in private, waiting for the right time to appear. Lin Jiufeng pondered before asking. That's right, so you'd better let me go. This way there will be no grudges between us. Move this coffin away and we will overturn this palace. Then our demon's den will be able to reappear in the world, the demon said excitedly. By that time, we will definitely satisfy you in whatever way you want. Lin Jiufeng watched as the demon winked at him, all the while promising all sorts of benefits. But Lin Jiufeng ended up shaking his head in indifference as he said, I have already understood what I wanted to understand. As for you, just stay in the demon's den and stay sealed there. Lin Jiufeng directly hurled this demon into the demon's den. No! The demon screamed. He instantly circulated his might. Surging with violent demonic energy, he charged out. It has been too long since he was sealed. He was already numb and tired. He didn't want to stay in the demon's den anymore. He wanted to see this brand new world. Dong! But under Lin Jiufeng's foot, the palace trembled a few times. Layers of talismans appeared at the entrance of the demon's den. They intersected with each other and formed a perfect sealing array formation. The demon directly collided with the sealing array formation. Blood flowed from its head as it fell into the endless abyss with a tragic cry. Human, just you wait. I will definitely come out and kill you. The demon shouted angrily, its voice echoed far and wide. Lin Jiufeng's expression was as calm as ever. He replied, on top of this den is my cold palace. If I let you guys out, wouldn't the cold palace that I've lived in for 30 years be destroyed in your hands? He still had to sign in at the cold palace. He couldn't let them destroy it. Do you want to sign in before a demon's den? Speaking of the devil, Lin Jiufeng raised his brows at the timely arrival of the system prompt. But he didn't hesitate as he said decisively, sign in. It was obvious that this was the first time that this demon's den had been exposed to the outside air. After all, the demon lord's coffin and the palace outside the coffin had been blocking this demon's den. There was also a lot of soil surrounding the entrance itself. It would be a miracle if anyone was able to discover it without deliberately looking for it. Lin Jiufeng judged that he would receive bountiful rewards for signing in before a place that was discovered for the first time after so many years. Sign in successful. Received demon suppression, record cultivation technique. Sign in can be repeated here. As long as you defeat different demons, you can sign in again. Lin Jiufeng thought that signing in for a cultivation technique was already good enough. But who would have thought that it would be a place where he could sign in repeatedly? Monster spawner. This term appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind as he had played Minecraft in his previous life. In the eyes of others, this demon's den was an extremely dangerous place that could take anyone's life at any moment. But in Lin Jiufeng's eyes, this was just a monster spawner. A monster spawner that he could use to indefinitely solo farm the demons within it. Sign-in could be repeated in front of the demon's den until every demon inside was defeated by Lin Jiufeng. Such a system prompt had always only been in Lin Jiufeng's dreams. He now had a place in the cold palace where he could sign in indefinitely. Moreover, the people he would be defeating were all very powerful demons. The rewards he could take upon defeating them were bound to be decent at the very least. Not bad, not bad. This cold palace really is full of treasures, Lin Jiufeng said happily. The white cat looked at the joyful Lin Jiufeng in confusion. There's a demon's den deep underground. What do we do in the future? The white cat wrote and asked. We will live the same life as usual. The demon's den has already been sealed by me, Lin Jiufeng said casually. He wasn't afraid of this demon's den. Aren't you afraid that these demons will rush out? They are powerful existences from the previous cycle of the world's spiritual energy. The white cat was worried. Although they were powerhouses back then, they chose to seal themselves in the end. As a result, they are deprived of the world's spiritual energy inside that demon's den. How could they possibly defeat me considering their circumstances? Lin Jiufeng explained. The cultivation bases of those demons could be stronger than his, but their bodies had already dried up, and their proficiency in their techniques and abilities had long atrophied. Those demons were akin to a long river that has long dried up. How could they possibly be a match for Lin Jiufeng, who was a lake on his own? The white cat seemed to be in deep thought. It seemed to have understood what Lin Jiufeng meant. You want to suppress them forever? The white cat wrote and asked. The corner of Lin Jiufeng's mouth curled up as he said, that will depend on how much profit I can reap from them. The white cat was confused. What was he saying? It was a cat. It couldn't understand Lin Jiufeng's vocabulary. Lin Jiufeng didn't explain, however. He brought the white cat out of the underground palace and completely sealed this place so no one could enter it without his permission. After exiting the underground palace, Lin Jiufeng started cultivating.
He had just signed in and received the demon suppression record. This was a very powerful demonic cultivation technique. When cultivated, it could suppress all other demonic and evil cultivation techniques. Lin Jiufeng had no reason not to cultivate it. After all, he could even use it to attack the demons in that demon's den.
What?
Lin Jiufeng was quietly cultivating the demon suppression record in the Cold Palace, but Miss Hong was working very hard to suppress the places that showed signs of demons coming out. This time it was at the Heavenly Mountain, a mountain far distant from where the Yuhua God dynasty was located. There were many temples here that were established from the previous era. Every temple had a terrifying existence sealed inside. Miss Hong worked hard to suppress them. Suppressing the 4 temples that were showing prominent signs of breaking out took a heavy toll on Miss Hong's body. She couldn't help but bitterly smile as he stood on the summit of the Heavenly Mountain and looked at the world around her. I shouldn't have woken up so early. I wouldn't have to work so hard right now. Miss Hong's bitter smile deepened. When she woke up a few decades ago, she was the only living person from the previous era. The people of this new era still need enough time to develop. The final mission of the members of the Heavenly Tao sect is to make the cultivators of this era stronger than ever before. At the very least, they have to be able to withstand those terrifying existences from the previous era. Miss Hong muttered to herself. This was also why she took the initiative to give pointers to the Taoist priests, the young monk, and that towering man. It was all so that they could make a breakthrough into the human god realm. This was the mission of those from the Heavenly Tao sect. It was also one of their principles in cultivation. There should have been a large group of people from the Heavenly Tao sect suppressing these people from the previous era. But even though the new era had already arrived, she was still the only one who managed to wake up. What's worse was that she was even injured while she was still adjusting to her brand new life. The others were nowhere to be seen. Miss Hong had no other choice but to become the holy maiden of the great Yan dynasty. She then entered the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty to find more information about the others. But during that exploration, she failed and was captured. She was almost forced to confess her motives as she was continuously tortured. Luckily, at that time, someone gave up everything to save her. Miss Hong owed him her life. If she didn't return this favor to him, her divine soul would forever be incomplete. Back then, I went to the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty to find more information about the location of the 18 demonic sects, most powerful demons' den. Miss Hong recalled. When she woke up, she found out that she was the only member of her sect that was awake. At that time, she felt deceived. Then she became the holy maiden of the great Yan dynasty. She helped the great Yan dynasty improve in various fields. Eventually, she gained the unanimous love and respect of the dynasty's people. After stabilizing her identity as the holy maiden of the great Yan dynasty, she went to the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty. She thought that she would go quietly without anyone knowing. She wanted to find out where the most powerful demon's den of the 18 demonic sects was located. She wanted to see if the seal of that den was broken. If it wasn't, she planned on immediately strengthening that seal. Unfortunately, when she arrived at the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty, a prodigal young master took fancy to her because of her beauty. He wanted to bring her home forcefully. The plot after that was very simple and cliched. Miss Hong taught the prodigal young master a lesson, but she also exposed her identity in the process. In an instant, she was surrounded by the people of the Yuhua God dynasty and was arrested before being thrown into prison. Her idea of looking for that demon's den was destroyed before she could even do something. In the end, the previous Lin Jiufeng fell in love with her at first sight and released her from captivity. After Miss Hong expressed her gratitude to Lin Jiufeng, she took the opportunity to escape and returned to the great Yan dynasty to recuperate. As for that Lin Jiufeng, he was sent to prison and his position as the crown prince was revoked. His body was now occupied by the current Lin Jiufeng. The story has become a loop. What a shame. I not only did not discover the whereabouts of that demon's den, but I also incurred a debt of gratitude to that person, resulting in my divine soul being incomplete until I have repaid to him what he is owed. My cultivation speed has become very slow due to this. If not, I would have already been on the next stage of this realm. Miss Hong muttered to herself in regret. There's also that demon's den. That's the biggest hidden danger. There are more than 3,000 great demons in that demon's den, and there are even some terrifying demon gods. They were all outstanding talents from the previous era. That demon's den is also famous as the place that every demonic cultivator in the world longed to visit the most. If they were to appear prematurely in this era, they will cause an avalanche of disasters. The hard work that I've put in for the past few years would also be rendered useless. A sense of crisis lingered in Miss Hong's heart. That demon's den was just too dangerous for her to ignore. She had to be on guard. This won't do. I have to quickly suppress these places and return to the Great Yan dynasty. I have to think of a way to compensate that dethroned crown prince and restore my divine soul to completion. At the same time, I also have to investigate where that demon's den is. That place is just too dangerous for me to ignore. Miss Hong took a deep breath. Then she flew away with a determined look in her eyes. As a member of the Heavenly Tao sect, this was her mission. Even if she knew that she would die a horrible death, she had to suppress that demon's den.
What?
The demon's den that Miss Hong hailed as a very dangerous place had already appeared. It was right below Lin Jiufeng's cold palace. Lin Jiufeng successfully cultivated the demon suppression record on the first day. The next day, he went to the underground palace to open the seal on that demon's den. Rumble. The surging demonic aura that rushed over was extremely terrifying. It churned and boiled, wanting to rush out at the opportune moment. But Lin Jiufeng directly raised his hand and struck out with the demon suppression record. Boom! In an instant, a black lotus appeared behind Lin Jiufeng. A black Buddha sat upright on the lotus, his hand forming a seal. Taking a closer look, the Buddha looked exactly like Lin Jiufeng. Suppress! Without hesitation, Lin Jiufeng grabbed a demon and directly sent an attack. Demon suppression record that was said to suppress all demonic and evil cultivation techniques in the world directly beat this demon into a pulp. The vast demonic energy was once again sealed by Lin Jiufeng. He signed in afterwards, satisfied. Sign in successful. Received the evil spirit immunity body. Lin Jiufeng looked at it in surprise. In the future, even if he was very weak, evil things and their miasmas wouldn't be able to invade his body anymore. As expected, instead of a demon's den. It's fitting for this place to be called a monster spawner. Lin Jiufeng looked at the demon's den and laughed. Then he turned around and left. He shall come back here tomorrow. If Miss Hong knew that the demon's den that she was very afraid of was rendered into such a state in front of Lin Jiufeng, she would definitely doubt the education that she had received since she was young. Was a demon's den of that caliber really that weak? Wasn't it said that there were more than 3,000 great demons in there? Wasn't the owner of that demon's den the #1 faction among the 18 demonic sects, the Demon's Way? And that if it appeared, it would definitely cause a pandemonium. Inside the demon's den of the Demon's Way. The place itself was magical. More than 3,000 powerful demons were sleeping in this demon's den. There were even a few demon gods. In the past, they were the most powerful force that led the 18 demonic sects. They were invincible and unstoppable. But with the end of an era, they had to make a choice. Should they go along the passage of time, be glorious together, and leave this world together? Or should they seal themselves and wait for the arrival of the next era? This was a multiple-choice question. Most of them chose the second choice. As a result, there were a lot of demons. There were even some demon gods that chose to seal themselves in this demon's den. The more powerful a person was, the more energy they would lose upon the end of an era. They had to fall into a deep sleep. Otherwise, when they ultimately woke up, even the act of breathing would consume the energy that they have painstakingly stored and conserved in their bodies. Hence, the majority of the demon gods and demons in the demon's den were in deep sleep. Only less than a dozen demons woke up 1,500 years ago. They estimated the time wrongly and were suppressed by the demon lord. Just like that, these dozen or so demons supported each other until now. Initially, they wanted to break the seal and absorb the spiritual energy of the new era to recover their former strength. But who would have thought that they would encounter Lin Jiufeng? Having waited for 1,500 years for nothing, they had long exhausted their energy. Their cultivation base was high, but they couldn't use it due to the lack of spiritual energy. Perhaps they could still defeat ordinary human gods, but they had no chance of winning against Lin Jiufeng. That was why for 2 days in a row, Lin Jiufeng easily defeated the demons and continued to sign in as usual.
The demons who woke up early were all but infuriated. They wanted nothing more than to fight it out with Lin Jiufeng. Many years ago, they were well-known powerhouses in the world. Although the times had changed, their pride remained unchanging. They were unwilling to admit defeat that easily. Let's attack him together tomorrow. The dozen or so demons discussed their plans to deal with Lin Jiufeng. How about we wake up a demon god? Some demons were worried that they were still no match for Lin Jiufeng. They wanted to wake up a demon god to help them. Are you stupid? Although the demon gods can defeat that ignorant and arrogant brat, they would also be able to absorb the renewed spiritual energy in the world. If that happens and they became even stronger in the new era, how can we hope to catch up to them? The demon with a long neck snapped. He still had great ambitions in his heart. It was to surpass the demon gods. The other demon thought about it too, and they agreed with his sentiment. As long as they worked together to defeat Lin Jiufeng and got out to see the new world and absorbed the renewed spiritual energy in the air, they would also be able to become a demon god. The dozen or so demons started to finalize their plans. The next day, Lin Jiufeng came early in the morning. He opened the seal. Rumble. All of a sudden, more than 10 demons attacked at the same time. They completely released their auras, cultivation bases, and the remaining true chi in their bodies. They clearly wanted to kill Lin Jiufeng in one move. Their auras were aggressive, surging with demonic energy, as they carried with them the determined cries of a dozen or so demons. These auras pounced towards Lin Jiufeng. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng's expression remained calm, but his eyes narrowed. When these auras rushed in front of him, his huge divine soul spread out. Rumble. The demons were akin to that of a river's water crashing down from a waterfall, thinking that it was invincible. But in the very next moment, it suddenly encountered a tsunami that covered the skies. Then that same tsunami came crashing over. It completely froze the surrounding space. Click, click, click. It was as if time itself had stopped. The demonic energy that these demons had unleashed froze in front of Lin Jiufeng. They remained suspended in the air, seemingly unable to move. The dozen or so demons widened their eyes in disbelief. This new era had just started. How could someone be so powerful already? Lin Jiufeng was too lazy to say anything. He directly punched a demon that he had never seen before in the face, causing him to become dizzy as that same demon immediately fell back into their demon's den. Boom! As this demon fell, the others were also pulled down together with him. Surrounded with the demonic energy that these demons mustered with all of their might, their figures became similar to that of a shooting star as they came crashing down onto the floor of their demon's den underneath the coffin. As for Lin Jiufeng, he simply sealed them once more. Then he said with a smile, "You dozen or so shriveled demons want to deal with me. Dream on." With his continuous routine of signing in every day, Lin Jiufeng's strength continued to grow stronger day by day. It was an inevitable and visible improvement. Today, Lin Jiufeng defeated a demon and refreshed his chance to sign in. He immediately used it without hesitation. Sign in successful. Received a spirit accumulation pill. A jade bottle appeared in Lin Jiufeng's hand. Inside the bottle was a pill that looked as black as ink. There was no other strange smell coming from it. In fact, it had a refreshing fragrance to it that stimulated one's appetite. This spirit accumulation pill is a pill for the nourishment of the divine soul. It's just perfect for the white cat. Lin Jiufeng took the pill and left the underground palace. There was no need for him to refine his divine soul even further after it had taken shape. For some reason, the white cat still couldn't make a breakthrough into the human god realm. It had absorbed enough spiritual energy already, but it still couldn't cross the bridge. Some time ago, Lin Jiufeng examined its divine soul and spiritual consciousness. He discovered back then that the white cat's divine soul was a little bit lacking. As long as its divine soul was refined and strengthened, the white cat would then be able to reach the human god realm. Hence, when Lin Jiufeng returned to the courtyard, he directly hurled the spirit accumulation pill to the white cat. "What's this?" The white cat wrote curiously and meowed at the same time. "A medicinal pill that can help you make that breakthrough into the human god realm. Do you want it? If not, then return it to me." Lin Jiufeng stretched out his hand, gesturing to the white cat. But the white cat in front of him had already transformed into a streak of white light. With the pill's jade bottle in its mouth, it directly disappeared. It went to the frost jade bed in the courtyard, bit open the cap of the bottle, poured out the pill, and directly swallowed it. It didn't even care to identify the ingredients of the pill itself. The white cat had already deemed Lin Jiufeng trustworthy enough that he wouldn't harm it. As Lin Jiufeng watched, a smile appeared on his face. The white cat was now making a breakthrough in the courtyard, so he didn't go in lest he disturbed it. Lin Jiufeng prepared to look around the cold palace. But outside the cold palace, someone came. Lin Tianyuan. His body was much better than the last time he saw him. Although his aura was very weak and his cultivation had been destroyed, he at least managed to stay alive. Lin Tianyuan knocked on the door and shouted respectfully, "Uncle, I'm here to see you." Lin Jiufeng waved his sleeve and directly opened the door of the cold palace. He asked, "What are you here for?" Lin Tianyuan smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't visit unless I need something. Uncle knows me very well." Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, "You haven't come to look for me in this period of time. You've been busy dealing with state matters on your own. You must have stumbled upon a problem that you cannot deal with, and that is the reason why you suddenly came to look for me today." Lin Tianyuan nodded. He stood straight and respectfully explained, "If it's just my own problem, I naturally wouldn't have the face to trouble Uncle about it. But this matter isn't just my own, it's related to the millions and billions of people in the world. I can only be thick-skinned and ask for Uncle's opinion." "What happened?" Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. He made it sound so serious. During this period of time, strange changes happened one after another all over the world. Many aristocratic families and sects that were previously hidden from the world made their reappearance. When they resurfaced, what followed after them were even more peculiar changes, Lin Tianyuan added. Lin Jiufeng listened quietly. This was similar to that demon's den. Like those demons, those aristocratic families and sects had sealed themselves in the previous era. They were now about to appear one after another. The world that had finally settled down with great difficulty was now in complete turmoil. "Uncle, how should we suppress or seal those ruins, ominous grounds, and those underground abysses?" Lin Tianyuan asked seriously. The appearance of those people once again brought harm to this world that was finally peaceful. "I will set up a sealing array formation for you. Pass it down as you fit. As long as you found a place similar to what you have described, you have to immediately set up this sealing array formation. I can guarantee that it will be able to suppress those places." Lin Jiufeng tapped a finger on Lin Tianyuan's forehead as he imparted a sealing array formation that he had created himself through his research in array formations. After studying that thick encyclopedia of array formations, Lin Jiufeng could already be considered as an array formation master. What he imparted to Lin Tianyuan was the same sealing formation he used to seal that demon's den beneath that coffin in the cold palace. Inside the demon's den of the demon's way. The place itself was magical. More than 3,000 powerful demons were sleeping in this demon's den. There were even a few demon gods. In the past, they were the most powerful force that led the 18 demonic sects. They were invincible and unstoppable. But with the end of an era, they had to make a choice. Should they go along the passage of time, be glorious together, and leave this world together? Or should they seal themselves and wait for the arrival of the next era? This was a multiple-choice question. Most of them chose the second choice. As a result, there were a lot of demons. There were even some demon gods that chose to seal themselves in this demon's den. The more powerful a person was, the more energy they would lose upon the end of an era. They had to fall into a deep sleep. Otherwise, when they ultimately woke up, even the act of breathing would consume the energy that they have painstakingly stored and conserved in their bodies. Hence, the majority of the demon gods and demons in the demon's den were in deep sleep. Only less than a dozen demons woke up 1,500 years ago. They estimated the time wrongly and were suppressed by the demon lord. Just like that, these dozen or so demons supported each other until now. Initially, they wanted to break the seal and absorb the spiritual energy of the new era to recover their former strength. But who would have thought that they would encounter Lin Jiufeng? Having waited for 1,500 years for nothing, they had long exhausted their energy. Their cultivation base was high, but they couldn't use it due to the lack of spiritual energy. Perhaps they could still defeat ordinary human gods, but they had no chance of winning against Lin Jiufeng. That was why for 2 days in a row, Lin Jiufeng easily defeated the demons and continued to sign in as usual. The demons who woke up early were all but infuriated. They wanted nothing more than to fight it out with Lin Jiufeng. Many years ago, they were well-known powerhouses in the world. Although the times had changed, their pride remained unchanging. They were unwilling to admit defeat that easily. Let's attack him together tomorrow. The dozen or so demons discussed their plans to deal with Lin Jiufeng. How about we wake up a demon god? Some demons were worried that they were still no match for Lin Jiufeng. They wanted to wake up a demon god to help them. Are you stupid? Although the demon gods can defeat that ignorant and arrogant brat, they would also be able to absorb the renewed spiritual energy in the world. If that happens and they became even stronger in the new era, how can we hope to catch up to them? The demon with a long neck snapped. He still had great ambitions in his heart. It was to surpass the demon gods. The other demon thought about it too, and they agreed with his sentiment. As long as they worked together to defeat Lin Jiufeng and got out to see the new world and absorbed the renewed spiritual energy in the air, they would also be able to become a demon god. The dozen or so demons started to finalize their plans. The next day, Lin Jiufeng came early in the morning. He opened the seal. Rumble. All of a sudden, more than 10 demons attacked at the same time. They completely released their auras, cultivation bases, and the remaining true chi in their bodies. They clearly wanted to kill Lin Jiufeng in one move. Their auras were aggressive, surging with demonic energy, as they carried with them the determined cries of a dozen or so demons. These auras pounced towards Lin Jiufeng. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng's expression remained calm, but his eyes narrowed. When these auras rushed in front of him, his huge divine soul spread out. Rumble. The demons were akin to that of a river's water crashing down from a waterfall, thinking that it was invincible. But in the very next moment, it suddenly encountered a tsunami that covered the skies. Then that same tsunami came crashing over. It completely froze the surrounding space. Click, click, click. It was as if time itself had stopped. The demonic energy that these demons had unleashed froze in front of Lin Jiufeng. They remained suspended in the air, seemingly unable to move. The dozen or so demons widened their eyes in disbelief. This new era had just started. How could someone be so powerful already? Lin Jiufeng was too lazy to say anything. He directly punched a demon that he had never seen before in the face, causing him to become dizzy as that same demon immediately fell back into their demon's den. Boom! As this demon fell, the others were also pulled down together with him. Surrounded with the demonic energy that these demons mustered with all of their might, their figures became similar to that of a shooting star as they came crashing down onto the floor of their demon's den underneath the coffin. As for Lin Jiufeng, he simply sealed them once more. Then he said with a smile, "You dozen or so shriveled demons want to deal with me. Dream on." With his continuous routine of signing in every day, Lin Jiufeng's strength continued to grow stronger day by day. It was an inevitable and visible improvement. Today, Lin Jiufeng defeated a demon and refreshed his chance to sign in. He immediately used it without hesitation. Sign in successful. Received a spirit accumulation pill. A jade bottle appeared in Lin Jiufeng's hand. Inside the bottle was a pill that looked as black as ink. There was no other strange smell coming from it. In fact, it had a refreshing fragrance to it that stimulated one's appetite. This spirit accumulation pill is a pill for the nourishment of the divine soul. It's just perfect for the white cat. Lin Jiufeng took the pill and left the underground palace. There was no need for him to refine his divine soul even further after it had taken shape. For some reason, the white cat still couldn't make a breakthrough into the human god realm. It had absorbed enough spiritual energy already, but it still couldn't cross the bridge. Some time ago, Lin Jiufeng examined its divine soul and spiritual consciousness. He discovered back then that the white cat's divine soul was a little bit lacking. As long as its divine soul was refined and strengthened, the white cat would then be able to reach the human god realm. Hence, when Lin Jiufeng returned to the courtyard, he directly hurled the spirit accumulation pill to the white cat. "What's this?" The white cat wrote curiously and meowed at the same time. "A medicinal pill that can help you make that breakthrough into the human god realm. Do you want it? If not, then return it to me." Lin Jiufeng stretched out his hand, gesturing to the white cat. But the white cat in front of him had already transformed into a streak of white light. With the pill's jade bottle in its mouth, it directly disappeared. It went to the frost jade bed in the courtyard, bit open the cap of the bottle, poured out the pill, and directly swallowed it. It didn't even care to identify the ingredients of the pill itself. The white cat had already deemed Lin Jiufeng trustworthy enough that he wouldn't harm it. As Lin Jiufeng watched, a smile appeared on his face. The white cat was now making a breakthrough in the courtyard, so he didn't go in lest he disturbed it. Lin Jiufeng prepared to look around the cold palace. But outside the cold palace, someone came. Lin Tianyuan. His body was much better than the last time he saw him. Although his aura was very weak and his cultivation had been destroyed, he at least managed to stay alive. Lin Tianyuan knocked on the door and shouted respectfully, "Uncle, I'm here to see you." Lin Jiufeng waved his sleeve and directly opened the door of the cold palace. He asked, "What are you here for?" Lin Tianyuan smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't visit unless I need something. Uncle knows me very well." Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, "You haven't come to look for me in this period of time. You've been busy dealing with state matters on your own. You must have stumbled upon a problem that you cannot deal with, and that is the reason why you suddenly came to look for me today." Lin Tianyuan nodded. He stood straight and respectfully explained, "If it's just my own problem, I naturally wouldn't have the face to trouble Uncle about it. But this matter isn't just my own, it's related to the millions and billions of people in the world. I can only be thick-skinned and ask for Uncle's opinion." "What happened?" Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. He made it sound so serious. During this period of time, strange changes happened one after another all over the world. Many aristocratic families and sects that were previously hidden from the world made their reappearance. When they resurfaced, what followed after them were even more peculiar changes, Lin Tianyuan added. Lin Jiufeng listened quietly. This was similar to that demon's den. Like those demons, those aristocratic families and sects had sealed themselves in the previous era. They were now about to appear one after another. The world that had finally settled down with great difficulty was now in complete turmoil. "Uncle, how should we suppress or seal those ruins, ominous grounds, and those underground abysses?" Lin Tianyuan asked seriously. The appearance of those people once again brought harm to this world that was finally peaceful. "I will set up a sealing array formation for you. Pass it down as you fit. As long as you found a place similar to what you have described, you have to immediately set up this sealing array formation. I can guarantee that it will be able to suppress those places." Lin Jiufeng tapped a finger on Lin Tianyuan's forehead as he imparted a sealing array formation that he had created himself through his research in array formations. After studying that thick encyclopedia of array formations, Lin Jiufeng could already be considered as an array formation master. What he imparted to Lin Tianyuan was the same sealing formation he used to seal that demon's den beneath that coffin in the cold palace. Lin Tianyuan came to look for Lin Jiufeng because more and more people sealed from the previous era were about to break out of their seals. He reckons that a bloodbath would happen the moment they appeared in the world. What? Those people were powerful powerhouses of the previous era, although they were greatly weakened by the passing of time after being sealed for so long. The cultivators in this brand new world had just started to adapt to the renewed spiritual energy. It was unrealistic for them to defeat those old monsters that easily. They could do whatever they wanted. They could decide on anything. Once they managed to come out so early, those old monsters would be able to do whatever they wanted. If that happened, the existing order and the peace of the world would undoubtedly collapse. Hence, Lin Jiufeng imparted the sealing array formation that he developed to Lin Tianyuan. Pass down this sealing array formation. You don't have to worry about anything else. At least for the time being, you don't have to worry about them breaking out of their seals. Lin Jiufeng's tone was calm, but the confidence contained within it pierced through the sky. How could he possibly have read that thick encyclopedia of array formations in vain? "Thank you, Uncle." Lin Tianyuan thanked him happily. "You also have to pay attention to grooming your own forces. Does the Yuhua god dynasty already have its own human god?" Lin Jiufeng asked. The Yuhua god dynasty couldn't be supported by him alone. Lin Jiufeng would have to leave sooner or later. "Uncle, I've already nurtured 2 human gods. Moreover, I've already set up martial training schools all over the world,
and I made laws concerning the nurturing of outstanding children. The martial training schools are built so that even the children of ordinary families can learn and cultivate on the martial path. Once these children grow up, their strength will definitely not be bad. Lin Tianyuan shared the results that he had achieved during this period of time. After that absurd empress abolishing incident, Lin Tianyuan finally realized what must do. He must oversee the continued implementation of the reforms, and he must also nurture talented youths to serve the dynasty. Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan. He couldn't help but be satisfied. I can see that you've truly matured. Lin Tianyuan smiled in shame as he directly took his leave. After obtaining the sealing array formation, he didn't have a reason to continue to disturb Lin Jiufeng anymore. When Lin Tianyuan returned to the Forbidden City, he drew the sealing array formation from his memory and passed it down. Get the Martial Sage Corps to take action. If there are any abnormalities anywhere, immediately use this to seal them. Don't be afraid of wasting materials. Our Yuhua God dynasty has an abundance of them. My only requirement is that the safety of everyone must be ensured, Lin Tianyuan said solemnly. Someone immediately went ahead and delivered the message to the Martial Sage Corps. Then martial sages from all directions left the imperial capital in droves. They brought with them the sealing array formation that Lin Jiufeng passed down to them as they went towards the location with abnormalities to seal those old monsters. In just a few moments, every member of the Martial Sage Corps that Lin Tianyuan had established finally left the imperial capital to do their jobs. Once his subordinate broke through to the human god realm, Lin Tianyuan established the Martial Sage Corps. The number of martial sages under his command now was a whopping 3,000. 3,000 martial sages and 2 human gods. Without relying on Lin Jiufeng, this force was enough to deter anything hostile in the world and protect the Yuhua God dynasty. Since Lin Tianyuan turned for the better and apologized to the court officials one by one, the court officials' relationship with him became even more harmonious. They were more motivated in their work. The world was being governed harmoniously. At last, Lin Tianyuan could now compare to his father, Emperor Yuan, in the realm of politics and being the emperor overall. After Lin Tianyuan left with the sealing array formation, Lin Jiufeng's days became peaceful once again. No one came to disturb him as he continued his routine of signing in quietly. Something had changed in his routine, however. Every day he would defeat a demon from that demon's den in exchange for a sign-in. As a result, he would always have something new in his person every day, may it be a treasure, a bottle of pills, or a classical book of knowledge. Lin Jiufeng wasn't picky at all. He would take whatever he was given, and he used them all to improve his strength. In just 10+ days, Lin Jiufeng was already at the peak of the ultimate human stage, which was the 3rd stage of the human god realm. He wasn't far from the 4th stage, Nirvana. According to the way I am quietly signing in silently now, this day for breaking through isn't far off. Lin Jiufeng calculated in his heart. If I stick to my routine, the day of my breakthrough should be nigh. Lin Jiufeng calculated in his heart. But 10 days later, he had already defeated the demons that were awake. The others were all asleep inside that demon's den. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes. His divine soul left his body, and it appeared as a second body. It was an avatar that could harness Lin Jiufeng's full strength. Go inside that demon's den and wake up the others, Lin Jiufeng said to his divine soul. He looked at the dozen or so demons before him. They were all dejected. These top powerhouses of the previous era had actually lost to a brat, Lin Jiufeng. And they weren't even able to hold their own in the fight. In every battle between them so far, Lin Jiufeng only had to flick his finger. The resplendent ancient true chi runes within his body would do the job for him, as it would always smack the demons flat, instantly defeating them. Knowing that they had no hope of winning against him, they decided to obey Lin Jiufeng's every command. Today, they brought Lin Jiufeng's divine soul into the depths of their demon's den, as the latter awakened the slumbering demon gods. These demon gods were powerful existences that were countless times stronger than the demons that Lin Jiufeng fought against so far. The battle lasted for about 300 exchanges. Then he signed in and left the place after he received something that he was satisfied with. Advance and retreat at will. This part of his routine had become the most important part of Lin Jiufeng's daily life. Defeating demons, signing in after their defeat, and receiving bountiful rewards for his victory. Every reward that was ever so slightly useful to him,
Lin Jiufeng always made sure to use them. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. The human god realm could no longer trap him anymore. These days lasted for 3 months. In 3 months, Lin Jiufeng's gains were enormous. He defeated the demon gods one after another. Not a single demon god in their weakened state could defeat Lin Jiufeng. 3 months later, Miss Hong returned to the Great Yan dynasty. The first thing she did upon her return was to check the compass. This was the heavenly Tao sect's supreme treasure. It could predict if a seal on an ancient ruin from the previous era was about to be broken, releasing the old monsters within it out into the world. That's strange, Miss Hong looked at the compass with a frown. She remembered vividly that within the Yuhua God dynasty alone, there were more than 100 sealed beings that were about to break out of their seals. Back then, she planned to deal with the other locations first before going to the Yuhua God dynasty to solve all of her problems at once. She didn't expect that these problems within the Yuhua God dynasty would disappear in just 3 short months. How come they are all gone? Miss Hong looked at the compass in confusion. Did that human god from the Yuhua God dynasty make a move? Miss Hong guessed. But it shouldn't be that easy. Suppressing 1 or 2 locations wouldn't be a problem, but to suppress more than 100, could it be that he knows an effective sealing array formation? Miss Hong mumbled to herself. But this is also a good thing. After thinking for a long time, the confused Miss Hong decided to not think about it anymore. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she heaved a sigh of relief. I must take advantage of this period of stability to pay the debt of gratitude that I owe to that benefactor of mine. Then I must repair my divine soul to completion. Only when I'm done with this can I make a breakthrough into the next state. Only when my divine soul is complete can I become even stronger to suppress those people from the previous era, to give the people of this era enough time to adjust to this brand new world. Hopefully they'll become as strong as those from the previous era as soon as possible. Determination flitted across Miss Hong's eyes. This was the will and the legacy of the Heavenly Tao sect. Equilibrium. Since Miss Hong had inherited the teachings of the Heavenly Tao sect, she worked hard to enforce them. But how should I repay this debt of gratitude? Miss Hong thought for a while. In the end, she couldn't think of anything suitable for repayment. I've got to consult the others. Miss Hong started to make another batch of paper cranes. This time, she folded even more paper cranes than last time as she wrote her doubts within the cranes. 30 paper cranes will bring back 30 answers. I hope those answers will help me think of a way to repay him. Miss Hong looked forward to hearing the answers of the recipients of these paper cranes. Her duty as a member of the Heavenly Tao sect was the reason why she gave pointers to the many martial sages in the world with sufficient potential to make a breakthrough into the human god realm. In total, she gave pointers to 30 cultivators. Members of the Heavenly Tao sect have always had a special position in the world since ancient times. They were able to control a portion of the Heavenly Tao's might. Then they could use the Heavenly Tao either for themselves or to guide others. 30 paper cranes flew out. In less than half a day, they brought back 30 answers. Miss Hong opened them one by one. The first answer was, after being banished to the cold palace and living such a tough life for decades, his heart must be twisted by now and he must be resentful. The best way to repay him would be to overthrow the current Yuhua God dynasty and let him ascend to the throne to become the emperor. Then he would be able to take his revenge and kill his enemies to end his resentment. Miss Hong frowned and muttered, as expected of a demonic cultivator. If I were to overthrow the current Yuhua God dynasty, wouldn't that be akin to rebuilding a new dynasty? The world would be in chaos, and I would no longer be able to suppress those people from the previous era. Wouldn't that be what they want to happen? If she really did that, she would become the greatest sinner of the Heavenly Tao sect. The second answer was, heal his body and help him ascend to the throne of the Yuhua God dynasty. Miss Hong pondered silently. This was not much different from the first answer. The third answer. The fourth answer. Miss Hong read through 29 answers in a row. She received a myriad of answers, but none of them satisfied her. Until the 30th answer came. It was written by monk Qingyun of the Daelan Temple in the Jiangnan area. Overthrowing the Yuhua God dynasty and helping the dethroned crown prince ascend to the throne as the emperor is unrealistic. He is not the only one inside that cold palace. The human god of the Yuhua god dynasty is with him. His might is boundless and terrifying. If we were to go against him, it would end up in mutual destruction. Because of this, I suggest that we should compromise without lowering the quality of the repayment. Miss Hong's interest was piqued. In what way could they compromise? The Yuhua god dynasty is the #1 god dynasty in the contemporary world. One could say that it's also doing very well nowadays. They even have an army filled with nothing but martial sages. There were even some that had already arrived at the human god realm. Therefore, overthrowing the Yuhua god dynasty just isn't possible. In that case, why not we choose a small country and shock the world by bringing the dethroned crown prince there? Let him ascend to the throne of that small country. Miss Hong shall be his backer, and he will be able to fulfill his dreams of overseeing a nation. Monk Qingyun's suggestion rekindled the light within Miss Hong's eyes. She was surprised. The idea was great. The Yuhua god dynasty's territory was too vast. Once war broke out and the world fell into chaos, it would definitely suffer a catastrophe. But she was the reason why the dethroned crown prince was stripped of his position. If she wanted to return the position of the emperor to him, she could only use a small country outside of the Yuhua god dynasty as a compromise. The question is, which country is suitable? Miss Hong mumbled, "Thump, thump, thump." At this moment, a maid hurriedly barged into the room as she said anxiously, "Holy Maiden, His Majesty has issued a decree, and he has betrothed you to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The wedding is in 3 months. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, is right outside. He wants to barge in here." Miss Hong was stunned. Her figure froze on the spot. Seeing this, the maid misunderstood. "Holy Maiden, please don't be sad. His Majesty is old and muddled. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, is a good-for-nothing. The people of our great Yan dynasty won't agree to this arrangement." Miss Hong smiled. She held the answer given by Monk Qingyun and replied softly, "Someone's really giving me a pillow when I was feeling sleepy." The maid looked at Miss Hong in confusion. She did not understand what the latter meant. "Go and ask the Crown Prince to go back. At the same time, ask him to enjoy the small amount of nobility that he has. If he dares to forcefully barge in here, he will die." Miss Hong waved her hand. She was too lazy to pay attention to this Crown Prince who had always coveted her beauty. The maid immediately retreated. Miss Hong silently sent out another batch of 30 paper cranes. Only one sentence was in them. "Come to the Great Yan Dynasty and do something for me." She wanted to use the entire Great Yan Dynasty to repay her debt of gratitude. Yuhua God Dynasty, Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng's life remained peaceful as ever. His routine didn't change that month in the days that passed. When he woke up from his cultivation in the morning, he would enter the underground palace and undo the seal of that demon's den. Then he would awaken the demon gods and defeat them one by one. Afterwards, he would sign in and take the valuable treasures, cultivation techniques, and other items as his reward. When this was all done and over, he would seal the demon's den once more and return to the cold palace. Then he would quietly ponder his own questions in regards to cultivation. Over this period of time, Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. He had already surpassed the ultimate human stage and entered the nirvana stage. The next step after nirvana was a breakthrough into the next realm. This wasn't difficult for Lin Jiufeng. As he continued to become even stronger, the pressure he was exerting on the demons in the demon's den beneath the underground palace also became stronger. Today, Lin Jiufeng visited that demon's den as usual, but it was unusually quiet. More than 10 demons would usually rush up to him at the same time, but now, there was no movement inside the bottomless demon's den at all. He felt not an ounce of danger. Such peace was truly ironic when the place was called Demon's Den. But this also showed the torture that the demons had experienced in these past few months. They were now less arrogant than when the demon's den was first discovered. When the seal was opened today, the demons immediately trembled and hid. They didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that Lin Jiufeng would find them. The faith of those captured by Lin Jiufeng was a guaranteed beating. Then, when he was done and over with them, he would casually throw them back into the demon's den like nothing. Being treated like this, it was too shameful. They had no idea that Lin Jiufeng could earn rewards by beating them up. As a result, they all agreed that Lin Jiufeng was purposely doing this to humiliate them. He would humiliate them once, and the next time he visited, he would choose a different demon so that none of them would miss out on receiving his special treatment. He was simply too despicable. The demons and the demon gods alike burned with fury. Today, Lin Jiufeng stood on top of the demon's den after opening the seal. He realized that there was no movement whatsoever inside. Raising his arm, he reached out and knocked on the entrance. "Don't even try to play dead. One of you shall come out and fight me. Once we're done, I'll leave you lot alone as usual," Lin Jiufeng shouted. He didn't want to go down with his real body for now. It would be too troublesome. Who knew how many demon gods were down there? It was better to play it safe. It wouldn't be too late for him to go down there after his breakthrough into the next realm. The demon's den was a location of boundless space. Hundreds of demons and the few demon gods inside were already awake. Without exception, they were all defeated by Lin Jiufeng. Then they were thrown back down, losing all of their faces in the process. Hearing Lin Jiufeng's words, they were furious. "I'll go up there and see what he's like. He's simply going too far. In the previous era, we were the leaders of our own demonic sects. Who in the world dared to humiliate us like this?" The demon god who had just woken up today was immediately infuriated by what he had heard. His lungs were about to explode from anger as he flew up. Boom! His demonic energy was powerful and vast. Although he was in a weakened state after being sealed for so long, his strength was still not something that those ordinary demons could compare to. "Brat, stop being so arrogant. Your demon god grandpa shall come and kill you now." The demon god let out a long roar. His aura surged as he raised his hand, and a resplendent blade of light manifested. He attacked from below, aiming to kill Lin Jiufeng in one blow. Seeing his arrogant look, Lin Jiufeng shook his head. "You're still too naive." He pressed down with one hand. Surging true chi, a vast Dao aura, and the four great immortal treasures in his body combined their strength altogether. Boom! The demon suppression record erupted. An extremely terrifying black talisman condensed and smashed onto the demon god's body with a bang. Pooh! In a blink of an eye, the demon god was sent crashing onto the bottom of the demon's den. The other demon gods couldn't help but sympathize with him. This was also the manner of their defeat. Lin Jiufeng sealed the demon's den in satisfaction as he signed in. "Sign in successful. Received divine grade grotto heaven." When Lin Jiufeng saw what he received, his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but utter in surprise. "The opportunity for my breakthrough is finally here. Divine grade grotto heaven." Lin Jiufeng was overjoyed when he received this reward. The human god realm is equivalent to a huge mountain. Only by crossing this mountain could one arrive at the next realm. The human god realm is a concept far too surreal for ordinary people. It's a mountain that they could never scale. But only those who have truly arrived at the summit of this mountain will be able to see and understand the vastness of the world, the vast expanse of heaven and earth, and the existence of other mountains. Lin Jiufeng lamented. The human god realm was a mountain, and he was standing on its summit. He was now about to see the real world beyond it. The next realm after the human god realm was the grotto heaven realm. Opening a grotto heaven in one's body was tantamount to creating a small, independent world inside one's body. This independent world was called Inner World. The cultivator could open multiple grotto heavens, and once they have opened their 10th grotto heaven, their might would truly become terrifying. Most of the demons in the demon's den beneath the cold palace were at the grotto heaven realm. But their grotto heavens had long dried up. Lin Jiufeng was able to defeat them so easily because of this. I've seen it in some secret books. Grotto heavens are also divided into grades. They are divided into different grades because of the varying strengths they bestow upon their owner. This grotto heaven is a divine grade 1, is divine the best grade. Lin Jiufeng pondered. Standing at the entrance of the demon's den, Lin Jiufeng eventually stopped thinking about it. He decided to return for now and assimilate the grotto heaven he had just received and turn it into his own. Afterwards, he could then study the divine grade grotto heaven in his person. This demon's den is truly a treasure trove with infinite treasures. Lin Jiufeng was satisfied and had a good impression of the demon's den in the underground palace.
But the demons within the demon's den weren't happy. After Lin Jiufeng left, the demon gods all gnashed their teeth in hatred and fury. He has gone too far. Is he treating us like clowns or domesticated animals? He always comes to humiliate us at least once a day. He obviously won't let us out. When have we in our entire life experienced something like this? We have to think of a way to fight back. How did our demon's den that once shook the world become like this? Disgruntled and filled with rage, the demons and the demon gods wished nothing but the chance to cut Lin Jiufeng into pieces. This seal is too strange. It always takes us 10 days to break it. We're already too weak, and he can always set this seal up like it's nothing. Unless he dies, there is no way for us to break this seal and escape, a demon said in distress. There's still a way. All of a sudden, a demon god woke up from his slumber as he blurted out solemnly. Skyfiend, do you have a solution? The other demon gods became excited when they saw this demon god. Although all of them were classified as demon gods, there was still a huge gap between them. Ordinary demon gods were stronger than demons, but among demon gods, they were at the bottom. Demon gods that were truly powerful would receive their own honorific names. One of those demon gods was this newly awakened Skyfiend. His honorific name was Skyfiend. Everyone respected his name. This proved his status among them. It will take me at least 3 days to break this seal. It's just too strange. Sadly, that person comes here every day, so we cannot break this seal through conventional methods. Skyfiend stood at the bottom of the abyss. He looked at the seal above them as he commented. Lord Skyfiend, you are one of the 7 founders of our demon's den. Your demonic cultivation base is world-shaking. Is there a way for us to deal with this seal? A demon asked respectfully. Yes, there is. Skyfiend smiled confidently. The other demons and demon gods all looked at Skyfiend. Excitement could be seen within their eyes. As soon as they got out, they would immediately rejuvenate their grotto heavens by absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. Once they have recovered, they would immediately go and chop Lin Jiufeng into pieces. Yes, we cannot get out on our own. But back then I had set up a contingency plan. I separated a portion of the weaker demons from us, and the place where they are sealed isn't that far from us. We should be able to wake them up and let them come here to rescue us, Skyfiend said. That despicable and shameless human has a pretty high cultivation base. He's already at the peak of the human god realm, a demon god said in worry. Why couldn't they leave? The seal was just a small matter. Given some time, it would be easy for them to break the seal. But there was this Lin Jiufeng who came here every day to beat them up. What's worse was that afterwards, he would always reinforce the seal back to its full strength. Having fought with Lin Jiufeng before, even though they didn't want to admit it, they had to nod and say. After having fought against Lin Jiufeng, these demons were reluctant to admit it, but they had no other choice but to accept that. Lin Jiufeng was very powerful. Yes, that despicable human is so powerful that his strength seems to be more than that of a human god cultivator. A demon god bared his teeth and muttered in grievance. Only after one was given a beatdown by Lin Jiufeng could they understand how powerful he was. The might he had was suffocating, it was unfathomable and boundless. None of these demons knew just how strong Lin Jiufeng truly was. Did he even use all of his strength against them? Where was his limit? No matter how powerful he is still just one person. This time I'm going to call hundreds of demons to come here and bring disaster to this world. I don't think he'll be able to save everyone alone, Skyfiend said confidently. When the other demon gods heard this, they felt relieved. Each one of them looked forward to it. I will use a secret technique to inform the people of the other devil's dens to come out and then come here. Let this world welcome the arrival of the 3,000 demon gods. Skyfiend spread his arms and said, full of confidence in his words. I have a secret technique to forcefully awaken our people from the other demon's den. I'll use it and tell them to come out and come here. Let this world welcome the arrival of 3,000 demon gods. Skyfiend spread his arms and announced. The arrogance in his voice couldn't be unmasked. The other demon gods also roared with laughter. They seemed to be already imagining in their heads the scene of Lin Jiufeng kneeling in front of them while begging for his life. What? The Great Yan Dynasty. The Holy Maiden Miss Hong. The 30 human gods have finally arrived to answer her call.
She personally gave guidance to these human gods, and she was essentially the reason why they were in the realm that they were in right now. They were grateful to her, and they immediately answered her request without hesitation. The emperor of the Great Yan dynasty has gone senile. He wanted to betroth me to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Yesterday, the court officials and the army forced him to abdicate, and before even morning could arrive, he committed suicide. Miss Hong softly uttered as she looked at the 30 human gods. In a small dynasty like the Great Yan dynasty, her strength and prestige were enough to overturn the imperial power with only a few words on her end. It was understandable why she said that the emperor had gone senile and the crown prince was out of his mind. To think that he actually dared to covet her beauty. All we need to do by now is to lead the army and go to the Yuhua God dynasty. Then we'll ask Emperor Ming to release and pardon the dethroned crown prince. Afterwards, we'll bring him to the Great Yan dynasty and help him ascend to the throne, giving him infinite glory. I believe that the dethroned crown prince will be overjoyed with this arrangement. The towering man laughed. Yes. The last time we went to the cold palace, we didn't see the dethroned crown prince. Instead, we encountered that human god of the Yuhua God dynasty. Back then, we were suppressed. This time, I don't think that the same will happen again. There are 30 of us human gods in a group. We will definitely be able to make the Yuhua God dynasty agree to hand over the dethroned crown prince, Monk Qingyun was confident. If a battle truly happened, these 30 human gods were enough to overthrow the entire Yuhua God dynasty. If that is the case, then why do we have to bring the army with us? Why don't we just go there ourselves? Taoist Liu Yun was confused. It's not that simple. We might be human gods, but we are just 30 individuals in total. Our numbers just aren't domineering enough. The dethroned crown prince, whose cultivation was destroyed, and after having been imprisoned for decades, seeing an army with tens of thousands of people will have a more shocking effect than seeing 30 human gods. At that time, when all of us addressed him together as Your Majesty, the grievances that he had experienced throughout the years will then burst out. Monk Qingyun shook his head and patiently explained. Considering all of this, the dethroned crown prince would definitely be endlessly grateful to Miss Hong. Since Miss Hong wants to repay her debt of gratitude, we have to do it in the most exaggerated way possible to elicit the best possible effect. Monk Qingyun added. Monk, you're so sly, said a human god. The others nodded in agreement. Miss Hong smiled happily. She waved her hand and said firmly, give the order to the army to set off. We shall set off for the Yuhua God dynasty and rescue the dethroned crown prince. The outside world was turbulent, but Lin Jiufeng, who sat alone in the cold palace, remained at peace. He continued to silently do his routine. Lin Jiufeng was holding the divine grade Grotto Heaven that he received from signing in. Is the divine grade the topmost grade? Lin Jiufeng mumbled. But no one could answer him. Lin Jiufeng didn't mind. After all, since he obtained it from signing in, it was definitely something very precious. Lin Jiufeng looked forward to it. He said to the white cat, I'm going into seclusion to make a breakthrough. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in shock. It meowed and it wanted to write a question for Lin Jiufeng. But in the very next moment, it remembered that it had already consumed the spirit accumulation pill given to it by Lin Jiufeng. With the help of that pill, it broke through into the human god realm. What realm are you going to break into? The white cat's voice was gentle and mellow. I want to climb over this great mountain known as the human god realm and see how beautiful the world beyond this mountain is, Lin Jiufeng replied. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng as if it was looking at a monster. We've just entered the human god realm, and you're about to enter the next realms. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng enviously. If Lin Jiufeng broke through so quickly, wouldn't its dream of defeating Lin Jiufeng and stepping on him with its paws become a pipe dream? Lin Jiufeng smiled. He walked into the courtyard and laid on the frost jade bed. Stand guard for me, Lin Jiufeng said to the white cat. Then he closed his eyes and entered a deep state of cultivation. That divine grade Grotto Heaven also entered his body. In the very next moment, a large amount of energy burst out from Lin Jiufeng's body. The white cat was so frightened that it hurriedly retreated. Its claws stabbed the ground as it tried its best to prevent itself from flying. I didn't agree to stand guard for you. The white cat mumbled. Its voice was soft and weak, like a complaining little girl. But despite its complaints, it still laid on the wall of the courtyard and stood guard for Lin Jiufeng. And it did the same routine, day after day. A month after Lin Jiufeng went into seclusion, the Yuhua God dynasty was thrown into chaos. Forbidden City, Great Council Hall. The frail Lin Tianyuan sat on the throne, his face was deathly pale. It has been days since he had a good night's sleep. There were too many strange things happening lately that he couldn't sleep at all. In the Great Council Hall, the court officials looked exhausted. It was the same for them, they also couldn't sleep properly. Your Majesty, these demons from the demonic sects are indiscriminate in their wanton killings of the common people. Our people are suffering and many of them are dying. A court official reported. Your Majesty, the day before yesterday, a ruin appeared in Luoyang. It is the ruin closest to the imperial capital. More than 10 demonic cultivators rushed out from the inside and killed the common people around them. They are currently rushing towards the imperial capital. Another cabinet court official reported. Your Majesty, these demons from the demonic sects are simply too much. They must be punished, the impartial assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments shouted.
What?
Lin Tianyuan listened to the reports of his subordinates. He felt a headache coming. Dear ministers, I have already sent the martial sage corps and 2 human gods out. I hope that they will be enough to stop them. 3,000 martial sages with 2 human gods as their commanders. Sadly, despite their numbers, they were still incapable of dealing with all the issues. Reporting to Your Majesty. The Great Yan dynasty has led an army of 200,000 soldiers and 30 human gods into our borders. They have already passed through the Kinling mountain range and are heading straight for the imperial capital. A scout barged in and reported loudly. The Great Council Hall fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden news. Why is the Great Yan dynasty attacking our imperial capital? Although we are hostile to each other, we have never interfered with each other's affairs in the past few years. The cabinet chief questioned loudly. The way he spoke revealed how he was panicking inside. Internal strife and external trouble. The scout replied loudly, I heard that it's because of the dethroned crown prince. The Great Yan dynasty made a slogan, Save the dethroned crown prince, let the Yuhua God dynasty release the dethroned crown prince. Dethroned crown prince. What dethroned crown prince? The court officials looked at each other. They had long forgot about Lin Jiufeng's existence. Instead, Lin Tianyuan's expression turned solemn. Wasn't the dethroned crown prince his uncle, Lin Jiufeng? His uncle, Lin Jiufeng, was his greatest trump card. How could he hand him over to the Great Yan dynasty? It's just a small dynasty that wants to take advantage of the situation. There's no need to worry about it. Lin Tianyuan gritted his teeth and announced. Report. Another scout ran over and said loudly, reporting to Your Majesty. The martial sage corps and the 2 human gods leading them were wiped out. They were completely devoured by the demons outside the imperial capital. They are now on their journey for the imperial capital. They could arrive at any moment. What did you say? Lin Tianyuan stood up in surprise. He suddenly felt dizzy. His body went soft and he fell straight onto the ground. The martial sage corps that he had painstakingly nurtured from the ground up was wiped out. How could this be? The court officials panicked. They hurriedly went to support Lin Tianyuan. Your Majesty, you must pull yourself together, the cabinet chief advised. I know. All of you move aside. At this critical moment, I want to be alone. Cabinet chief, I now give you full authority to handle the matters of the imperial capital. I'm going to see someone. Lin Tianyuan stumbled as he got up. He wanted to go and find his uncle. At every moment of peril, the person Lin Tianyuan thought of was still his uncle, Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng's whole existence gave Lin Tianyuan unlimited confidence. Uncle will definitely be able to handle these troubles. Lin Tianyuan was confident. He rejected the company of others and endured his exhaustion alone as he left the Forbidden City. The world was shrouded in darkness. It was clearly daytime, but it was so dark that it was no different from nighttime. The thick demonic aura scared the millions of people in the imperial capital. It scared them so much that they didn't even dare to breathe. The imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty was surrounded by black smoke. No one inside could see what was happening outside. Demons truly were at their strongest in the dark as they continued to wreak havoc. The imperial capital and the entire Yuhua God dynasty were now in their darkest moments. The Great Yan Dynasty army hadn't even arrived yet. If the Great Yan Dynasty was added into the tally, the Yuhua God dynasty would truly be powerless to turn the situation around in their favor. The current events were both similar and different from that battle at the peak of the Forbidden City many decades ago. Lin Tianyuan gnashed his teeth. Enduring the weakness spreading all over his body, he came to the entrance of the cold palace. "Uncle, please save the millions of innocent civilians in the imperial capital." Lin Tianyuan knelt down and shouted. "Meow." The white cat came. It stood on the wall and said softly, "Your uncle is in seclusion." Lin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. At such a critical moment, his uncle was actually in seclusion. "I've already come out of seclusion. Let him in." Lin Jiufeng's voice suddenly rang out. His voice immediately lifted Lin Tianyuan's spirits. He stumbled to the front of the courtyard and quickly explained everything to Lin Jiufeng. "Uncle, demons are wreaking havoc outside. There's also the holy maiden of the Great Yan Dynasty who's adding to our troubles. She's saying that she wants to save you, and she wants me to release the dethroned crown prince. Uncle, my martial sage corps has been completely wiped out. They are too powerful, I can't resist them." Lin Tianyuan cried. "Krika." Lin Jifeng opened the door to the courtyard and looked at the demonic aura billowing up in the sky. It had blocked everything, including sunlight, plunging the imperial capital into complete darkness. "Do I need her to rescue me?" Lin Jifeng chuckled and walked out. "Uncle, the demons have already surrounded the imperial capital." "I have no idea why they are here," Lin Tianyuan said in fear. "There's no need to worry. After tonight, the whole world shall lose their voice upon hearing about me. They are just mere demons, nothing worth mentioning." Lin Jiufeng patted Lin Tianyuan's shoulder and said calmly. "Uncle, are you planning to fight against so many demons alone?" Lin Tianyuan swallowed his saliva and asked, "Do you think that those ants are difficult to deal with?" Lin Jiufeng answered with a question of his own. If there was a group of demons dancing about in the sky, Lin Jiufeng would fly up into the sky to kill them. If there were demons causing trouble in the outside world, then he would go outside to eliminate them. Life truly was fascinating and unpredictable. Lin Jiufeng was no longer the same Lin Jiufeng from a month ago. Rumble. The demonic energy that had gathered formed an extremely terrifying dome that surrounded the imperial capital. At this moment, the imperial capital of the Yuhua God dynasty seemed to have become an isolated island. Millions of people and the higher-ups of the Yuhua God dynasty were trapped in this isolated island. The demons screamed and laughed as they surged forward. The demons from all directions slowly gathered together, wanting to barge in through the main gate of the imperial capital. They surged over together. Their combined might was simply terrifying. Were human gods powerful? The human god realm was the highest mountain of the martial path. This was the belief of every cultivator in this brand new world. Most of them could only hope of reaching the summit of this mountain. But in the eyes of these demons, human gods were just pieces of flesh and blood. The demons were of all shapes and sizes. Some had bloody mouths, some only had one eye, and some were even humans that had transformed into demons. Their skin was pale, and they looked like dead people. The sight of it truly chilled anyone to the bones. And these horrors were only a part of everything. Is this the brand new world? The mortal realm I sealed myself up for thousands of years. I waited bitterly for thousands of years, and I finally saw this brand new mortal realm. I am the demon king of destruction. In this era, I must reach the Tao realm. This is a brand new era, and it is also the best era. The cultivators of this era are pitifully weak. Thus we will have a feast. Countless demons were shouting and running around excitedly. These demons were at least at the human god realm, and they were all at the third or fourth stage. It was no wonder that Lin Tianyuan's martial sage corps and their two human god commanders were wiped out. This is the imperial capital of a dynasty. Stain this place with blood. I haven't absorbed any flesh and blood essence for many years. I want to eat meat. I miss women, I want women. The demons looked at the vast imperial capital. Their eyes turned green as they rushed over one by one. I want to release the demon gods in that demon's den. They are the true rulers of this world. Only by releasing those demon gods can we take this world as our own and turn it into a demonic realm. There was also a group of loyal and devoted demons hiding behind the scenes. They wanted to enter the imperial capital, find that demon's den, unseal it, and release the demons and demon gods inside. They were also rushing towards the imperial capital. The demonic energy that surrounded the imperial capital made the air itself heavy. The imperial capital was in grave danger at this moment. The common people shivered and hid at home, not daring to move. The streets were empty. Even the higher-ups of the Yuhua god dynasty were watching in despair. The cabinet chief didn't dispatch the forbidden troops in the end, because that would just be sending them to death. They believed in Lin Tianyuan and also the terrifying existence behind him. Everyone secretly prayed that someone would step forward to save the imperial capital from this crisis. Duh-duh-duh. The crisp sound of footsteps reverberated on the streets. The usually crowded Vermilion Bird Street was empty today. The appearance of this person attracted the attention of countless people in the imperial capital. Hope gradually rose in everyone's hearts. Lin Jiufeng walked on the street, his steps relaxed. The surging demonic aura was about to surge toward him, but he still walked resolutely toward the main gate. The main gate of the imperial capital was unmanned. In the face of such tremendous might that no mortal could hope to defend against. It would truly take a miracle for someone to come here and man the main gate. Lin Jiufeng came to the main gate. He pulled a chair over and sat down quietly. He was waiting for the demons to arrive. The other 3 gates were tightly shut. Human, flesh and blood, I shall devour you. The demon that was the fastest to reach the imperial capital rushed over. He wanted to devour Lin Jiufeng. Pooh! Lin Jiufeng flicked his finger. A streak of sword energy exploded, and the demon was killed in an instant. At the very next moment, every demon stared at Lin Jiufeng. To be able to kill a demon so easily, this human wasn't simple. Human! Instead of escaping, you are blocking the way here. You are akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A demon sneered. Lin Jiufeng said calmly, "We will soon know whether it's a mantis trying to stop a chariot or not. Are you thinking that you alone can stop so many of us demons? Human, your strength is not bad. Why don't you join my demon cult and serve me under my crotch?" A demon laughed and said. Lin Jiufeng looked at him expressionlessly and flicked his finger. Boom! The ancient true chi runes that he had condensed long ago burst out and transformed into murderous beams of light. Pooh! He swiftly killed the tactless demon who spoke so arrogantly. This time, every demon looked at Lin Jiufeng in shock. Was it really that easy? You guys are from the previous era, so all of you should be buried in the previous era instead of coming to this era to lord over the others. Lin Jiufeng looked at the demons. He couldn't help but shake his head in disapproval. Human, go die. A demon coldly snorted and directly attacked. It was too lazy to talk nonsense. Have you seen the morning sun of the imperial capital yet? Facing the demon that attacked, Lin Jiufeng didn't hesitate to draw his demon-slaying sword. Ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. This was the first sword technique that Lin Jiufeng cultivated. At this point, his skills in this sword technique had already reached perfection. Lin Jiufeng drew his sword, raised his eyebrows, and slashed. An extremely terrifying phantom appeared behind him. It was surrounded by the universe and the stars. This phantom also drew its sword, raised its eyebrows, and slashed. Boom! A resplendent sword energy cut through the darkness. The dazzling light made one feel as if they were looking at the first ray of sunlight in the morning. This sword energy moved against the current. It swept past this demon, and every demon in the area was rendered speechless and frozen. A gust of wind blew. The demon's clothes and skin were blown away by the wind. In the very next moment, his entire body turned into dust that scattered into the air. Every demon could sense the power behind Lin Jiufeng's strike. The look in their eyes changed. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. They looked at Lin Jiufeng. They couldn't understand how such a terrifying existence like Lin Jiufeng could appear at the beginning of this new era. Lin Jiufeng looked at them. He retracted his sword and said calmly,
I think it's better if all of you attack together. If you come one by one, it will be certain death." The invincible Lin Jiufeng seemed to be even worried about the demons. But he said this mainly because killing them one by one was too troublesome for him. They might as well attack together so he could kill them at once. Tens of thousands of demons had come to the imperial capital. At this moment, they looked at each other. The situation they were in felt too surreal. They were a group of powerful demons from the previous era, but they were actually being threatened by a young man in this era. That's right. To them, the 50-year-old Lin Jiufeng was indeed a young man. Attack together. All of a sudden, a demon roared. He was infuriated and furious, thinking that Lin Jiufeng was being too arrogant. In an instant, the demons unleashed their attacks all together. All sorts of techniques overlapped with each other, creating a brilliant and grand, yet terrifying sight. Their target was none other than Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng didn't even move. In fact, he didn't even unsheath his sword. He stood tall and straight as he stood before the main gates. His eyes were calm as he watched the thousands of demons attacking him. Even so, he stood there unmoved. At this moment, the people of the imperial capital placed their hopes on Lin Jiufeng. The white cat watched anxiously on the wall of the cold palace. It bared its teeth continuously, worried about Lin Jiufeng. Lin Tianyuan looked on with a pale face. He was exhausted, but he didn't dare to sleep. He had to wait for this matter to come to an end. Rumble. The group of demons came crashing down. Their combined might made even the white cat, a creature at the human god realm, tremble in fear. It screamed and rushed out. Its speed was tremendously fast as it turned into a white shadow that looked awfully conspicuous amidst the darkness of the night. It wanted to go and fight alongside Lin Jiufeng. But just as it ran out, a crisp sound shook the imperial capital. Sword come! Clang! 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 As soon as this voice fell, the bone swords in the deserted courtyard of the cold palace simultaneously shimmered as they flew out at once. Boom! The 365 bone swords shuttled through the air as they executed a terrifying sword technique. Deathbone's sword technique.